Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Raised by Real Parents Crocodile and Dragon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Crocodile had never been anyone's priority. Boo-hoo, right. Plenty of people had it worse. There were people out there that had watched their parents die, people that had been beaten and tortured, people like his so-called brothers, who had been rescued over the course of Crocodile's life. Others had it far, far worse than simply being the least favorite. But really, Crocodile didn't think it was fair to compare apples and oranges. Sure, no one ever laughed while stabbing his dad in front of him, but did that mean his pain was invalid? He didn't think so. For most of his life, Crocodile had been ignored. And when he'd escaped that, he'd been used. That's why he was. Oh, Crocodile snapped out of his thoughts to curse and pull his left hand to his mouth, sucking on his index finger where he'd accidentally stabbed it with a needle. He hadn't been fast enough to not stain the small shirt he'd been mending, unfortunately. With a sigh, Crocodile used his other hand to turn the ruined shirt to sand. 5 years on this island and he still couldn't quite master sewing. He'd just have to get more clothes on his next shopping trip, which he'd probably have to do soon, as in tomorrow. Crocodile got up, pacing a bit as he noticed how late in the day it was. Where is he? In order to distract himself and not smother the only other resident of the island with attention, Crocodile moved to the bathroom to mess with his hair. He'd run out of styling gel 4 years ago, and with the stress of a baby he'd just given up trying. It wasn't like there was anyone here to see his wild hair besides his son anyway. He'd gotten more later on but hardly bothered with it anymore. When he went to the next island over to get supplies, he'd break out the styling gel. It became a ritual. His son would see it and know it was the annual grocery run. He'd be upset, but he never complained about it audibly. It was understood that it was necessary. His child hated to be alone. Crocodile knew this, but it wasn't like he had a choice. It was for his own safety that he didn't come. Crocodile could get out of any bind. He was practiced at running away, slipping through cracks. His child was not. Crocodile looked himself over in the mirror, running a hand over the horizontal scar across his face. The scar had been the beginning for the end for Crocodile, the day he'd realized just how unimportant he'd been. The blatant favoritism his father showed for his chosen sons. It is difficult to accept that he was never thought of first. Devastating to realize that with each new sibling he was thought of less and less. In a family of 100, one that simply wouldn't stop growing, he had been the least important. That was probably what had made him such an easy target for him. Crocodile sighed, forcing his hands to stop shaking. He wasn't on that ship of horrors anymore, and he was perfectly happy now. His little house on a deserted island. Raising his son as a child should be raised as a priority. He told his boy every day how perfect he was and how loved he was. They were everything to each other, and that's how Crocodile liked it. He didn't even miss being a pirate. Daddy. Crocodile's face instantly lit up, turning around to see his child throw open the front door of their small house. Luffy, how was your day? Crocodile beamed, walking over to the small child in order to lift him up and prop him against his hip. It was great. The monkeys tried to bully me again, but the wolves and I made friends. And Titan was by the beach again, so we talked for hours. Luffy giggled and chatted away with no restraint. It always surprised Crocodile just how naturally happy and outgoing Luffy was. It wasn't concerning how Luffy seemed to make friends with the predators on the island, or even the Sea King down by the beach. The boy has always had an otherworldly way about him. The way he talked to the world around him like it could actually talk back was a little distressing, but Crocodile wasn't going to reprimand the child when he was such a good boy. He especially wasn't going to get in the way of any fun he could invent for himself either. Crocodile chuckled. I'm glad you had a good day. Crocodile cuddled his child close, kissing his forehead before plopping him down at the dinner table, where he'd already placed dinner for the night. Go ahead and start eating. "'Kay." Crocodile ruffled the boy's hair as he began to dig in. He moved back to the back room and pulled out the styling gel, placing it on the table before moving to his trunk to collect his cloak and suit. Luffy had stopped eating. Now he was staring despondently at the styling gel. I know, Crocodile sighed. Luffy might never complain about the annual trips, but that didn't mean he was happy about it. But I have too. Can't I go with you? Luffy asked softly. He already knew the answer to that. Crocodile refused to put his child at risk. Not with his stupid ex still searching for him. He'd run away from him, and the man seemed unwilling to accept that he'd never find Crocodile again. Dragon wanted their son back. But for what purpose, Crocodile wasn't sure. He'd overheard Dragon planning out how he'd use their boy for something and simply could bear for Luffy to be raised like him. Raised to be used and stepped on. Everything taken away by bits and pieces until nothing was left. You know you can't, Crocodile sighed. It's only a week. I'll be back before you know it. Luffy frowned but didn't fight his father's decision. Crocodile sighed again, moving over to pet the 5-year-old's hair. You know, because you're such a good boy, I'll make sure to bring you something special, okay? Really? Luffy immediately perked up. MMHMM. Crocodile felt his insides unclench when his happy boy's smile returned. Anything you want, I'll bring you. What do you want? A special toy? Maybe some different kinds of clothes? Crocodile's lips tipped up. The suggestions were teasing since he already knew what Luffy would ask for. Meat. Luffy squealed excitedly. The special caramel meat. Crocodile laughed out loud. Luffy loved a delicacy sold on the next island over, a caramelized and slow-roasted gator dish. He always asked for it. All right, I'll bring that for you. Luffy pouted as he sat heavily in the middle of the forest. He was bored. His dad had been gone for 5 days now, and he was running out of ways to entertain himself. His dad had left him a week's worth of meals and books to practice his reading and writing lessons. Not that Luffy was actually going to do that without his father making him. He liked the lessons, but not by himself, not without his dad to make it fun. Luffy tilted his head as he listened to the gentle song of the forest. It was a pleasant sound, and had been a constant backdrop to his life. He couldn't remember when it started. It might have always been, but the world spoke to Luffy. The animals in the trees themselves, the sea kings on the beach, places where strong emotions happen tended to like to retell those events. Like chattering monkeys, the walls loved to gossip. Well, at least the walls of his home did. He didn't know about other buildings' walls. There was no one else around, so Luffy frequently talked to the walls, which was how he knew his father was sad. They told him how he paced when Luffy wasn't there, and how he used to cry when Luffy was a baby. His father didn't cry anymore, but not because he wasn't sad. The walls said his dad just didn't want Luffy to think he was weak. Luffy didn't like the walls after that, so he had begun exploring the island, finding many friends. Luffy liked most of the animals, except the monkeys. The monkeys were all jerks. The wind was nice, but really dumb. It would forget questions it had already asked, making the conversation go around in circles and frustrate Luffy. The birds were Luffy's favorites. They always had stories about other places. Luffy had only ever been here, on this island, only ever known one other person. His dad and him, always alone here. But the birds spoke of people, so many you could never know all their names. Huge groupings of homes with barely any trees. And they told him of the freedom of flying. The closest humans to that same freedom were the groups they called pirates. Strong people who sailed the seas and went on adventures. Luffy wished he could be one. The ocean talked of the pirates too. The ocean's opinions were flexible and changed on a dime, but she was normally kind. Sometimes she even warned Luffy when and where predators and riptides were. Luffy laid back in the grass, no longer interested in counting his friends on the island. He could make friends with anything, but the only friends he wanted were other people. Lazily, Luffy decided to take a nap. It wasn't like anything interesting would happen here. Thatch happily stretched as he landed on the beautiful white sand beach. It wasn't often they passed by a deserted island that couldn't be found by log pose. Islands like this were hard to just stumble upon. Thatch looked back at his family, already setting up a banquet along the beach, and decided he'd like a little walk. Thatch, Marco called when the man was already halfway down the beach. Where you going? For a walk. Thatch called over his shoulder with a grin. I'll come with, Marco called, running over the beach towards Thatch. The auburn-haired cook grinned, glad for the company. When Marco caught up, the two began to walk along the beach in peaceful silence. This is a pretty island, Marco noted. It really was. Just a nice spring island in its summer season. Most of the place looked like an overgrown forest, with the exception of its pristine beaches. Yeah, it's nice. Thatch trailed off, a weird look coming across his face. Hey, this island is uninhabited, right? Marco raised a brow. Yeah, I flew over the whole place. No civilians. Then what's that? Thatch pointed a little ahead of them where a sandcastle was constructed, obviously done recently, as some of the sand was still wet. What the hell? Marco muttered. The two walked over to the sandcastle and found a play area. It was built into the forest just past the beach, so it couldn't be seen from the air or the shore. There was what looked like hand-carved blocks, and a few other old toys and a little fence enclosing it. The sandcastle was positioned just a little in front of the gate to the little fence. Look, there's some writing, Thatch pointed out, bending down to better see the writing in the sand. Daddy and Luffy's castle. It read, clearly written by a small child. A little over to the right was a rendering of a tiny island with 2 stick figures, one bigger than the other. But the concerning thing was how the big stick figure had been slashed out. There's a kid here, Marco muttered. Question is this kid okay? Thatch added. Marco rubbed the back of his neck, trying to think about what they should do. Seems like they have a parent with them, but we should check to be sure, Thatch finished. Thatch and Marco shared a nod as they both began to walk into the play area and up the path into the forest. It was clear someone had walked this path for years, but their observation haki activated. They made a slow journey through the forest until about 4 miles in they came upon a lone cabin, built in such a way that it could be missed if a person wasn't looking for it. Someone didn't want to be found, Marco muttered, a little disturbed by how there was no sunlight here. The trees above had the branches twisted together to hide the home from any prying eyes. Just what is going on here? Thatch asked, walking up to the house slowly, looking around at the child's fort just off to the side and all the toys scattered around. A hermit. A child doesn't deserve to be so isolated. Poor kid. I'm just afraid the kid is alone now. You saw that drawing in the sand. The parent figure had been slashed out, Marco sighed, picking up a carved alligator, inspecting the scoffed toy. I don't know, this just feels important, you know? Yeah, I get that feeling too, Thatch answered. The two proceeded into the house. Unlike outside, it was neat. There was a place to put shoes, a coat rack and a large couch next to a bookcase in the entry room. Off to the right was a small kitchen, a table for two, and a door leading to a bedroom just beyond. Marco took note of the ceiling being built to accommodate a very tall person, and little notes placed around. It seemed to be little chores and reminders left for a child, which meant the child had been left alone willingly. Who leaves a kid all alone? Thatch hissed, getting upset as he looked into the pantry, seeing how pitiful the food stores were. The kid wouldn't be starving yet, but this amount of food would run out soon. 3 days at most, if they hadn't found this place. I don't know, Marco said calmly, walking into the bedroom. There was just one large bed, but one side was obviously used by a child. There were a few stuffed animals bunched up in the corner, but it was also clear that only the child had slept here for a while. But we won't be. Whoa, Marco and Thatch jolted, jerking around to see a boy no older than 5 at the threshold to the cabin. Other people. You're real, he grinned, looking up at Marco and Thatch with excitement. The birds weren't lying. Marco and Thatch exchanged a glance and sighed in relief. They'd found the kid easier than they'd expected. Thatch bent down and gave the boy a grin. Hey there, kiddo. How you doing? The boy's face immediately fell into an upset frown. Don't ask that, he demanded, stomping a foot. Why? Marco asked, leaning down as well. The child huffed and began to put his shoes away, looking for the world like they'd spat in his food. Because, the wind already asked that a billion million times. That's a stupid question, because you can hear that I'm good. The child took on a lecturing-like tone. The wind, Thatch asked, very confused now. Hear that you're good, Marco whispered at the same time, although too quiet for the kid to hear. The child looked at them like they were dumb. Yeah, the wind, it's always chattering away. But it always forgets what we talked about, so it repeats a lot. Don't you know? You must have heard the wind before. It's it talks a lot. Thatch almost wanted to cry. This poor child must be so lonely and isolated. He was imagining the world around him was talking to him. Why yeah, the wind. Thatch shrugged at Marco, figuring it did no harm to pretend. It's annoying. Hey, what's your name? Me. The kid was now full of smiles and sunshine. I'm Winnie D. Luffy. Who are you, Beavertail? Beavertail? Why would I am Thatch, not Beavertail. Thatch waved his arms around in panic, disliking the nickname immediately. But her head looks like a beaver tail. Luffy tilted his head curiously, scratching his head like he was confused. Thatch opened his mouth to argue that his hair did not look like a beaver tail, only for Marco to raise a silencing hand. D. Marco asked. Yeah, Luffy answered, looking annoyed again. Hey, you're the first people I've met besides Daddy. Tell me where you came from. Is it like the bird said? Are you the free people, the pirates? Thatch's heart double broke for this child. He'd never even been exposed to others. What a terrible life to lead. Yeah, Marco got on his knees, taking the boy's hand. We're pirates, and we came to invite you to a party. A party? Luffy gasped, his eyes glowing in excitement. Marco smiled gently. He knew he just needed to get the boy to Pops, and he'd know exactly what to do. It's a big pirate party on the beach. Wanna come? Yeah. Luffy jumped up and down, yanking on Marco's hand. Marco chuckled. All right then, why don't you get your shoes on again, and we'll go. Okay, Luffy chirped, racing off to grab his shoes. Thatch's fists clenched as the boy ran over to the shoe rack to put on his shoes again. Thatch, just keep it together. If we alarm the kid, then we will only distress him needlessly. Pops will know what to do. Just gotta bring him to the beach. Marco took Thatch by the shoulder, seeing how upset he was by this situation. You're right. I don't understand. How could anyone just leave him? He's basically an infant still. This is. I know. It's sick. I can't believe it either, Marco hissed, disbelief for this whole situation. I'm ready, Luffy called, coming back to them. Thatch slapped a smile on his face for the kid and plunked him up. Alrighty, let's head out. Party. Yeah, party, Luffy cheered. He waved to the house as they walked out. Bye, wolves. See you later. Although Marco and Thatch didn't tell the boy that if they had their way, he'd never have to come back to this desolate place again. He'd get a real family today. Hey Pops, will you read me a story tonight? Crocodile asked hopefully. Later, son. Whitebeard didn't even glance at him. Your brother needs my attention right now. Crocodile frowned, scuffling his shoes. Oh, okay, Crocodile muttered. He dropped the storybook and walked away. When the first brother had come, Crocodile had been okay with it. There had only been uncles at this point, the crew only a small thing. But now there was Marco. Crocodile had liked him at first, he's been nice. But then, even after he'd recovered, Marco got all of their father's attention. He was the one with the rare devil fruit. He was the one with the tragic past like their father. He was the one that was the favorite. Crocodile couldn't even deny that he'd been relegated to second best. And it only got worse from there. With every new brother, Crocodile was pushed further down the ladder, getting less and less attention from his own father. Until the day came when he was 11 and he got told he wasn't important. It might not have been those exact words, but it certainly felt that way. All he'd wanted to do was show his dad the new sword trick he'd learned. That was all. But he'd been waved away, told there were more important things his dad needed to do, which turned out to be Marco's first time managing to fly with his devil fruit. After that, Crocodile tried less to get his dad's attention. Resentment had taken hold, although he still had a little hope left. Finally, at 12 years old, Crocodile had asked point blank if his father favored the others over him. "Son, I have never played favorites. You are all my children. They just need more attention. They haven't had as good of a life as you." Whitebeard had pet his hair comfortingly, Marco on his shoulder. Crocodile shuffled. "Then, can I sit on your shoulder too?" he asked hopefully, thinking that maybe he could share this time with his father. Whitebeard chuckled. "Don't be silly, are you a bird?" Crocodile could tell when he'd been dismissed and when Marco laughed. His heart broke. His hope died and he knew his father never wanted him. But he wanted the others. He wanted a huge family, but it didn't include Crocodile. And Marco, that bastard knew. He knew what he was doing. He knew he was stealing someone else's dad. He was laughing because Crocodile had only just figured it out. "No, I am not a bird." Crocodile turned away, hiding his tears as he ran back to his room. "I am not your family." Crocodile groaned as he blinked awake, disbelief that he'd actually dreamed that pathetic memory. He couldn't believe he had ever been naive enough to actually believe his father wanted him. There was a time he thought he could deal with it all, share his father with the others, because at the end of the day he'd still have time with the man. But even with that mentality, he'd been told off and brushed aside. As hard as it is for you to believe, you cannot always be the center of attention. Those words were burned into his brain now, and it only ever seemed to get worse every year after he'd decided to give up getting love and attention from the family. The more he pulled away, the more the family tried to pull him back, in all the wrong ways. Crocodile liked dealing with things alone. He preferred quiet contemplation. So, his brothers trying to force him to attend parties and talk to them in big group settings hadn't helped at all. When he'd run away the first few times, they'd come after him, but they'd tease him for it. When they eventually stopped coming to find him, they'd just assume he'd come back eventually. In the beginning, he did come back after a few days, maybe a week at most, but it wasn't like they ever cared, so it didn't matter the day when he had never come back. "Why the fuck am I thinking about this?" Crocodile sighed. He could already feel his blood pressure rising and he needed to put this out of his mind. It wasn't like those people cared, so why did he? This was why he'd promised Luffy that he'd never put anyone above him. He'd never allow Luffy to feel as unimportant as he did. The moment he'd held his very own baby in his arms, he'd known he had to be better. And he couldn't leave the boy with Dragon either. It was by pure luck that Luffy had come early. It had allowed Crocodile the time to recover, get his gender transition, and run away with his baby before Dragon could come back. He didn't trust the man to be a good parent. Not when it was clear his ridiculous revolution was more important than everything and everyone. It was okay though. Sure, no one would ever treat him like a priority, but he had Luffy. They'd be each other's priority. And Crocodile would never allow anyone to take that away from him. He was still about a day's trip from his secret island, and he couldn't wait to get home. For some reason, he felt anxious to see his baby again. "Party!" Luffy cheered, happily running around all the people gathered on the beach. The men and women laughed along with him, giving him food since it made him so happy. Within minutes of Thatch and Marco leading Luffy out of the forest, everyone had eyes for the boy. He was an adorable little thing, running up to every and anyone he could to announce his name and chat about his many friends. "So, you just found him, alone?" Whitebeard rumbled softly, looking over the child now playing happily with Haruta. "And he's a D, too." "Yeah, we figured we should bring him to you. We couldn't just leave him," Thatch told their father, also watching the boy play. "It's good you brought him. Of course it would be wrong to leave him by himself, especially if we don't know if his father's coming back." Whitebeard sighed. There was something about this boy. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he felt like this boy belonged with him. The way he could feel most of the children he collected belonged in his family. What was his name again? He said Wanny D. Luffy, Marco told him. Wanny. I'd never heard the surname before. I didn't know there were more D families out there. Whitebeard thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Although anything is possible. Whitebeard continued to watch the boy for a while, seeing him stop his conversation with Haruta in order to huff and reprimand the wind. "He's an odd brat, isn't he? Spirited, but odd." "Yeah." Babbled a bunch about all the things he pretends to be friends with. Even said goodbye to the walls of his house when we were leaving, Marco told his father. Yeah, apparently the walls are huge gossips, and the wind is a ditz but surprisingly nice, Thatch added with a chuckle. He's certainly got one hell of an imagination. Marco laughed a bit too. That is amusing. Whitebeard huffed a small sound. I'll talk to him now, I'll know what to do then. Fetch him, Whitebeard told Marco, gesturing to the boy who was animatedly talking to a whole group now, waving at the water like he was explaining something. Marco walked off towards the boy and he seemed happy enough to see Marco. He gave him a big happy smile, bouncing around like he'd eaten a tub of sugar. Whitebeard really liked the kid already. He seemed like a good child. I need to check on my division, Thatch told Whitebeard as he walked away. The boy Marco was leading back waved to Thatch and the cook waved back. Luffy, this is our pops. He'd like to talk to you. Marco introduced the boy to him. Whoa, Luffy odd. You're a giant person. And you got a big huge white banana on your face. Luffy pointed at Whitebeard, his expression absolutely amazed. Whitebeard's laugh boomed over the beach, shaking the whole island and making the small child tumble over onto his hands and knees by accident. You are an interesting brat. Luffy opened his mouth to respond only for him to tilt his head, looking to the water as he closed his mouth soundlessly. Why? He suddenly asked, looking at the water with big curious eyes. He paused a beat then twisted up his features in confusion. Because of a fruit. That's stupid. Luffy, Whitebeard called gently. Who are you talking to? Luffy blinked, looking up at him with big brown eyes. The water, he said like it was obvious. When Whitebeard simply raised a brow he asked, can't you hear her talking? Whitebeard hummed, trying to decide if this was simple child imagination or something more. There was something intense in those eyes that made him think it could be more. But he was only 5 years old. Children could be rather intense about their imaginary friends. No, I cannot, Whitebeard told him slowly. She's really nice, but maybe you can't hear because she doesn't like you, Luffy suggested innocently. Oh, and why's that? Whitebeard asked. Luffy plopped down on his butt, his expression open and honest as he bluntly said, because you ate the fruit, the Ikki fruit of devils. She doesn't like that fruit. Whitebeard's mouth opened in abject surprise. How? He didn't know how this boy could know such a thing, or how he even knew about devil fruits. Curious and curiouser. This boy was really piquing Whitebeard's interest. Ah, Whitebeard started, deciding to humor the kid. I see. Well, there isn't much I can do about that. Can't uneat the fruit, after all. Oh, guess you're right, Luffy nodded. Why don't you come up here? Whitebeard asked, extending a hand to Luffy. I'd like to ask you a few things. Luffy looked at the offered hand and shrugged, climbing into the giant palm. Okay. Whitebeard lifted the boy up to his level, looking him over up close where his aged eyes could better make out the boy's details. He looked familiar in a way. He could swear he'd seen a child that looked just like this boy before. He shook that thought off and decided instead to be upset at whoever abandoned him. Tell me, Luffy, where did your father go? Whitebeard asked. Luffy leaned back, humming a bit. His dad left every few months, but he didn't know where he went. He just knew it was for food. I don't know. Well, how long have you been alone? Luffy thought about it, tuning out the wind who was trying to get his attention. He shrugged, smile falling a bit. He really hated being alone. I don't know, a while now. Whitebeard frowned, the beach beneath him shaking a bit in response to his rage. A 5-year-old shouldn't be left alone. So, he's left you all alone. Whitebeard said more to himself, just trying to maintain his composure to not freak the boy out. Then, how would you like to come with me? Live as one of my sons. Nah, I already got 2 dads. Luffy shook his head, not even considering the offer. No one took it to heart. They didn't expect the boy to realize he'd been abandoned just yet. Whitebeard looked at his children, all of whom had gone quiet to hear the latest invitation to the crew. Whitebeard had to pause at the child's announcement, wondering where this other father was if the boy had too. Luffy seemed to see his confusion and continued on. I haven't ever met my other dad, but the wolves say Daddy talks about him sometimes. He says he's a rat bastard. Luffy grinned innocently. Ah, Whitebeard said softly, now a little concerned. Did Luffy's father curse out his other parent often? What was this man thinking? Abandonment and speaking ill of his child's parent. This wasn't how someone should raise a young boy. Well, son, I'm sorry to say, but your father. The boy leaned forward, innocent eyes were wide and trusting. He quickly decided speaking ill of his beloved daddy was a bad idea. My family and I want to take care of you, would you allow that? Whitebeard tried asking another way. Luffy hummed, thinking seriously about what the giant said, tilting his head as the wind began to get even more insistent. Scarred man's coming. Scarred man's pacing and pacing. Scarred man wants to see you. Luffy perked up, eyes lighting up as he looked in the direction the wind was coming from. Daddy was almost home if the wind could remember him almost clearly. Luffy, Whitebeard called when the child seemed to grow distracted again. Daddy's almost home, Luffy muttered as he stared off into the horizon. And how do you know that? Whitebeard asked. The wind says so, Luffy answered, still looking off to the side. I miss Daddy. I wonder if he'll like all of you. Daddy needs friends, that's what the walls say, so I hope he likes all of you, Luffy continued, a troubled look coming over his face. Whitebeard looked at Marco, who just shrugged. He quickly realized the boy just wasn't going to understand. They'd just have to bring him back to the ship. He might not like it, but in time he'd realize it's for the best. All right, Luffy, we will be heading back to our ship soon. Would you like to sleep there tonight? We'd hate to leave you alone, Whitebeard offered, hoping the boy would agree so they didn't have to agitate him by forcing the issue. Luffy blinked and looked back up at Whitebeard, full of sunshine again. I do hate being alone. Okay, I want to sleep on the pirate ship. Luffy agreed easily. His smile dropped and he gave Whitebeard a serious look. You will wait to meet Daddy, right? He'll get the big sad if he can't find me when he gets home. I don't want Daddy to get the big sad again. Whitebeard sighed, thinking about just taking the child and running far from here. But if this mysterious father did come back, he deserved a chance to explain himself. And the child deserves some closure too. It was probably just the boy being imaginative, but on the off chance the boy did somehow know his father was coming home, Whitebeard needed to wait. Yes, we will wait for your father to come home, don't you worry, my son. Promise? Luffy asked with more aggression than Whitebeard would ever expect from a child. Whitebeard couldn't put his finger in it, but this child was very strange. He needed to be protected. This all felt destined. I promise, Luffy, why don't you go play now? Okay. Luffy happily hopped off Whitebeard's palm to pounce on Aizu. Izzy, let me hear more island stories, Luffy demanded with a giggle, wanting to know more about the Wano island he was talking about earlier. Luffy looked over the island from the ship's deck, disliking how silent it was. He could barely hear the trees' songs and he missed it dearly. He wasn't sure he liked this ship either. It felt nice, but it was eerily silent. Luffy kept catching glimpses of another kid in a cloak, but they didn't seem like they wanted to talk. The ships just felt closed off. It was like there was a wall that only some people were allowed past. While Luffy was one of those people, he didn't like the feeling of shutting anyone out. Luffy, ready to go to bed? Marco asked, coming up from behind. Luffy looked up at him, listening again to the steady hum of his being. He could hear how good and kind Marco was. Marco was the kind of person who cared deeply about others. That's what Luffy could tell by simply listening. Yeah, Luffy gave him a smile, reaching out to take his hand. Marco smiled back, taking his hand as he began to lead him into the ship. I made a little bed for you in my room, just until we can make something permanent for you. Is that okay with you? Marco asked, giving Luffy gentle and loving looks. So I get to sleep in your room? Yeah, Luffy cheered, swinging their hands jubilantly. I like you, Marco. You're really nice. I like you too, Luffy. Luffy grinned, knowing the words were true beyond just intuition. He opened his mouth to speak only for his entire body to freeze over, like ice suddenly filled his veins. There, just down the hall was a door. Luffy couldn't see it, but he could feel the inky black darkness that trickled out from under the door. It was whispering something. Luffy canted his head instinctively despite being afraid to hear it. Go away. Listen to me. Just listen or go away. The whisper suddenly screamed in Luffy's ear. Luffy flinched hard enough to trip over his own feet, scrambling to get as far from the door as possible. Luffy, Marco gasped, catching Luffy and then yanking him up into his arms when he continued to panic. Luffy, what's wrong? It's so lonely, it's so sad. I don't like that door, Luffy cried, hating the door while also wanting to reach out and help it. The door. Marco looked to the door Luffy was pointing to and frowned. Oh, that one. That's my little brother's room. He's gone now. You don't have to be afraid. Marco tried to soothe the child, petting his back comfortingly. Luffy shook his head, burying his face in Marco's neck to try and feel safe. The door had felt so conflicted. It wanted someone to listen, but then it wanted everyone to go away. It wanted love and it wanted to be left alone. It wanted to be understood and it wanted to be gone forever. Okay, it's all okay. I'll get up past the room. Everything's all right. Marco hurried past the room. Each step further away made Luffy's shaking slowly stop. Luffy tightened his arms around Marco's shoulders, cuddling into the man's comforting embrace. I think my daddy will like you too, Luffy mumbled, feeling the fog of sleep begin to overtake him. That door had really drained him. The second Crocodile saw that ship, his heart stopped. Images and feelings he'd long since tried to bury came roaring back like a demon escaping where he'd locked it away. And it wanted vengeance for the years it had rattled around forgotten, trapped within his ribs. Blood poured down his face, his entire body bruised and his pride shattered. His voice was raw from screaming, both before for it to stop, and now for his father to believe that it happened. Crocodile abandoned his boat unmoored the second his heart restarted, turning to sand as he rushed for the island. His baby was all alone, and those monsters could have found him. Found his sweet, trusting, naive little boy. Hell, considering how cute Luffy was, Crocodile was surprised that the ship was even still here. He would have thought Whitebeard would just take Luffy and run like he did all the other kids he found. Which meant, maybe he hadn't found Luffy yet. Crocodile landed on the beach and went sprinting up into the forest. His sand propelled him forward anytime he tripped. For some reason his panic was coming out and actually relying on his legs for once instead of his powers. The human brain was weird at the worst of times. As hard as it is for you to believe, you cannot always be the center of attention. His father stared down at him with cold eyes, disappointment growing even as Crocodile held his bleeding face. Please, just listen, believe me. He did this. You have to believe me, Crocodile cried, tears mixing into a pink film on his cheeks. Oh, Crocodile, to think you'd resort to self-harm, and blaming it on your own brother. Whitebeard sighed, seeming 10 years older and so tired as he looked down at Crocodile like he didn't know him anymore. Just go to the infirmary already. I can't stand seeing you like this at the moment. Crocodile's throat choked on a sob as he stumbled back on the force of the revelation that his father truly wouldn't believe him. Marco ran forward, blue flames covering his hands. Croc, let me heal. Stay away from me. Luffy, Crocodile called desperately as he crashed through the front door. The house was dark and cold, but still Crocodile pushed himself into the bedroom. The bed was empty, and yet Crocodile ripped apart the covers like that would reveal his perfect, special little boy. Luffy, come out here. I'm not playing, Crocodile yelled, getting more and more crazed. Crocodile cursed and ran from the house, running towards Luffy's latest favorite play area, which was the wolf's den. Luffy, ollie ollie oxen free, Crocodile tried, thinking maybe Luffy was playing a surprise hide-and-seek game. It hadn't been the first time. Crocodile wasn't insane. Son, please, come out. Silence. The forest was silent. No childish giggling or the sounds of Luffy talking to himself. Or not talking to himself. Crocodile was unsure on that point. The forest was empty. Crocodile glanced back at the sound of growling, seeing the wolves had circled him aggressively. It was now very clear that Luffy was not here. I don't have time for you. Sit, boys, Crocodile hissed. The wolves all whined, laying down. It was lucky Luffy had inherited whatever weird natural affinity for animals Crocodile had. The island's creatures were not friendly at all. I have to find my son. Crocodile was growing angry, so burningly pissed off. That child stealing. Old Coot thinks he can come and take perfectly healthy little boys now. Luffy didn't have some horrible life. He wasn't Whitebeard's normal go-to. He was a happy little boy, living a peaceful little life. He'd barely ever gotten hurt. Why would Whitebeard take him? Fucking bastard. I'll kill him, Crocodile growled, stomping his way back to his home. The moment he stepped in, he turned to the wall just right of his dresser and pressed a hand to the wood. Sand began to pour from the wood as it twisted and dried out. The hatch had been nailed shut for years now, ever since Luffy tamed all the island's creatures so they didn't attack him anymore. Crocodile hadn't needed what he'd hidden here. It felt like a lifetime ago that he'd needed a weapon. Crocodile reached into the compartment when the hatch had completely turned to sand, pulling out 2 rapiers. His swords, the weapon he chose for the pirate life he'd long abandoned. To think he'd ever had to use them again. Daddy's coming, Luffy. I'll save you. Where are we going? Luffy asked, sitting on Thatch's shoulders as they marched over the beach in the early morning. We're getting your stuff to put in the room we're setting up for you, Thatch told the boy. You and Haruta are close in age, so we thought we'd bunk you guys together. Unlike Haruta, he's nice, Luffy announced, swinging his feet from where he was sitting. Luffy had met Haruta that morning. Apparently he had been sick and went to bed early the day before. Haruta was 10 and Luffy loved him. He'd never had a human playmate before. I like you too, Luffy. Haruta smiled up from where he was walking along with Thatch. Haruta, you should meet all my friends. The wolves are all really nice. And Edgar the bear should be at the river today. He's always fun. And Titan. He's so fun. You gotta meet him. Luffy happily told Haruta, overly excited to finally have someone close to his age. That all sounds great. Haruta agreed. Thatch, happy that Luffy was adjusting so well already, put the boy down. Why don't you two go down to the beach and play? I'll pack all of Luffy's things, Thatch offered. Luffy nodded hard, already grabbing Haruta's hand to pull him off. Luffy was halfway down the trail when he heard a distant howling of a wolf. He stopped, Haruta looking at him oddly. Thatch stopped, waiting to see what Luffy would do. Daddy's mad, Luffy whispered. Oh, no, he's really scared. He just seems mad. Luffy looked up at Thatch, a serious look on his face. Be careful with Daddy. It was unclear if the warning was for Thatch's sake or the unknown father's. Either way, Thatch cracked it up to Luffy still playing make-believe. All right, Thatch told the boy, just deciding to play along. You boys have fun. We will, Haruta called back, pulling the 5-year-old along. The 10-year-old didn't have a lot of patience for the smaller child's strange ways. Thatch watched them go, his stomach feeling uneasy after that strange warning from Luffy. No matter how easy it would be to assume he was just playing, just being a child, there was still a nagging feeling that Luffy wasn't a normal child. Thatch gave his shoulder a roll, told himself off for being ridiculous, and continued up into the forest towards the little cabin. He hadn't noticed it until now, but the forest was silent, almost desolate. Yesterday the area had been alive with the small sounds of animal life. Now it was like the very trees were holding their breath. He was once told that a quiet forest was the first sign of a predator laying in wait. He'd always thought that was myth. And if he did ever believe it, he never thought the experience would be as frightening as people said it was. It was freaking terrifying. Suspense hung in the air and pressed down heavily on Thatch's psyche. Thatch wasn't relieved when he came to the small cabin. In fact, the suspense just grew heavier. It somehow seemed darker than the last time he was here. A shiver shook up his spine when he noticed the door was ajar. Thatch was sure they'd closed it. He gulped, trepidation filling his gut. God, I'm being silly. It's just a house. Thatch reprimanded himself. He was letting a little kid freak him out. It wasn't like there was any danger on this island that was even in his league. Thatch stepped into the house, laughing a bit at himself. Now then, I wonder which of these are his favorites, Thatch asked himself. He bent over to pick up a plush tiger toy when he noticed the mess all over the floor. Sand, he whispered. Thatch jumped back when the sand began to shift on its own. What the hell? With a loud bang, the door behind Thatch slammed shut. He swung around, sword drawn and ready for a fight. Thatch's eyes widened as he recognized the disheveled man blocking the exit. Crocodile. Thatch dropped his sword, entire body going numb from the surprise and the blast of nostalgia that hit him. He was so relieved. They hadn't heard news of the man for years. They'd been afraid he was dead. Crocodile, what are you? Shut up, Crocodile growled, taking a step forward as sand began to swirl around the room in abrasive rage. You don't get to speak my name. You don't get to act friendly with me. I could kill you right now. I'd like to kill you, but I'll show mercy once you tell me. Where the hell is my son? Thatch backed away, fear growing in his gut. Crocodile, I don't understand. Wait, your son. Crocodile snarled, sprinting at Thatch to shove him against the wall with enough force to rattle the whole house, one hand gripping his throat. His skin began to slowly dry, mummifying. Don't make me ask it again, Thatch. Where is Luffy? Thatch looked into enraged golden eyes, fearing that today was the day he died. He was choking and couldn't even hope to answer before Crocodile raised his poison-covered rapier. Too late. Everything went black for Thatch. Haruto was screaming for help, running as fast as he could to the beach where Marco and Pops were. He needed help. Luffy had brought him to a small inlet where there was a dock built. He said they were there to meet his friend Titan. Haruto had expected an imaginary fish or something, but they were attacked by a sea king. It had lashed out and eaten Luffy whole before Haruto had even been able to react. He was praying to the gods that if he got help soon enough, they'd be able to cut Luffy out and he'd be fine. Pops, Marco, Haruto continued to scream. Luffy's in trouble. Haruto was crying, feeling like he'd failed his first ever little brother. He couldn't see very well, and when he crashed into something hard, he knew it was a miracle he hadn't run into anything before now. Haruto sniffled, trying to push himself back up only to grunt when a hand yanked him up by his shirt. You, a baritone voice growled. Haruto gasped, looking down to see he was really high up. The man shook him, forcing him to pay attention. Where is Luffy? He snarled. Ichi, who are you? Haruto was shaken again, his brain rattling around, causing a headache. Haruto understood then that he wasn't allowed to say anything but what the man wanted. He looked up into golden eyes, his scary scar looking like a reptile's cruel smile as he growled like a beast about to kill. He's back there. We were meeting his friend. Titan, of course. The man gasped, dropping Haruto like a rotten sack of potatoes. The man stepped over the bruised child and was gone before Haruto could blink. Who? Haruto shook his head and hopped up, continuing his mad run for Marco and Pops. Crocodile reformed on the edge of the beach, staring out into the water to see Luffy happily playing hunt. The game relied on the same basic idea as dogs play fighting. It looked terrifying, but the Sea King truly had no intention of harming Luffy, as hard as that had been for Crocodile to trust at first. Luffy, Crocodile called. Baby, come here. Crocodile continued, his voice unfortunately not carrying over the waves. He bit his lip in worry. If that Sea King wasn't splashing around so much he'd have turned to sand, plucked the boy up, and would already be off towards his boat, running far, far away from here. Luffy, Crocodile called again, thinking he should have knocked that kid out. His head start was dwindling with every passing second. Crocodile waved frantically from the shoreline, just out of reach from the swaying waves. Titan was holding Luffy by his shirt now, carting him around while he giggled madly. Crocodile called again and the boy's head swung around, glimpsing him. Daddy, he cried out, reaching with his hands in a clear indication that he wanted to be in Crocodile's arms. Crocodile reached out too, Titan already obediently swimming up to shore to give Luffy back. Luffy. Crocodile's eyes widened and he staggered back. That voice, he knew that voice well. Crocodile looked up instinctively and saw blue flames blinding his vision. Crocodile stumbled further back, his chest heaving up and down. His vision went dark, images flashing in his mind's eye, the world overtaken by the rush of blood in his ears. Hey, don't hurt Titan. Luffy's scream broke through for just a moment. Daddy, stop him. Crocodile could see blue flames diving for his son, the Sea King behaving like it had been hurt. Did Marco already attack? Crocodile didn't see. Hands all over, touching, forcing, ripping, he was screaming and they wouldn't go. Crocodile reached out for Luffy, his child's screams intermingling with the screaming inside his head. They were indistinguishable, but his hands were gone, turning to sand without his consent. Blood pooling down his face, a knife in his hands, blue flames. Blue flames. Crocodile's legs shook and it was like they were trying to run away without him, without Luffy. Titan, run away. Luffy's scream broke through again, breath rushing back into Crocodile's lungs like a punch to the gut, and Crocodile suddenly crumbled completely into sand. He was such a pathetic father. He couldn't even help his child in such a critical moment. And even though he recognizes that, he couldn't bring himself to reform. Marco was carrying away his crying child now, and Crocodile still couldn't move. He was a fucking coward. Why you who hurt Titan? Luffy sobbed, trying to push himself out of Marco's clawed foot. Flying the boy to the beach, most of the crew was relaxing on. Haruta had burst through the trees and screamed that Luffy needed help, that a sea king had eaten him. Marco had flown over so fast a person could be forgiven in thinking he was a missile, not a bird. He'd managed to injure the sea king and snatch up Luffy before the vicious animal had swam away. Marco would have gone after it, but Luffy had been screaming and babbling angry words, all directed at him for hurting the sea king, of all things. Luffy, calm down. It's okay. You're safe now. Marco tried to hug the boy close when they landed near Whitebeard, just like he had the night before, but Luffy struggled and clawed like a wild animal. No, you hurt Titan. You hurt my friend. Luffy snapped, his teary eyes filling with anger. Where's my daddy? I want my daddy. Go away. I don't want you. Daddy. Luffy, Whitebeard called, his haki washing over the panicking child. Relax. Luffy disliked the order he heard come from the giant old man. He decided he hated being told what to do by strangers. Unfortunately, Luffy's body relaxed without his consent, his crying slowing down. The minute he was calmer, Marco was hugging him close, whispering words of apology that didn't feel all that apologetic to Luffy. I'm sorry, Luffy, but that beast had you in its mouth. I didn't know you would get upset. I was just trying to protect you. Luffy sniffled. But Titan wouldn't hurt me. He's my very best friend. And Daddy was watching too. You hurt Titan. Marco and Whitebeard shared a look, both shaking their heads at the boy's nativity. They were sure he was suffering some kind of lonely delusion. Luffy, my son, sea kings are vicious beasts. They are dangerous animals, not your friends. Whitebeard shooed a distressed Haruto away for a moment, knowing Luffy needed him just a bit more right now. Whitebeard approached Marco and Luffy, looking straight down at the boy so maybe he'd understand. No, that isn't true. Titan is my friend. He said so. Luffy insisted, his eyes unwavering. Whitebeard just sighed, realizing this child would need constant supervision if he honestly thought a sea king was friendly. Luffy pouted, cuddling into Marco's arms as he felt the tension dissipate. He was still mad at Marco, but he'd apologized and wouldn't hurt Luffy's friends again. Luffy would be sure of that because he would let it happen. Can we check to see if Titan is okay? And find Daddy. I think he's at the beach still. Marco sighed and looked at Whitebeard, who shook his head. No, Haruta says he has something to tell me. And Thatch is still gathering Luffy's things. Marco, I want you with me. I'll send Aizu to go help Thatch out. That means Luffy will be staying here where we can keep an eye on him. But Whitebeard looked down at Luffy with an intense concentration, power pulsing from him again. Silence. Luffy's mouth snapped shut. That strange force the giant could control flooding through Luffy. He really didn't like that. Whitebeard called over Aizu, telling the man to go check on Thatch. Aizu ran off to do that immediately. Marco whispered assurances but didn't let Luffy down, keeping the boy trapped in his arms. Luffy only truly calmed down when the ocean let him know Titan was fine, just in a little bit of pain. Luffy just wanted his dad now. He'd just disappeared on the beach, but he had been really scared, so Luffy didn't fault him. He wished he knew what scared him so bad though. Can I play in the sand? Luffy asked, despondently wishing the sand would lift from the ground and form his father. But it didn't. Sure, kiddo, Marco muttered, placing Luffy at his feet while Whitebeard tried to calm 10-year-old Haruta down enough to talk rationally. Luffy focused on the sand, sticking his finger in the grains in order to draw. His mind was slowly working over these new feelings he was having. Marco had hurt his friend, but he also said it was just because he thought Titan was bad. His father had thought that too at first, so Luffy didn't feel good holding a grudge over that. But he also didn't like that weird power the giant man kept using. Even so, listening to them all, they still sounded good. Luffy had never been this conflicted before. Hey, what are you drawing? Marco asked, breaking Luffy from his thoughts. I'm drawing Daddy, Luffy told him, finishing the stick figure by adding his father's facial scar. Marco tilted his head curiously, noticing the slash through the stick figure was the same as the one yesterday, even though Luffy was sure his dad was back. Why did you cross him out? Marco asked, noticing that Whitebeard and Haruta had stopped discussing to hear the answer. I didn't cross him out. That's his scar. Luffy looked up at Marco with wide eyes, honestly not seeing how the rendering of the scar could be seen as anything else. His scar? Whitebeard asked, glancing at Haruta. Just like the man that confronted you in the forest. So, Luffy had been right. His father really was back. You saw my daddy. Luffy perked up, looking at the other boy for the first time in a while. Subconsciously he'd blamed the other boy for Titan getting hurt, because he'd misunderstood first. That scary man in the forest was your dad. Haruta gasped and Luffy's features twisted in upset. His dad wasn't scary. Haruta, what did this man look like? Whitebeard asked, already planning a search party so they could get the man and leave this island already. He was tall, had black slicked back hair, gold eyes, the scar obviously. Oh, and his skin was really pale, like kinda gray. As Haruta spoke, Whitebeard's eyes had widened, recognizing that description. Whitebeard and Marco exchanged a hopeful look, the full weight of this realization not sinking in quite yet. Could it be Crocodile? Yeah, that's Daddy's name. Luffy cheered, his sunshine personality finally having bounced back completely. Whitebeard grabbed his chest, breath stuttering out as it truly hit him what this really meant. Dad, my son is a... Whitebeard gulped, looking down at the adorable little boy. He'd had no idea this gift even existed just 2 days ago. I'm a grandfather, he whispered in reverence. Luffy hadn't ever heard that word before, so just tilted his head while wondering why the giant man was looking at him with stars in his eyes. What's a grandfather? Luffy asked. Marco choked on air, immediately startled that Crocodile, no matter his petty issues with them, wouldn't tell his son about his grandfather, especially when that grandfather was probably the world's greatest father. He didn't. Whitebeard stopped himself, halting those bitter feelings before they could fully form. He could correct anything wrong now, in the present. For now there were more important things to worry about. Luffy, do you know where your father is? Luffy nodded enthusiastically. Daddy's hiding in the sand near where Titan likes to play. Marco, Whitebeard said with authority. On it. Marco nodded, wings turning to fire and heading off towards the part of the beach where he'd saved Luffy just as quickly as before. Crocodile had gotten away from them, left their protective embrace, but they had finally found him. They could finally fix whatever Crocodile's damn issues had been. He didn't know why Crocodile hated them so much, why he'd never come home that final time. But this time they weren't going to let him just run away from his problems like he always did. Marco looked over the beach and found a set of footprints that looked to be from someone pacing. There was no trail to or from them, meaning that must be where Crocodile was hiding. Why he was hiding Marco had no idea. Marco landed on the beach, eyeing the sand with heavy suspicion and disapproval. I know you're there, Marco started, seeing the sand actually flinch. Isn't this a little excessive? Do you really hate us so much that you'd rather hide away in the sand? Marco waited, arms crossed and tapping his foot impatiently. It took a few minutes until a deep voice growled, yes. Marco rolled his eyes. Here we go again. Crocodile the rebellious brat was finally back. Crocodile had to steel himself before he reformed. He had to reform. It wasn't like he could keep hiding when his adversaries had the only thing he gave a shit about. They could leave with him if Crocodile didn't put his foot down soon. He reburied all the emotion he'd long been decidedly ignoring and appeared before Marco in a small whirlwind of sand. Crocodile sucked in a harsh breath as he looked down at Marco for the first time in years. He looked older. It was a stupid detail to get fixated on, but it was the one Crocodile did. He was no longer the young kid Crocodile remembered. His big smile no longer a permanent fixture on his face. Crocodile knew it was just because he was upset at the moment, but Crocodile could tell that Marco had developed a more no-nonsense outward appearance. Crocodile assumed he still looked the same. He didn't think Marco had ever seen him happy, only angry and miserable. You got your gender changed, Marco said as soon as Crocodile was revealed to him. He'd completely forgotten that the last time he'd seen Marco he had been in a woman's body. Crocodile glared, annoyed that the man could steal his child and just fly by that point without acknowledgement. Where's my son? Crocodile growled low in his throat, his entire demeanor closed off. Crocodile didn't acknowledge Marco as family verbally or even with subtle physical gestures. Marco frowned harder at the now grown man. Crocodile, is that seriously all you have to say to me? Marco gritted out between his teeth. The boy was with their father, he was fine. Crocodile should know their father wouldn't allow any harm to come to the child. What would I have to say to a stranger? Crocodile snapped, unknowingly delivering a heavy emotional blow to Marco's heart. You come to my home, take my child, and do harm to his way of life because you don't understand it. Of course, the only thing I have to say to you is to ascertain where the hell you've taken my fucking child. Marco took a step back, his fists curling out of frustration. It had been about a decade, and yet Crocodile still held on to anger, an anger that was unfounded as far as Marco was concerned. Marco, where is my son? Crocodile's voice boomed over the sandy beach. The small grains rippled like water as the ground shook beneath them. It was moments like this Marco remembered this man shared in the fearsome bloodline of Newgate. He swallowed nervously. just around the bend on the beach. He's with Pops. Gods, calm down, he's fine. Marco stopped as a blast of sand knocked him on his ass. Crocodile already halfway down the beach. Crocodile wasn't going to stick around to listen to Marco give him a lecture he didn't believe he deserved considering the reason he left in the first place. Crocodile watched the shoreline, trepidation and anxiety crawling up his throat like a vicious animal. He looked around for the telltale signs of seamen landing on a beach, the drag marks of long boats in the sand and other such things. It was only as he got to the beach he'd once built Luffy a playpen when he was still too young to be trusted near the water that he stopped. He stepped closer to the deep gorges in the sand where Whitebeard must have placed his chair. The evidence of people was all around, but not one of them was left. Looking out to sea, Crocodile could see the last of them reaching the Moby Dick, the massive ship barely a mile from the beach. Whitebeard, the manipulative bastard that he was, must have taken everyone back to the ship the moment he realized who Luffy was. That man was currently using Luffy to bait Crocodile back to the ship he'd ran away from as a teen. He knew the man would want him back, and he knew it wasn't out of love or care. His father wanted him back because he liked to pretend he was some miracle perfect family man leader. Having his own flesh and blood out of his control kinda ruined that narcissistic ego trip. Having become a father himself, Crocodile knew that children didn't suddenly make a person infallible. He made plenty of mistakes with Luffy, and would probably continue to. His father's problem was that he didn't think he could make a mistake in his self-appointed role as father of the unwanted on these seas. Crocodile bit his lip, shifting and fidgeting as he tried to decide how to proceed. He had to go to the ship to get his child. Whitebeard wasn't above just sailing away with someone else's child. He didn't remember Whitebeard ever searching for family members when a young child joined the crew all those years back, after all. But he also realized Whitebeard probably wouldn't be too willing to allow Crocodile to just leave with who Whitebeard would call his grandchild. He couldn't go, and he couldn't not go. It was like an unsolvable riddle. And more so, Crocodile just didn't want to set foot back on that ship. Some of his worst memories, things he never wanted to remember but featured heavily in his nightmares more than he'd like, happened in the depths of that ship. Blood running down his face, steel biting against the bridge of his nose, a laugh he could never forget. Blue flames. Fuck, Crocodile hissed, forcefully pulling his hands into his chest, trying to stop them from shaking. He had to get back up, call someone, but who did he really have to call? Dragon possibly. Most of the warlords from his brief stint as one were out obviously. He never ended up getting acquainted with the Snake Empress. Jim was just a no. Crocodile would have a hard time not killing Moria. His laugh was absolutely irritating. Mihawk, maybe. Doflamingo. Crocodile gulped, rubbing at his arms uncomfortably. No, he couldn't call Doflamingo. The pain and betrayal he felt was still too fresh to even consider him, even if it had been a decade since they'd seen each other. So his options were Mihawk or Dragon, both unfeeling bastards, so great. His options were fucking great. Just perfect. Crocodile sighed into the wind, already knowing he wouldn't be able to force himself to actually call someone up and ask for help. It just wasn't within his wheelhouse to beg for help like a useless damsel. He'd struggled too hard to be anything other than independent. Even when the chips were down, Crocodile looked back up at the ship and decided it was stupid and childish to be afraid of a lifeless hull. It wasn't like he'd be sleeping in his childhood bedroom. Not like it would still be there. They'd probably assigned it to someone else by now, right? Whatever, that wasn't important. He wouldn't be sleeping there, period. He'd be getting Luffy and leaving. He was a fucking adult, a powerful man in his own right. His father couldn't ground him anymore, and he certainly couldn't force him to stay with him. Crocodile whipped himself back into an angry fury. It was easier to be angry than it was to feel everything he was actually feeling. He flew off the beach, a harbinger of doom should his son be harmed in any way, and that includes emotionally. Thatch, Aizu called, walking up the forest path towards the little house he hadn't had the pleasure of seeing before. When he'd first heard about the boy living in the woods, he'd assumed it was like a feral little creature, but this house looked pretty nice honestly. It was better than anything he had as a child. Hey, Thatch, you done getting the kids' stuff? Aizu yelled as he approached the door of the house. He wanted to get back sooner rather than later. He'd heard the news that cute little Luffy was Crocodile's kid. Their lost brother had always been a little rough around the edges. Aizu knew he should get back soon since he was probably the only one that can talk any sense into him. Aizu was under no misunderstandings. Crocodile disliked him too, but probably a little less than everyone else. Aizu made Crocodile's very first binder, and even spoke up for him the first time he declared he was a boy. Crocodile always had a bit more patience for Aizu after that. He hoped that was still true. Aizu frowned as he got to the door without receiving a response. Thatch, Aizu asked again, opening the door slowly. Aizu gasped in shock when all he found was a small bloodstain on the floor in the house long cold. It was immediately clear that something horrible had happened. Fuck, Thatch, Aizu yelled, running into the house to find some clue of where he'd gone. The fact that there wasn't a huge bloodstain gave him some hope that Thatch was still among the living. Obviously, the man had been caught up in Hurricane Crocodile. The man was a Category 5 storm, and it was dangerous to get caught unawares by that man. Damn it, Thatch. You better still be alive or we'll never get our brother back. When's Daddy coming? Luffy asked, pouting as he looked towards the railing. Rakugo hesitated. He wasn't sure he liked Whitebeard's decision to take Luffy back to the ship. He knew his chosen father just wanted to ensure Crocodile couldn't run away from their loving embrace again. But he couldn't help but think how Whitebeard would feel if someone decided to just take one of his children with no regard for him. He'll be along shortly. He knows you're here. He won't leave you alone. Luffy looked unsure, biting his lip as he looked off towards the shore. He had felt his father's flare of fear. Luffy didn't quite understand it all really, but he got the distinct impression his father didn't want to come to this ship. His fear has screamed something about flames. Ever since he'd confirmed his father's name, all the emotions around him had spiked. The world was screaming at Luffy in a way he'd never experienced before. Everyone he passed had something to say, without even knowing they were saying it all to Luffy. The young boy wasn't sure if it was because he'd never been around this many people before, but it was making him really confused. It was hard to understand what exactly was happening when everything and everyone had an opinion. Our little brother is back. Is that guy really joining our family? Better sleep with one eye open. I've heard the stories. He'll probably stab someone in their sleep. My son's son. Fate has brought me a gift. I won't let the past repeat itself. Crocodile's back. Why would he come back after we helped him go? Poor boy, he should have never come back. We will fix him this time. We won't let him go off to be miserable, alone. All of it contradictory, and all about his father. Some of the crew seemed excited and determined, but some were distrustful and wary. The giant man was radiating a hesitant joy. The ship was speaking, which hadn't happened much the night previously, and had the strangest mix of sorrow and excitement. The ship's words were the most confounding of them all too. It sounded like the ship loved his father dearly, but wanted him nowhere near it. It confused Luffy because it wanted his father away for his father's own good. Luffy couldn't understand with his very limited knowledge and experience of the world. Luffy, Whitebeard rumbled, seeing his son's struggle to keep the boy calm. He'd lend a hand, especially since he wanted to get to know the boy more anyway. This was his first grandchild, after all. Once wide chocolate eyes focused on him, Whitebeard continued, "Come sit on my lap, I'd like to talk with you." Whitebeard smiled softly at the boy, idly wondering whose eyes the child had inherited. Was it selfish to wish he'd been born with Crocodile's golden eyes, the color the same as Whitebeard's own? Okay, Luffy nodded with little hesitation. He could feel the man's genuine desire to get to know him, to bond with him. The intensity of it unsettled Luffy a bit, more because he still had no idea what this new word, grandfather, meant more than anything else. Luffy toddled over, pushing himself up into the giant's mighty palm when the appendage was lowered for him. Soon enough he was comfortably sitting in Whitebeard's lap. Whitebeard's eyes grew soft at the sight of the small boy clutching at his pants. It was like reliving the years his own children had been young enough to want to be in his lap for a story. And he looked so much like Crocodile too. He couldn't help the vibrancy of which he pictured the happy memories. Luffy's eyes sparkled as a feeling so strong it became seeable wrapped around him. This happened from time to time. It had taken him months to realize he was sharing in a memory the first few times it happened. Luffy had only seen one other scene like this. It was a very particular one when his father was really happy. He only saw it when his father was thinking of it. His father had been so inexplicably happy the day it happened. A song he had forgotten how much he loved humming in his chest as he bounced a 2-year-old Luffy around in an informal dance. Luffy couldn't actually remember it, but he'd seen it secondhand enough to know he loved that day too. This was kinda like that. One second he was alone in his grandfather's lap. The next he could see the faded memory of another raven-haired boy sharing that space. His smile was small, but Luffy could tell he'd been really proud of the giant man he was gazing up at. He'd felt important and loved in this space. Luffy instantly wished he knew who that boy was when the memory faded away with the settling of the giant's strong emotional reaction. "Luffy, I'm sorry my boy, but what did you say your full name was again?" Whitebeard finally pulled himself out of his remembrance to realize the child didn't bear his surname. Crocodile surely wasn't so rebellious he'd change his own name, right? He was hoping this was a mistake. That now that the child knew they were family he'd give his true name. Luffy grinned, pride for the name he was given welling up. "Whiny D. Luffy." Luffy giggled. His father had explained it to him. They were free, they were forging their own path, so they had picked their last name together just last year. "Whiny, that isn't right. Is that your other father's name?" Whitebeard asked, disregarding the D for now since that was a bit much to unpack on top of everything else. "But no, Daddy and I picked it together. 'Cause Daddy likes the banana gators he showed me in his books, and I like the sound." "Whiny, Whiny, Whiny." Luffy very happily sang the name he'd apparently picked, playing with the enunciation giddily. "HM," Whitebeard stroked his chin. Well, did your father ever tell you your real name? He asked, hoping his son had at least done that much. The boy should know what legacy he comes from. But that is my real name, Luffy insisted with a pout of growing frustration. No, son, your father is my son. That means your real name is Newgate. Newgate D. Luffy. Whitebeard pet back the boy's bangs, looking him in the eye as he informed him of his true name. Luffy frowned, not sure how to take this new information. He could feel that the giant was being honest. But he also knew his father liked their shared last name. Would his father really be okay with this? Newgate, Luffy mumbled questioningly, testing the sound of the name on his tongue. He didn't dislike it, but he didn't want to go by it either. Do I have to? Whitebeard opened his mouth to reply but stopped when he felt a furious presence hurling towards the ship, along with Marco not far behind. Only a moment later a loud bang reverberated from the deck before Whitebeard. The entire ship rocked from the force as a living sandstorm landed. Crocodile, Whitebeard said, calming himself as he knew this wouldn't be pretty. You've finally returned, brat. The sand settled, revealing Crocodile's scarred, snarling face, his posture that of a man on the edge, or even a spooked cat. Daddy, Luffy screeched, leaping off Whitebeard's lap before he could be stopped. Luffy's little body couldn't hope to actually jump the large distance from Whitebeard's lap to his father's arms. But before anyone could even try to save the child from a belly flop on the steps to Whitebeard's chair, a haze of sand had already caught the boy. It happened so fast that the only explanation was parental instinct built up over years. The sand snapped the giggling happy boy right into Crocodile's arms. He slotted into the raven-haired father's arms perfectly. Luffy, Crocodile breathed, finally something untangling in his chest. He'd missed his boy. Crocodile squeezed the child close, maneuvering Luffy's head to rest safely in the crook of his neck. Daddy, I missed you. Luffy cuddled into Crocodile's strong arms, his already sunny personality shining even brighter. Marco landed just moments after Crocodile, looking around at the shell-shocked crew of brothers that seemed to have no idea how to proceed. For many, this was their first time seeing Whitebeard's lost son, and he wasn't making a great first introduction to all their new brothers. For the ones that knew Crocodile, they weren't too surprised. He'd always been hot-headed and vindictive, although seeing him tenderly holding a child as sweet as Luffy was a sight indeed. See, I told you he was fine. Marco huffed. Crocodile shot a dark look at Marco before ignoring everyone and focusing on his child. I missed you too. Oh god, baby, you scared the hell out of me. Going off with strangers, haven't I taught you better? Crocodile spoke to the boy with a ringing of gentleness no one on the ship had ever heard from him before. Oh, they felt good though. Luffy frowned, not understanding what he'd done wrong but also knowing that he must have done something. I'm sorry, Daddy. Are you mad at me? Crocodile's face softened incredibly, Whitebeard's eyes narrowing at the open honesty and love on his child's face. It had been a long time since he'd been blessed with such a look. No, baby, how could I ever be mad at you? Crocodile asked, caressing his son's soft chubby cheek. You're perfect, Crocodile told him with a surprise Eskimo kiss to his button nose. And he wasn't even lying. Luffy was such a good child. He listened well, was well-mannered, and greeted every difficulty with a happy smile. He couldn't have gotten luckier. Through everything this world had thrown at him, at least it gave him Luffy too. Luffy giggled and batted at Crocodile like a playful kitten. Stop being silly, Daddy. Crocodile smiled for the boy, taking a moment to be sure he was truly unharmed. Marco hadn't exactly been careful with those talons of his back when Crocodile knew him. Luckily it seemed like he'd gotten better at wielding them though. Luffy was unharmed. Still, even if a stranger feels good, you shouldn't go off with them, Luffy. Remember our conversation. Good people can do bad things. You don't know these people. And why's that, Crocodile? Whitebeard finally spoke up. Crocodile stiffened, tightening his hold on Luffy to glare up at Whitebeard. We wouldn't be strangers to him if you'd bothered to inform your family of this new addition. What? Crocodile growled. Daddy, the giant says he's my grandfather. What's that word mean? Luffy perked up to ask. Crocodile snapped his eyes down to meet Luffy's in horror. His father was already stepping out of line. Who the hell messes with someone else's child? Crocodile's father, that was who, because he had no morals or boundaries. He looked back up to Whitebeard, his eyes even more furious than before. Crocodile snarled at the man. He isn't an addition, and you are not our family. You are definitely not my child's grandfather. Daddy, what's the word mean? Luffy whined more forcefully. It means bad man. And my Luffy is too smart to talk to bad men, right? Crocodile snapped at the child. The boy didn't even flinch, used to his father's harsh way of speaking. Oh, Luffy puffed. First you isolate him from the world and his family, and now you lie to him. Whitebeard rumbled angrily. He looked at the child and spoke a bit softer. Grandfather means your father's father, son. He is not your son. Crocodile became crazed at the sound of the word, more so because it had been addressed to his fucking son. Let's make this goddamn clear, you old fool. I left this family. I want no part in being your extended midlife crisis. So as for my son being a new addition, I think you'll find he wouldn't fit in your collection of unwanted children. My son is no thrown-away soul like your usual type. He is wanted and loved by me. He needs no grandfather." The deck was silent after Crocodile's tirade, the stifling of anger building until Crocodile could swear it was buzzing in his ears. Like some kind of instinct, Crocodile looked down at Luffy, seeing how the poor boy was trying to curl into himself, his hands covering his ears desperately as he whimpered. He'd known for a while something was odd about his child. It was obvious, honestly. But the first time Crocodile had a bad day, and somehow the boy had just known, Crocodile had realized his child might just be a little more than he'd expected. Crocodile frowned, calming himself a little in order to pull his child closer protectively. All the anger can't be fun for his strange child. "How dare you?" came the reply once all of Whitebeard's little cult got past the initial shock. Someone Crocodile had never met had to be held back by one of the ones Crocodile did know. Whispers of "this is just how he is and don't mind him. Let Whitebeard handle it." Crocodile's always been like this danced through the air until it was relatively quiet again. Marco stomped forward, stepping in Crocodile's line of sight. "Do you really have to be so cold-hearted? You haven't seen us in years and that's what you have to say. And I planned on never seeing any of you again. Or did the uninhabited island I'd settled on send the wrong message?" Crocodile snarled snarkily. Whitebeard pinched the bridge of his nose, already knowing this wasn't going how he had hoped. He had thought Crocodile might at least be swayed for the sake of his child. Growing up in isolation was not good for that young boy. "Crocodile, think of your boy. He deserves his family." "I am his family," Crocodile roared, furious that Whitebeard could come here, steal his kid, and then claim him as family without a word of approval from his actual father. "I'm the only family he needs. You'd think you would be happy. We're your family too." Vista stepped forward to try and get through to his brother. They'd used to spend hours together. Vista trained him in sword fighting. Sure, Crocodile had always acted like it was some time of punishment, but was Vista wrong to think they potentially had a bond? Crocodile swung around and growled low in his throat at Vista, his eyes spitting fire. "Do I look happy to be forced into this situation, to see you all? Do not mistake the scar you dismissed for a smile." Crocodile snapped. "You're honestly still hung up on that?" Kingu gasped, surprised Crocodile could still be hanging onto a lie he told as a 17-year-old. Crocodile grew so angry he couldn't even find the words. Because how could he not still be angry about that? He opened his mouth to scream like a child, but on the first word accidentally bit his own tongue. "Oh, damn it," Crocodile slurred, a bit of blood dripping down his lip. "Daddy, you okay?" Luffy perked up at the spike of pain from his father. The physical kind instead of the emotional kind that had been prevalent since he'd come to this ship. Crocodile looked back to the boy, sighing softly as he swiped at the blood dripping down his lip. "I'm fine, I'm okay, baby." Luffy frowned, looking around at all the people. Anger was most definitely Luffy's second to least favorite emotion to hear from others. It was so loud, always screaming in his ears. Luffy's head was pounding from the variable storm cloud of anger assaulting him. But what mattered more to Luffy was how distressed his father was growing with every moment here. Luffy felt guilty for it. If he hadn't come to this ship, his father wouldn't have either. He'd had thoughts about finally getting to see the world the birds told him about. But Luffy didn't want to go with them if they upset his father so much. "Daddy, can we go home?" Luffy asked, wanting his father out of here, right now. Crocodile hugged Luffy, knowing he only asked that for him. Luffy was much more considerate than the average 5-year-old. "Of course, baby. We can go home." Whitebeard sat up, trying to stop what he knew was about to happen. "Now, wait just a mo. Are you going to stop me?" Crocodile growled. "I am not a child anymore. You cannot dictate my life." "Crocodile, just listen to you." My, are you really still insisting that you're the perfect father and I should just fall in line and obey when you haven't even noticed that your son hasn't returned?" Crocodile cut in with a smirk. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, brow twisting in confusion. Crocodile took a moment to enjoy watching his father mentally count all his children. When he found 2 missing, Crocodile could see the sudden panic. "Crocodile, what did you do?" Whitebeard asked, a straw away from breaking his back. "Let's just say, you should probably find Thatch soon. He doesn't have much longer now." Crocodile smiled genuinely at the sounds of outrage shouted at his back. "Goodbye forever. Never show your faces to me again." Crocodile launched into the sky, turning to sand as he carried his son over the waves in search of their small ship. They were getting the hell off this island tonight. Crocodile didn't need to pack. He'd bought new clothes and toys for Luffy in his recent shopping trip. "Daddy," Luffy called when they were high in the air. The boy was used to flying in a sandstorm, and was very comfortable inside the chaos of it. "Did you hurt Thatchy?" he asked with a sad pitch to his tone. Crocodile frowned, immediately disliking his son giving someone he hated such a loving nickname. "He'll live," Crocodile answered with a grunt. Thatch opened his eyes to see he was in a cave. His head was pounding and he found he couldn't move. "Poison." Thatch almost wanted to chuckle. Crocodile, the grumpy reptile, had always favored poisons. He just hoped it wasn't fatal. The fact that he was still alive at least gave him some reason to hope that Crocodile didn't exactly want him dead, at least not yet. A low reverberating growl made Thatch try to look around. His muscles were painfully stiff, but he could twist his neck an inch or two. That was how Thatch found out he was in a wolf's den. The beast circled around him aggressively. "Well, this is a tricky situation, eh?" Thatch said with a nervous gulp. "May I ask you boys not to eat me?" Whitebeard honestly couldn't believe how this had all gone down. He'd wanted to put the past in the past, start over and bring his son and grandchild back into the fold. But apparently Crocodile was still the most stubborn creature on the face of the earth. He hadn't even tried to hear them out, just took his child, spouted a bunch of nonsense, and then ran away. He always ran away. It was Crocodile's greatest talent. He sent Marco, one of the few with good enough observation hackie to search for a specific person, to find Thatch. He could trust that Crocodile hadn't killed Thatch outright if Crocodile said so, but he also believed the man when he said Thatch was running out of time. Marco would join up with Aizu and find the chef before it was too late. Whitebeard hoped they got to Thatch in time, partly for the chef's sake, but also for the sake of Crocodile and his child. Whitebeard couldn't allow anyone to harm his children, even one of said children. He could forgive it once if Thatch wasn't too hurt, considering Crocodile was still getting used to his family again. But killing one of his brothers would be unacceptable. It would hurt Whitebeard's heart to have to get vengeance for Thatch. Crocodile was still his baby after all. Being a father meant making difficult choices, and this will be a night full of such choices. Once he sent Marco and several others to search the island for Thatch. He tried to figure out what to do about Crocodile and little Luffy. Sending someone that didn't already know Crocodile and his volatile personality would only make things worse. But all the brothers that knew Crocodile didn't have the right skill set to actually deal with this. He wished one of his sons and Crocodile had any form of bond. The closest one to any sort of friendship with the stubborn boy was maybe Aizu. Whitebeard pulled out his mini snail, calling Marco to tell him to give Aizu a new mission when he found the man. Marco ended the call with Pops and sighed as he turned to Aizu. "Hey, Pops wants you to track Crocodile down and report where he is," Marco told the other man, exhausted and worried for a number of reasons. "Pops says not to get too close till he gets there, but if he spots you he's pretty sure Crocodile won't attack you immediately." Aizu, despite his worry for Thatch, couldn't help but smirk. "Well, I am the only one that he ever hugged." Aizu's smirk turned into a mocking grin when Marco rolled his eyes. "Heh, you still jealous, Marco? Just because you knew how to make a binder doesn't mean anything. So you got a hug from Crocodile? Whatever. He was my brother for a long time before you. I'm sure he'll realize that sooner or later." Marco bit out, an old jealousy reigniting. He'd known Crocodile the longest out of all the brothers, and yet Crocodile seemed to hate him the most. Marco had tried so hard when they were younger to get his brother's love and respect. He'd practiced every day with his devil fruit to be an impressive and cool older brother. He'd tried to get Crocodile to be involved with family parties and did everything he could to be understanding while pushing for him to be happy. He'd even used a new and fairly straining technique to try and heal Crocodile after he self-harmed and created that scar over his face. That had taken a lot out of Marco, and Crocodile had looked at him like he was a monster, treating his blue flames like they were burning him. No matter what Marco had tried, Crocodile had always treated him like the enemy. Marco touched down on the small boat, glaring at his little brother. The boy was 1 year older honestly, but didn't act like it. That's why Marco was considered the elder of the two. This had to be the upteenth time Crocodile had run away. He'd been doing it so often they'd stopped coming after him most times. But this time Pops had been extra worried. He had a feeling that Crocodile might just stay gone this time. Not to mention Crocodile was injured. He'd come back to the ship after his last attempt for attention, face bloody. Teach said he saw Crocodile doing it to himself when he was in town the night before. It wasn't hard to believe Crocodile would fake an attack to get attention. He acted like they all didn't give a shit about him. And a few weeks after that he'd gotten really sick. The head doctor and his assistant Whiskey would only tell everyone, Pops included, that Crocodile needed total rest. Looking over Crocodile now, Marco couldn't help but become concerned. He'd lost so much weight, his face was still bandaged and he was looking at Marco like he was expecting an attack. "Hey, I'm here to bring you home. Come on, get your stuff," Marco told Crocodile plainly with no room for argument. Crocodile laughed, the sound spiteful as well as self-deprecating. "Huh, sure, who says I'm going to listen to you?" Even as Crocodile's voice sounded strong, his hands were shaking, and his eyes were darkened with fear. Marco frowned, worried that maybe Crocodile was still sick. But now more than anything he was becoming downright annoyed. He was so done. He'd tried his best to be patient, but a person could only handle being treated like the enemy for so long. "I'm sick of this. You're too old to behave like this anymore. The temper tantrum is over. Come on now, we're going home." Marco snapped at Crocodile. "No, you can't make me. Crocodile stood, screaming at Marco as he backed up to the tiny ship's edge. Marco reached forward, intending to tug Crocodile away from the edge and then maybe just fly back with him willingly or not. Stop acting like a child. Not everything can be about you. Now you're going to come back, apologize to Teach and Pops, and then we're just going to forget this even happened. Marco roared at Crocodile. Everyone's worried about you, you know. Crocodile ripped his hands away and jumped backwards into the sea. Marco ran to the railing, chewing his lip in concern until Crocodile burst from the water with a gasp. I told you, I'm never going back, he screamed, treading water and glaring furiously. Just you try to make me. I'll drown you. Marco grit his teeth, seeing the line draw. Crocodile knew Marco couldn't touch the water. What a little brat. Marco forced out a frustrated breath. Why are you like this? Marco snapped. He just couldn't understand this. Crocodile had lucked out in life. He'd been born into the single greatest family on the seas, and had the world's kindest and most understanding father, yet he behaved like this. Crocodile flinched back, his glare intensifying. Why should I tell you? You never cared about me. Marco growled, slapping the railing. Crocodile, enough. We all care about you. Everyone has always cared a boo. No, I am not a bird. And not. You've all made that clear. Crocodile screamed, eyes looking like he was crying, but any tears couldn't be differentiated between all the sea water. The declaration confused Marco, having no idea what that meant. You can have your perfect father because I don't need one anymore. Just go. I don't want your idea of family. Marco, for just one single moment, saw the depths of pain that raged across Crocodile's face, before Crocodile's expression closed tighter than a bank vault. Just leave me alone, Crocodile growled, low and mentally exhausted. Can't you even do that for me? Crocodile, please just, Marco sighed, shoulders slumping. You know what, I'll come back once you're calm. We can talk it out properly. And you can come home, okay? Marco didn't wait, arms turning to wings as he sprang up into the sky. Planning to alert Pops to where Crocodile was, Marco flew away. Because of a sea storm, Crocodile had disappeared after that day. They'd planned to get back to him as soon as possible, wrap him in hugs and love, but the storm delayed them and Crocodile had used the storm to go to an island they hadn't believed he could manage to sail to in such a short amount of time. By the time their search reached that island, he was already long gone. It would be years until they heard news of the man, now a pirate captain himself. And then, about 6 years ago, Crocodile had gone missing. They'd all worried for his life, until he eventually just stopped being mentioned at all. He was alive, and life meant they had a chance to fix this. They had to fix this, here and now. Just go, Aizu. Maybe you can actually manage to get that dramatic man to come home. Marco waved Aizu away. All right, and you find Thatch. Idiot should have known better than to piss Crocodile off, Aizu said with a forced laugh. He didn't think Crocodile would actually hurt Thatch too bad. The aggressive man has always tolerated Thatch more than others like Kingdrew, Marco, and Jozo. Be careful with him, Marco warned Aizu before they went their separate ways. Marco followed the faint presence of Thatch's haki. Thatch mentally whispered thank the gods and deflated, eyes roving over to all the wolves. They hadn't attacked him, which was a plus, but it was very obvious they were guarding him. Marco, Thatch whispered soft enough to not wake the wolf that had made itself comfy in his numb lap. His entire body was now so numb he didn't think he could move at all except to blink. Careful, don't alert the wolves. Wolves? Marco squawked. Yeah, they haven't attacked, but not sure if that will last. Crocodile poisoned me. It's just like old times. Thatch tried to laugh, joking about all the times Crocodile had used him as a test dummy for his poison. This was how he knew he was Crocodile's favorite brother. But I sure would like the antidote now. Okay, I'll call Pops. I'll have Whiskey go to Crocodile's cabin. Maybe she can find the antidote there. Or maybe even look at the poison and mix an antidote up from that. Marco stepped away from the wolves' den to make the call. Aren't you supposed to be a doctor? Thatch teased from the darkness within. Marco's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. I am, but I don't have the luxury of having experience in a medic wing. I don't have the skill to mix up an antidote for a poison I don't have the first clue about. Fine, just say you can't. Thatch continued to tease the blonde. Thatch listened to the distant sound of Marco explaining the situation to their father. He was curious about all that had happened. Cute little Luffy was the son of their lost brother. Considering how furious Crocodile had been at the child's disappearance, Thatch doubted he hadn't found the kid by now. And he doubted even more that Pops hadn't taken action when it came out that Luffy was his blood grandson. Some chaos must have spiraled out of control while he was in the wolves' den. Hey, Marco, Thatch called as the man stopped outside the den again, considering what to do about all the wolves. Remember when we were young? Crocodile smiled when I came. I think about that a lot because the next day he seemed like he wanted nothing to do with me. Sometimes I wish I knew what I did to make him so mad. Maybe it wouldn't have come to this. It wouldn't have mattered, Marco hissed. Crocodile never told any of us why he would get so upset. I think it started with him being upset about having to share Pops. But after that I'm sure he just decided he wouldn't like us on principle. But did any of us ever ask? Thatch pressed. Don't you trust Pop's word? Marco pressed back. Of course I do. I just don't think someone would be mad for this long if he was simply jealous, Thatch explained, shakily managing to raise one arm to pat the wolf in his lap. Maybe Crocodile was just like a wild animal and needed a little more patience. We've been patient, Marco cut in. Thatch realized he'd said that last bit out loud. We all tried. We dragged him to parties and sat with him at meals no matter how many times he tried to move. We tried to include him as our brother. You know how many times I cried to Pops that I was afraid Crocodile hated me? Because you cried about it too. We all did our best. I don't think we can afford to be patient anymore, especially when there's an innocent child in the mix. Luffy doesn't deserve to be miserable just because Crocodile insists on being a brat. Thatch sighed. Yeah, I guess you're right. Whiskey and the others will be here soon. Everything will be okay. Marco sighed wearily. Not Pops? Thatch asked. No, Aizu called. He's found Crocodile. Pops is going to bring him home, one way or another. Daddy, Luffy called sleepily, growing grumpy because he was tired and couldn't sleep because they were still moving. He wanted his bed, he wanted comfortable cuddles, and he wanted to be held and to hold his father. But inside a sandstorm, a child could only pretend it was a hug for so long. I know, baby, Crocodile hushed the boy. He was searching for their small ship. He had been searching for nearly 2 hours and nothing. He had feared it, of course he'd feared it, but he couldn't remember if he'd tossed the anchor before leaving the ship on his furious search for Luffy. He had come to the answer that no, he had not dropped the anchor. Best case scenario, his ship had been swept out to sea. But it wasn't like that helped him since he wouldn't be able to search the fucking ocean for it. He'd have better luck trying to fly to the next island, which would be completely idiotic and stupid when he had such a precious child with him. Worst case if it capsized without anyone manning it and now was laid to rest on the ocean floor. But if Crocodile was honest with himself, both essentially meant the same thing. They were stuck on this island with his father. Fuck. Now he had no food, no way off the island, and no escape. Crocodile took a sharp turn, abandoning the beaches where he'd been searching for their ship, and instead headed for the only place he could consider marginally safe. On the other side of the island from his home, Crocodile had made a small garden area. It was his happy place, and was in a particularly well-hidden part of the island. Crocodile didn't waste time once he'd reformed himself. He wrapped Luffy up in his 2 strong arms, hustling straight into a small tool shack Crocodile had built for his gardening tools. Daddy, why aren't we home? Luffy asked, a grumpy twist to his brow. We're hiding, it's okay. We can nap here though, Crocodile tried to explain without showing how terrified he was for their future. He was pretty sure he failed, considering Luffy's eyes were beginning to water. It's like a game, okay. Don't be scared, we're playing a game. A game, Luffy mumbled softly as Crocodile removed his coat to wrap around the boy, making a soft place for him to get some desperately needed rest. Like hide and seek. Yeah, we're playing hide and seek, Crocodile whispered, exhausted as he relaxed back, holding on tight to his baby. Luffy cuddled into Crocodile's coat, a pensive expression playing over his face. I'm sorry, he mumbled while his eyes closed. I didn't know you didn't like them. They were nice. I thought you would. I didn't want Daddy to be alone anymore. Crocodile face pitched, refusing to look at his child when he knew just the type of pain that flashed across his face. A few tears managed to slip past his defenses as Luffy's breath evened out, falling asleep. How can you be so good? Crocodile found himself asking the silence rhetorically. A few ragged breaths trembled his chin as he buried his face in the tiny shoulders of the child, who seemed so much stronger than him. What the hell was he supposed to do? Crocodile was jolted awake from the all-too-familiar boom of his father's naginata slamming into the ground. The ground vibrated, the entire island threatening to give way from the power of the giant. Holy, what the fuck? Crocodile snarled, upset that the man would do something so intimidating and dangerous with a toddler around. Luffy shouldn't have to fear for his own safety right after a nap. Speaking of, Luffy had woken with Crocodile and was clinging to his chest, crying out in fear from the unknown situation. Hey, we're all right. Daddy's not gonna let anything happen to you, Crocodile promised, trying to soothe the upset child. For as mature as the kid could be, he was also an incredibly emotional being, and being woken so abruptly had terrified him. You brat, get your disobedient backside out here. The roar from Whitebeard made Luffy whimper, trying to snuggle closer to get more comfort from his parent. Go away. Crocodile snarled at the closed door of the garden shed, refusing to move. You little, Whitebeard began before another voice cut in. The voice speaking to Whitebeard, seemingly trying to calm the old pirate down. What? He harmed your brother and is now acting like a spoiled brat hiding out in a shed. He's a father, he should learn to. Aizu, I realize you want to help, but fine, you can deal with him. Crocodile listened, every word grating his nerves as Whitebeard held a conversation with Aizu. Aizu, hey there, kiddo. Crocodile looked up at the man wearing a kimono. He was still rather new, and had only recently gotten settled in the large family. What do you want? Crocodile hissed, his youthful face hard with a spiteful glare. I thought I'd ask. I couldn't help but notice you prefer men's clothes. I didn't want to assume, but would you like me to make you a binder? Crocodile looked up at the man, surprised that anyone had noticed anything about him. Even his own father kept saying his new form of dress was just him attention-seeking. Why would you do that for me? Crocodile asked, genuinely shocked at the show of actual care. Well, because I like this place. It feels like home, Aizu said with a loving smile at Crocodile. The young boy's face fell, understanding immediately that Aizu hadn't approached him because he wanted to know Crocodile, but because he was technically a part of this family. Pops would steal away even this level of consideration sooner or later anyway. No point in getting his hopes up. How nice for you, Crocodile mumbled, barely looking at Aizu. Hey, are you a binder would be nice. Crocodile cut him off, already knowing trying to explain his feeling, trying to gain any understanding for the many things he felt on the daily, was pointless. He was probably the only one Crocodile could claim hadn't treated him like an extension of Whitebeard. Still, Crocodile wasn't going to be forgiving anyone even for Aizu's sake. He was still a part of the crew that centered in most of his shitty memories. Croc, Aizu called, closer to the door than Crocodile was expecting. His arms tightened protectively around his crying baby. Could you come out? We'd just like to talk. Elzu paused, waiting for a reply that wouldn't be coming. Please, I realize emotions are high right now and you're upset, but can't we all just talk? We're all family, and we'd like you to be a part of that again, especially now that you have a child. Wouldn't it be better to? Crocodile leapt forward, throwing the door open with a furious glare directed at a shocked Aizu. How dare you? Crocodile shouted, hugging a coat-covered Luffy as close as he could, guarding him against all hardship. Do you have a child? Crocodile asked Aizu, stomping into his personal space. No, then don't you ever fucking dare try to tell me what would be better for my child. Croc, please, just calm down, Aizu tried. No, not when you and everyone else are trying to force me back into a situation that made me miserable. Crocodile snapped. I won't put Luffy through that. Would you stop playing the victim? Whitebeard yelled, cutting into the conversation. You've always done this. Even as a father, you still only think about yourself. That child was ecstatic to have more people around him before you came and decided for him how to feel about us. Whether you like it or not, we are that child's family. No, enough, Whitebeard shouted from deep within his gut. Luffy flinched hard, his cries stopping the moment he heard the commanding voice. He was afraid to breathe. With everything happening, he hadn't been able to take in any of the words being said, or the heavy emotions shouting at him. His own emotions had been too hectic to take in any others. His father wobbled from the command, managing to stay on his feet and clutching at Luffy so hard it was beginning to hurt. Crocodile was panting from the effort it took to withstand Whitebeard's conqueror's haki. He was damn near passing out now. Pops, Aizu cried out. This isn't helping, we can talk this out. Aizu, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but Crocodile doesn't want to talk. He wants to blame us for everything after having attacked his brother for nothing. Whitebeard said, looking over Crocodile with such depths of disappointment. Crocodile scoffed loudly. I don't want to talk. No, I'm just sick to death of you never listening. Crocodile accused. When did I not listen? I always had time for all my children. Not believing all your lies and not listening aren't the same thing. Whitebeard said this with a powerful boom of his Naginata. Sure, you always listen. After your kids have to battle hundreds of siblings for a minute of your time. That's not even taking in account all your favorites. Crocodile hissed under his breath. Crocodile's face dropped, an angry snarl twisting into something sad and so very tired. You know, thinking you listen and actually listening aren't the same thing. Crocodile gave a snarky stomp of his foot imitating Whitebeard's words to mock him. Fine, name one time I didn't listen. Go on, give me an example if you can. Whitebeard challenged. Crocodile glared at the man, looking down into the watery eyes of his sweet child. Crocodile brushed his hair back, growing angry again as he remembered the treatment of his child's friend. When my son told me he'd made friends with a Sea King, I didn't dismiss him out of hand. I was willing to allow him to explain and show me evidence. Can you say the same when you heard about Luffy's Sea King friend? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed before he rolled them. A Sea King isn't a friend. He said this with the authority of a man who thought he knew every secret of the world. See, you never listen. Just dismiss like you always do. Act like you know better than everyone and about everything. You know what? Why don't you just skip to the part where you dismiss us too? Just leave us alone. We don't want you. Whitebeard eyes burned with anger. Crocodile truly was one of the few people that knew how to really push his buttons. Crocodile, this has gone on long enough. Obviously, you need to calm down before we can have a productive conversation. Crocodile's mouth was foaming from the rage. Whitebeard had just been told, with examples, that he dismissed people, and here he was, dismissing Crocodile again. All your things have already been moved to the ship. You are coming home. Will you fuck off? Crocodile snarled. I am an adult. You cannot tell me what to do. You can't just come here and... Luffy suddenly shuddered as his father slumped, falling to his knees. A blast of power had swept past them, wrapping around his father and weakening him. That power had spoken, loud and clear, silence. Crocodile's eyes widened in fear when he fell to his knees. On instinct he began to shift to sand no matter how hard it was to stay conscious. He could see Aizu still trying to declare that they could still resolve this amicably. Crocodile knew that wasn't true, and he needed to get the hell away from here. Juru, now! Whitebeard yelled. Like a speeding bullet, Juru was suddenly next to Crocodile, already clicking a C-prism stone handcuff to his left wrist. You bastard! Crocodile shouted, swinging one arm at the man, but Juru managed to jump back before Crocodile could hit him. Luffy felt Crocodile's spark of fear, the emotion so vicious that everything else was draining out of Luffy. All he could hear was his father's voice ringing inside his head. Captured, can't be captured. No, no, not again, not again, not again, I can't. It replayed over and over again in Luffy's head and only got worse when Marco landed alongside the giant man in a hail of blue flames. His father's thoughts went from frantic to hysterical. It was frenzied and bloodthirsty. Luffy somehow knew the only thing keeping his father from ripping at the skin of his wrist to get the shackle off was the fact that Luffy was taking up his other hand. Crocodile had devolved into furious animalistic noises, barely looking human. He instead looked like a wild animal. A wolf backed into a corner with his pup. Luffy didn't know what was happening. He didn't know why his head was pounding so much. He desperately tried to wiggle from his father's arms, wanting to protect the man but not knowing how. Blue flames, blue flames, blue flames. Crocodile's thoughts had centered on those flames he feared so much. His feelings were so intense that Luffy could feel the many hands his father was hallucinating were holding him down. Luffy whimpered and finally pushed himself from his father's arms. Luffy fell to the ground, jacket and all. He immediately looked to the people he'd met that were now being so mean to his father. Luffy opened his mouth to yell at them when his eyes caught on Marco. Blue flames. Were those the flames that scared his dad so much? Hey, stop being mean to Daddy, Luffy shouted, as if just realizing that Luffy had left his protective embrace. Crocodile's head snapped around to stare at Luffy with a deceptively blank look. Luffy knew behind that look was a sea of raging feelings, all of them too out of control for Luffy to understand. Luffy, Crocodile whispered, his voice pitched in terror. His father lunged for him suddenly, and only when two strange hands pulled him up and away did he realize why. Someone had just snatched him away from his father, and the man had been trying to stop them. Give him back, Crocodile screamed, mouth foaming from rabid emotions. Luffy looked down to see blue flame-coated arms holding him. Let me go. Daddy, Daddy, Luffy screamed and tantrumed, reaching out for his father. I want my daddy. Luffy was beginning to cry. SHH, Luffy, it's okay, Marco whispered to him. Luffy looked up at the man with accusatory eyes, wet with tears. What did you do to Daddy? Luffy snapped at him. Marco only frowned, petting Luffy's hair. We're trying to help. I know it doesn't seem like it right now, but it'll all get better soon. Luffy didn't know about that. Crocodile snarled, forcing himself up to his feet. His willpower to fight off Whitebeard's conqueror's haki increased the moment he saw his baby wrapped up in blue flames. Release my son. Crocodile screamed so loud his throat ripped internally. He went sprinting at Marco, intending to kill him. He's mine. Another blast of power rocked the garden, every bit of it focused on Crocodile. Luffy heard it loud and clear now. Fall. Crocodile flinched, legs losing power as he fell to the ground. On his hands and knees, eyes losing color as he panted from the toil it took to not pass out. Crocodile crawled, eyes locked on Luffy's small frame. My baby. Haze. The only good thing that came from. Sleep now. The power the giant could use whispered, its tone more gentle now. Crocodile's words were lost to silence as he fell to the ground completely now, going still and his emotions finally evening out to something blank and void. Only Luffy would ever know the end of that sentence. The only good thing that came from being captured. Luffy began to sob, needing the outlet from everything his dad had felt. He was so sad and scared. Why were these people doing this to them? What did Luffy and his father ever do to deserve this? Luffy, Marco tried to get the toddler's attention, but the child only had eyes for his dad, fighting to get back to him. Listen, please calm down. Everything is going to be okay now. No, Luffy slapped at Marco's hands, refusing to listen. Daddy doesn't want you, so I don't too. Luffy shouted at him. Luffy, please understand. We want to help your daddy. Marco tried to get Luffy to see their side. Luffy could hear that they were being genuine and honest, but right now he couldn't accept that. Not after the sheer panic his dad had felt, which was still ricocheting around inside him. Luffy kicked, a little foot finding a weak spot. Marco's arms loosened around Luffy with a pained grunt, and he instantly took the opportunity to jump from the man's hold and race to his father. "Daddy, Daddy, wake up, Daddy," Luffy cried, shaking his father's shoulders to try and wake him up. Luffy, Whitebeard finally decided to cut in. This was all already too complex than it had ever needed to be. It was time they explained a few things to the boy. Luffy looked at him, a deep hurt playing over his features. "Mr. Giant Man, why are you hurting my daddy? Daddies don't make sons so scared and sad. You're a meanie," Luffy accused. He looked more angry than scared or sad, Speed Juro muttered, not realizing the child could hear him. The man was honestly worried that this would forever be Crocodile's first impression of him. He'd wanted to make a better impression with a sibling he'd never met before. "Don't you know anything?" Luffy snapped at Juro. Daddy was angry cause he was sad and afraid. "That's why I cry for him," Luffy told the man, fat tears still rolling down his chubby cheeks. "I see," Whitebeard muttered, leaning down to be closer to the boy. "If you understand that, then you should understand why we have to do this. Your father is hurting, little one. He's out of control and harming everyone around him in his tailspin. We want to help him, heal him. It might feel a little uncomfortable at first, but this is necessary. Do you understand?" Luffy gulped nervously, finding that the man's words sounded weird but his feelings were honest. The giant did want to help his father, and felt awful for having to be so rough. "Don't you want your dad to be happy?" Whitebeard asked the child. Luffy didn't even have to think much on that one. "Yeah, I want Daddy to be happy." "Then would you allow me to try to make him happy? To fix what is broken, no matter how hard it gets?" Whitebeard asked the boy. Luffy frowned. "Just don't hurt Daddy. You gotta listen, okay? Or I won't like you anymore," Luffy said with a face as serious as a 5-year-old's could ever be. "Of course, that's what a father does," Whitebeard agreed, not taking the boy nearly as seriously as he should have. Okay, everything moved fast after that. Whitebeard carried Luffy's father, while Luffy had picked Aizu over Marco when the man had tried to carry him. Luffy's mind was caught up on his father's last thought while he was hugged close by Aizu, scared that he'd made a bad choice. "You look like a selfish creature." The spoken declaration made Crocodile look up from the non-alcoholic drink he'd been nursing. The man sitting next to him wasn't the most handsome in the world, but his eyes made Crocodile lean forward, deep pools of brown that almost looked black, overshadowed by the stark determination spurling inside them. Crocodile could instantly tell that this man was no fool. He saw the world for the shit show it was, and did as he had to do, no matter who it hurt. "And you look like the type to trade your own son for your goals," Crocodile quipped back. The man smirked and the two shared a laugh. They went as far as clicking their glasses together. "Dragon," he introduced himself. "Oh, the mysterious dragon I've been hearing about. Your parents must have had a sense of humor. I'm sure the Celestials don't enjoy sharing a name with you," Crocodile murmured, looking over the man again. It could be called checking him out, if one wanted to be technical. "Crocodile, by the by." "Yes, I'm sure many would agree. My father's eccentricness is known far and wide, but no less than yours." "Crocodile, wouldn't it have been easier to just write on your forehead that they saw you as a cold-blooded beast?" Dragon said with a humorless laugh. "Actually, I named myself that," Crocodile declared with a wiry grin, leaning forward into Dragon's space. The man leaned closer as well. "Tell me, what do you think that means about me?" "I think it means I pegged you right. You are definitely a selfish creature, unwilling not to get everything you want." Dragon gave the man a sly look, hand brushing over gray tilted skin. Crocodile barked a laugh, nodding in agreement before averting his gaze. He took a sip of his drink as he tried to dissuade his blush. He cleared his throat and gave a sad smile. "But really, what's so wrong about being selfish? Isn't everyone looking for the things they want? Doesn't everyone want their own perfect world?" Crocodile asked, for the first time in the conversation not playing around. Dragon's lips curled into a real smile, slipping his hand around Crocodile's. "There's nothing wrong with being selfish." The reassurance made Crocodile smile, feeling like maybe, just maybe, he'd met someone that could treat him as a priority. Years later, broken glass shattering, screaming echoing through the halls. His mind had snapped. Viciously he waved a knife around, wrists bleeding as he fought those trying to take the knife away from him. "You selfish man," Dragon yelled at him, spit flying from his mouth as he tried to keep the mother of his child from bleeding out. "No, get away, get away. You can't control me. No one can control me. I'm Crocodile," he shrieked, tears running down his face as images flashed over his vision, hands holding him down, again and again. History repeating itself. Crocodile broke from the hands trying to capture him, raising the knife high, his mind firmly in the past and not in the present. He was 17 again, finding out from the ship doctor the consequences of what had happened to him. Not again. He wouldn't carry that man's baby. He'd get rid of it again too. Crocodile plunged the knife down, aiming for the almost decade-old scar on his abdomen. He would get rid of this thing inside him. Crocodile woke up with a gasp, brain pounding at his skull, seemingly competing with his heart to see what organ could burst from his skin first. The familiar and steady rocking of a moving ship sent his heart racing faster, probably putting it in the lead for that competition. He sucked on his teeth as he looked around and realized he was in his childhood bedroom. Is this a nightmare? Crocodile asked, disbelieving that not a single thing had been changed or moved since the day he had packed up his clothes and left in the dead of the night. The next realization was that his child wasn't with him. Oh dear gods, no. Crocodile rushed to the door only to fall when he was reminded of the shackle keeping his powers locked away. And apparently he was locked up for real. He'd been locked in his room like a petulant child who'd been grounded. This is a nightmare. Luffy had tried to stay with his father, but before they'd even gotten to the ship he had nodded off. When he woke hours later, instantly cranky simply because he was awake, he realized his father wasn't with him. He looked around to see he was in a room he didn't recognize, his parent nowhere in sight. Almost immediately Luffy began to tear up, wanting comfort and love, but he couldn't find that alone in this strange room. Luffy, a groggy voice called when the toddler's sniffling got louder and more frequent. Aizu's face suddenly popped up in front of Luffy's, scaring the child a little since he thought he'd been alone. Luffy was so used to sharing a bed that when he woke up in the perfectly sized child's bed it frightened him. He thought his worst nightmare was coming true and he'd been given his own room. "Daddy," Luffy sobbed, crying out for the only adult he wanted near him when he was sad. "Where's my daddy? I want happy kisses and cuddle bugs till I feel better," Luffy demanded in his high-pitched voice, inherited selfishness on full display. "Happy kisses, cuddle bugs. What's that? Luffy, please stop crying. Just tell me what you need." Aizu tried to shush the boy before he woke the entire ship. He wasn't sure what one did to calm a cranky child, and didn't have anyone to ask at the moment. "I need happy kisses and cuddle bugs, like Daddy gives me when I don't feel good." Luffy just began to sob even louder because he'd never had to ask for the comforting things his dad would do when he woke up upset. It was making everything significantly worse. "I don't know what those are," Aizu muttered, hesitating before scooping Luffy up and taking his best guess. He tried nuzzling away the tears, petting Luffy's hair back, and kissing his forehead. It didn't seem to be working. Luffy just got more frustrated. Pudgy little arms began slapping and pulling at Aizu, screaming over and over that he wanted his father. "Where my daddy? I want my daddy. I don't want you," Luffy screamed, fighting with all his little might against Aizu. He could hear Aizu's sadness and slight frustration, but he didn't really care right now. He was not happy. He was sleepy, hungry, without his dad, and he didn't like any of it. "Bring me my daddy. Where's my daddy? SHH. Luffy, calm down. I'll take you to him, so please calm down," Aizu promised without really thinking. He knew Pops didn't want Crocodile and Luffy together for the moment, but Aizu didn't have the heart to deny the tantruming child his own parent. Luffy instantly calmed down upon hearing he'd be getting what he wanted. With a few sniffles he finally latched himself to Aizu and grinned. "Where is Daddy anyway? Daddy and I Norm, always share a bed." Ew, Aizu winced. Honestly, how everything went down had made him unhappy. He still thought Pops was being too harsh. "He's in his room. Your grandfather is upset at him so he can't come out till his punishment is over." Luffy's eyebrows furrowed, really not understanding that. He'd never been punished himself, so he had no frame of reference for what he was being told. "What's punishment?" Luffy asked as Aizu walked him down the hall, presumably headed to see his father. It's what happens when you do something against the rules. Your daddy hurt Thatch, so now he'll be confined to his room for a few days." Aizu explained this even as he didn't really expect the child to get it. "Oh," Luffy mumbled, not really knowing what else to say. He didn't like it, but he also hadn't liked his dad hurting Thatch, so he wasn't sure what to feel. Luffy just continued to frown as Aizu hurried through the dark hallways. As Aizu walked, Luffy was reminded of the scary door he saw the night before. The feeling creeped up on him. Somehow the inky blackness of it was even worse now. The door was still screaming, "Leave me alone. Listen to me, or leave me alone." But now there was a jumble of other things being said as well. Cries to be released were echoing around along with a faint banging noise. Also, an even more distant sound Luffy easily deciphered as a memory. It was the sound of chains jangling and sobs. "Why's Daddy behind the scary door?" Luffy asked in immediate concern when Aizu began to walk directly towards it. "The scary door?" Aizu asked, pausing as all the color drained from Luffy's face. "That's your dad's childhood bedroom. Why would you say it's scary? It sounds so scary. Can't you hear it?" Luffy asked, tears beginning to prickle at the edge of his eyes, threatening a renewed tantrum. "It's so sad, but it's also mad. I'm so scared. That can't be my daddy's room, cause that means all those big sad feelings came from here." "Big sad?" Aizu asked in growing concern. "The big sad. It knocks Daddy out for days, and he just sounds so fuzzy, like the sound of air when being dropped really far." Luffy felt like he was going to burst into tears even having to describe what the big sad sounded like to anyone. Aizu's brow rose at the scarily good description of depression from a literal child. "Luffy, how do you? Actually, let's get your dad. I think you need him more than me." Luffy's heart began to pound rapidly as Aizu took another step towards the door. Despite how much he definitely wanted his dad, he also didn't want to go near that door. Luffy shrieked, surprising Aizu when he leaped from his arms. "No, I don't want to go through the scary door," Luffy yelled, running as fast as he could away. "Luffy," Aizu yelled, running after the frightened little boy. Luffy ducked, dodged, and weaved, desperate not to get caught and brought back to the scary door. Even if his dad was there, Luffy refused. "This way," the walls cried, helping Luffy to run away from Aizu. Luffy tilted his head and changed directions, following the wall's instructions. "In here," the walls suddenly called when Luffy passed a few loose boards that created a space just big enough for a child to squeeze through. Luffy turned on a dime and began trying to squeeze through. "Luffy, don't you dare," Aizu yelled, speeding up to catch the boy. Luffy tumbled through the loose boards, scrambling for purchase in order to get away from Aizu's reaching hands. "Luffy," Aizu screamed into the space Luffy had just disappeared into, but the young child was already crawling away. "Come on, this way." The wall continued to chatter and vaguely direct Luffy somewhere. He hoped they knew where they were sending him. Luffy was called to another section of loose boards in the crawl space between floors and managed to push his way out in a burst of dust. Immediately he found himself tumbling down the stairs. He hadn't realized the loose boards had been stairs. Luffy tumbled all the way down and cried out in pain when the last stair clipped him on the head. Luffy curled up, sniffling and working up to start sobbing out loud. He opened his mouth to start screaming and crying, only to pause when a warm hand brushed back his bangs, cradling the spot that was in pain. His eyes shot open, looking up in wonder as the pain faded. "It's you," Luffy gasped, wiping the tears from his eyes. The person standing in front of him was the cloaked kid from the night before. Luffy's eyes widened as he looked closer and realized that the kid was slightly see-through and didn't really have a face other than their slight frown. Despite how small the cloaked kid was, only a half a foot or so taller than Luffy himself, his presence was massive. The air around him buzzed with, well, Luffy didn't know how to describe it. It was like the feeling of a loud and extra happy party, only you felt it instead of heard it. "You feel nice," Luffy told the kid, taking an offered hand to pull himself up. "I like you." There was silence as the kid looked Luffy up and down, ignoring what he'd said as the kid looked him over. "You look just like him," the kid told Luffy. "Look like who?" "I look like me," Luffy said with a bit of a whine. Luffy whimpered slightly, rubbing at his head. A bump was forming now. He felt so wired and yet tired. The grumpiness was slowly coming back, twisting his lower lip and wobbling his chin. "Hey, I want my daddy. I want to be held and be warm. Can you help me?" The kid nodded, taking Luffy's hand and began to lead him down the hall. From far away Luffy could hear the faint sounds of Aizu searching for him, but other than that the ship was oddly quiet. In fact, it was dark too. Luffy might have been afraid if his new friend didn't give off a slight glow. 6 turns down winding hallways and they finally came across another person. An open doorway bled light into the dark hallway. The cloaked kid stopped, let go of Luffy's hand and pointed to the door. Luffy frowned. He looked at the door. He could hear the faint sound of a conversation, but he didn't see how this was what he'd asked for. He turned back to the kid to ask why he's been brought here, but the cloaked kid was gone. Luffy gasped, immediately less secure in the big dark hallway without his friend. He didn't know where to go, so he ran to the door to tell someone his see-through friend was gone. Luffy opened his mouth to yell for attention, needing help to find his friend, only to freeze when he caught sight of another doorway, his friend standing there with a finger to their lips. Luffy tilted his head, not sure what his friend was doing. "Be quiet, sneak over here. What you want is this way," his friend said, pretty loudly in Luffy's opinion, but the people in the room didn't seem to hear them. "But you aren't. SHH. What was that?" one of the men in the room asked, turning around and causing Luffy to hide behind the doorway. After a few minutes of silence, someone else spoke up. "Probably nothing. So any news from navigation?" The men began to pick up their conversation again. Luffy peeked out again and eyed the other doorway where his see-through friend was still waving him over. Luffy bit his lip and began to sneak as quietly as he could across the room. "Not much, but the mission group will be returning soon. Teach and the others have been gone for so long." Luffy paused, very confused when the ship shuddered with a large growl that the men didn't even seem to hear or feel. He wasn't sure what had made the ship so angry. Luffy continued forward, sliding along the wall. "Teach, huh?" the other man said, and the ship growled again. Luffy had no idea ships didn't like school. Maybe his dad should teach the ship. His dad's lessons were fun. It's going to be interesting when he gets back and hears Crocodile is back. Luffy paused again, only a foot from the goal, when he heard his father's name. "Why's that?" "Seems like it's already interesting enough considering what's already happened," the first man said. "Crocodile seems like he hates everyone. Don't see how it could get worse." Luffy felt his friend's very warm hand slip into his and began to tug him away. "Just wait. No Crocodile freak out is as dramatic as when Teach tries to talk to him. Probably because Teach used to be the one to out Crocodile's lies the most. While Teach always tries to do what's best for Crocodile, Crocodile will behave absolutely crazed if Teach was even brought up around him." the other man continued. Luffy started to walk further from the door, the voices fading away. Hey, Luffy called to his friend after the light of the little room faded away. What's Teach, and why does Daddy hate them? Luffy asked. His new friend frowned, hand tightening around Luffy's. A blight, a vermin. What's that mean? Luffy asked curiously. Means bad. Very, very bad. The cloaked kid muttered, looking angry about something. Although Luffy felt it was odd that the cloaked boy's emotions weren't speaking to him the way others did. Though, okay, Luffy nodded, remembering how very tired and grumpy he felt as they got to a set of stairs. Are we there yet? Luffy whined. Almost, the kid said with a chuckle. Luffy grumbled and slouched, making his new friend have to drag him just a bit. It took a while, 10 corridors, and 5 more stairs, but eventually they reached a door. Luffy, excited to finally be done walking, ran to the door and tried to open it. Only it was locked. Why is it locked? I'm so tired. I'm sick of this. Luffy began to wind up for one truly massive tantrum that might just sink the ship if it wasn't stopped. The cloaked figure didn't panic, just calmly reached forward and tapped the door handle. There was an audible clicking sound, and that was enough to stop Luffy before he began to scream. It's unlocked now, the kid told Luffy before stepping past and walking through the door, disappearing off to the other side. Luffy gasped, so cool. He ran forward, giving little thought to the now unlocked door, and followed his friend into a very large, curved room. The moment the door closed, it locked, making Luffy smile since he didn't want to be found. Luffy looked over the massive room with a huge smile. The room was cold, but filled with many things. There were crates and barrels, and big huge piles of rope. This is so cool. But, I told you I wanted hugs and warmth, Luffy muttered, growing sad that he'd been misunderstood. This isn't what he'd asked for. This isn't what he wanted. His new friend shook their head and laughed softly at Luffy. Come here, his friend called, patting a long raised platform of wood that ran the entire length of the room. What's that? Luffy asked as he toddled over. It's not your dad. Sorry I couldn't do that. But it might make you feel better, his friend explained, moving some things around without touching them. Ah, here it is. His friend removed a crate from a stack and revealed a dusty little hideaway filled with old books and blankets. Luffy tilted his head, stepping closer and allowing his see-through friend to help him into the little hideaway. He was led over to lay in a cushioned pile of dusty blankets. Put your head here, on my keel, his cloaked friend said, patting that appraised wood again. Luffy frowned but didn't argue. He crawled over and laid his head along the wood. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Luffy gave a delighted gasp. What's that? It sounds nice. Thank you, it's my heartbeat. You are the first to ever hear it, his friend told Luffy, petting his hair as he covered the child with an old blanket. If it helps, whenever you're sad you can come here and listen. Know that I will protect you. Luffy snuggled closer to the keel, finding that it felt warm and tender to him. There were a lot of good memories here too. Thoughts of peace, of quiet, and of contentment filled Luffy's head. The voice sounded a lot like his father's on a particularly nice day. Family, Luffy whispered, finally feeling safe and secure even if he wasn't with his dad. Luffy started to slip into sleep, but before he did he whispered, What do I call you? Moby, now go to sleep. You will need it. Moby watched the little human drift off into a calm sleep, sighing softly. It's not about to get any easier since none of these men will talk to each other. They looked up, flickering their vision throughout the many halls, frowning as they watched the search for the boy they'd just stolen. Aizu must have alerted the others, now to see if this emergency is enough to get Pops to let Crocodile out of that terrible room. Crocodile couldn't breathe inside this room. There were nothing but shitty memories here. Nights his dad tried to have a talk with him, his brothers banging on his door trying to invite him out, holding his head while pain so intense it practically split his skull. And cold nights fearing an unwelcome visitor he couldn't seem to fight off. He hated this room. Crocodile shut his eyes, trying to hold back everything that was washing over him. That dresser, where he used to hide after enemy attacks, still stood. He'd always been paranoid after such events, not wanting to sleep in his own bed in case an enemy was hiding on the ship still. The scuff marks from when Crocodile would barricade himself in his room were still notable. Not like it ever worked. It was only when he wanted to be alone that his family seemed to care. And that meant dozens of people trying to cheer him up, except none of them knew Crocodile enough to cheer him up effectively. Crocodile grit his teeth and moved over to the large mirror. The reflective quality was ruined from the paint he used on it. He stared at the black void. He could clearly remember the day he did it. The panic attacks had gotten to a point of consistency whenever he looked into the mirror, and he just couldn't stand it any longer. He hated his body. The sight of his curves when he was young ripped the breath from his lungs. So, in a ragged, destructive fit, Crocodile had yelled and screamed until someone gave him the paint. Crocodile touched the cold surface, feeling like he could almost grab all the unresolved turmoil he'd experienced at that time. It wasn't even like anyone stopped him from calling himself a boy. Not many fought it, and Aizu's intervention made it all go smoothly. But Crocodile did notice a change that came with realizing he was a boy. He became less special. No one would have ever put it that way, but he could see the signs clearly. Being one of many sons instead of the only daughter got Crocodile far less face time with his father. Not like I care anymore, Crocodile snarled, forcing himself to turn away from the mirror. He wasn't a moping, emotional, needy teenager anymore. There wasn't anything Crocodile wanted from the man now. It was all too late. With a sigh, Crocodile moved on. His right hand smoothed over his old bedside table. He opened the drawer and immediately lost strength in his knees. He plopped onto the bed and hesitantly pulled out the stack of papers he'd stuffed there years ago. I forgot about these, Crocodile muttered. He looked over the first one, clearly remembering the day he'd drawn up plans for how they'd save Whitebeard should he fall in the water. The man was so physically large that Crocodile had been terrified that they wouldn't be able to pull him out and save him should he fall in. So, Crocodile had tried to invent a safety measure for the man, not like it had been appreciated. But what if he falls in? How will we save Pops if we can't lift him? Crocodile asked Marco, his voice raising as he grew more insistent. He waved around his plans for a giant flotation device. He won't, Marco shrugged him off. But what if he does? Crocodile shouted. Crocodile, Pops has been a pirate longer than we've been alive. I think he knows how to not fall overboard. Marco chuckled at him. That kind of chuckle people do when they think you've been ridiculous and silly. Crocodile turned the paper to sand, sick with himself for ever having cared about such a thing. He'd been so afraid to lose his father. Turns out he never had one to begin with. Crocodile looked at the next paper and scoffed. Can't believe I actually tried to do this, he sighed, turning that paper to sand too before it made his head ache. When he was 13, he tried to do the math, dividing the day between him and his brothers so everyone got time. He ended up getting frustrated and scribbling it all out when that day another brother had been added. Crocodile continued to look through the papers. There were a few ripped out pages from the diary he gave up on when his father came to talk to him. Apparently one of his brothers, who Whitebeard never named, read it and told Whitebeard of the context because he'd grown concerned. Crocodile had never written in his diary again after that. Crocodile had even gone the petty route. He'd torn out the pages, stuffed them in the drawer, and then tossed the ruined diary onto the deck in front of them all. He glared at all his brothers before stomping away. He'd hoped his message was clear. They'd broken a layer of trust, and now Crocodile wouldn't even write his emotions down anymore. He didn't bother to read them. He already knew the pages were filled with melodramatic, edgy teenage emotions. It wasn't worth reading all these years later. Crocodile turned the rest of them to sand. Not wanting to get to the pictures he drew as peace offerings to his brothers. He simply couldn't look through these anymore. Crocodile stood, paced around a bit, worried even further about Luffy. His baby wasn't used to sleeping on a ship. Would he get seasick? Or roll out of his hammock? Or would they give him a real bed? Whose room was Luffy sleeping in? Was he alone? Crocodile didn't know, and it was starting to make his chest feel tight. While pacing, Crocodile's eyes caught on a few droplets of blood, still staining his sheets after all these years. Chess, Crocodile muttered, his mind bringing up the old crotchety doctor. The only person that wasn't full of bullshit on this whole ship. He never allowed for anyone to call him uncle, or brother, or any silly imagined blood bond. The man had come with his father from Rock's crew when it had broken up. He was a no-nonsense kind of man that had no regard for Whitebeard's dream of family. Whitebeard was just the higher-up of the crew that aligned the best with Chess's views and morals, and he didn't want to stop practicing medicine yet. The day Crocodile had refused medical aid for the cut across his face, Chess had burst in. He'd used one hand to grab him by the jaw and began sewing his face up. No matter how Crocodile had cussed, threatened, scratched, or bit, Chess didn't once flinch. And most importantly, he never held him down. The most that happened was Chess poking him with a needle when he tried to rip out the stitching. Only after he'd bandaged the feisty teenager did he bring up what he was really there for. All right, now that I've saved your face from infection, I need to ask. Dr. Chess paused, looking over Crocodile, who was tucked into a corner, fresh bandage around his face, hissing like a cat. I heard a rumor of your latest claim. He stopped again when he saw Crocodile flinch, tears building in his eyes. If it's true, then I'll need to examine you. You could be harmed down there. Of course it's true. Why would I make that up? Crocodile cried out, curling up tighter at the thought of anyone having him in such a vulnerable position again. Look, I want to heal your wounds. You want people to believe you. An examination would get us both what we want. Crocodile growled at the old man, trying to get him to just go away. I won't push it, but all the evidence you need of what happened is on your body, boy. Don't be a fool. Allow me to collect that evidence for you. It took hours, but eventually Crocodile tentatively made his way to the infirmary. Chess had immediately sent all his nurses and assistants out, already knowing the young boy didn't want more people around than necessary. Crocodile was glad to this day that he realized that the old doctor truly did just want to help him, and not in the way his father and brothers claimed. Chess saw blood and patched a person up. Nothing more and nothing less. Crocodile liked that about the man. He was kind and didn't feel the need to have to prove that to anyone. not like everyone else that had become so desperate for Crocodile to behave how they wished. They tried to force it, hands holding him down. It was made worse that it wasn't the first time. Crocodile had so much pride, and it was all shattering around him, crushing his soul until he couldn't breathe. Blue flames took over his vision and a voice whispered in his ear, "Let me help you." Crocodile didn't want his help, not when the one helping him didn't even believe him. "Let go of me. Let go, let go." Crocodile screamed, thrashing and scratching at his stitches. In his madness, he's decided he'd rather bleed than let Marco have the satisfaction of healing him. "Crocodile, stop it." Marco pinned down his arms, shaking as he tried to deal with all the blood coating Crocodile's face. "Never." Crocodile lunged forward, teeth burying into Marco's arm. He might be able to heal quickly, but he still felt pain. Blood washed over Crocodile's tongue. Marco yelped, instinctively jerking away. Crocodile didn't waste a second. He kicked Marco in the chest and scrambled away. He ran all the way to his room, ignoring when Marco pounded at his door. His breathing was ragged and his chest ached. It took him a long time to realize Marco had long left out of frustration, and his face had bled an ocean of blood on his floor. He already knew Chess wouldn't be happy with him. This was the second time he'd ripped his stitches. Crocodile snarled quietly to himself, glaring at the locked door that just wouldn't fucking open no matter what he did. His lock-picking skills must have gotten rusty, because that lock wasn't breaking. If Crocodile didn't get out of here soon, he might just break the door down. He wasn't just going to wait here while Luffy got brainwashed by his father and brothers. No, Luffy was much too important. Crocodile would get him fucking back. He'd promised to never let him go. He'd promised. The second Crocodile laid eyes on his child, the child he suffered and almost died to bear, everything else fell away. His trauma, his scars, the people surrounding him. None of it mattered anymore. This child was everything. It was like a miracle had been born, a sunrise so beautiful it changed anyone who saw it forever. This child only worked his way into Crocodile's heart more when he smiled. A big toothless grin beamed up at Crocodile, as if nothing in this world was wrong now that they were together. I'm going to do everything right. I'll do everything I can, always. You are the most important person to me from this moment on, and I'll make sure you always know that. Crocodile began to cry, tears filled with delighted happiness and seemingly that made his precious son laugh. Crocodile already loved him so much. Crocodile was startled from his thoughts when his bedroom door opened. It was so surprising that Crocodile found himself slipping and falling hard onto his childhood bed. Marco stood at his door, face stone cold as he looked over Crocodile's haggard and anxious appearance. "Come on, Pops wants to talk to you." Crocodile grit his teeth, his fists curling in frustration. "I'm not going anywhere. Take this shackle off and return my child. How dare you take him away from me? He's mine." "Stop being dramatic and come," Marco said, his voice exhausted. He turned away and began to walk towards the deck. Crocodile ground his teeth further, standing up and stomping after Marco. He kept his arms folded right across his chest. His shoulders were scrunched up. He did not want to be in this situation. He didn't ask for this. He'd given up being a pirate. He wasn't even trying to get that Pirate King crown anymore. What was so wrong with him just wanting to live a peaceful life with his son? "Would you stop pouting? You should be glad your family wants to work this out." Marco's holier-than-thou tone made Crocodile's face turn red. Steam was almost coming out of his ears before suddenly it all drained out of him. Crocodile was so tired of being angry. He simply couldn't exist like that for so long. He was exhausted, tired, worried, hungry, and stressed out. He couldn't hold on to rage on top of that. "You've never been my family, Marco. This last day has proved that none of you know me at all," Crocodile muttered at a much more level tone. It was the first words he'd said to Marco that hadn't been growled or yelled since their reunion on the beach. "Don't say that. We love you, Crocodile. No matter how hard you make that." Marco sighed, stopping and turning to look Crocodile in the eye, but the Ravenet didn't stop with him, only continued to march forward. "Crocodile, if you just... God, why are you like this?" "Marco, I'm not here to rehash the past. You people are the ones that dragged me here, so why would I be responsible for explaining myself to all of you?" Crocodile said, his snappish tone coming back a bit. "The only reason I haven't tried to leave yet is because I don't have my child with me." Marco, just accept that there is nothing you can do to fix this, and you can't fix me." Crocodile just wanted to go home. He never did like talking about his feelings. He'd always been the type to believe people close to him should just understand without having to ask further. It's too late. Although it wasn't like anyone beside Luffy had ever measured up to that impossible expectation. No, that wasn't entirely true. "Okay, Crocky, say no more, just let me handle it." Doflamingo had always taken Crocodile's crabby attitude without a complaint, never tried to change him, and never questioned his sour personality. The man had never treated Crocodile like he needed to be mended or fixed. In fact, he treated Crocodile as if he was God's gift to the ocean, utterly perfect in every way. Crocodile shook his head, his chest aching at the reminder of the other man. He shouldn't open up that wound. He knew it was a bad idea. Let's just go see the old fool before I decide to tear this ship apart. Crocodile snapped, stomping the rest of the way to the door leading to the deck outside. Crocodile, Marco gasped, offended over his disrespect of their father. Crocodile didn't care. It wasn't like he cared if these people liked him anymore. He walked out into the light of day, ready once again to go to war if that's what it took. He just needed to remember he wasn't a teenager anymore. He was an adult and a parent. All this drama shouldn't affect him anymore. All he needed to do was keep calm and insist he didn't want to be here. They weren't his family anymore. Crocodile's mother died a few weeks before his 6th birthday. The island Crocodile lived on with his mother and the Charlotte kids was small. There was a dinky little village, a fishing market, and almost nothing else. The island wasn't very kind to Crocodile or the Charlottes. The village kids knew they were the outcasts and picked on them relentlessly. Although it wasn't like Crocodile and the others ever hesitated when defending themselves. Crocodile's only friends were the Charlotte children, in particular Katakuri. All of them were in the same boat. One of their parents were members of the fearsome Rocks pirates, and Rocks did not mix with kids. There was a rumor that Rocks crushed an unknown first child of the Charlotte family, but no one could prove it. All they really knew was that they were raised separately for their own protection. This was why the Charlotte children were the only comfort Crocodile had when his fragile mother slipped away. It wasn't really a surprise. She'd always had terrible health and bad habits that led her to an early grave. Crocodile had just walked from his home to the Charlottes. 10-year-old Prospero didn't even blink, just fixed him a plate and added him to the already bursting dinner table. What was one more in a house of 27 children? Crocodile stayed with them until his father could be notified and make the trip out. By the time they actually held the funeral, a beautiful water burial, Crocodile had turned 6 years old. That day, Whitebeard looked a wreck when he led Crocodile home, his eyes red and sake on his breath. He didn't even think to prepare a meal for them until the two of them were alone in the house Crocodile shared with his mother. He'd ended up pushing a bowl of cereal in front of Crocodile, looking for the world like any complaint would break the camel's back. Crocodile ate his dry cereal without a word. It was silent as Crocodile ate and Whitebeard continued to heavily drink. His eyes were sad and his gaze heavy as he inspected Crocodile. It had been a while since he'd managed to visit. The boy couldn't manage to meet his father's eyes, finding the fact that he was so much more broken up about this hard to deal with. The heavy scent of alcohol made Crocodile's head spin. He found he didn't like it. Unfortunately, his father was drenched in it. "You look like her." The solemn words were accompanied with the sound of his father standing up. He turned to leave just as Crocodile finally looked up to watch his large back. He paused, sighing heavily while he took another chug of his sake. "At least a piece of her can live on with you then." At that moment, Crocodile had never felt more pressure in his young life. No longer was he a beloved child. Now he was the historical marker of the woman Whitebeard loved. He didn't say anything. What could he have even said? He just put his bowl away and slipped off to his bedroom alone. Over the next few days, Whitebeard stayed with Crocodile, allowing them to grieve together. The young boy soon forgot about the odd moment after the funeral, instead enjoying the time spent with his father. Every morning, Whitebeard made breakfast for Crocodile, and they spent the whole day together. After years of only seeing his father every few months, this quality time was like a dream. The only downside was that his mother had to die to make it happen. "You know, you can cry," Whitebeard said one morning, his eyes shining with concern for his worryingly emotionless child. Crocodile, having already cried his eyes out to Katakuri in the weeks waiting for his father to come home, just nodded his head. "I know, Pops," he told the man, going back to what he was doing. Whitebeard hummed, not taking his eyes off his child. The worry didn't dissipate as he watched the young child. In the end, there wasn't anything Whitebeard could do. He had to return to his life as a pirate. "Illida, I need to return to my crew soon." Crocodile froze. The crushing weight of how big the house was suddenly pressing down on the 6-year-old. He was reminded how he'd be expected to live here, alone. "I've asked some of the village folk to check in on you regularly. And you're a strong girl, you'll be all right," Whitebeard told the child, his eyes lighting up with pride as he spoke. Despite Crocodile's fears of being alone, the pride in his father's eyes made him feel lighter than air. "Okay, I'll be fine." Crocodile gave his father a smile, trying to make that pride grow. Only his smile seemed to make his father worry more. The pride washed away, and his father returned to looking at him like he was trying to figure out how to fix him. Crocodile didn't think he needed to be fixed. The light blinded Crocodile's eyes as he stepped out into the bright sea morning. Ships were rarely quiet, especially in the morning when decks need to be scrubbed and chores need to be done. That was why the eerie silence Crocodile was greeted with put him so on edge he'd swear it stung his teeth. Basically, the entire crew was on deck, most of them trying to imitate Whitebeard's disapproving fatherly scowl. Most of them didn't do it well. Crocodile straightened his clothes, brushed off his shoulders, and smoothed back his hair. He was many things, but he wouldn't be a mess, especially in front of the one person he hated being weak in front of. He stood straight and proud as he took a powerful stance before Whitebeard. Arms folded as he returned Whitebeard's stern look. Neither said a thing, still just staring each other down. First one to speak loses, and Crocodile was no loser. Whitebeard realized, after a full minute of exchanging glares, that his most stubborn son was not going to speak first. He could almost roll his eyes at the man's dramatics. "Crocodile, shut up," Crocodile snapped as soon as Whitebeard spoke. "What the hell could you possibly want from me? Can't we even have a conversation anymore?" Whitebeard asked, a frustrated note to his voice. Crocodile was astounded that the man could even ask that. "What did you expect, Whitebeard?" Crocodile asked, making it clear that he wasn't going to just accept a place in this family again easily. He could hear the sounds of disgruntlement from all the sons watching the exchange. "I left when I was 17 and I hadn't once desired to come back. You disrespected my way of life, and how I've chosen to raise my own child. Then you decided you had the right to try and fix me once again. Only this time you've decided to force my kid into it." Whitebeard scoffed. "Stopping you from raising a child in complete isolation is the best option. You will see that eventually. I can't believe you'd ever decide to raise a child like that." He was so lonely he was talking to the walls. Crocodile's hands curled into fists as he grits his teeth. "The fact that you always just assume you are right pisses me off. I cannot believe you. I had a good reason to raise my child like that." Whitebeard slammed his drink down, his golden glare sparking with barely contained conqueror's haki. Crocodile knew he was a little shit, and he knew exactly how to rub his family the wrong way. "And what's that?" Whitebeard growled out, referring to whatever reason Crocodile had to raise his child like a hermit. "Why should I tell you that? Strangers have no business being in my business," Crocodile proclaimed, cocking a hip, and smirking at the sweet anger that swept the deck. "Now just tell me what you want. Talking to you gives me a headache. You can't talk to Pops like that. Treat your father with more respect." "How dare you, Crocodile, you should be ashamed." The many cries from Whitebeard's sons rumbled around Crocodile and the giant. The crowd was so rambunctious that Crocodile couldn't even tell whose voice was who. Not that he knew every Whitebeard pirate anymore. Whitebeard gave a mighty sigh and raised a hand to calm his children. "I wish to speak to you because Luffy has gone missing, and we cannot seem to find him." Whitebeard had what was probably the most sour-faced Crocodile had ever seen as he admitted to not being able to find Luffy. For a self-proclaimed perfect father, this has to be a blow to his ego. "Marco and Aizu believed you'd be able to help." Crocodile raised a brow, not in the slightest bit surprised. As much as he'd worried for Luffy, he always knew in the back of his mind that this was a possibility. "You don't seem surprised," Whitebeard muttered in what was possibly the lowest his voice could go. "I'm not," Crocodile responded with shrugged shoulders. "I told you all that you knew nothing about my son, and apparently you're all deaf, so it had to be proven to you. Your child is not so unique that we cannot handle him, Crocodile. This was a one-time mistake." Whitebeard defended his pride as a child care expert. Crocodile said with his hands on his hips, disbelief coloring his tone. "Let me guess, you put him in a room on his own and he woke up crying." Crocodile could see Aizu squirm from the sidelines and raised a brow at him in order to prompt him to speak. I only stepped out for a minute." "Well, that was long enough," Crocodile cut in once he'd heard all he needed. "Luffy was special, he hated to be alone, and had an ability to know when he's without company, even while sleeping. And I'm assuming he cried and cried until you agreed to bring him to me?" Crocodile asked, putting together the most likely sequence of events. If Luffy woke up alone, then he would be freaked out, which means the resulting tantrum would require Crocodile. He'd taken years to painstakingly find the best ways to comfort Luffy through trial and error. Most parents did. They adjusted themselves to their child's love language to be the best support possible. The key word there was most. Whitebeard had never thought he needed to do that, apparently. So Aizu wouldn't have been able to calm Luffy, and they would have tried to bring him to Crocodile, which meant Luffy near Crocodile's room. He didn't need mysterious powers to know his room probably didn't sound very nice to his sensitive child. "So he had a freak out about my room when you got close to it and ran off, right? Probably had almost impossible knowledge on how to navigate hallways he's never been in," Crocodile finally concluded, proving he knew his child better than anyone else. "That's exactly what happened," Aizu admitted, leaving out that impossible knowledge of the hallways included crawl spaces no one knew existed. "Yeah, because I know my child. I suppose that isn't something you'd know much about, huh, Whitebeard?" Crocodile asked snarkily. "That isn't fair, Crocodile." Whitebeard responded defensively to the raven-haired man. You never wanted to be known. You never allowed anyone to get close to you. Whitebeard sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration, forcing himself to calm down. Look, I realize we've all made mistakes. Mistakes, Crocodile snarled. You are calling how you treated my kid mistakes. We treated him like a member of our family. Whitebeard shouted. No, you traumatized him. Crocodile shouted back. Oh, don't be a drama king. Whitebeard yelled in exasperation. You don't think so? All right, let's review. Crocodile held up a fist, beginning to count events on his fingers. First you kidnapped him and attacked a creature he cares about. Then after I took him back you hunted us down, thus taking away his feeling of safety in his home. Afterwards he got to watch you knock me, his father and only support system, into unconsciousness. Oh, and let's not forget that you decided to separate us as if he's a toy to be taken away for punishment. He's a baby, only 5 years old. He needs his parent. You cannot decide he doesn't. That isn't how this works. You really think that didn't affect him? No wonder he ran away. All he knows about you is you're a physical barrier between him and the only family he actually knows. Silence. Whitebeard didn't say a word, a rumble in his throat. Even he knew Crocodile had a point. Well, it wouldn't have happened if you'd just been rational the first time we tried to talk to you. Someone spoke up that sounded dangerously like Marco. So it's my fault you all don't know how to take a hint. Crocodile roared, his blood pressure skyrocketing. He turned his dagger-like stare to Marco, his golden irises glinting like something deadly. I'm pretty sure I made it clear that I wanted nothing to do with you. And what about Luffy? Does he not get a vote? Marco argued back. He refused to back down again. The last time he did they lost Crocodile for more than a decade. Crocodile seriously wanted to scream. He clapped his hands together, pressing his forefingers against his forehead. He took a few calming breaths before he hissed between gritted teeth, I reiterate, Luffy is a baby. He is a 5-year-old boy. And as his parent it's up to me to make decisions that are in his best interests. When he's older, he can decide he wants you people to be a part of his life. But for now, he's a fucking 5-year-old. Enough, Whitebeard yelled, stomping his foot to get everyone's attention again. This is getting us all nowhere. Crocodile, you don't want to be here. And we'd like you to allow us to try once again. So let's make an agreement. An agreement? There is no way I'm staying here at all. I'm a grown adult. You can't just make me stay anywhere. Crocodile stamped his foot, trying to make it clear that there was no way any agreement would be happening. Whitebeard picked up his large cup of sake, watching Crocodile for a minute. When he put it down, he cleared his throat and spoke calmly. You may think I don't know you, but I do, Crocodile. You are my child, and I know you're hiding from someone. And it's not us, since your warlord status 6 years ago kept us away just fine. So this is my deal. You will stay here, where you and Luffy can be safe. But if you insist on leaving, then you'll have to prove someone is willing to come to your aid. Whitebeard barely cared that Crocodile's jaw had dropped to the deck. You can't do that. Crocodile gasped. I refuse. You are letting me and my child off on the next island. No, and I can say that as not only your father but as a pirate that can do as I like, Whitebeard said with a gruff laugh. Crocodile's eye twitched, and his fists clenched in growing rage. What exactly do you mean by come to my aid? I'm not a damsel in distress. I'm not fucking weakling. No, you aren't weak, but you are also alone with a small child. What kind of father and grandfather would I be if I let you go out into the world, not even knowing if you have somewhere safe to go? Whitebeard shook his head, tisking to himself as he put his cup down and leaned forward to truly tower over Crocodile. Prove to me you have help out there. If someone is willing to come to my ship, stand before me, and take my family, then I'd gladly let you and Luffy leave. Crocodile took a step back as he realized the pettiness of Whitebeard's so-called deal. Not only would someone have to be willing to help Crocodile, but also to stare down one of the 4 emperors too. Whitebeard wasn't saying they needed to fight him, but no one that didn't know the man well would believe that. This was an impossible ask, and Whitebeard knew it. You know no one would be willing to step onto your ship and try to take anyone away from you. No one's that crazy, Crocodile argued. Then I guess you're home for good. Welcome home, my son. Whitebeard laughed, taking yet another deep gulp of his sake. Some of it spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Crocodile cringed, hatred for the smell of the drink making his face sour. Crocodile refused to back down. With a rippling growl, he got Whitebeard's attention back. Just give me the damn transponder, snail. You want me to call for help? Fine, I'll call a goddamn army. Whitebeard motioned for Jazu, who ran over to put a transponder snail down in front of Crocodile. It occurred to Crocodile just then that they didn't plan to allow him to make his call in any semblance of privacy. Fuck, who was he even planning to call? Crocodile was reminded of the very short list of people he'd figured he could call for help back at the island. Dragon or Mihawk. He didn't really want to call Mihawk, since the man was an acquaintance from almost a decade ago. Mihawk might not even remember him. But Dragon, Crocodile called, young, dumb, and desperate for affection. All of it showed in his tone. It had been almost a year since they'd met during Roger's execution, and they routinely met up together. Crocodile was in love. He'd never before met someone that had made him feel like it was okay to be so unfixable. Crocodile, I can't talk now. Next week we're meeting up at our normal motel. Can this wait till then? Dragon said, sounded stressed over the snail receiver. Oh, okay. Crocodile muttered sadly, having hoped they could maybe talk. They'd been dating for so long and he didn't even know Dragon's last name. Why, I hope your day gets bet. Click. Crocodile felt his stomach drop when he realized Dragon had hung up on him. He supposed he'd have to wait for their annual meetup. He just hadn't wanted to, since whenever they got to the motel the only talking that happened was dirty. And Crocodile always wakes after Dragon has left. Dragon said he thought of Crocodile as a priority, so why didn't it feel like it? Crocodile, with vast amounts of hesitation, dialed up a number he never thought he'd call again. The call was picked up after 5 rings, but the line was silent. Crocodile knew it was because Dragon was waiting for the caller to announce themselves. He had to be careful. Not many people had his personal number. Dragon, Crocodile gave a deep, hateful growl. A murmur of astonishment went through the crowd of eavesdropping pirates. They all knew what Dragon Crocodile was talking to. Crocodile, Dragon responded, sounded cool and collected to those that didn't know him. Crocodile could tell he was surprised though. I didn't think I'd hear from you again. Not after you stole my ship and disappeared from the seas altogether. Yeah, well, believe me, I didn't call you because I wanted to, Crocodile snarkily replied. I believe you. I find it curious that you called me though. Why did you? Dragon asked. Crocodile puffed up his cheek, rapidly bouncing his leg anxiously. I need a favor, Crocodile hissed between his teeth, the words physically painful for him. You? Dragon asked in surprise, almost mockingly. Then a beat of silence as Dragon seemed to calculate what could push Crocodile to actually ask for help. So this is about your father then? Crocodile sighed. Yeah, but then froze. Dragon didn't know who his father was. Right. How do you know about my father? Crocodile asked slowly. You told me. That time in the motel where we got dinner and you drank a bit too much, Dragon answered easily. Around him the murmur of pirates didn't quiet. Many were whispering about how Crocodile and the revolutionary Dragon had apparently been together intimately. Marco at this point thought this call was going exactly as he'd expected. Crocodile's eyes narrowed. Dragon, I don't fucking drink. He eyed the snail, its eyes widening to reflect the man on the other side of the line. Seems he's just remembered that little tidbit of knowledge about Crocodile. Why do you know about my father, Dragon? Marco didn't understand why it meant so much to Crocodile. Aizu was beginning to look horrified. Seemingly he'd figured out why Crocodile cared. It's not that big of a deal, Crocodile. Information is my business after all. Oh my god. Crocodile cut him off, feeling like a huge idiot. You knew. You always knew. You approached me because... Crocodile trailed off as he suddenly realized that his unplanned pregnancy hadn't been unplanned to everyone. Did you sabotage our contraception? Did you get me pregnant on purpose? Crocodile asked, his pitch raising in panic. He'd always thought at the very least Dragon respected him. Turns out he was always just a broodmare to him. Crocodile, there are reasons, forces bigger than us. You don't understand. No, I don't understand. So every second together was just you trying to make a kid with the Newgate bloodline. Crocodile's voice cracked. Having once really been in love with this man made it hard to accept that he'd meant nothing to him. He glanced up to see everyone was still listening, much to Crocodile's horror. They all seemed sympathetic and even upset for him. All of it just made him angrier. It isn't like you are blameless. You stole our son, Crocodile. Dragon yelled, trying to shift the blame. Crocodile was not having it. You. His sanity seemed to snap as he screamed down at the snail. You fucking locked me in a padded cell. His roar was accompanied by the sounds of gasps all around him. He didn't dare to look up to see their expressions. What they must think of him now. Because you went insane. Dragon yelled back. Then you drove me to it. Crocodile continued to argue. You ignored me. You pushed me aside. You treated me like a whore you could call up at any time for your convenience. You made me feel small for wanting affection from you. And when I asked to end the pregnancy, you locked me away in Sea Prism Stone and forced me to carry Luffy to term. He didn't know it, but tears had slipped down his cheeks, having completely disregarded his audience at this point. You did not ask to end the pregnancy. You tried to stab yourself in the stomach. Dragon roared, making yet another round of gasps take over the deck. And what did you do when we stopped you from gutting yourself? You smashed a mirror and slit your wrists. You could have died. You should have let me. Crocodile snapped, something cold gripping him when he'd realized what he'd said. He didn't want to die, but he had Luffy to watch out for, so it wasn't like he even could die. And Luffy wasn't the only reason he was alive. He had other reasons too. He just didn't know them right now. Crocodile stepped away from the snail, taking a few deep breaths and scrubbing at his face to clear the tears. He couldn't believe that he'd gotten lost in his fight to the point of being honest. Croc, are you okay? Marco asked, coming up to put a hand on his shoulder in a comforting manner. His head snapped up, looking around to see everyone looking at him in that protective way Crocodile always hated when he was the only daughter. With a growl, Crocodile smacked Marco's hand away, tisking at him. I'm fucking fine. I didn't ask you all to give a shit. You certainly never have before. Marco looked like he wanted to argue, but Crocodile was already turned back around to continue his conversation with Dragon. Dragon, Crocodile whispered, just sounding tired now. Look, I just need you to come pick Luffy and I up. Whitebeard won't let us leave unless I can prove someone's willing to help me, Crocodile explained, just wanting to fucking leave already, even if it meant dealing with Dragon. There was a moment where Crocodile knew Dragon was pinching the bridge of his nose. Fine, Dragon agreed, sounding way to put out than he had any right to be. For a split second, Crocodile was actually thankful that Dragon's sense of danger was almost stupidly lacking. And then Dragon continued, but Luffy will be coming with me. Crocodile entire being stiffened, eyes sharpening as the exhaustion drained from him. Excuse me, he asked with a dangerous tilt to his voice. Crocodile, you knew there was a plan for Luffy. You know how special he is. You must, Dragon said slowly, as if Crocodile didn't understand. So I was right. You are the type to trade your own son for your goals, Crocodile hissed, referring to their first conversation. And I was right too. You are one selfish creature, Dragon fired back. This plan is bigger than us and our problems. Why can't you understand that? Oh yeah, your plan, Crocodile gritted out sarcastically. The one where you drug me, knock me out after labor, and then lie to me in order to trick me into thinking our baby is dead. That plan? Crocodile asked, his voice full of poison and spite. Or was it the plan to give our child someone else, to be raised alone without anyone who actually loves him so you can prove a stupid point about the nature of dreams and the will of men? Well, I have only one thing to say to that plan and you. Fuck you, Crocodile shrieked into the receiver. My son isn't an experiment or a political chess piece, and I don't give a shit what you think he is. Just because I'm a Newgate doesn't mean Luffy is your stupid bringer of the dawn. Joy Kid. Crocodile paused for a moment, getting a little tongue-tied and thinking he'd misremembered that last thing. Dragon had written in his journals about some kind of bloodline legend leading to something called Joy Kid. It was something like that. It had been a long time ago. Now that Crocodile knew Dragon had searched him out, it was all coming together. Or whatever other crazy bullshit I saw you theorizing about. And how dare you try to mold him like that? Crocodile took a deep breath, ignoring his father's eyes being lit up in intrigue. He focused all his steel and metal into his voice as he promised. You will never get my son. Click. Crocodile hung up. I cannot believe. Crocodile backed away, pacing a bit. He couldn't believe the absolute nerve of that jerk. How dare he act like I'm the one in the wrong? I've seen that rat bastard literally take in children of war. Not out of care, but because they'll grow up into very loyal soldiers after being saved, Crocodile rambled, all his frustration at Dragon just bubbling up. And he calls me selfish. Wow, we finally found someone Crocodile hates more than us, someone in the crowd joked, probably trying to lighten the mood, jolting Crocodile. He'd forgotten they were all here. Fuck. Crocodile rubbed his face again, pressing the heels of his hands into his eyes to try and calm down. Crocodile, Whitebeard began, his voice less concerned and full of pity than Crocodile expected. For some reason that disappointed him. Unwilling to talk about anything that had happened over that call, Crocodile ripped the receiver up again. I'm not fucking done. He dialed the only other number he had the option of calling. The snail rang 7 times before it was picked up. What is it? A cold and apathetic man spoke up, his monotone voice rather calming to Crocodile. Mihawk, Crocodile said softly, awkwardly shuffling as he waited to see if the man even remembered him. Crocodile had never believed himself to be all that memorable. Crocodile, Mihawk's voice spoke up, sounding bemused. What an unexpected surprise to hear from a man thought to be dead. Despite himself, Crocodile found himself smirking as he fell back into an easy rhythm when speaking to Mihawk. The two always managed to have great conversations. Don't tell me I actually managed to trick that great Hawkeye. Now, don't get a swollen head. It's big enough as it is, Mihawk teased back. But this does mean I owe someone 20,000 belly. Did you bet someone that I was dead? Crocodile asked, a chuckle building up in his throat. No, I bet that you'd stay dead. Never to return to the pirating world, Mihawk explained. Although, Shanks thought you were too cocky not to return to the spotlight. Shanks? Crocodile hadn't heard that name in a long time. The redhead had practically disappeared along with most of Roger's crew in the lead up to the man's execution. You still meet up with that nuisance? Crocodile could almost hear the shrug. He's an entertaining dueling partner, even if I have to go to the East Blue whenever I feel like indulging him. He's still hanging out in the weakest sea? Crocodile asked, surprised and completely entrapped in this conversation. He hadn't realized how much he missed Mihawk and their easy conversations. Marco traded a look with Whitebeard. Both had always been sure that a pleasant side of Crocodile existed, and this was proof Crocodile could be civil, and that only motivated them more. Yes, apparently he's still trying to finish up some last request of his captain. He's almost been to every island in the east now, Mihawk explained easily. Huh, wonder what that bleeding heart is up to. Crocodile couldn't help but think of the child Roger was rumored to have out in the world somewhere. He could definitely see that bleeding heart spending years to find his captain's child. He was the stupidly loyal type. Not my business, as long as he can entertain me. I don't care, Mihawk said, sounding like he'd poured himself a glass of wine and was getting comfortable in order to really enjoy this conversation. Crocodile knew his statement to be untrue, considering Mihawk loved gossip. As surprising as most people found that, it was true. Which meant Shanks probably wouldn't tell Mihawk what he was doing if he was pretending to be uninterested. Now then, what do I owe the pleasure of you calling me? Crocodile's eyes flickered up to Whitebeard, his glare sharpening at the man who was forcing this situation on him. I have a favor I need to ask of you, Crocodile said once he'd gotten his nerves up. Stop, Mihawk cut in. You want a favor from me? Then entertain me. Tell me what happened to you, Mihawk requested, the sound of him sipping his wine following. Mihawk, we aren't friends. I'd rather not talk about myself. Then I guess this conversation is over. Crocodile couldn't believe Mihawk would do this to him, making him talk about himself. Crocodile couldn't handle this embarrassment. Fine, gods. You shitty gossip, I'll talk, he stressed before Mihawk could hang up. Good to see you've come around. Now tell me what happened. Last I remember, you were heading off to see that useless boyfriend of yours, then you disappeared from the seas. Mihawk seemed way too interested in all this. Do you want the full thing, or just the footnotes? Crocodile asked, rubbing his temple in frustration. You know what type of information entertains me. Play to that, Mihawk answered easily. Crocodile sighed again and didn't waste time getting into it. All right, I met up with that useless boyfriend, and you were right, he acted like a dick as normal. So I met up with an old friend. I ended up hanging around with him for a while, then, well, he turned out to be an asshole too. So I left to meet up with my boyfriend again, and that's when I found out I was. Crocodile trailed off, not really wanting Mihawk to know he has a kid. But he supposed the man would know eventually if he came to pick Crocodile up. Pregnant. I got pregnant. That kid must be cute, Mihawk commented. Crocodile was a little thrown off by that. Yeah, I suppose he's adorable, but why would you assume that? His kid was very cute, but he didn't know why Mihawk would comment on that. No offense to kids, but Crocodile had seen some rather unfortunate-looking ones. Are you serious? Mihawk asked, sounding a little baffled. What do you mean? Crocodile asked, incredibly confused. Croc, you realize you're pretty right, Mihawk asked slowly. There was a shuffle around him that he decidedly ignored. Could this get any more embarrassing? What? No, I'm a man, and have you seen my face? I have a sneer that could peel paint, Crocodile argued, a flush rising to his cheeks at the idea that anyone thought he was pretty. Plus the scar. The scar seems to be one of the main reasons people like you. I'm serious. The Marines used to call you Helen, as in the face that launched 1,000 ships. Did you really never notice the petty officers trading photos of you like currency? Crocodile face had turned a bright red at this point. He'd had no idea that was happening. He didn't know what to say at all. How does anyone even respond to that knowledge? All I'm saying is your kid must be cute since you look how you do. It probably doesn't even matter what the father looks like. That's. So you were saying. You got pregnant. What happened next? Mihawk forced Crocodile to move on from the realization that apparently a lot of people had desired him. I swear to God, Mihawk, Crocodile muttered, eyeing the gathered Whitebeard pirates as he tried to clear the red from his cheeks. Most of them seemed to have found the information rather interesting, if the quirked eyebrows and giggling was anything to go by. Okay, so I got pregnant, and it wasn't exactly an easy time for me. My rat bastard ex planned to take my baby away, but luckily he was born early. So I got my gender transition and ran away. I set up shop on an island that was almost impossible to find to avoid my ex finding me or my baby, and that's basically everything. Crocodile took a few deep breaths, having tried to summarize the rest of the story in one breath. Mihawk was quiet for a minute, probably deciding if Crocodile had given enough information to earn his favor. All right, and what favor did you need? Can you come get me? Crocodile asked as soon as the green light was given to him. He didn't realize until he said it just how childish he'd sounded in that request. Mihawk seemed to wait for further elaboration, but none would come from Crocodile. So he asked for more details. Crocodile felt like he was pulling teeth. He hated this. He hated revealing things about himself. He was the type of man that kept things close to his chest. And he could count on one hand the number of people he actually trusted. And that person was literally just Luffy. My father's ship. He won't let me leave with my son until I can prove I have support or some other such nonsense. There was a moment of silence before Mihawk completely saw through him. You can't actually believe I'm going to just allow you to edge around who your father is. I know he's an old pirate, and I'm not agreeing to anything until I know who I'm facing. Crocodile bit his lip, wishing Mihawk was less intelligent. Couldn't he just not ask questions? Does it matter? Crocodile asked softly, very close to begging. He isn't going to attack you, he just wants to know someone would come for me. He said he'd let me go uncontested then. Crocodile tried his hardest to get Mihawk to understand there would be no danger to him. Crocodile, Mihawk said warningly, telling him in no uncertain terms to stop beating around the bush. Crocodile's shoulders dropped in defeat, and he mumbled shamefully, Edward Newgate. My father's name is Edward Newgate. Happy? Crocodile almost expected the sound of Mihawk hanging up. He certainly didn't like the sound of a glass breaking, as if Mihawk had dropped his wine in shock. Every minute that Mihawk didn't say anything made Crocodile twitch and shift anxiously. He glanced around, seeing the gathering of Whitebeard pirates take offense to the lack of pride in his voice when stating his family connections. They'd probably give anything to have blood relations to Whitebeard. Crocodile would give anything to forget who he was. Wait, Mihawk said, sounding like he was still reeling a bit. Is this biological? Yes, Crocodile ground out, wishing he didn't have to reveal this much about himself. He'd kept this secret for most of his life. Crocodile himself had to be a secret since the day he was born. He didn't know any other way to exist. Honestly, if Mihawk hadn't guessed that he was transgender after their first meeting, Crocodile would have never revealed it. Mihawk sighed, poured what sounded like a ridiculous amount of replacement wine, and seemingly drank the entire amount, then poured another. Crocodile, I like you. You're a self-assured, self-possessed, and a very intelligent person, and you always had goals and ambitions that I admired and respected you for. You are a good conversationalist, which is not something I find often. At times I could consider you a friend, but there is no way I'm naive enough to believe the self-proclaimed family man and Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard, will actually allow anyone onto his ship with the intent to take his biological son and grandson without attacking. Mihawk explained, sounding genuinely apologetic. I'm honestly surprised he let you leave the first time. He didn't, I ran away. Crocodile admitted. Exactly, Mihawk said with a snap. His point had been made. No one could really trust Whitebeard when it came to his so-called family. I'm sorry, Crocodile. Crocodile couldn't even blame him. No, I understand. It was nice hearing how you've been anyway. Crocodile glared up at a triumphant-looking Whitebeard. God, he hated him. Crocodile almost hung up when Mihawk spoke again. He gave a suggestion that he was entirely unprepared for. Why not call Don Quixote? Hot damn. A loud call accompanied by a loud wolf whistle drew his attention away from the recently deceased Pirate King. Crocodile wished he didn't expect such foolish behavior at the death of such a great man. You are fucking gorgeous. Crocodile nearly jumped out of his skin when two large hands took him by the waist. He was so startled by the sheer gall of this person that he just froze for a second. You'll do as my woman, a lecherous voice whispered right into his exposed ear. The fact that the last part wasn't a request, but a statement of ownership made Crocodile's hackles rise. In a swift movement, Crocodile dropped, kicking out his leg as he spun around. He swept the bastard's legs out from under him, knocking him onto his back. Unfortunately, it was raining, so Crocodile couldn't attack with his full sand power, which is the only thing that saved this fool from a very dry death. He jumped up, stomping a heavy alligator leather boot on the man's chest. Crocodile glared down the bridge of his nose, pulling his cigar from his mouth as he looked over his would-be molester. He was surprised to note that it was a kid, a rather big kid, but a kid all the same. He couldn't be more than 17. Still, that didn't excuse putting his hands where they definitely didn't belong, and certainly didn't excuse the misgendering. Crocodile pressed down on the struggling kid's chest, expression cold and domineering. First of all, boy, you wouldn't survive me, and I don't touch immature little boys. Second, I am not a woman. I am a man. Crocodile gave one last stomp that knocked the wind from the kid's chest before allowing him up. He stayed down, laying on his bruised elbows as he stared up at Crocodile. His sunglasses were askew, and his mouth hanging open, most likely catching fat raindrops between his teeth. Crocodile knew exactly what to expect. He'd seen it a million times. Creeps that hit on him thinking he was a woman always had the same reaction when he corrected them. They were always disgusted. They always sneered at him and called Crocodile a freak. And of course they always, then be my man. The kid yelled, eyes wide and a pink blush dusting his cheeks. No, wait. Be my everything. I'll worship the ground you walk on forever. Crocodile did not know how to handle that. No one had said that to him before. In fact, he didn't think anyone had ever looked at him this way ever before. This kid was looking at him as if he was the manifestation of everything good and wonderful in this world. Crocodile had no idea how attacking him caused such a look. He stuttered a bit, backed away from the crazy kid before picking up the pieces of his scattered thoughts. He scrambled together a sneer and hissed at the kid, "Fuck off, I don't mess with children." With a flourish of his damp fur coat, Crocodile turned and stomped off. He headed right for a bar, where the events that would begin the next decade of his life would take place the moment a random stranger called him selfish. Crocodile's head snapped back in surprise. Doflamingo and Mihawk didn't know each other, did they? What? I Don me and Doffy, I mean Don Quixote. That little punk. Why would I call him? Mihawk, why, you must be drunk. Don Quixote, PFFD. Izu's eyebrows were basically touching his hairline as he watched his brother turn 10 shades of red. He never thought he'd see Crocodile with a crush, but here he was. Crocodile, come on, you aren't fooling me. I know you met him on and off since Roger's execution. He talks about it constantly. Mihawk said that last word with a very real amount of frustration in his voice. Crocodile sighed, his shoulders slumping because of course Luffy talked about their private relationship. That idiot. How do you even know that bird-brained fool? Last I checked he was based in the North Blue, Crocodile asked sullenly. I didn't think it was possible to be this out of touch. Did you not even get the news coup where you were living? Mihawk asked curiously. I haven't exactly been trying to stay well connected, Crocodile murmured, not wanting to get into how he did everything he could to shut out the world over the last 5 years. And here you used to be such a news junkie, Mihawk muttered out in a sigh. Don Quixote took your seat after you disappeared. I believe after 4 months of nothing from you they decided you must be dead. Not that anyone dares say that in front of Don Quixote. The last Marine to suggest you were dead got tossed out a window. It sounds like Luffy, Crocodile muttered back. Doflamingo really was the type to just throw people away from him if they say something that upsets him. Luffy, huh? Mihawk asked, a smirk clear in the sound of his voice. Crocodile's expression immediately became sour. Oh, shut up. I've known him a long time. So what if I use the nickname that he insisted upon? Trust me, I know. The man doesn't shut up about you. He's told me several times now how you swept him off his feet and took his breath away on your first meeting at Roger's execution. Wow, must have been a busy execution for you, someone in the crowd murmured aloud. Crocodile's head swung around to glare at them all, offended by what they were insinuating. Crocodile turned back to the snail, not appreciating what Mihawk was implying either. He set the pirate straight with a growl, swept him off his feet and took his breath away. I knocked him down and stomped on his chest. Then basically told him if he spoke to me again I'd run him through. It wasn't exactly a meet cute. Don Quixote isn't exactly a normal guy. I understand he exaggerates, Mihawk said with a light chuckle, although he didn't seem to be lying about all those intimate meetups. Would you care to set the record straight? Mihawk, you've already gotten way too much gossip out of me. Crocodile snarled grumpily. Fine, I'll just take this as confirmation that you slept with the giant pink bird. Mihawk certainly knew how to threaten him. Shanks will certainly get a kick out of that. We thought Don Quixote was lying. He is lying, Crocodile barked. We never did anything. He was 17 the first time I met him and I was in a relationship every other time. We just talked. He was a good friend. Crocodile couldn't believe he'd blurted that out, but he couldn't allow people to think he'd actually been intimate with Doflamingo Don Quixote. He was just a friend, a really close, clingy, touchy friend. Doflamingo had a tendency to like to cuddle, and Crocodile hadn't objected very hard. It had been an emotional time for Crocodile. Dragon had been growing distant, and Crocodile didn't know how to handle that. He'd feared losing yet another person's love, so he began scrambling to preserve his still young relationship. In the midst of this, Crocodile ran into Doflamingo. Doflamingo had been handling some business in Sabayati, and Crocodile had been at the motel he normally met up with Dragon, and somehow Doflamingo convinced Crocodile to let him take him out for a coffee. And the rest was history. They'd meet up, talk, and over time they grew really close. Crocodile ended up telling him everything. He was probably the only person in the world that knew every concern and trauma of his life. The blonde man had always been extremely flirtatious, taking every chance to undermine Dragon. But Crocodile found that charming over time, laughing it off since he didn't really believe Doflamingo loved him as he always claimed. The friendship had been almost as deeply intimate as he'd always imagined a loving relationship to be. Crocodile never even realized that Doflamingo withheld most information about his own past. So much for friendship. Once again, Crocodile had been the only one giving his all. He really needed to stop letting people fool him like that. Then there's no problem. If he's a friend, then give him a call. Mihawk waved away any further concern. Crocodile and Doflamingo were friends, ergo he should be the first person to call for help. Crocodile opened his mouth only to snap it closed again. He gulped, a painful feeling sparking in his chest. You can always call me, Crocky. I promise that I'll always come the moment you need me. Doflamingo had promised only for the first and last time Crocodile had called to end in running to Dragon's arms. And of course the next 9 months of hell could have been avoided if Doflamingo had just kept his promise. Crocodile felt like a coward, but he couldn't bear to call the man up. Actually, Mihawk, I think I'm going to handle this myself. Thank you for the suggestion though. Crocodile spoke rather hopelessly, even if he tried to sound like it would all be fine. Mihawk's silence let Crocodile know the man didn't believe him. But he also wasn't going to fight him on it. It wasn't his life anyway. All right, that's your prerogative. Although if you ever need a place to stay, you and your child both, my home is open to you too. A smile curled over his lips at the kind offer. It gave Crocodile at least a destination even if he still didn't have a plan to escape yet. just won't be facing down an angry emperor, huh? He said, his voice wholly teasing. Exactly, Mihawk replied in that same teasing tone. Well, thank you. I'll see about taking you up on that offer. Crocodile paused, biting his lower lip as he began to worry about Gossip Queen Mihawk knowing that he was alive and being acquainted with Doflamingo. It was a dangerous combination. You aren't going to, tell Doffy where I am, right? Once again there was a long silence that told Crocodile everything he needed to know. Still he held his breath, hoping Mihawk would do him this one favor. Crocodile, as I said, I like you. I really do. But that man is persistent, annoying, and has a nose for information about you. I will absolutely rat you out because then he'll go bother you and leave me to my peace and quiet. Crocodile honestly couldn't fault him for that. Doflamingo Don Quixote was 100% an acquired taste. That's honestly fair. He is an annoying little fly that someone forgot to swat. I knew you'd get it. Mihawk laughed at his description. Be well, all right. It was good to hear you are still kicking. Nice to hear you haven't changed either, Crocodile responded, already feeling the dread of the impending end of his call. He had no one else to try, and now he's going to have to deal with the aftermath of the Whitebeards learning what they did over these 2 calls. The shit with Dragon was just the kind of trauma that would have been enough to receive the love and attention from his father Crocodile always wanted. He certainly didn't care to get it now. It would be too little, too late. Whitebeard had his chance to be a good father. Too many, in fact. He didn't get to make it up now because he wanted to. Goodbye, Crocodile murmured, unable to keep the call going any longer. He waited for Mihawk's responding goodbyes to be polite. Because damn it, he was a gentleman even after years of living in seclusion. It only took a minute more before both were hanging up. A thick wall tension awaited Crocodile once the receiver was out of his hand, and he simply wasn't going to deal with it. Crocodile brushed his hair back. The wild hair he inherited from his mother had gotten pretty messy over the course of the 2 calls. He took a calming breath before turning on his heel and marching back towards the depths of the ship. And just where do you think you're going? Whitebeard called in that fatherly tone that annoyed Crocodile to no end. I'm going to get my son. He has an overactive metabolism and he needs to eat now, Crocodile growled, not stopping in his determined march. And we will not be staying in my old room. Luffy's scared of it and I'm not a teenager anymore, Crocodile added, knowing that staying here longer was inevitable now, but he couldn't stay in a room that Luffy couldn't sleep in. There was a grumble behind him. Apparently many believed he should be touched that Whitebeard had kept his room the same out of sentimentality. Aizu actually seemed to ignore his last statement and instead addressed his first. We're not sure where Luffy is. It might take some more time to find him. How badly do you figure he needs to eat? Aizu asked in genuine concern. He hadn't realized Luffy had special needs, and it explained why he ate so much in the little time they cared for him before Crocodile showed up. He'd probably been really hungry when he woke up earlier. Crocodile only glared over his shoulder. I already know exactly where he is. Crocodile finally made it below deck, not hesitating to roll his eyes when Aizu and Marco began to follow, probably sent by Whitebeard to keep an eye on him. He ignored them mostly as he walked confidently down the many twisting halls and down stairwells. Crocodile wasn't lying about knowing where Luffy was. He'd narrowed it down in his head to one particular place because of one reason. Luffy had been begging for him. Because of Luffy's special abilities, Crocodile was sure this was the second best place the child could have found to feel the fatherly comfort he'd wanted. Crocodile had figured out through putting together Luffy's ramblings that inanimate objects such as walls hold past events, and there were precious few places on this ship where Crocodile had good experiences. When Marco and Aizu realized where Crocodile was heading, they began to deny that Luffy could have ever gotten to the hall by himself, much less without being seen. Crocodile just rolled his eyes and kept going. They simply didn't understand just how far a determined Luffy could go. One time he told Luffy he had to eat his peas when he got home, and the boy had stayed in the wolf's den for a full week. The only reason he didn't starve was because Crocodile put out meals for him near the wolf's den. Luffy only came home after Crocodile stopped putting peas on the plates. He was still a little upset that he'd given in, but sometimes a parent has to choose their battles. They got to the locked door of the hall and his 2 annoying shadows began to protest louder. Crocodile, there is no way he got into the hall. We always keep it locked, Marco yelled out in exasperation. How do you expect he even managed to navigate down here? Aizu asked. Obviously he was firmly on Marco's side. Too bad they were both wrong. Crocodile didn't even pause. He raised a leg and kicked the door with all the force he could muster, which was a lot since he already had quite a bit of aggression pent up from talking to Dragon. Plus the last few days haven't helped anything. Marco and Aizu's yammering immediately got cut off when the bang of the door was followed by a high-pitched and extremely happy, "Daddy." It only took a matter of moments before Crocodile was catching a bundle of giggling, cuddly child. His little boy was squealing and, like the little octopus he is, clinging to Crocodile like he was afraid they'd be separated again. "Daddy, I missed you so much," Luffy cried out, trying to wiggle his way to Crocodile's shoulder so he could butt his head against face like an affectionate little cat. He was so caught up in his reunion with his father that he didn't even notice Marco and Aizu were here too, just like Crocodile liked it. I missed you too, baby. I see you found my little hideaway, Crocodile said with a smile, taking a few steps into the hall to look over the little space he'd carved out for himself in order to feel happy and safe. He first made it as a secret base when he was 12. It became where he slept every night when his room became completely unsafe. Yeah, Moby showed it to me. They say I can come back whenever I want. And come here. You can hear Moby's heartbeat, Luffy excitedly told Crocodile, jumping down to pull and tug him over towards the keel. Marco and Aizu exchanged a glance, both extremely confused since they had no idea where Luffy heard the name of the ship from, or why he is pretending to be friends with the ship. It was still cute though. Luffy pulled Crocodile over to the keel as the two of them took in the realization that Crocodile had apparently made a hideaway down here, and somehow no one had ever found it in over a decade. Marco stepped around Crocodile and Luffy, his brother completely enraptured in what his son was excitedly saying, his eyes looking over the small place Crocodile had made, probably as a young teen. There were books that Marco had seen Crocodile reading when he was younger, and a blanket. Crocodile once screamed at one of their brothers because they used the blanket, so Marco knew it was important to him. It was something about his mom making it for him. Marco wasn't sure. Is this where you heard the heartbeat? Crocodile asked Luffy, drawing Marco's attention back to him. Luffy nodded eagerly, laying his head down over the keel and urging Crocodile to do the same. Do you hear it? It's so calm, but happy and upbeat, like a really cheerful old woman. Luffy giggled. Crocodile lifted his head, giving the child a sad smile and ruffling his hair. Luffy, remember our talk. Daddy can't hear the things you can. You're a special little boy, and the world speaks to you just a little louder than pretty much everyone else. Oh, yeah? Luffy frowns, looking terribly sad that Crocodile couldn't hear the things he was imagining. But, it sounds really nice though. Luffy looked close to tears. You know, Luffy, the simple fact that I now know that Moby has a heartbeat is special. It's really nice just to know that, Crocodile assured the boy, pulling him into his arms again. Just like when you told me the trees sing, I love knowing that, even if I can't hear it myself. Luffy was pouting, obviously not happy with the compromise. Okay, Luffy mumbled unhappily. It was then Luffy finally noticed Aizu and Marco were also here. Izzy, Mango. Luffy gave a shrill cheer at the sight of them. Marco eyebrows scrunched together, weirded out since Luffy hadn't had any issue saying his name even once before, and yet now he got it wrong. He figured it was a one-time thing. Marco, the blonde corrected lightly. We were worried about you. Luffy did not look guilty. He seemed to have already accepted that his actions would cause worry. It's okay though. Daddy always finds me. Luffy giggled, clutching onto Crocodile to cuddle into his side. Crocodile smirked at the two other pirates. He kept telling them he knew Luffy better than anyone or anything. They hadn't believed him, so he felt rather smug about it. His smug look was wiped from his face the moment he heard Luffy's stomach rumble. Oh, just great. Luffy will overeat because he missed his snacks and meals. Crocodile reacted on instinct, standing and trying to gather Luffy up to get him some food. Unfortunately, Luffy chose that moment to dive to the side to clutch at Crocodile's childhood blanket. He'd forgotten it down here when he'd packed up and left for good. His mother had embroidered it with Crocodile's favorite animal, which ended up being the name he'd picked after dropping his dead name officially. He had just wanted to feel like his mom had been a part of the decision since his father hadn't seemed to care for the monumental moment happening in his child's life. Luffy rubbed his face into the fabric, not minding the moth-eaten bits. Daddy, can I have this blanket? It's really warm and has a really happy hum to it. Crocodile didn't even have to ask how he knew the blanket was his, and therefore he was the person to ask permission in order to keep the item. He bit his lip, looking down at the half-rotten thing. His mother had made that for him, and as much as Crocodile wanted to give it to Luffy, he knew it would most likely tear within an hour. How about instead I fix it up for you first? Crocodile suggested, holding out a hand expectantly. Luffy pouted but did hand over the blanket. Okay, now let's go get you something to eat. Food. Whitebeard sat back, a stiff line to his shoulders as he processed all that he'd learned about his child's life since he left his protective embrace. It sounded like since leaving, his life was a never-ending hell. Even his beloved son was a result of one such hell. It was such a damn shame Crocodile had to go through so much anguish. As a young boy, it had seemed like Crocodile tried to invent terrible experiences just to fit in with his brothers. It appears he got his wish. Whitebeard just wished it hadn't had to come to this. And speaking of Crocodile's tragic past, that ex of his interested Whitebeard, not just the fact that his son apparently made a child with the revolutionary dragon, but the reason behind making the child. Dragon had apparently searched out Crocodile, for some reason believing a child born from them would be the fabled Joy Boy. Whitebeard had so many questions. Where had Dragon even heard of Joy Boy and the Bringer of the Dawn? Whitebeard had been sure Roger didn't exactly spread that story around, since he'd wanted his own son to be that prophetic man. How had Dragon known Crocodile and him would make Joy Boy? And where did he get this information? And with this new information in mind, Whitebeard was questioning if Luffy really was just imagining things or not. Was it really possible that such a young child had already mastered the voice of all things? Because if he was using such a power, and he really was the bringer of the dawn, then everything about Luffy suddenly made a lot more sense. Even more than before. Whitebeard couldn't allow the two to leave now. He couldn't exactly let Crocodile raise the man who'd usher in a new era. It was a wonder he hadn't already messed up Fate's design. It was obvious Crocodile didn't know how to make good decisions for himself, and definitely not for Luffy. But that was all right. Whitebeard would care for his family when they couldn't. Crocodile took a deep breath before he stepped into the galley. He never liked the galley. It was crowded during mealtimes, and his brother's habit of trying to force him to conform meant it was a very uncomfortable place for him. Crocodile didn't like loud places, so it was exhausting every time they made him stay longer or join in on the festivities. Crocodile could only remember one time that he enjoyed a loud atmosphere. Want any more? Compote asked Crocodile as the younger boy finished his meal. Crocodile was almost always at the Charlotte house these days, since his mother died 2 years before he was alone at his own house. He didn't like being alone. Luckily, none of the many Charlotte children had any problem letting Crocodile pretend he lived there. No, I'm good. Thanks for dinner, I'll go read, Crocodile told the elder girl. He put his plate in the sink, rinsing it before heading off to read in the garden. It might be loud here, but Crocodile enjoyed it. None of the Charlotte children really tended to bother each other much. They seemed to understand that even though they are family, not all of them are going to get along completely. It seemed to be an unspoken agreement to just avoid who they fought with in free time, and be cordial during family time, which wasn't often. Sometimes Crocodile wondered if other families were like this, but since he didn't have one, he wouldn't ever know for sure. That was fine though. He liked how this family operated. He liked that he could go about his business without being bothered by anyone he didn't get along with. Anyone he did get along with seemed to know how to talk to him without even trying. Katakuri and him could spend hours just sitting in silence together. They both liked solitude, but they also enjoyed the quiet company the other provided. Crocodile loved his time with this family. He may hate loud places, but it was fine here since no one tried to determine how he should act. I want pancakes. Luffy's demand broke through Crocodile's memories. The little boy was skipping ahead of his father, not minding or even noticing as everyone's eyes were immediately on him. Daddy, can you make animal pancakes? Luffy asked, wanting the animal shapes Crocodile sometimes crafted his pancakes into. They barely looked like animals. The only reason Crocodile kept doing it was because Luffy didn't seem to mind the badly done animal shapes. Sorry Luffy, I don't think I'm allowed back into the kitchen, but I'm sure their food is just as good, Crocodile explained to the boy. As much as he hated all these people, he couldn't deny that the chefs made incredibly delicious food. Luffy's eyes went wide, tears very suddenly filling his big brown eyes. But, I want Daddy's pancakes, Luffy screamed, high-pitched and loud enough to shake the ship. Crocodile took a step back, having not expected the extreme reaction, but he should have. Luffy was a surprisingly easy child, which wasn't obvious at first glance. The young boy rarely complained, and while he was as stubborn as a mule, he was willing to negotiate. He was sensitive, and a bit of a crybaby, but that was to be expected of a child. Overall, he was a very happy and behaved boy, unless he was hungry. All bets were off if Luffy was hungry. Crocodile sternly ignored Marco and Aizu, who were looking around dumbly for a way to help calm Luffy. He quickly stooped down, scooping the child into his arms and hustling over to the buffet-style serving area. First things first, Crocodile had to get some food in this kid's stomach. It was the only way to calm him down. He looked over the offerings and almost cried in relief when he saw the leftover pot roast, probably made for dinner yesterday. Thankfully, the Whitebeards were creatures of habit. He knew this would most likely be on the serving table. Crocodile grabbed a pre-cut chunk and held the warm meat under the sobbing child's nose. It took a moment, but slowly Luffy's cries reduced to whimpers and sniffling. Then his big brown eyes looked up at Crocodile curiously before tiny hands took the meat and he stuffed it in his mouth. Luffy pouted, trying to keep the smile that wanted to take over his lips at bay. I still want Daddy's animal pancakes. Crocodile chuckled and bounced the boy in his arms. I know, but isn't their food yummy? He asked, watching the boy nod even while he looked upset by the admission. So how about you eat what they have for now, and I'll look into getting some animal pancakes later. Sound good? Luffy thought about it, eyes downcast as he visibly weighed the options. Finally, a bright smile pulled across his lips and he gave an enthusiastic nod. Okay, Daddy. Crocodile sighed in relief and set Luffy down. Good boy, why don't you go find a seat while I get you your breakfast? He very much disliked allowing Luffy free rein while around these people, but they were stuck here no matter what. Luffy would be miserable if he tried to keep him isolated for an unknown amount of time. Sure, he'd kept him on that desolate island for years, but the floodgate was open now. Luffy had met other people, and there was no way the boy would want to go back to being alone with just the two of them. Crocodile was willing to compromise until they escaped from this place. Then he'd have to find a safe place where Luffy could grow up with the company he deserved. Perhaps a small island that had a small village. The East Blue might be a good bet since Crocodile didn't want to get recognized as a pirate while trying to raise his son. Yeah, Luffy turned on his heel and went sprinting towards Aizu, who was apparently his favorite of the Whitebeards, pulling the man towards one of the many bench seats. Crocodile couldn't help wincing when he noticed Luffy was heading toward the main table, the place the commanders and captain took their meals. This is what I get for giving birth to an extrovert. Crocodile shook his head, already knowing he'd go through whatever uncomfortable situation he had to for his child. He turned back to the warming tables and looked over the options as he grabbed a tray. He loaded up a plate of regular pancakes, bacon, scrambled eggs, and toast. He got another plate of crepes, taking 2 extra portions of it. He added both plates to his tray. Lastly, he served up a heaping bowl of cinnamon oatmeal, grabbed a small plate of apple slices, milk, orange juice, and finally a coffee for himself. That was right, all the food was for Luffy. Crocodile couldn't eat in the morning. It gave him a stomachache. That's a lot of food, a voice commented from his left. Crocodile shot a look to the side to see the fishman. The man hadn't been with Whitebeard when Crocodile was living with them, but he had read the reports as a warlord when the fishman did join the crew. Numer, if the reports were right, a shark fishman, but Crocodile wasn't sure of the specifics. He did know the man was just as uselessly loyal as the rest of them, and there was little doubt he'd believe anything Whitebeard said about him. Mind your own business, Crocodile snarled at him, carefully taking his overloaded tray and heading back to his 5-year-old child. The man didn't say anything else, didn't even attempt to follow, so that was something at least. Break Y Fest. Break Y Fest. Luffy sang excitedly as Crocodile got close. He couldn't help smiling at the boy. He was just ridiculously cute. Not even Marco and the rest's presence could keep a smile off his face while he looked over his baby. Okay, you missed your snack times yesterday, so you make sure to go slow, all right? Crocodile warned the boy, not really needing to since Luffy could eat a bananawani and still ask for dessert. I don't want you getting sick. Crocodile placed the pancakes in front of the boy and cut the pancakes for him, the rest of the dishes placed around him and within grabbing distance. And you will drink all your milk, it's good for you. Okay, Luffy promised, grabbing up his fork and began to dig in. You shouldn't waste food, Marco stated, eyeing the several full meals worth of food gathered around Luffy. Shut up, Crocodile snapped, hand-petting Luffy's hair as the boy ate and sipping his coffee. Marco, just leave it, Aizu hissed. We can finish anything Luffy doesn't. No, just because he's pissy doesn't mean our rules about food should be disrespected. You know Thatch would have a heart attack at the sight of all this wasted food if he wasn't still in the infirmary. Yeah, but it's not worth starting a fight over. Aizu snapped back. Crocodile rubbed his head as a headache began to form at the center of his forehead. All the low-level chatter was causing his head to pound. Marco and Aizu's spat was not helping either. Luffy will eat it all, so can you both shut up? Crocodile growled lowly, sinking into his seat a bit to take a deeper gulp of his coffee. Crocodile, do you always have to be so? Marco's words got stuck in his throat when Luffy very suddenly shoved his now empty plate away from himself. Luffy crawled up on the table and stomped his way over to Marco, eyes more serious than any 5-year-olds had a right to be. He stopped in front of Marco with his fists on his hips, clearly imitating Crocodile when he was trying to be more disciplinary. Mango, stop yelling. Daddy's head doesn't feel good. Morning is for eating, so stop fighting. Luffy told him sternly before he went back to his seat, pulled his crepes close, and began to eat again. There was no sign of the little dictator just a second after that side of Luffy's personality had shown itself. The boy was just happily kicking his feet and enjoying his food. Marco's mouth hung open after being lectured by a child, completely disbelieving it had happened. Aizu giggled into his sleeve. That was hilarious, he snorted. Luffy didn't even seem to care that he was being talked about as he finished the crepes and downed his orange juice, then moved on to the oatmeal. Between Marco's face flamed with embarrassment and Aizu's giggling, no one seemed to notice that Luffy was now finishing up his milk, all his food eaten. Where does it all go? Another voice joined the table. Crocodile looked up, immediately placing which commander he was. Heavy artillery Kirill. He specialized in long-range weaponry such as guns and bazookas. And apparently he wasn't just colorblind but pattern-blind too, definitely fashionably inept. Kirill was looking at Luffy's empty plates with amazement. This caused Aizu and Marco to look at the plates too and see that Luffy had indeed finished the entirety of what Crocodile had placed in front of him. Crocodile didn't bother to respond as he silently finished his coffee, before turning to help Luffy clean his hands and mouth with a napkin. How's your tummy? Any pain? Feel sick at all? or are you still hungry?" Crocodile asked him, clearly ignoring everyone else. I'm full now, and I don't hurt," Luffy assured Crocodile. "That's good," Crocodile said with a ruffle of the boy's dark hair. He was about to ask if Luffy wanted to go out on deck and play when the door to the galley opened and Crocodile froze. Crocodile had been glad that this morning there wasn't a lot of people eating at the moment, probably because they'd all wanted to watch Whitebeard and his talk. But he's been mostly relieved that he hasn't had to be around his father for longer than necessary, especially because the man seems to want a bond. Just the thought put Crocodile on edge. "Kirurara, how's the food this morning?" Whitebeard called as he entered the galley, grinning at all his children. His eyes lingered on Crocodile and little Luffy, apparently found safe and sound. He was glad to finally be able to share a meal with his lost son. Crocodile grit his teeth, keeping his eyes down to not start another fight. Luffy didn't need that so early in the morning. Luffy frowned at the sudden sound from his father. It was like gears grinding against each other, the sound so irritating that he instantly placed what his father was feeling: frustration. It didn't sound like a very fun emotion. Yet he knew it was also because of his headache. Plus Marco and Aizu had been yelling earlier, which Luffy knew his father couldn't take for long. So Luffy concluded his father needed air. He had to get out of this room now. "Daddy, can we go play?" Luffy asked, grabbing his father's hand to tug on his fingers. Crocodile couldn't help the small smile. "Of course, let's go play." He took the boy by the armpits and lifted up from his seat and onto the wooden floor. Luffy immediately began flapping his arms like a bird and ran towards the door, making animal sounds. Crocodile just ducked his head in order to not meet anyone's eyes and followed after the boy. They walked silently, Marco and Aizu not feeling the need to follow after him this time, so Crocodile just docilely directed his child towards the upper deck. It had been so long since he'd walked these halls, yet he still knew them by heart. He hesitated as they passed the infirmary, and Crocodile remembered there was at least one person on this ship he wanted to check in on. All chests had to still be kicking, right? Maybe he'd even help Crocodile out when trying to escape later on, like he had before. "Daddy, is there someone you want to meet?" Luffy asked curiously, running back over to peer at the door. "Yeah, actually, I think you'd like him too. Come on," Crocodile answered, walking towards the door as Luffy followed behind excitedly. The large room they entered hadn't changed in all the years Crocodile had been away. Every last detail was still the same. Even chest deck and bookshelf was still squished into the corner to make a mini office area. Nurses milled about all of them, stopping to stare at Crocodile like he wasn't allowed in the infirmary. "Vachi!" Luffy cried out, going sprinting toward one of the occupied beds at the sight of the cook. Crocodile let him go, all right with Luffy making friends until he managed to find a way out of here. There was no reason to punish Luffy just because it would hurt them to deny them access to the boy. "Luffy!" Thatch gave a cry that matched the child's enthusiasm. He seemed delighted when Luffy crawled up onto his sick bed to hug at his chest. "I knew Daddy wouldn't hurt you too bad." Look, Daddy. Thatchy is okay." Luffy happily babbled about nothing that important. "I see that, Luffy," Crocodile murmured as he looked around the nostalgic room. It wasn't the good kind of nostalgic. "Well, you are definitely bruised to hell. Treatment for that is a steroid cream. But first we will have to check you for STDs." It was like being dunked under 10 miles of ocean. Chef's voice was garbled and distant as he spoke to Crocodile. He'd almost been convinced he was crazy, that it didn't happen. But now there was someone else with all the evidence. A cold weight fell over Crocodile's body. He could barely even twitch a finger. Every muscle felt so heavy he somehow knew he'd never smile the same again. Unless that was the torn ligaments in his now scarred face. "Crocodile," Chess called, waving a hand in front of his face. Crocodile didn't really startle, just lifted his head to give his blank stare to the elderly doctor. The man had pity in his eyes as he held a manila folder up. "I'll go get your father. Everything you need to prove your story is here." Crocodile flexed his fingers, finding that he was unable to do the action. He swallowed, worked his throat before he could finally force out, "No." Chess stopped, slowly closing the folder as he raised a brow. "No, you realize he'd have to believe you if he saw this." Crocodile gave a weak nod. "I know, but what's the point of family if I need evidence before I'm even given the benefit of the doubt? And if they aren't family, why would I care if they knew I wasn't a liar? They can play happy family, where nothing bad ever happens. I'm gonna take care of myself. No one else will." "Daddy?" Luffy asked, his voice growing in concern and looking close to tears. "Oh, Luffy, it's okay." Crocodile shook the terrible memory away. Not wanting to scare his child with his horrible past, he was never sure how much detail Luffy's power allowed him. But it scared Crocodile to think of the things he could possibly see. He rushed over to Luffy's side, not even caring that Thatch was also looking him over with concern. He scooped the child up and held him up high so they could be eye to eye. "Everything is okay." Luffy looked doubtful and poked Crocodile in the forehead. "Were you having a sad thought?" Luffy asked with a big pout on his lips. "Yeah, But Daddy is all right, Crocodile assured the boy. Still, Luffy looked unconvinced and wrapped his arms around Crocodile's neck, trying to gather him up to the best of his ability. His little baby arms unable to wrap around his father the way he wanted them to. Luffy will take care of Daddy, just like Daddy does. It took Crocodile a second to realize Luffy was responding to a statement he'd made years ago in this very room. "Aw, he's a good kid," Thatch interrupted the tender moment, allowing Crocodile an out before he started crying. "He is," Crocodile agreed, hugging the boy close as he turned away from Thatch. He still didn't like the man. Luffy was snuggling and trying to wrap Crocodile up in a hug. Thatch looked like he wanted to say something more, but Crocodile wasn't going to give him the time of day. Once again, they all had their chances years ago. Crocodile. This time Crocodile recognized the voice that called out to him. Whiskey. She was Chess' closest assistant back in the day. Whiskey. Crocodile nodded his head at her. He didn't really have any reason to like or dislike her. Chess always sent everyone out when they were discussing his medical reports, and they didn't really cross paths anywhere else. Where's Chess? The room, if possible, grew colder. No one would meet his eyes, and Whiskey just looked sad, pain flashing in her eyes. Chess, he left not too long after you, Whiskey finally said, looking uncomfortable. He got into a big fight with Pops before he left, and he said some pretty nasty things too. Whiskey shooed the nurses off as she gave a tired sigh. It was inevitable that he'd break away from Whitebeard. The man had very different ideals from the pirate captain. That's right, he shouldn't be surprised. He'd been throwing up, he couldn't stop. Morning, noon, and night, it was never ending. He couldn't keep anything down. It had gotten so bad even his father and brothers had noticed how sick he'd become. Everyone had very quickly concluded that Crocodile had developed some kind of infection-borne illness from the constant ripping and resewing of his facial wound. Before even the third day of not being able to eat, Crocodile was rushed to the infirmary. The strange thing about this weird sickness was that once he was done puking his guts out, he felt fine, besides how exhausted and dizzy he had been feeling. Probably from all the stress. Chess had immediately chased everyone out, even telling Whitebeard to get the fuck out. The crotchety doctor didn't take too kindly to anyone trying to work him for information they have no business knowing, even when that person happens to be his captain. Once they were alone, Crocodile could feel the cold chill run through him immediately. Chess was looking at him with sorrow. It was the most compassion he'd ever seen on the old man's face. "Geez, all geezer, what could you say that's worse than what you've already told me?" He tried to joke, rubbing his queasy stomach. Chess just continued to look at him like he had news that would end the world. "Stop looking at me like that. You're scaring me." "Crocodile, I'm sorry to have to be the one to tell you, but..." Chess sat down at his desk, looking Crocodile firmly in the eye and setting all of the young boy's internal alarms off. "You're pregnant." It was like the world fell in on him. His head was suddenly under a 1,000 pounds of pressure. His breath wheezed out, but didn't come back in. He got me." The words were choked out as everything began to spin. The filthy feeling that he had felt on his body intensified, and Crocodile was about to be sick for a totally different reason than the one that brought him here. In his head, circus music was blaring along with the distorted sounds of his father's laughing. He didn't know why his head filled with that, but it did. He was trembling, chest pains causing him to claw at his throat and ribs, hands cold as death. Crocodile. His head snapped up, quickly surmising that Chess had been calling his name for a while. "Boy, can you hear me? You need to breathe." Was he not breathing? Crocodile gasped, air rushing to his lungs. Everything came very sharply into focus, like being slammed in the head by a 2x4. Everything was too clear, and yet it was foggy too. It's like a part of him had died, but the other parts were hyped up on adrenaline. "Good, keep breathing." Chess moved around his desk and very cautiously placed a gentle hand on Crocodile's back. Crocodile curled forward, reaching out to touch his stomach, but too repulsed to actually make contact. He couldn't. He wouldn't. Just the idea of having the baby of the man that did that to him. He was pregnant with that man's baby. He couldn't. He wouldn't. Those words ran like a mantra inside his head. He raised his head when the flicker of a reflection on the desk caught his eye. "It's going to be okay," Chess promised. Crocodile nodded absently. "Why, yeah, it is." With no warning, the boy leaped forward, grabbed the stray scalpel from the desk and plunged it into his abdomen. Everything went black after that. Crocodile shook his head, feeling dizzy from the memory. His eyes immediately snapped to Luffy. The boy who had been happily cuddling before was now stiff. The sounds of barely held back sobs could be heard from him. "Excuse me, I have to go." Crocodile turned with a snap in his heel and began to flee the infirmary. "Hey, wait, Croc. Can't we talk a min?" Crocodile slammed the door to the infirmary closed, cutting off Thatch's plea. Luffy happily squealed as he swung around and around the giant mast. His father sat in the shadows of the mast, watching him play while he worked on sewing the old blanket. Luffy liked that old blanket. A really nice voice whispered "I love you" when he wrapped it around himself. He liked the nice voice more after the things he heard in the infirmary. It had been painful. The sounds of screaming, distorted crying, and the sharp screech of a knife had assaulted Luffy's ears. It was terrible to hear the depths of pain his father must have felt. Worse yet, to realize just how big his big sad must be if these were just some of the feelings fueling it. He hadn't even been able to hear all that lays behind the scary door, and he already knew just how bad it was. He didn't want to think about it, but the tension in the air was setting him on edge. It was like his father just couldn't relax here, which made it hard for Luffy to as well. That was why Luffy was trying hard to have fun. He hoped if he had fun, then his father just might as well. Luffy dropped down from the swing Numer had built for him and began zooming around the deck. As he went, he caught bits of everything. There was frustration all around. That grinding metallic sound was coming from all directions on the once too quiet ship. And the comments Luffy found displeased him the most. How is Pops gonna fix him? Look at him, he looks so damn angry. He hurt Thatch. Why should Pops even try to make him better? Why, son, how to help him? Fix him. Help Crocodile. Make him better. Fix. Luffy hadn't seen nor heard anything broken about his father. He wasn't sure any of them could say the man was broken anyway. They only just came into their lives. How would they know more than Luffy himself? All their intentions were nice though. All of them just wanted his father to be happy. Luffy wanted that too. Doflamingo Don Quixote was 100% an acquired taste. His father's voice suddenly spoke from some floorboards near the giant old man's empty chair. It was a thought being repeated over and over, the floorboards giggling as they replayed it. He'd never heard his father quite so fond when speaking of anyone else beside him. Obviously, the floorboards agreed that it was significant. Daddy. Luffy spun around and ran towards his father, only to crash right into Marco's legs. His father was instantly up and running towards him. Luffy, what's the rush? Marco asked, kneeling down to be closer. That grinding noise grew when his father picked him up and took a big step back away from Marco. Marco's eyebrows twitched and the irritation could be heard like that really annoying bird that squawked outside Luffy's window in its stupid warbling call every spring. Seriously, Crocodile, what do you think I'm going to do to him? He's my nephew, stop hovering. Luffy could tell his dad was going to yell because the sounds of gators growling was growing from his chest. Although he didn't like how Marco was speaking to his father, Luffy had far more pressing concerns at the moment. Daddy, who's the Don Mingo and why does he require taste? Everything went blissfully quiet for just a moment. Confusion on everyone's face that only made the boy more befuddled too. After a moment of more silence, Luffy elaborated, the floorboards are teasing you, Daddy. They say Don Mingo requires taste. And they say it just like that. They think you really like the Mingo, Luffy said, imitating the sheer fondness that the floor had captured in Crocodile's voice. Does he mean Don Quixote Doflamingo? Aizu's voice spoke up, making Luffy look over to him. Yeah, that's what I said. The Mingo. Luffy grinned and then immediately canted his head when he heard something very nice. The flutter of feathers, warm sand pushed around by a soft spring breeze, the whistle of a tune Luffy didn't know, and a deep alluring laugh filled with mirth and youthful joy. Luffy didn't think he'd ever heard a sound like that before. It radiated from his father's chest, growing and fading, back and forth like a tide, or even a heartbeat. It sounded like love. It was similar enough to the sound of his father's love for him that Luffy was able to place it, but his father's love for him sounded like hushed singing. Sand castles on the beach as the waves crashed all around, sheets being tucked around his feet, and scales of a protective beast that guarded the door. This new sound was love, holding the same softness to it, but it was definitely different. Whoever this Mingo was, Luffy liked him. Anyone that could cause such a nice sound in his father after the things he'd been feeling today was good in the child's mind. Daddy, you sound nice. You really love Mingo that much. Crocodile face burst into flames. His inability to hide his emotions from his son had never been quite so inconvenient. He had no idea what to say and for once didn't mind when Marco interrupted. Marco laughed, in that overly fond way and like he thought Luffy was being silly. Luffy, does the floor tease you often? He asked in that way adults talk to kids when they say fantastical things. Luffy pouted. The floor gets stepped on a lot. Of course it takes every opportunity to tease others. I just laugh with it. Crocodile turned away from his ex-family members, blocking their view of a very irate toddler. He seemed very offended by the idea that the floor teased him more than anyone else. Luffy, why don't I show you my favorite spot on the deck? Huh, he said, if only to distract the child completely from everything they'd spoken of in the last few minutes. Yeah, Luffy shouted. Can you tell me more about the Mingo? Luffy asked, purely because he liked the nice sound that his father made when he brought up the name. Crocodile turned red again. And no, I mean, how about we talk about something else, okay? Marco sighed as Crocodile quickly walked away with the child they all desperately wanted to get to know. Their first nephew, and their brother wouldn't even let them talk to him for longer than a minute. Is he ever going to calm down? What does he think we're going to do to our nephew? Aizu sighed as well. Just give him time. Sounds like he went through a hard time after he ran away, and you know he's never been very trusting. Just give him time. Marco's shoulders slumped. Yeah, just wish I could make him see how much we all care and want to love him. Hours passed with Crocodile sitting firmly at the figurehead. Whitebeard made his appearance eventually, sitting in his chair and not being discreet about his longing looks sent their way. Crocodile just did his best to ignore it, instead focusing on Luffy's play. Lunch was served, and it was the only time Crocodile left the figurehead. Eventually, near dusk, Luffy wandered back to curl into his lap. The boy was exhausted from a full day of making up adventures, running underneath feet, and playing. He basically collapsed in Crocodile's lap, giggling and smiling. At the very least, Luffy was happy to be around so many people. Hey Daddy, Luffy asked softly after he'd gotten comfortable. Yes, Crocodile asked, becoming concerned with where he and Luffy were expected to sleep tonight. They couldn't sleep in his old room, but he wasn't sure if Whitebeard had taken him seriously when he'd stated that fact. Is it okay that I still like everyone here? Luffy asked, his voice soft like he was afraid his own father would feel betrayed by the very idea. What? Crocodile gasped, looking down into sweet honest eyes. He looked so afraid of his own question, and that made Crocodile feel like a failure. Luffy, of course it's okay. You and I don't have to be the same person. You are you. You're allowed to like whomever you choose, as long as you know that when Daddy does make a decision, it's for the best. Crocodile gently brushed the boy's hair back, making sure he knew exactly how much he meant it. Crocodile had fought for years to be seen as a separate person from his father. He wouldn't condemn Luffy to the same fate. Luffy nodded, a bright smile growing on his face. Okay, Daddy. And don't expect me to like them, even if that makes you sad, okay? Crocodile snapped. Luffy giggled like his father had made a joke. I know. That's my good boy, Crocodile fondly praised while cuddling the boy close. Luffy very happily relaxed, and Crocodile did as much as he could as well. Luckily, everyone had seemingly been leaving him alone, so he felt he could relax just a bit. Moby sings, Luffy murmured, making Crocodile look down at the almost dozing child. The boy seemed to know his father was silently asking what he meant. Like the trees do, but different. The trees don't sing with words, but Moby does. Luffy smiled up at Crocodile and pointed towards the front of the figurehead. Moby only sings over here though. From the figurehead, Crocodile asked curiously. Yeah, I thought the ship was quiet, but Moby sings too, but only here, Luffy stated firmly. Do you want to know why? Luffy looked up at him in wonder, eyes sparkling. You know why? I do. Crocodile looked off to the sea, remembering the days when he and his mother would watch the ships from a hill near their house. The woman designed ships, but due to her frail body she couldn't build them as she wished. But she did get to describe in detail each part of a ship to Crocodile, talking about every myth and pirate tale connected to a ship. The figurehead, the embodiment of the spirit of the ship. It protects the crew and leads the way over the waves through hard times. That would be why it sings. Wow, so cool, Luffy gasped, awed by the very idea. Then this is my favorite spot now. It's our special seat. Crocodile chuckled. And what's the music like on our special seat? He asked indulgently. It goes like. Luffy began to hum a tune that brought Crocodile back to decades ago. Why do you cry, my story? The tender woman asked the 5-year-old as she pulled him into her lap so he sat with his back pressed against her. He looked up at her and she smiled sweetly down. I'm not crying. Crocodile denied the very question. You can't fool me, you're my child, after all. Others may see a blank face, but I know you're hurting. I can hear your cries even when they are silent, she gently teased, kind as ever before her eyes grew sad. You feel so much, more than anyone, it's okay to let it out, you know. Crocodile stubbornly looked away. Come now, won't you tell me what's upset you so? She asked again. Crocodile pouted, looking off to the horizon as he hugged his knees. The doctors say. They said there isn't anything they can do. What does that mean? Crocodile looked up, tears filling accusatory eyes. Are you gonna leave me here alone? Cries began to build in Crocodile's throat, tears treading down his unblemished face. The woman looked pained, a soft sigh leaving her. She had nothing to say that wouldn't scare her child. So instead she began to sing, Hush Now, My Story. His mother's beautifully soft voice interrupted his cries. The familiar lullaby calmed him instantaneously. Close your eyes and sleep, waltzing the waves she sang so gently. Her voice was almost lost to the wind. Diving in the deep, they sang together, Crocodile curling into his mother's arms. Stars are shining bright. The wind is on the rise whispering words of long-lost lullabies. She finished the first verse as she kissed the crown of his head, the gesture making Crocodile finally smile. Oh, won't you come with me? Where the moon is made of gold, Crocodile sang without thinking about it, the tune catching him off guard. He'd never sung this for Luffy before. His voice was deeper than his mother's, but Luffy didn't seem to mind. And in the morning sun, We'll be sailing. He closed his eyes and imagined it clearly, Luffy and him sailing off together. Free. I had a dream last night and heard the sweetest sound. I saw a great white light and dancers in the round. Crocodile sang with a soft laugh, making Luffy giggle and try to sing along with him. Castles in the sand, cradles in the trees. Crocodile ruffled Luffy's hair and kissed the crown of his head just as he softly echoed his mother's affectionate voice the last time she ever sang him this very song. Don't cry, I'll see you by and by. For a moment everything was perfect. All the bad that they'd been through didn't exist. They weren't being kept captive, and it was just them and the sea. Then it happened. Luffy, come here. Some family has just come home. You should meet them. Whitebeard's call made Crocodile glare, but Luffy, so excited to meet new friends, jumped up and ran towards where Whitebeard indicated. Luffy wanted to meet all the people he could. Even with all their faults, he hadn't met one person he didn't like. Zahaha. The laugh caused Luffy to come to a halt. A heart racing, gasping for breath, and a cliff crumbling beneath someone's feet. Fear. The sound of fear exploded over the area, and it was growing stronger than anything Luffy had ever felt. He looked back, growing confused and concerned when he saw his father was frozen, face going pale. What was wrong? Why was his father so upset? Luffy looked back and watched a man lumber onto the deck from a ladder. The man had a large smile and seemed very friendly, but something about him set off alarm bells in Luffy's head. And that was before taking in the sounds coming from him. Luffy had no frame of reference for the sounds that came from this man, and it scared him. In fact, he reminded Luffy of the scary door. Is that Crocodile? The man said, his voice sounding fake and consumed with rot. The sounds of maggots swarming and flies buzzing filled Luffy's head. Is that my crocodile? A darker, slim oozing voice hidden behind the first echoed. It was evil, it was meant to do harm. Why was everyone just smiling and welcoming this person home? He was evil. Pops, PL please someone help me. A voice cried out, but only Luffy could hear. It sounded like his father's voice, but younger and higher than normal. He whipped around and looked at his father, the absence of the sound of breathing making him worry. Daddy, what's wrong? Luffy cried out to him, calling the attention of the scary man to him. Who's this little bugger? He asked, fakery in every syllable and making Luffy feel like he'd just been thrown up on. Who's this stupid brat calling daddy? The demon voice hidden beneath said almost simultaneously. This is Luffy, Crocodile's child and the grandson to Whitebeard, Marco introduced, trying to urge Luffy forward to the scary man. His father's eyes grew wide and he began to shake. Don't look at my son, stay away, get away. No, Luffy jolted when suddenly the scary man was close to him, kneeling down and looking at him like he was shark bait. He backed away only for a large hand that was sticky and smelled of cherries to grab him by his arm and pull him back. The fear grew so loud that it pressed down on Luffy, that heart beating even faster, along with a whimpered, Stop, let me go. No, savage tearing of ripped clothing and sobbing joined the piercing howling of pain and fear. It sounded like a world ending. Wait there fella, let's have a look at you. Little bastard, who'd that slut fuck to make you? He's mine. Luffy's face scrunched up and he whined, a cry growing in his throat as he kept trying to pull away. He looked back, eyes shooting to his father to ask for help. Daddy. His father didn't move. He twitched but didn't even look at Luffy. It was like he wasn't there. He was somewhere else. In another time perhaps. And it looked like a bad one. Pops won't save you. He won't even believe you. That was the scary man's voice, but it wasn't the fake one. It was only the dark voice. His real voice. Get away. I don't like you. Luffy shouted, gaining his courage as he began to flail. My daddy will kick your ass. Let go of me. The gathering crowd grew large, voice calling out to ease Luffy, joining the crescendo of noise that was attacking him. Let go of me. Let go. No, please, stop. Tearing and biting. His father's screaming that had long gone hoarse. Luffy was crying now too. His cheeks wet as the feeling of invisible slime covered his arm where this man was touching him. Luffy began snarling, spitting and hissing. He was behaving like a feral cat that someone was trying to force into a bag. Luffy, calm down. Someone Luffy couldn't pinpoint said, but he wouldn't. Not when all he could hear was hands holding his father down, breathless struggling, and a knife being drawn. Croc, this is your kid. Looks like he's just as dramatic as you. The scary man said as he released Luffy and the boy went tumbling back. Every time you look in the mirror you'll remember me. You'll remember you're mine. A shriek likened to that of the death wails of an animal in the moment of attack deafened Luffy as he fell back and hit his head on the deck. A bang echoed Luffy's fall and the boy looked up to see his sickly pale father had fallen too. His eyes were closed and his breathing looked haggard. He'd fainted. Luffy, Crocodile, oh my god. Luffy sobbed, curling up as he clawed at his ears in pain. He never wanted to hear anything like that again. Luffy's breathing grew fast before he let out a roar, throwing himself over his father and snarling at everyone to stay back. It didn't take much else for Whitebeard to use his haki to put Luffy to sleep. They couldn't deal with the boy's tantrum while Crocodile could potentially be hurt. It was a matter of priorities. Take them both to the infirmary. Crocodile eyes flutter open, groggily looking around. There was an IV in his arm, and there was a beeping sound, annoyingly repetitive and making him groan. His fucking head hurt. Drugs, Crocodile thought, reaching for the IV needle in his arm. He needed to get away. He had to get Luffy and get away. SHH, it's okay Crocodile, just sleep. Whitebeard's hand pressed his down. Just sleep. Too weak to struggle. Crocodile's eyes slipped closed again. Crocodile gasped, waking up and immediately grabbing at his stomach, only to find his arms were restrained. Normally this would be enough to send Crocodile into a panic, but a different stimulus was taking his attention. He's my son, his father's voice yelled. He was just beyond the door. Chess was blocking his way. The nurses said you gave him surgery. I should have been informed. I should be by his side. Edward, I'm sorry, but Crocodile doesn't want to see you right now. He isn't contagious and he's not dying, so he's allowed to decide who is with him. He's a child. He's 17, older than you when you became a pirate. Chess snapped. I'll call you if he wants you, but for now you must leave. He's alive and that won't be changing, so just be reassured about that. If he's fine, why give him surgery? Whitebeard basically snarled. For his own good. The door was slammed and a minute later Chess was at his side, checking his vitals. So you're up, are you calm now? Chess asked so casually you'd never guess he'd just screamed at his captain. Why yeah, I think so. What happened? Crocodile asked, voice croaking. Chess unbuckled the restraints and handed him a glass of water. You had a panic attack. You blacked out cognitively while you tried to rip open your own stomach with a scalpel, Chess told him, not the barest of flinches in his expression. You ripped your facial stitches too, when I tried to tie you down. Oh, did I? Is the baby? Crocodile's hand moved to his stomach, feeling the bandage covering the wound he'd caused. The embryo, it wasn't even close to a baby, let alone a fetus. And you were not successful. You didn't even come close to puncturing your uterus. Chess only paused a moment before he continued. Which is why I terminated the pregnancy for you. Crocodile blinked back his shock. You did what? Chess adjusted his glasses and grabbed up a chart, seemingly just to have something to hold. Due to your reaction to the news and how you've behaved since the attack, I am confident you are suffering from PTSD or even a panic disorder. I need to do further observations to be sure. Because of this, I determined you were not mentally stable enough to carry a child to term and survive, so I terminated the pregnancy. Crocodile sniffled, clutching the blankets as he bit his lip. Thank you. Chess just looked tired and sad, placing a hand on Crocodile's head in an awkward yet reassuring pat. There was nothing else to be said between them, except maybe, when will I be recovered enough to move? Crocodile asked. Whenever you wish. Your injuries don't affect your walking, although there will be pain, Chess answered with narrowed eyes. He huffed and huddled off, not looking at the young teen anymore. I packed some clothes for you, since you'll have to stay here for a few days. Didn't know what you liked, so there's a week's worth. Plus, I don't bring food to anyone. I'm not a nurse, not even the captain's brat, so I put 2 weeks of food and water rations in there too. The old doctor gestured to a duffel bag next to Crocodile's sick bed. Chess placed a key on his deck and started for the door. That key is for my personal locker, where I keep my bag of emergency medical supplies and log pose. Don't you dare touch it, got that? Now I'm going to my room to pass out for about 12 hours. Crocodile nodded, taking in all the information in stride. Is it night? Yep, super cloudy so it's dark. So don't leave this room because you might not be able to see anything around you. No one would be able to see you either, so be careful and stay here. Chess was about to slam the door closed when he paused and sighed. Take care of yourself out there, and find a doctor that'll help you. The door shut and Crocodile managed one small smile before he threw off the sheets and began to gather up all the gifts Chess had left for him. Another day, another warlord meeting. Life had become rather dull in the last 6 years, and why shouldn't it be? The light of Doflamingo's life was nowhere to be found anywhere on the 6 seas. Doflamingo had looked. He'd jumped the gun and taken a seat on the warlords in order to better search the oceans for the man, but he had seemingly dropped off the face of the planet. He glared at the table as he tried to decide how he'd proceed next in his search for Crocodile. Doflamingo's glare sharpened behind his glasses as some more Marines joined the meeting, and his traitorous little brother was among them. When he'd been approved as a warlord, the world government had ordered all missions to take him down to stop. His little brother had very suddenly disappeared, with 2 of his new recruits, and then reappeared as a Marine. He'd been a spy the whole time. They hadn't spoken since, but Doflamingo's anger had quickly become hurt that stabbed painfully at his heart every time they crossed paths. First Treball had betrayed him, then his brother. Doflamingo was never sure who to trust anymore because of the scars they had left. At least his family seemed to have grown closer in the years after he'd exiled Treball. Diamante had stopped his binge nights. Pika was actually working on his self-esteem. And the kids were all happy. Even Dellinger was doing fine even though Giala had left along with Treball. Doflamingo hadn't allowed her to take Dellinger even with the argument that the child was already attached to her as a mother. The young half-fishman was a happy little boy, even with the new dynamic. He was petitioning for Law and Lami to be returned to him, but Rocinante had been very adamant that he didn't have Doflamingo's missing kids. He knew the little brat was lying, which just left him frustrated since the Marines obviously sided with his traitorous little brother. Rocinante fidgeted where he stood by the door, obviously avoiding Doflamingo's eyes. They both knew the elder blonde could read the smallest of twitches as easily as a children's book. He was so caught up watching Rocinante that he almost didn't notice Mihawk entering the meeting room. He gave the man a quick look and waved to draw his golden eyes. Mihawk looked at him, and then he immediately looked away. Oh, Doflamingo surged up and slapped his hands on the table as he gasped. You have information on Crocodile. The room became deathly quiet as Mihawk froze. Everyone was staring at Doflamingo with wide eyes. Mihawk was the first to react. The man hissed and whispered under his breath, I told him this would happen. Mihawk sat in his seat and gave the blonde man a blank look. Yes, I talked to him. Anything else I won't be talking about now. We are in a meeting, you know. Doflamingo looked around and realized where he was. Sengoku was looking at him with the 1,000-yard stare of a very tired old man. He didn't even seem to care about the possible information about Crocodile being alive and well. No, he wanted no part in Doflamingo's insanity. And that included his odd obsession with the other pirate. Let's just start the meeting, Sengoku sighed. Doflamingo pouted but sat down, knowing it probably wasn't a good idea for Mihawk to disclose Crocodile's location. He wasn't a warlord anymore, so he wouldn't be protected until he joined Doflamingo's crew. Fine, I'll wait. He would wait, only as long as he had to though. Drip, drip, drop. There was a leaking pipe somewhere. It hadn't been noticeable the first few days until the silence allowed for the repetitive noise to start driving him insane. But after a full 2 weeks locked in this room, Crocodile had begun to count the drips. He was up to 2064, counting out 4 taps to his knee between each drip. He was up to 8256 on that count. He had nothing else to do, not like he wanted to do anything. Honestly, all he felt like doing was sleeping. Every time he woke up he was disappointed and he just went back to sleep. Maybe if he slept enough he would just not wake up again. Drip, drip, drop. Hours passed this way. Crocodile slumped against the wall. The only movement he made was his tapping finger. The door to his oppressively white, padded cell opened and Crocodile turned his body so he faced the wall more. The chain connected to his ankle cuff rattled in the silence. His lack of acknowledgement to anyone else was the only form of protest Crocodile had left, so he refused to speak first. He could tell it was Dragon and not the regular young revolutionary that brought him his food. Dragon had a presence. One Crocodile hated to admit was still distinct and familiar to him. Dragon stopped at the side of the bed and placed down yet another tray of food. While Crocodile was starving all the time because of the parasite growing inside him, he'd been refusing to eat for the last few days. Crocodile, you have to eat, Dragon said in a stern voice. He wasn't even trying to be difficult. No matter how insanely hungry he was, between the constant morning sickness and the feeling of weights pressing down on him, he just didn't feel like eating. Crocodile scoffed and didn't reply. He just pressed his forehead into the wall as his fingers began to play with the thick bandages over his wrists. Dragon sighed and sat on the edge of the bed. The action caused Crocodile to stiffen. Croc, please, you need your strength. Dragon, trying to sound concerned, only made Crocodile stiffen up more. He hated it. I know the morning sickness is hard on you, but this is necessary. I promise you, you'll understand eventually. Dragon raised a hand to brush some of Crocodile hair behind his ear, only for the raven-haired man to slap his hand away. Don't touch me, Crocodile hissed softly. You think I'm going to understand? There's nothing to understand. You're keeping me captive and forcing me to go through having your kid. So don't act like some caring boyfriend. We both know you're a bad actor. Dragon sighed and tried to reach for Crocodile's hand to hold it the way he would during the rare moments they actually cuddled intimately. He pulled his hand away, reasserting his distaste for Dragon's touch. But I am concerned, and I do care. I know this is hard, but there is a good reason why I need you to make this sacrifice. The world needs this. Dragon paused, nudging the tray of food closer to Crocodile and making his stomach feel queasy instantly. I can't tell you at all, but this child, our child, is very special. Crocodile cut Dragon off by tipping the tray over, his hard golden eyes looking at his captor unapologetically the entire time. Fine, act that way. Dragon stood, not bothering to clean up the mess the warlord had caused. How do you expect me to act, Dragon? You're keeping me in a cell. You've chained me in sea prism stone and you refuse to give me what I want. I don't care about the state of the world. I just want to not be pregnant. You don't even have to introduce me to Ivankov anymore. Just let me out of here. Crocodile was near tears. The desperation to make this man understand actually caused real feelings to course through him for the first time in days. I'm gonna go insane if I stay here. Dragon looked around as if for the first time actually seeing the completely baby-proofed room. Everything was completely white. Crocodile honestly found it was worse on his nausea. All he had was a bed, a dresser, and a small bathroom, and all of it just as bland as the padded walls. I suppose it is sparse in here, Dragon mumbled under his breath. Crocodile snapped, his mind warping for a moment as he screamed something unintelligible. He threw himself off the bed and ran at Dragon, slapping him across the face. I'd rather be an impel down. Crocodile shrieked. Release me. Dragon didn't react explosively like Crocodile expected or wanted. Instead, he grabbed the hand the Ravenet had slapped him with and looked at him pleadingly. If you just hang in there, Croc, impel down will be no more. I'll win this war with the world government. It'll all be worth it, he tried to assure Crocodile, as if he gave a shit about the already broken world. Crocodile ripped his hand away and tried to wipe his tears off his wet cheeks. Don't you get it? To me, you're far worse than the world government. Dragon again didn't react. He just sighed in that way people do when they thought someone was being dramatic. Crocodile had heard it enough in his life to recognize it right away. I'll see about getting you something to contrast all this white. Try not to stress yourself, and I'll have more food brought to you. Dragon left, shutting the door behind him aggressively. It was the only proof Crocodile had that his captor was upset by his words. Crocodile screamed, keeping at it until his throat was bleeding. Silence fell over him the moment he stopped. He didn't even have it in him to cry anymore. Drip. The leaky pipe somewhere outside of Crocodile's little cell was once again the only sound in his wretched life. Drip, drop, drip, beep, 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 beep. Crocodile's eyes blearily blinked open. For a long moment he was confused about where he was. The last thing he could remember was teaching Luffy his mother's lullaby then. Nothing. It was all black. A pinching pain like a headache shot through his brain the moment he tried to gather up his memories from before he'd passed out. It had been a long time since he'd fainted, so he was out of practice piecing back together what had caused it. He could feel the residual effects of a panic attack, and there was a weight holding him down by his waist, which only made him feel worse. He tried to breathe through it, do what his ship doctor had called a self-soothing technique. A doctor that was knowledgeable about Crocodile's specific issues had been a high priority when he'd started his first crew. He missed the man dearly at the moment because he couldn't remember the count he was supposed to do. Was he supposed to name 5 things he could see or hear? How did the breathing technique work again? How do people not have panic attacks daily? Does Daddy need cuddle bugs? Luffy's sleepy voice broke through Crocodile's rising panic. He took a quick stock of his situation and realized the weight on his waist was actually his child sleeping on him. Crocodile took a large gulp of air, panic dissuaded for the moment. I'll give Daddy all the cuddle bugs, Luffy declared when Crocodile didn't reply. He wiggled his way up and did his best to wrap his arms around his father in the way that always comforted him. Luffy liked to be held very securely. His father was so large, while he was so small, that it was easily accomplished. There was just something about being completely wrapped up in a protective embrace that always helped Luffy. The small boy was frustrated that his tiny arms couldn't reach around the whole of his father's body. For some reason, he sometimes forgot that his body couldn't stretch, even though it never had before. Luffy, Crocodile gasped in sudden relief, scooping the boy up and bundling him up so tight it was almost hard to breathe. Luffy didn't mind though. The awful sound of shattered glass scraping together every time his father breathed was slowly going away, easing the boy's worries for the time being. It's okay. The bad man went away when I barked at him, Luffy assured his father, feeling and hearing the record scratch of his heart stopping and body stiffening up. He tried to stay, but I hissed and spat and told the big meanie I'd bite him if he came near us. Luffy had a big bright smile as he bragged about doing the only thing that was truly a living nightmare for Crocodile. He never wanted that man to even look at his child, let alone touch and interact with him. Crocodile opened his mouth to speak, tell the boy something, anything to get him to understand before snapping his jaw shut tight. His teeth clicked as he desperately began trying to get out of the bed. The heart monitor beeped erratically as he tried to fight off the dead weight that was his limbs. He very quickly deduced that the IV stuck in his arms was pumping him full of some kind of relaxant. He couldn't fully control his body, in particular his legs. On instinct, he tried to turn to sand to escape, but he was still stuck in his physical body. Daddy? Luffy asked, his eyes welling up in reignited worry. Crocodile gulped, squeezing Luffy even closer as he realized he'd have to wait, with his attacker God knows where, and himself and his child without any way to protect themselves. Everything's okay, Luffy, Crocodile lied, eyes darting around the empty infirmary like any minute a monster, or worse Teach, would pop out of the shadows. Why don't you take a nap, baby? Daddy's here, I'll protect you. Crocodile knew he was mostly talking to himself. Twice now he had failed to protect his child when he clearly asked for help. He refused to allow it to happen again. He already hates himself enough as it was. Luffy looked far from convinced but didn't argue, wriggling his way up to lay with his ear over his father's heart. The sound was calming to him, which made him wish for a sound that would put a smile on his father's face. He knew the sound existed somewhere. He could almost picture it like a faded memory from a life long ago. He would have to find a musician so he could make his father and everyone else happy. He wanted to make the world smile. It would sound so nice. With that happy thought in mind, Luffy drifted off to the sound of a drumbeat just on the tip of his tongue. Crocodile clutched his sleeping child to his chest, watching for danger. There was no one in the large room, which was odd. Not even Thatch was here anymore, which meant it was probably early morning. All the nurses must be doing Whitebeard's daily checkup. All this meant that he had a day to get his strength back. Shackle or not, Crocodile was getting him and his son out of this nightmare that night. Slyly, Crocodile carefully removed the needle in his arm, trying to make it as unnoticeable as possible. He kept watching until the nurses returned. One of them checked his IV, and luckily didn't notice what he'd done. He refused to answer any questions about his condition and how he was feeling. He very forcefully denied them all access to check over Luffy, and finally, they left him alone after several minutes of clear frustration from them. Pops said he'd come to see you later, Whiskey informed Crocodile, clearly holding herself back from physically fighting for the little boy to check over his condition. He didn't even want to leave you, but we made him because the fresh air is good for his condition. She trailed off, eyes pleading with the man to see he was safe and loved, as if she was actually glad this had happened because it had allowed her to get some time to give the child a full checkup, and then was able to give him some necessary vaccinations. It looked like her access to the child was officially closed though. Crocodile didn't reply to her, just stared at the wall and hoped she'd leave him alone. Fine, Whiskey walked off, whispering about how impossible he was. Crocodile relaxed slightly when the nurses stopped paying attention to him, unknowingly slipping his eyes closed. The stress was weighing him down, but at least he knew Teach wouldn't try anything in front of the nurses. He was so tired. Unbeknownst to Crocodile, he was already half asleep the moment his eyes closed, helped very quickly along by the lingering effects of the relaxant they'd drugged him with. The beep on his heart monitor only made it all worse, bringing Crocodile's mind back to a time he rarely liked to think of. Beep, 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 drip. Crocodile had long since gone numb, one hand playing over his still flat belly and the other tapping out his 4 count between each drip. He just felt nothing at all anymore. If one was to describe his mental state, they'd say it was black. A war-torn field, landmines scattered around, just waiting to go off from one misstep. It was desolate, bleak, and without any hope for recovery. Crocodile huffed a spiteful laugh that only tore his throat more than it already was. He sent a sharp glare down at his stomach. Or at least he attempted to. The look ended up being far more apathetic than he meant it. He simply couldn't work up the emotion to even hate the parasite inside him. You better not be expecting much, Crocodile whispered, his dead voice heavy from the pain. There's nothing here for you. So if you think you had anything good waiting for you, then just forget it. He let his head fall back, not minding when his skull thumped against the wall. His hand kept caressing the spot where he'd tried to stab himself. Maybe he'd actually succeeded because he'd never felt more dead than he did right then. You might have wanted parents that loved you, saw you as something precious, but you can get in line. You aren't the only one that wants that, and none of us are getting it. Your sperm donor forced you on me, so don't expect much. I'm empty, all right. He made a soft sound of disbelief. I tried to kill you anyway. Doubt you'll want me much. And him. Crocodile chuckled pitifully, thinking of the man who'd trapped him. No way he's doing this out of any kind of love. I'm sure in his soft head he relates this to the forging of a weapon, just based on the way he keeps trying to convince me this is good. He shrugged, then sighed through his nose and thought about how nice it would be if everything just stopped. Hate to break it to you, kid, but those are the facts. Crocodile poked his flat belly, dreading all the days to come. Maybe you hope you've at least been made out of love. He frowned at the question and flicked his skin, huffing as he grabbed a pillow and hugged it to his chest. Well, stop it. You'd only set yourself up for disappointment because he never loved me. And never. Not the way I. Crocodile wiped at his dry eyes and buried his head into the pillow. I have no light to give you. I have no hopes to pass on. I'm darkness. I told you, I'm empty. Sometimes even Crocodile wished he could be different, maybe be a force for good. No, there's no joy here, so. He sighed again, closing his eyes, trying to lull himself back into dreamless, aimless sleep where he didn't have to think about any of this. You're gonna have to bring your own, kid. He drifted off soon enough. Crocodile woke up to the feeling of someone pulling a chair up to his bedside. He jolted up, arms already protectively pulling Luffy up and away from the possible threat. His eyes opened wide as he swung his head around to face whatever enemy had encroached on his personal space. His hammering heart only settled slightly when instead of an insidious grin he found baleful brown eyes. Crocodile sighed, partly in relief, mostly in frustration. He looked away, checking to be sure Luffy was still sleeping. He was. That was good at least. I get it. Thatch began, his voice soft in a genuine gesture to not wake the sleeping child. I had a lot of time to think while in that wolf's den and while recovering. The man ran his hand through his hair, seemingly not caring when his perfect pompadour got ruined. You don't want to be here, Crocodile snorted, rolling his eyes heavenward at the preamble Thatch was delivering. I'm just saying. I get that you have every reason to not want to talk to me. Thatch struggled, eyes shifting around as he tried to find the words. Look, I'm sorry, Croc, I'm so sorry. Silence fell between them as Crocodile side-eyed the man. His head was bowed, and his fists clenched on his knees. His shoulders were shaking slightly. Crocodile wasn't sure if it was the fact that he was definitely getting out of here that night or the drugs, but he found the tension in his chest uncoiling slightly. He asked in a tone that could be considered soft for the Ravenet, "Why are you sorry?" Thatch's head snapped up as if he was surprised Crocodile was speaking at all. He supposed the beaver-tailed chef expected the stubborn man to just ignore him completely. Aye. Thatch sputtered. With a raised brow, Crocodile wondered if the man truly didn't think he'd get this far. The other man's face turned completely red and he just looked ridiculous with his wide eyes and messy hair. "Do you even know why? Do you have any idea what I've been upset about all these years?" Crocodile asked, his voice tired but holding no amount of mockery. He was almost genuinely curious. "Well, not exactly. I know what Pops has told us, but I've never heard it from you." Thatch trailed off and rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "I just can't believe that this is all because of some jealousy when we were all kids." Crocodile huffed, the sound neither a confirmation nor denial to Thatch's reasonable thought. "It's not, right?" Thatch asked hesitantly, his hands now playing with his pants. With far less self-satisfaction than he thought he'd have in this type of situation, Crocodile nodded slightly. Sure, he'd had some jealous moments, mostly at the beginning, but really he'd just been sad, he supposed was the word for it. In this thing his father called family. No one ever tried to actually get to know him. There comes a day when a boy has to wonder if that might mean something was wrong with him. There were years he'd been terrified that he was somehow born broken, and the talk of needing to fix him had only made it worse. Then, what? Thatch broke Crocodile out of his musings, begging to know the reason why he'd been hated by a brother he loved. Crocodile sighed and smoothed his hair back. "What does it matter anymore, Thatch?" he asked, focusing on petting Luffy's soft cheek and watching his precious child breathe. "When I left, I spent a long time getting better. Sure, some bad things happened, but I managed to make it to something close to happy, which I never was here." He thought back to the memories of feeling like a stranger in his own skin, standing on the edge of their happy family and knowing it didn't matter if he stayed or went. He had never been a crucial part of their family. It had been made very clear to him for years. He'd been unhappy to an extreme, even before the assault. He'd wanted to die. He was surprised to this day that he didn't follow through with it while living in a place that gave him almost no support or care. Crocodile didn't know if it was the heavy emotions or the talking, but Luffy was beginning to squirm as he woke up. But if I knew, if we all knew the real reason, maybe we could work through it all," Thatch suggested, one hand reaching out to Crocodile in an unconscious urge to reach the man. "Thatch," Crocodile's voice grew harder now, his words no longer holding an uncommon softness. "I am not a bird. There is no fixing that." "Wha, Daddy?" Luffy woke up with a yawn, interrupting Thatch's confusion on what the hell Crocodile meant. "Yes, baby." Crocodile turned all his attention to his child, completely shutting Thatch out again. "I'm hungry," Luffy whined, causing a soft smile to pull over Crocodile's lips. Thatch, as much as he wanted to question Crocodile further, turned his attention to the hungry child since it was what Crocodile obviously wanted. "Hey there, little fella. You hungry? Well, I heard you wanted some animal pancakes, and I happen to be an expert in making them. You want to go make some with me?" Crocodile bit his lip but didn't say anything in opposition to the suggestion. As much as Teach scared him, he doubted the man cared much about Luffy, which meant he was safe. Or at least safe enough to go fill his belly and be brought back to him. They were escaping tonight, so Luffy needed to eat his fill while he could. Crocodile wasn't sure how long it would be until they found an island. I don't want to leave Daddy alone. What if the bad man comes back?" Luffy asked in very real fear for the man who'd raised him. "He won't be alone." The call made the three look over to see Whitebeard had entered the infirmary. He had a gentle grin that did nothing to stop the rise of nerves in Crocodile's stomach. "I'll be with him, so why don't you go off with your uncle and have some fun for a while, huh?" Luffy frowned and looked up at his father to see what he said, the 5-year-old searching for his father's approval. Crocodile gulped and gave a shaky smile to say, "Go Luffy, I'll be fine. But stay with Thatch, and come right back once you're full, okay?" Luffy nodded and wiggled off the bed. "Okay." He turned to Thatch with a bright grin. "Thatchy, make me animal pancakes." Thatch gave a nod to his own father as he turned his full attention to the child and lifted him up onto his shoulders. Crocodile could only watch as his child was carried out of his sight. "I brought breakfast for you," Whitebeard started as soon as Thatch closed the door. Most of the nurses were still in the large room, but they'd been keeping a distance to allow for conversation, first with Thatch and now apparently with Whitebeard too. More than a few actually left to give them even more privacy. Crocodile didn't reply, just looked away. "It's your favorite," Whitebeard tried again, a hopeful tone in his voice. Crocodile looked and was honestly surprised that Whitebeard even knew his favorite. Poached egg over roasted tomato slices on toast. It was indeed his favorite breakfast. He held out the plate and Crocodile took it after 2 full minutes of awkward silence. This was the first time they'd been alone since. It's been since Crocodile was 16. It's been a long time since we've been able to have a conversation. You and I, Whitebeard started. And yet you haven't changed at all, Crocodile grumbled under his breath. He didn't like that the man had literally forced him into a corner in order to talk to him. He hadn't tried once yesterday, but now that he was in a hospital bed, suddenly a one-on-one was very important. I realize our reunion wasn't on the best of terms, he continued on as if Crocodile hadn't made a snarky comment. Seems he's still used to dealing with his snippy personality. But in the end we're family. And I love you, Crocodile. You're my son. Just tell me what you want. Old man, your voice is grating, Crocodile growled, placing the quickly cooling peace offering off to the side. He wasn't that hungry anyway despite his empty stomach. Whitebeard huffed. He leaned over Crocodile and picked up the plate again. He pushed it back into the man's hands. Eat. You need your strength when raising a toddler. Crocodile almost asked how he knew that, considering he had ditched his wife and kid for piracy and adventure. Visiting occasionally wasn't exactly raising anyone. How Whitebeard didn't get that baffled the man. Just eat, please, and listen while you do, Whitebeard spoke, ignoring Crocodile's incredulous look. After a stare down, the Ravenet decided it wasn't worth it to be stubborn about this. The old man was going to say his piece whether Crocodile liked it or not. He might as well eat, even if the toast was soggy now. He grudgingly picked up one of the pieces of toast. Taking a bite of the familiar dish, Crocodile had never quite gotten the knack of poaching eggs, so it had been a while since he'd had his favorite meal. Whitebeard mercifully allowed the man to get through one whole piece of egg and tomato-laden toast before he began to speak. You really worried me when you fainted, he started, really sounding upset for about half a second before he continued. I realize it might have been a shock for you, after all the harm you went through with that man who hurt you, to be confronted with Teach once again. I get that you two had trouble communicating before, and some harsh accusations were made. And now you've actually lived through those accusations. I understand that seeing him again must have been very overwhelming. Crocodile couldn't help it. He laughed. The sound was near crazed because somehow this so-called brilliant father with great emotional intelligence had rationalized the incident. Crocodile physically fainted from seeing someone he once accused of assaulting him, and still he somehow was able to spin it in a way that minimized all the connotation. He couldn't fucking believe this. You think I fainted because? Crocodile asked slowly, dangling his question to see how this man would respond. I think we both know the reminder of what you went through because of that accusation you made was just too much, Whitebeard replied, completely serious, looking slightly offended that Crocodile had laughed at his words. To be honest, Crocodile was struck silent by that response. He knew he should probably get angry, but he was simply baffled. He'd always known his own father wouldn't ever take his side over any of the poor souls he had taken, but he at least thought he was smart. Was he so sure in his ability to judge a person that he really wasn't going to even consider that Crocodile may not have been lying all those years back? Crocodile soon realized that Whitebeard had kept talking while he'd been reeling. Which is why I'm sending for Teach to come down here so we can all finally put this to bed. The plate clattered where it fell to the floor, the remains of his cold food splattering over the wooden floor. The color drained from his face as he turned wide eyes to look up at Whitebeard. Excuse me, he asked, voice coming out in a fearful whisper. I said. Luffy was rather distressed by Teach. He no doubt took his cue from you, which is why I waited until he was gone to tell you this. You and Teach need to work this out. Crocodile stopped breathing. Luffy squealed as Thatch swerved and tipped while riding on his shoulders. They made it to the galley in record time, and Luffy happily waved to all the pirates he had befriended over the course of staying here. He didn't see the bad man, which made him fidget, but the old banana man said he would stay with his father, so it should be okay. Plus Moby had been hiding in the doorway. Luffy was sure his friend would come to tell him if anything was wrong. Oh, good morning, Luffy. Glad to see you're all right now. Marco walked up and continued with Thatch and the child into the kitchen. Luffy grinned brightly, still riding high from having chased the bad man away hours ago. When he'd woken up in the infirmary, placed in a separate bed by his father, the bad man had been there. He'd just been staring at Luffy's father with a look he didn't like. That's when Luffy began barking, howling, and grunting the way the wolves did when another predator got close to their den. He'd learned well from the animals. When a threat is close, be loud, be aggressive, and don't back down. It was Aizu and Marco who ran in and suggested Teach leave for the time being. Luffy had won that round. He'd jumped onto his father's bed and made it clear that he wasn't leaving for anything until the man woke up. Yep, Luffy giggled, kicking his feet from where he sat on Thatch's shoulders. Mango, Thatchy is gonna make me animal pancakes. It's Marco, Luffy, Marco chuckled, still a little confused about why the child suddenly couldn't remember his name. That's really nice. I'm glad you're getting your pancakes. Thatch chuckled as he took Luffy off his shoulder and gathered the ingredients for pancakes. Luffy did a little happy dance while he did, making the adults laugh. All the other chefs in the kitchen couldn't help spoiling the boy. While their head chef mixed the batter, they all began to give Luffy bits and pieces of food they were making. Luffy seemed happy. Everyone in the kitchen thought so. Thatch suggested teaching Luffy how to flip a pancake, and the boy seemed delighted. He fit into the family like a chip off the old block. The chef got the spatula in his hand and began to explain how to flip it when he looked away for just a moment. In that moment, Luffy's attention was taken by a distressing sound. It was a scream ripping through the ship. He caught a glimpse of Moby waving him to hurry back, and Luffy immediately dropped the spatula and ran. When Thatch turned back around, all he'd find was an empty space and the tail end of the boy running out the door. What the? Come on. Marco ran after the boy, trying to stop him. Pops had said he was going to be finally ending the dispute between Teach and Crocodile, and to keep Luffy from interrupting them. Luffy, stop. Everything is fine, Marco yelled, just missing the boy when he dodged to the left in order to avoid his reach. No, Luffy shouted, going faster as he ducked and dodged, taking turns fast enough that the adults crashed into the walls trying to follow him. Luffy rounded a corner and began to snarl when he saw the bad man walking into the infirmary where his father was. He put on a burst of speed and lunged at Teach. Stay away from my daddy, Luffy screamed as he latched onto the man's leg and buried his teeth into one large ankle. Oh, what the fuck? Teach howled in pain. Luffy's only response was to start scratching at any skin he could reach while he shook his head like a dog, ripping further into his flesh. Luffy, Thatch, and Marco yelled in horror, trying to grab the boy. Teach shook his leg, still howling and yelping in pain. The jerky movements made it hard to grasp the child to pull him off. Oh gods. Luffy, let go. Crocodile's voice cut through the chaos, instantly getting a reaction from the child. He dropped to the ground, blood all over his face and dripping from his teeth, and hissed at the room at large. Like a cat might, he quickly backed up on all fours with his back arched until he reached his father's bed and was scooped up. Teach was helped up, and Whitebeard already had several nurses looking over his injured ankle. Crocodile was fussing over the child, trying to clean the blood from his face to see if he had injured himself in the scuffle. Wow, haha, what a little ankle biter, Teach said in a strained voice, obviously trying to be cheerful. But Crocodile could see the sneer he secretly sent Luffy's way. The ex-warlord put his arms around the boy, glaring at Teach for daring to even glance at his child. In the back of his mind, Crocodile was glad for Luffy's sudden appearance. It had knocked him back into his senses. He'd almost fainted again. But he had to be strong. For Luffy, his child was doing everything to protect him when he shouldn't have to. Crocodile needed to step up now. Crocodile, your son just injured your brother. You need to have him apologize now. Whitebeard rumbled, apparently judging Crocodile's parenting skills. Luffy made his feelings clear. You're the one that tricked him into leaving. He has a right to defend his family. Crocodile snarled back. You don't get to disrespect his wishes just because he's a child. He told you he didn't like Teach, and yet you are still trying to force him on us. Whitebeard frowned at Crocodile and looked to Luffy. If his father wouldn't discipline him, then he'd have to. Luffy, apologize to your uncle. No, he's not my uncle, Luffy snapped. He wants to hurt Daddy. Whitebeard was about to yell how ridiculous that was when Thatch spoke up. Pops, Luffy said he wasn't comfortable with Teach. Why would you invite him here? We can't force them to get along. We should just let it happen naturally. Thatch defended Crocodile and Luffy's stance. Crocodile had to rub his eyes to do away with the shock. Had Thatch actually defended him? That was a first. Whitebeard sighed heavily, waving away Marco's attempt to defend Whitebeard's side. Whiskey, bring Teach back to his cabin. Treat his injury there. He shook his head like he thought all of this was too ridiculous. Thatch, Marco, bring Luffy back to eat. I need to finish my conversation with Crocodile. No, Luffy shouted. I'm not going, he said with finality, setting himself down in Crocodile's lap with his little arms crossed. As much as Crocodile wanted to keep Luffy close, he also knew the boy needed to eat. Luffy, you have to go eat. No, Luffy snapped again. I'm not leaving Daddy alone. Thatch stepped up. But Luffy, aren't you really hungry? Don't care, I'm not leaving. Crocodile could only groan when he saw the look in Luffy's eyes. He already knew there was no moving the kid, he had decided. This was out of Crocodile's hands. Absolutely nothing he could do about it. Now to see how long it took them to realize they were no match for Luffy's stubbornness. That was the true question. Run, he had to run. They were coming to take him away. Take him from the only home he'd ever known. Crocodile's bare feet were skittering over the grass, toes ripping out the greenery with every heavy footfall. His breath came out ragged and uncertain in the cold night air. Get back here. The distant sound of those chasing him yelled while Crocodile burst full speed out of the little thicket of trees that bordered his island home. Like a beacon that called him to safe haven, Crocodile bolted forward when he spotted the lights of his friend's home. He slammed into the door, pounding away as he cried out, Kata, T-A-T-A. The door swung open, Katakuri standing at the door with several of his siblings looking out curiously behind him. Huh, what are you doing here? It's the middle of the night. Did you have a nightmare again? Prospero asked as he leaned over Katakuri's shoulder. Compote sighed and began to usher the siblings that didn't care about Crocodile's issue back to whatever they were doing behind the half-closed door. I told you, just stay here. The eldest daughter muttered just loud enough for Crocodile to hear from where he trembled at the threshold of their home. Hey, seriously, what's up? Katakuri asked again when his close friend still didn't say a thing. Crocodile curled his hand into fists, fingernails digging into his palms. My dad's back, Crocodile whispered, eyes swirling in confused fear, but his face mostly blank from an inability to emote fully. Katakuri raised a brow. He knew how much his friend loved his father. It was obvious the other boy wanted to see his father more often. He didn't understand why Crocodile's father being back would make him upset. And, shouldn't you be happy about that? Crocodile viciously shook his head, his lip trembling as he tried to explain why he was so upset. Pops says we're leaving. He's come to take me with him to the sea, and I won't be coming back here ever again. Katakuri looked away, just the slightest flicker of something Crocodile couldn't decode at his young age crossing his face. You too, then? The door opened a little wider and Crocodile could see the elder siblings packing away the house. Crocodile's eyes widened, and he stumbled back under the weight of knowing that none of them were as upset to be separated from him as he was to lose the only close connections he had. Hey, don't give me that look. She's our mom, of course. We didn't complain when she sent us a letter saying she was coming to collect us, Katakuri tried to explain, hands taking Crocodile by shaking arms. His run through the night had stolen all the warmth from his limbs, but only now was he beginning to feel the cold. Right, of course, Crocodile hissed, upset that he hadn't thought the same when his own parent came for him. More evidence that he was different, needed to be fixed. He was doing his best not to think of himself that way, but it was getting harder each time he reacted so differently from others in the same situations. It'll be okay, we're all going to be pirates. We're going to help our families grow in power. Katakuri smiled, clearly proud that his mother wanted to bring him along on her adventure. Crocodile looked away, unable to see Katakuri's pride while he was selfishly wishing for nothing to change. He liked his life as it was. Don't look so down, Katakuri pressed. We'll be on the same seas. We will meet again. I'm sure of it. Through. With a sigh, Crocodile knew he had to go back to his father. Bye, Kata, Crocodile whispered, leaving his only friend behind. He didn't know that he wouldn't meet the other again. Life pulled them in radically different directions. Animal pancakes, Luffy cheered, bouncing in happy anticipation from where he was seated on Crocodile's lap. It took less than an hour for Whitebeard and Marco to get frustrated with Luffy's refusal to leave Crocodile's side and leave themselves. Apparently, they didn't want to say anything they'd regret in front of a child, as if they ever regretted anything they've said to him before. It took Thatch even less time to wheel in a grill and begin to set up a rudimentary kitchen. He was still grumbling about how he wouldn't allow the little boy to go hungry even as he whipped up pancake batter. I was told you were excited for these. You're in luck too. I happen to be an expert in animal pancakes, Thatch bragged to the child, grinning even as he felt awkward with Crocodile pretending like he wasn't there. The grumpy man had resorted to staring out a nearby porthole, content to allow Luffy and Thatch to chat and giggle with each other. It gave Crocodile time to think about his escape. He was still slightly panicked at the idea that Teach could come in at any time. He wasn't secure. He and his son were simply not safe. So his basic plan at the moment was just to run. Normally he would have planned something more detailed, with backup routes and foxholes to retreat to. But he was desperate. He knew he wasn't thinking clearly and he couldn't convince himself to slow down and think about this more. What is this? Luffy's voice brought Crocodile back to the present. His tone sounded chest-fallen and unimpressed. It's a whale, like Moby, Thatch said, seemingly unbalanced by the child's lack of enthusiasm. Crocodile peeked over Luffy's shoulder and was impressed. The whale shape was perfect. It really looked like the silhouette of a real whale. But where are the wings? Luffy snapped, a grumpy pout on his face. Thatch's eyebrows flew up to his hairline, eyes snapping up to Crocodile to silently question what Luffy meant. Crocodile just cringed. The wings were supposed to be fins. He cleared his throat, covered Luffy's ears with his hands, and shamefully whispered, my shitty pancakes are all Luffy has for reference for some animals. Don't question it. It'll just start a fight with him. Oh okay. Thatch continued on to make some animal shapes that Luffy would actually recognize, like wolves and bears. Crocodile got Luffy's attention and convinced him that some whales have different silhouettes, so he'd just eat the damn food. Luffy didn't blink when he got the wolf, bear, or seeking shaped pancakes, but the affronted gasp he let out when he saw the Bananawani shape made Crocodile groan. With the look on his face, you'd be forgiven for thinking Thatch had kicked a puppy and not just made a perfectly shaped pancake Bananawani. The cook had even added slices of bananas for Luffy, but the small boy was staring at it like it had offended him personally. No, bananawanis are blobby-shaped. I would know. Daddy always makes a bananawani pancake for me. It's our favorite. Luffy snapped, shoving the plate back at Thatch. But Thatch started but seemed completely unable to finish. He was absolutely aghast that Luffy would refuse to eat because of the shape. Crocodile felt a small flush since he knew it was his terrible pancake shaping skills that were at fault. Luffy was in a cranky mood and he was sure the little boy had missed his nap while Crocodile was out. Crocodile tried to think of a way to tell Luffy to eat the damn pancake. A good idea came easily. Thatch doesn't know what bananawani looks like. Don't be rude. He probably feels bad enough about it already. Luffy's jaw dropped as he looked over at Thatch with the utmost pity. Oh, it's okay, Thatchy. Not everyone can be whiny people like Daddy and me. Considering that was the name Luffy and Crocodile had picked as their family name, the child had dealt a heavy blow to Thatch. Crocodile was pretty damn proud of his son at that moment. Luffy didn't seem to realize the dagger he'd just shoved into Thatch as hard as he stuffed the banana-laden pancake into his mouth. His cheeks were stuffed like an adorable chipmunk as he chewed. He'd worry about the child choking, but Crocodile had learned that Luffy simply didn't allow his food to disrespect him like that. It was almost magic how the kid could just force way too much food down his throat at once. Crocodile held up a hand to stop Thatch from making another pancake. He took the boy's plate and handed it back to the cook. Time for a nap, Crocodile told the boy before he could question why he wasn't getting more food. Luffy pouted, but he knew not to argue. Nap time was neutral ground and they have agreements between them. They have been through talks, summit meetings, and peace treaties signed, but peace had thankfully been established. Luffy gave a rather upset huff before crawling over to curl up under the covers. I'm not even sleepy, he muttered angrily, and yet was softly snoring away not a moment later. Thatch stuck around after Luffy fell asleep, awkwardly cleaning off his cooking utensils. His fidgeting made Crocodile anxious. With a gruff growl he got the cook to jolt, his movements halting. He truly was not in the mood. He was stressed to the max and didn't have the mental bandwidth for much else. It was a miracle he hadn't snapped while Luffy was awake. Thatch began. No, don't even try. Can't you all just leave me alone? Crocodile snapped at the man. Thatch flinched, his eyes wide and filled with pain. Sorry, Thatch murmured, ducking his head and leaving. The nurses gave Crocodile the stink eye, but he just settled in to wait for nightfall. Crocodile had to force down a small spark of regret for not calling Doflamingo. The man might be someone he'd rather avoid, but if it came down to facing Teach or facing Doflamingo, then it was an easy choice. But it was too late for that now. Crocodile had picked his course and he'd stick to it. He had no time for rejects. Doflamingo was basically salivating by the time the Warlord meeting ended. It had been far too long and the blonde simply couldn't care about anything else besides the information Mihawk held. Mihawk was up and walking out before Doflamingo could pin him down. Rocinante flinched when the elder rushed by, but the blonde had no interest in him at the moment. Hawky, don't you dare try to escape me, Doflamingo called after the man. Mihawk rolled his eyes but didn't pause in his brisk walk. If you want all of Crocodile's secrets exposed to the Marines, then I'll gladly tell you all here and now. But if you have any sense of decorum, you might agree that we should leave this place first. Doflamingo pouted but didn't argue, following after the Gothic pirate. The pink-laden pirate wasn't willing to allow Mihawk out of his sight for even a moment, so he hitched a ride on the back of the man's small boat. He didn't care if he was 10 feet tall and almost capsized it. This information was far too important to allow to get away from him. They sailed for several hours before they came upon a large pink ship. Unlike Mihawk, who had a one-person pirate crew, Doflamingo's ship had to remain out of the Marine base's waters. Hawky, how sweet of you to bring me back to my ship, Doflamingo cooed in a mocking tone. He did love to mess with his fellow warlord. I figured I'd get you back to people that would actually fish you out of the sea should you capsize my boat. I certainly have no intentions to assist you should that happen. Mihawk waved Doflamingo off his small boat and then followed the blonde up to the deck of the pink ship. Shall we adjourn to a private room to discuss? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes at the known gossip, basically bouncing on the balls of his feet to get some damn answers already. 6 years of worry and very depressing nights where he was left alone with his thoughts hadn't been pleasant. He just wanted to know if his precious Crocodile was safe. But he understood the secrecy too. Crocodile's life was a complex conundrum that shouldn't be pried into by the unworthy. Somewhere private was best for discussions like this. He motioned for Mihawk to follow, waving off his family that tried to greet him and closing the door of his office behind them. I've waited long enough. Tell me what's going on with my Crocky. Is he okay? Doflamingo asked more than a little desperately, although he tried and failed to sound composed. Mihawk paused, a barely distinguishable shifting of his weight, and thought about what he should say. He had a dilemma. While he wasn't lying when he told Crocodile he would give him up and not think twice about it, this issue was entirely about how to get more information about this situation. All for his personal entertainment, of course. Hawky, where is Crocky? Doflamingo whined. Mihawk quickly decided the only way to play this was to figure out how much the other warlord knew first. He is with his father. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed and he jerked straight up violently. His father, that monster. So Doflamingo did know who Crocodile's father is. What else does he know? The snarl that he unleashed caused even Mihawk a moment of great pause. Sure, Whitebeard was certainly an imposing person, but really a monster. If anything, Mihawk had only heard good things about him outside of regular pirate propaganda and his overprotectiveness of family. It was interesting that Doflamingo of all people would call the man such a harsh term. What's happened? Crocodile would never go back to that man. Not after what he went through, Doflamingo continued on, his expression entirely serious now. There was no trace of the teasing goofball, no puppy dog excitement at the thought of his crush returning to him. This was a man that was gearing up to march into a war zone. It threw Mihawk off to see the man like this. Yes, what happened? It's a shame all that happened to him, Mihawk muttered, still fishing for more information. Doflamingo's eyes hardened and his voice dropped into a deep deadpan. Mihawk, I know Crocodile wouldn't have told you anything about that. Stop trying to pry. This isn't gossip, it's Crocodile's life. Now tell me, does he need my help? The swordsman had to recalibrate on the fly after being lectured by Doflamingo of all people, but he quickly did realize the gravity of the situation. Fine, he didn't sound in any way harmed. Apparently, he's been living rather peacefully on a deserted island until his father unexpectedly showed up. Mihawk didn't know the backstory. Most of this just seemed like it was a little overblown. Crocodile would probably run away successfully eventually. What was the difference if he just had to spend a little more time with his estranged family? He called to ask me for a ride. Whitebeard isn't allowing him to leave unless he could prove that someone was willing to come to get him. Of course, that means a face-to-face confrontation with Whitebeard, so I decline, no matter Crocodile's promises that Whitebeard wouldn't attack. Doflamingo frowned, instantly finding that it didn't make sense that Crocodile would stick around long enough to even be in such a situation. The former warlord hated his father so much that he'd probably lose all self-preservation and attempt to fly over the ocean to the next island. Doflamingo expressed this thought to Mihawk, doing his best to not reveal any of Crocodile's secrets. He probably isn't willing to risk his kid's life. He seemed like a very devoted parent, Mihawk said casually. Doflamingo's chest tightened and his breath got caught in his throat. What? He asked, words barely a broken whisper. His kid. Mihawk smirked slightly and waved a dismissive hand as if to say, why should I share secrets with you when you refuse to do the same? Doflamingo glared but couldn't really argue and so just hissed through his teeth. Why would he call you for help? It was a petty question, considering Doflamingo knew the two men had a strangely cordial relationship. He knew Crocodile would probably think of a causal friend before deeper connections. That was simply the black-haired man's nature. He avoided difficult interpersonal situations with anyone that knew him well. No idea. Mihawk shrugged again, moving to leave now that the conversation was ending soon. I did tell him to call you, by the way. That certainly caught the blonde's attention. He hadn't gotten a call so obviously. Crocodile hadn't wanted to call him. Was he still mad? He looked up, shuffling his feet slightly as he shyly asked, and what did he say? Doflamingo wouldn't be surprised if Crocodile was still upset. He knew how important follow-through, honesty, and keeping promises were to Crocodile, and because of Treble, any trust he'd managed to gain had been shattered. Which is why what Crocodile had to say to Mihawk's suggestion was so important. It would tell the blonde just how pissed his lost love still was. He just said he'd handle it himself, Mihawk explained promptly. With a frown, Doflamingo huffed, oh, so Crocodile was still upset. Mihawk gave the man a raised brow, surprised that he hadn't yet raced out the door to get to his crocky yet. Instead, he had settled against his desk and looked as if he was talking himself off a ledge. The golden-eyed man couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to run off and save Crocodile? Doflamingo frowned, opened his mouth, closed it again, and then shook his head. No, I can't do that. The resigned way Doflamingo said it only made Mihawk more curious. Doflamingo wasn't exactly known for his cool-headed decisions and rational reactions. Really? He asked dubiously, raising an eyebrow at the blonde. That seems very unlike you. The man messed with his sunglasses, keeping them secure as he fidgeted slightly. It was the only sign of how anxious Doflamingo was about the situation. He breathed a heavy sigh before looking Mihawk dead in the eye. Hawky, have you ever heard the saying, he who wants a rose must respect the thorn? Mihawk's eyebrows rose further. I have not, but I can guess your meaning. He really didn't need Doflamingo, of all people, explaining philosophy and proverbs to him. So you're honestly just respecting Crocodile's decision to stay longer in a situation you both seem overly concerned by. Doflamingo gave an absent-minded nod, his gaze shifting to look at the waves through his office's porthole. He ran a hand through his hair and for a moment just looked incredibly sad. Enough people have disregarded his decisions. If I do that as well, then I'll really lose him this time. Mihawk frowned at the ominous words. He wanted to ask more, learn all about this complex situation, but it was obvious that this wasn't something he should poke and prod at any further. I'll be heading out now then, Mihawk said with a sigh instead of continuing on with the discussion. He knew Doflamingo was probably chomping at the bit to at least hang around the perimeter of Whitebeard's territory and wait for Crocodile to officially ask him for help, so he wouldn't keep the man any longer. Good luck on your quest to be respectful while saving the man. Doflamingo didn't respond with more than a firm nod in his direction. The blonde was too caught up in trying to plan how quickly he could get to the new world and do exactly as Mihawk thought he'd do. They didn't exchange another word, but as Mihawk left he couldn't help but hope Crocodile really did take him up on his offer to house him. He wanted answers about how and why this situation was happening, and especially why everyone was taking it so seriously. More than anything, he just wanted to hear everything straight from the horse's mouth. Crocodile bit his lip as his bare feet touched the cool wood of the floorboards. He wasn't sure if his legs would hold him. The drugs should be out of his system by now, but he was scared he'd fall when he stood. He clutched a sleeping Luffy close and pressed his feet hard against the floor, slowly standing and refusing to allow his knees to buckle. He took a few deep breaths, his legs slowly steadying the longer that he stayed up. Huh, Crocodile softly laughed, the sound entirely smug. Screw physical therapy, he declared under his breath, mocking Whiskey, who had recommended standing and walking again cautiously. No, stay away from my meat pony, stupid monkeys. Monkeys can't ride ponies, Luffy mumbled sleepily, stretching in his sleep as he drooled over Crocodile's arm. The large man could only smile at the boy. He was glad he'd waited until Luffy was sleeping to make his escape. The boy didn't need the stress. The infirmary was quiet and dark now as Crocodile slowly made his way to the large doors. He'd ripped up some blankets and had stored some food in an improvised knapsack. He'd done so by skipping lunch and dinner though. But it was fine. He could go a few days without eating, but he wouldn't make Luffy do so. Luckily, he'd managed to pick one of the crewmates' pockets and got himself a log pose. It was probably the only good thing that came out of the Whitebeards trying to bond with him. He'd never understand why being in a sickbed made people think he'd be easier to talk to, as if he'd ever been easy to talk to. If he thought back on it, he didn't know if he'd ever figured out how to deal with others. Crocodile squirmed, wriggling his fingers and constantly checking his fingernails as his father led him back home. Or maybe not his home anymore. His father had said they wouldn't be coming back, and his home was now with Hytham. Whitebeard had been very insistent that it was them. The whole crew was now his family apparently. Having come from a situation where he'd been alone with his mother, and later just purely alone, Crocodile was nervous to meet them all. He hadn't exactly made the best first impression since he'd run away after learning he'd be leaving the home he shared with his mother. The door was open as large men walked all about, packing away his things and carrying it off in boxes. The thought that someone he'd never met was touching his things made his palms itch. They are your family. I know you've been alone a long time, but try to learn to trust, his father had responded when he'd told him he didn't want a stranger in his room. He didn't feel like telling his father any more of his complaints after that. The men all gave him kind looks, smiling, and even a few tried to make him laugh. Crocodile felt a little more at ease then, but he still felt like he was constantly under someone's foot. He wasn't sure where to stand. It wasn't long before Crocodile was being plucked up into his father's arms, the man closing the door to the only home he'd ever known. He didn't get to say goodbye to it. Are you ready for adventure? His father asked him with a grin. His mouth went dry, smothering down words he wasn't sure would be all right to voice. Instead, he forced a wobbly smile on his face and stayed silent. Crocodile frowned at the memories running through his head. He wasn't sure why he was remembering those early days, but it had only been a precursor to years of neglect. If he hadn't been such a young child, maybe he would have seen this all come and run the hell away as soon as he could. Slinking into the hallway, Crocodile continued on his journey to the lifeboats. Somehow the memories were persistent. And as he looked over the empty deck, he couldn't help but think of how it all started. If only he'd realized then that he'd always be treated as Whitebeard's mini-me, and never as his own person. If it isn't our little niece. Came the first call as Crocodile was carried up the gangplank. Crocodile opened his mouth to tell the stranger that the word niece didn't feel right, although he didn't yet know what word he'd rather them use, only to jolt in surprise when another man crouched down in front of him. Hey there, Squirt, your dad's told us all about you. The man grinned happily at Crocodile. The young child clutched at his father's pant leg, not sure how to ask what exactly Whitebeard could tell them, considering the man hadn't raised him. From the stories we all know, you're a little chip off the old block. You even got your father's eyes. Crocodile frowned. Considering he barely knew his own father, he didn't really have a response for someone telling him they were so similar, especially a stranger. He barely knew his own father, so he was unable to ascertain if it was really true. Although he doubted his own father could know much about him either, he wasn't sure. It was possible his mother had written about him, telling his estranged father all about their child. Crocodile pushed down the way his skin crawled when these strangers hugged him or gave him an overly friendly pat on the back. The pride in his father's eyes when he forced a smile on his face was everything to Crocodile. He would do anything to keep that look on the man's face. He allowed these strangers to treat him like their blood family and made himself stand firm instead of shrinking away. He hates every minute of it. Naturally, he avoided the limelight, so the constant attention wasn't something he would ever have enjoyed, especially considering how they spoke to him. It was best represented at the moment that Crocodile met Stefan. Whitebeard had apparently found the wild beast of a dog on the island just before picking Crocodile up. The animal was vicious and disliked anyone that wasn't Whitebeard himself. But even then the man had to wrestle the animal to the ground to gain its loyalty through total dominance. The animal had been kept away from the small child due to its violent nature. But only a week into the journey the animal escaped where it was being kept. Everyone had run from the animal, jumping away in order to not get bitten. Everyone except Crocodile. The young boy had never had a bad experience with an animal before. Not even a bee had ever stung him. He simply didn't fear the large white beast. Crocodile, in fact, really loved animals. His favorites were reptiles. But he also enjoyed the fuzzy ones. The white beast locked eyes with Crocodile, snarling at the child before barreling at him. People shouted and screamed as the dog snapped at Crocodile, obviously intending to rip him to pieces. Not even the animal's vicious snarl could strike fear in the child's heart. His favorites were always the scary-looking animals. Crocodile giggled, his arms opening up as his face brightened into a happy smile. "Good puppy, come here." The dog skidded to a halt, his giant head knocking into Crocodile's chest. The child wrapped his arms around the animal's muzzle and happily squealed as he was nuzzled by a large fuzzy face. He hadn't checked everyone's reaction, but he'd heard the gasps and whispers. Whitebeard came tumbling up after the dog in a panic a moment later, staring in wonder at the pair. The animal was wagging his tail, cuddling the child, which was entirely opposite from what he'd been expecting to find. Crocodile, for a single moment, saw his father's eyes light up, as if finally seeing the boy's worth. And then everyone began to speak. "Just like you, Edward." Someone smacked the large man's shoulder, jovially comparing the two that couldn't be more different. "A chip off the old block." Another called out, "She's inherited your special touch with animals. Betcha it's the same for people too." All Crocodile could do was clutch the dog a little closer and hope eventually he'd stop feeling sick to his stomach whenever they talked about him. "She'll make a great pirate someday, just like her dad. Imagine, she's the beginning of a dynasty, our future first mate." Kurara, a father can certainly hope. Crocodile unconsciously took a step back, his mind screaming that same sentence that he knew he couldn't give life to. It wouldn't be accepted, he would be denied if he said it. "I don't think I want to be a pirate." Oh, Crocodile breathed softly in realization. He'd completely forgotten. It had never been his dream to be a pirate, it was just something that happened. It was hard to do something else when the world government could discover his blood relations at any time. What other choice did he have? He supposed he could have gone to the Marines, put his fate in their hands by promising to be a loyal soldier for them. But really, could he actually trust the Marines? Certainly not. There had been a year or two after witnessing the last moments of the Pirate King Roger that he'd grown some passion for his pirating career, but that had quickly diminished. Now all he wanted was some peace and quiet, but more than anything he wanted security. Having grown up on the Grand Line, Crocodile had heard some things the government wanted buried. One of those things was the whispering of a weapon that could destroy an entire island in a single strike. He'd probably do anything for a weapon like that. That's all the security and safety a person could want in one tangible threat. "MGHM, Mr. Pony, can I eat your leg?" Luffy gave another sleepy mumble from where he was tucked in Crocodile's arms. The beginnings of a half-baked plan to find that weapon were immediately abandoned as he looked down at his child. He was a parent. His life revolves around this boy that he had a responsibility to care for and raise into a fine adult. It might be advantageous for Crocodile to build himself a citadel and lock himself away from the world. But Luffy needed more. He needed friends and the absence of walls in order to grow up free and find his own place. And more than anything, he was owed the freedom to choose his own life, not kept here and forced to become a pirate. Crocodile would, of course, support whatever Luffy wanted. But he should have the ability to choose. A pirate ship was no place for a child. No child should be forced to be a criminal. It was simply another reason Crocodile needed to get his son the hell away from here. He just couldn't allow his child to be relegated to be mini Whitebeard and tacked onto his legacy. It certainly didn't feel nice to be treated as an extension of someone else, especially a verifiable stranger as Whitebeard was to Luffy and had been to a very young Crocodile. He moved on, sneaking his way to the lifeboats as he tried to shake the wayward thoughts. Unfortunately, the thoughts were very determined. "Any allergy to any medications?" the doctor asked once he'd finally tracked the child down and dragged him off for a checkup. "You can just use my medical records. We have the same allergies." Chess, Whitebeard cut off what the child was about to say. "Did I ask you, Edward?" The doctor shot a glare over to his captain. "No, but she's my." "She isn't you though, is she?" Chess asked with a smugly raised eyebrow. Whitebeard rolled his eyes, huffing softly, and moved to the door, tousling Crocodile's hair as he went. I need to check our course. I'll be back in a few minutes. The man apparently decided to ignore the comment about Crocodile not being the same person. That man, I swear sometimes he gets way too ahead of himself, Chess grumbled under his breath, scribbling something on his clipboard. He gave a few quick taps as he eyed the child in his infirmary. All right, allergies. I don't like mangoes, Crocodile whispered, kicking his feet slightly. He didn't really understand why the doctor wanted to know, and he had no idea what really constituted an allergy. And ketchup makes my mouth feel funny. Crocodile looked away from the doctor at that, a flush forming over his face since he knew it was stupid to not like ketchup. His father told him that every morning when he insisted on writing a ketchup message on Crocodile's eggs. Chess raised a brow and looked the child up and down before glancing at the door like he was making sure no one was around. He put his clipboard to the side and kneeled down in front of the boy. If it makes your mouth feel funny, why do you eat it? Duh. Pops says I have to eat all my food if I want to get strong and be a pirate, Crocodile said with a tiny half-hearted shrug. Chess rubbed his chin and softly asked, can you describe how your mouth feels after you eat ketchup? The child played with the edge of his shirt, quietly mumbling, kinda numb. Like I can't feel my tongue. It just feels funny. The doctor hummed, thinking deeply about it before moving away. He went to his medical supplies and pulled out an alcohol swab. I'm going to put a little of this on your skin, and I want you to tell me if anything happens, okay? Any itchiness, redness, swelling, something like that. Crocodile brightened up a bit when the doctor didn't immediately dismiss him. Okay, and I'll talk to the kitchen about the mangoes and ketchup, Chess continued, coming back to the child and taking his arm to rub some of the alcohol on his skin. Almost instantly Crocodile's skin began to feel hot and he wanted to scratch at it. Now, is there anything else you want me to know? The raven-headed child bit his lip and thought about it seriously. The doctor did seem like he would listen, so maybe he could finally voice one of the many issues that had been weighing on him. I don't really. Crocodile flushed brightly and clutched at his long hair. Really, like being called she. Chess blinked, some surprise coloring his face, and before he could say a word Crocodile continued, is that bad? Is something wrong with me? No, Chess snapped before fumbling with his clipboard for a second and then calming himself. He slipped back on his regular gruff express and took a deep breath. There is nothing wrong with you. Exploring your gender is completely normal. Is there something you'd like to be called? He asked. Crocodile could only shrug again, not really knowing if he was actually ready to explore anything. All he knew was he didn't like being called a girl. He told this to the old doctor. That's all right. How does him feel, just until you're ready to explore yourself a bit more? Chess asked kindly. Crocodile rolled the pronouns around in his head for a minute, and even though they didn't quite feel good, they also didn't make him cringe. Yeah, I think that would be okay. All right, Chess huffed out just as Whitebeard was returning. Why don't you go play or something? I have a few things to talk to your father about. Crocodile nodded, hopping off the examination table and running off. His father gave him a warm grin when he passed, and the boy did so back since the doctor's visit had really lifted his mood. He left the room, only to realize about an hour later that a rash had developed on his forearm. He headed back to the infirmary only to find that the doctor and his father were still talking. So you're trying to say something is wrong with her? His father's angry voice stopped Crocodile cold. Hey, Edward, and that isn't what I'm saying, but the child is obviously feeling unstable and could benefit from having someone to talk to. Chess explained, Crocodile's eyebrows raised, realizing that he was the topic of conversation. Whitebeard grumbled, sounding like he didn't agree with the pronoun. Chess, she is 8. She doesn't know anything about those concepts. Don't take something innocent and twist it. Oh, come off it, Edward. Children can ascertain what makes them feel comfortable just as well as an adult. Even if they end up retracting the request, it costs us nothing to show them we respect their boundaries. Chess explained gruffly to Whitebeard. Crocodile squirmed, not really understanding but knowing that apparently his request to not be called she was causing a lot of issues. He hadn't wanted to cause a hassle. Whitebeard sighed dramatically. All right, fine, but I cannot agree that anything's wrong with them. They'll adjust in time. Maybe, Chess hissed. Only maybe, but you cannot understate the benefits of a structured mental health evaluation. Chess, they are a Newgate. Our family doesn't need such things. We're made of stronger stuff. Whitebeard's voice had been filled with pride for the family line he'd started. Crocodile had heard of how strong and amazing his father had been even from a young age. Crocodile wanted to be like that. He wiped the blood from his bitten-through lip, clasped a hand over the ugly rash on his arm and decided he didn't need anything, just like his father. Crocodile tucked himself under a doorway when he heard footsteps coming towards him. It was most likely the night watch patrolling the deck. He stayed hidden in the shadows until they passed, clutching Luffy as close as possible while trying to muffle the sounds of his sleepy snoring. He quickly checked to make sure the boy was still sleeping peacefully when the threat had passed. He was relieved to see the child was indeed still slumbering. He'd much rather think about his child than the memories he couldn't fight off. Maybe it was because he was finally leaving, but he found himself reliving and analyzing everything from his past. Maybe if he was able to sort through it all before he left, he could simply forget it from this night onward. He'd love to forget it all, honestly. He just wished he and Whitebeard had listened to Chess that day. Talking out his issue would have helped Crocodile immensely, especially if he'd started out earlier in life than he ended up doing. What Whitebeard did instead had the opposite effect of talking to a professional. Unfortunately, Chess talk with the man seemed only to increase his interest in having more children, putting a focus on giving Crocodile's siblings to be his friends. Nothing had been handled well in those days. Crocodile breathed a little bit easier as he rounded the corner. He was almost home free. He turned the corner completely and saw blue flames. I knew you'd do something stupid like this. Marco's voice grayed on Crocodile's nerves. He and Margot had simply never gotten along. This is your new big brother. Whitebeard smiled as he introduced the two children. His name is Marco. I'm older than him. He looks like a baby. Crocodile snapped, grumpy that he'd been pulled away from his game of playing with the ship rats for this mockery. In the past few years, Crocodile had slowly subscribed to a belief that his father's family wasn't his. While he didn't dislike any of his uncles, he didn't exactly bond with any of them either. He was much more comfortable talking and playing with Stefan and the ship rats. Crocodile shot a get-over-it look to the other boy when he looked offended by his statement. Well, he's gone through more than you. He's a bit more mature, Whitebeard stated as if it was obvious. Crocodile's lip curled, glancing up at his father like he might be stupid. Maturity did not determine who was older. Crocodile wanted to argue further, but Marco stepped forward with a big giddy smile, apparently over the insult now. It's great to meet you. Pops has told me all about you. Crocodile could not say the same. He had no idea who Marco was before this moment, but now the hours Whitebeard spent away on the recent island they'd stopped at made sense. The raven-haired boy sighed, realizing quickly that being mean to Marco wouldn't help anything. He could always just ignore the other boy like he did all the uncles. Yeah, hi, Crocodile muttered. Why don't you show Marco some games you and your Charlotte friends used to play? Huh. Whitebeard cut in, seemingly trying to deal with the awkward tension between the two children. I'm sure the two of you will get on even better. Isn't it great to have siblings? Crocodile scowled, disliking that Whitebeard would bring up Katakuri and his other friends. Recently, the Charlotte son had stopped returning Crocodile's letters, so the subject was more than a little sore, and he'd known that. I didn't ask you for a sibling, Crocodile sassed in a dull tone before matching away. He could hear his father apologizing to the other boy, saying that Crocodile had been in a bad mood lately. He didn't feel like telling anyone that bad mood seemed to be code for being himself when it came to him. Excuse me, Crocodile snapped, glaring at the blonde that was sitting perched like a bird atop one of the lifeboats. Marco glared right on back, the two facing each other in a standoff. I knew you'd be an idiot and try to take your toddler out on a lifeboat after Teach showed up. Marco stepped off the lifeboat, looking genuinely disappointed in Crocodile. The man in question flushed. He'd known it was a risk to take a lifeboat, but it was for the best. They had to get fucking out of here. What? Are you gonna tattle on me to Whitebeard like we're kids again? Leaving is my only option, so get the hell out of my way. Crocodile grumbled angrily as he glared at the back of Marco's head. The stupid jerk had complained to Whitebeard that Crocodile always skulked off to hang out with the ship rats, which of course alerted the man to the fact that they had rats. Now there were no rats, and Crocodile liked Marco even less. God damn it, Crocodile. We are not 12 anymore. Marco snarled. You're so caught up in your own head you're literally trying to sail the new world in a glorified dinghy with a 5-year-old in tow. Did you even pack any clothes, food, or medical supplies? At least the last time you left in the middle of the night you had some self-preservation. Crocodile lurched back, face growing hotter since he knew Marco did have a point, but he was missing vital information. Crocodile was fairly sure Teach would shove Luffy off the deck if he got the chance. Not like anyone would ever believe that. He needed to get them both away from here. Shut up. You understand nothing. Crocodile snapped, wanting to lash out at the stupid bird for getting in his way. Marco grew even more furious. What the hell is your plan if you fall off the boat? Is Luffy supposed to just drift and maybe manage to survive? Crocodile stared miserably out along the horizon, terribly upset because Crocodile's special one-on-one time with his dad had been cancelled for the 5th week in a row. This time because Marco had a bad day and apparently was more deserving of talking it out with someone. The time before that was because someone had shredded Marco's books and Teach had told Whitebeard that Crocodile had done it. No matter what he'd said, he wasn't believed at all. Stupid Marco, stupid Teach, Crocodile muttered. As he stared off into the water, he could help but think that maybe he should leap off. The thought was brief and made Crocodile stand up straight in alarm. He very quickly pushed the intrusive thought away and didn't think about it again that day. Crocodile's heart seized at the very idea of Luffy alone at sea because of an accident and his own lack of planning. Marco could clearly see the panic that lit up his face. That was only momentary though. In an instant Crocodile allowed rage to take over. What's it to you? We aren't your damn problem. We aren't a part of this shit show family. Marco clenched his fists, beyond simple disappointment and anger now. Meanwhile, Luffy squirmed in Crocodile's arms, slowly beginning to wake up. Marco heaved out years of frustration and snapped. Why are you like this? Unknowingly he echoed the very words he yelled at Crocodile the last time they spoke years ago. I am not a bird. Okay, I'm not. Crocodile shrieked back. Luffy coming fully awake with a surprised cry when he felt the intense blaring of emotion. Luffy likened it to the feeling of a wound getting stabbed. Marco lost his steam at the sound of Luffy crying out, as did Crocodile, both deflated. They stood on unsteady ground, the crevasse between them just as gaping as it had always been. I don't even know what that means, Marco sighed. You make everything so. Marco stopped himself and sighed again. Just go to your room. We both know leaving on a lifeboat is stupid and you might be maybe things but you aren't stupid. Crocodile twisted his lip and spun on his heel. He had nothing to say for himself since, in essence, it had been a ridiculous plan. He'd known that from the beginning and he'd ignored it. His next plan would have to be better. Luffy was still disoriented and even as his father's attention turned to him he was looking around in confusion. He didn't know why they were outside, or even why his father was so upset again, but he was able to groggily realize Marco was around and most likely the cause, or at least partially. The blue flames his father feared had struck again. Luffy was getting rather annoyed with this repeated offense. Crocodile hadn't expected Marco to keep last night a secret. The man had never kept his secrets, which is why Crocodile stopped talking to him about any personal feelings. What he meant to say was he wasn't surprised when he walked into the galley and the room hushed. Many a grown pirate that will never walk in his shoes sent him scathing looks with judgmental eyes. Luffy seemed to immediately sense the tension. But he'd been acting a little off that morning anyway. It was like the boy woke up ready to go to war. Crocodile kept his head high, refusing to look at where he knew Teach was sitting. The man was most likely pricing him with his eyes. Crocodile could almost feel it, but he had to endure for now. He had no other choice. He made his way to the buffet, putting Luffy up on his shoulders in order to have both hands free, and gathered the child's breakfast. He didn't think he could stomach anything that morning, but he grabbed himself a black coffee just to have something to hold. He knew exactly what would happen the minute he sat down. What the hell were you thinking? Vista snapped the moment Luffy was digging into his food. Crocodile clutched his coffee mug and looked determinedly down at the table, counting the grain of the aged wood. Croc, that could have been really dangerous. Aizu put forward with a good-natured hand on Crocodile's shoulder. The touch surprised Crocodile enough that he reacted on instinct and smacked Aizu's hand away. Crocodile, Whitebeard called out with a fist pounding down on the arm of his chair. You will not strike your siblings. He lectured with a hard edge to his voice. I never asked you for siblings. Crocodile shouted, standing up to sneer at the giant. I didn't ask for any of you to be in my life. Leave me alone. Marco scoffed loudly, also standing to get in Crocodile's face. I cannot believe you're still behaving like this. Marco yelled at Crocodile. You aren't an angsty teen anymore. You shouldn't be over being a dramatic, middle child syndrome riddled jerk anymore either. I can't believe that you'd deny your own child his family and even endanger his life because you're still salty that you aren't an only child anymore. You don't know anything. Crocodile roared, his grit teeth snarled. No one had noticed Luffy had crawled up on the table, eyes carefully calculating the situation as he watched the fight closely. I had to get the hell out of here. I had to get Luffy out of here. This is about security, my child's safety. What's he mean by that? Jazu asked curiously. All the commanders that hadn't been present during the incident looking equally confused. Stop it. Stop laying that horrible accusation at Teach's feet. It isn't fair to him when all he's ever done is try to be your brother. Marco lectured fiercely, completely ignoring the other commanders' confusion. Marco, calm down. This isn't helping anything. Aizu tried to ease the situation. Whitebeard cut in, only making the argument worse. Crocodile, Marco is right. You cannot do this to Teach anymore. What's going on? Can't we all talk calmly? Thatch added, coming running out of the kitchen to help Aizu break up the fight. This isn't about fair. It's the truth. Crocodile argued, his voice breaking slightly. He tipped his head up a little, trying to fight off the frustrated tears he could feel building. Stop trying to make your brother out to be a... Whitebeard was shushed by an increasingly frantic Aizu, trying hard to reel everyone in. No, Crocodile took his coffee mug and smashed it on the floor, shoulders hunching as he bawled, Teach raped me. I told you to stop it. Marco shouted back, slapping his hands on the table as his flames flared in a flash of blue. Crocodile reared back, stumbling over his chair and falling on his ass. He gasped for breath, hands flying to his head to try and gain control of himself. Everything was entirely silent for a minute while Crocodile tried to catch his breath. His panic was rising as he realized he'd said it aloud for the first time in years. The last time he'd actually said it, they'd tried to fix his relationship with Teach rather aggressively. He couldn't deal with that again. He'd break this time, he was sure, and then who'd protect and care for Luffy? Hey, Luffy's furious voice made everyone's eyes snap to him. The little boy was standing with his fists clenched and his eyes nearly black in an intimidating glare. He looked Marco right in the eye as he pointed an accosting finger and declared, "I don't like you anymore." A chill fell over the large room, everything able to feel the sheer finality in the 5-year-old's words. It was obvious that no one knew what to say or do as they stared wide-eyed between Marco and the child. Marco deflated entirely, and Whitebeard gained a look that made Crocodile gulp. He knew that look well. Luffy had officially displeased Whitebeard, and it would not end well for anyone. Crocodile forced himself up, plucking Luffy off the table, and fled the room as quickly as possible. He needed to get the hell out of here somehow. The energy on the ship was strange. Crocodile was back at the figurehead, doing his best to look as small as possible. Luffy didn't seem to realize that he'd picked a fight with Whitebeard's favorite son. He was happily playing at Crocodile's feet. He'd finished mending the blanket, which Luffy was now using as a cape in a game of one. Turns out anxiety sewing was something Crocodile was really good at. He managed to mend the blanket faster than he thought he would. He even sewed in Luffy's name next to his own. Unfortunately, that left him with nothing to distract him from, well, everything. Around him, crew members would try to approach him, only to lose their nerve and turn around. It left many just staring at him from afar. It was unsurprising that most of the crew hadn't known the details of why Crocodile had run away. He knew they wanted to ask further about the details. He could hear the whispering. Some were just shocked Crocodile's lies had been so severe, some disbelieving, and most just didn't know what to think about it all. He also got a front row seat to all the crew that had been around during that incident, explaining it away over and over. Honestly, he worried about Luffy hearing their apologetics. His lies had been getting progressively worse. He really just hates Teach this much. Teach was at the banquet with us. We know he didn't do anything. He could feel Whitebeard glaring at him from across the deck. Already he knew exactly what the man would say if they were to speak. The man would accuse him of starting problems, of being a drama king once again, and then he'd try to make Crocodile apologize, which was not something he was ever prepared to do. He absolutely would not be doing that. As time dragged on, the mood began to settle. Crew members got their explanations about what Crocodile was talking about, and not many seemed to question it, which didn't really surprise the young father either. His childhood had taught him that Whitebeard filled his crew with people desperate for guidance. None of them could ever think for their damn selves, so none of them really questioned further, accepting the explanations Crocodile had heard since he was young. No matter how old he got, he'd somehow anyways just be a dramatic liar that is begging for attention. This was why he forced himself to stop caring. This was why he had cut this cancer from his life. This was why Crocodile, the man in question, snapped back to attention to see Thatch and Aizu had approached him. His eyes immediately narrowed, his shoulders trying to curl forward, but he forced himself to straighten instead. He wouldn't allow himself to look weak. "What?" he snapped aggressively. The two shared a look that made Crocodile roll his eyes. "We just wanted to check on you," Aizu said in this placating tone that made the other man want to dehydrate them both. It was too bad he still had the sea prism stone cuff over his left wrist, keeping his powers at bay. And little Luffy, of course. Aizu bent down to pat Luffy on the head when the boy paused in his game to look them over suspiciously. Luffy went back to happily playing after the two seemingly passed some kind of test. "I don't know why you bothered," Crocodile huffed, determinedly looking only at his playing child. "We care about you. It's important to us that you're all right," Thatch put forward. He reached out a hand, intending to clasp Crocodile on the shoulder. The scarred man snarled and jerked away, forcing the cook to lower his arm at his side despondently. "Everyone here loves you. We're your family." Crocodile narrowed his eyes. Movement off to the side told him Marco was anxiously hovering off to the side. If Crocodile hadn't known better, he'd assume Marco wanted to apologize. He knew that he did not, though. Sure, Crocodile said in the most sarcastic tone he could manage. Aizu glanced back at Marco, frowning as he noticed Luffy going out of his way to ignore Marco's existence. It certainly seemed to pain the Firebird that the boy wouldn't acknowledge him or even look his way. "Look, things really got out of hand in there, but we're family, are we?" Crocodile asked. The sheer lack of emotion in his voice seemed to catch Aizu off guard. "Oh, of course we are. We care. Do you really care about me?" Crocodile interrupted again, truly so over this entire situation and so tired that he just felt nothing inside anymore. "You're saying what happened in there began from a place of care, of love, of understanding." His dead tone seemed to set all three on edge. He didn't realize why until Marco spoke. "You tried to kill yourself." He stepped forward, ignoring how Luffy tensed from where he was playing. Last night, that's basically what you tried to do. What else are we supposed to think after hearing that you tried to kill yourself once before, while pregnant no less? Marco at least attempted to sound caring instead of accusing this time, but Crocodile knew it wasn't for his benefit, it was for Luffy's. Have you ever been pregnant? It's a nightmare, Crocodile snapped, a bit of life trickling back into his voice for just a moment. He wasn't exaggerating either, pregnancy sucked. He was basically sick the entire 9 months. Morning sickness had never gone away for him. That was the established theme for the entire experience for him. Any and all symptoms were cranked up to the extreme. With the added stress of being a captive and the extreme depression, the pregnancy had been tremendously high risk. The doctors had monitored him obsessively because of this. Marco, Aizu, and Thatch had nothing to say to that. None of them had ever lived in a female body, and pregnancy wasn't exactly something they've been around often enough to understand. Crocodile sighed, feeling the heavy weight of the silence like an anchor dragging him down into the depths of the sea. He sagged in utter exhaustion, eyes flitting between the three and his still playing child. He could tell the boy was listening closely, waiting to step in should he have to. Honestly, this only made him even more upset. What kind of failure of a parent has their 5-year-old thinking they need to protect them? He looked back up at the three, seeing that they didn't really know what to say next. They'd reached an impasse. They had to know by now that any relationship between them would never be amicable at this point. Anything they said or did now would just cause more pain and suffering. And yet, the fact that they were still standing before him meant they still weren't willing to back off. Tell me, Crocodile began, running his hands through his hair to try and rid himself of even a little bit of his stress. Would any of you love me if I wasn't Whitebeard's child? The question seemed to surprise all three. Immediately they opened their mouths to make hollow assurances, but Crocodile raised a hand to silence them. Do any of you even like me? He followed up, waiting to see what they'd say despite already knowing the answer. Crocodile, Aizu said softly. Apparently, the question inspired pity in the male Geisha. Thatch whimpered, raising his arms like he was going to hug Crocodile in order to give him physical assurances. Of course we like you. Do not lie to me. Crocodile stopped them all by putting up a second hand. Once the three looked to give up on the idea of touching him, he lowered both arms with another sigh. Look, I know what I am. Crocodile trailed off as he clenched his fists, looking up at them from where he was sitting with more honesty than he probably ever had before. I'm hostile by nature, prickly and aggressive. I'm accusatory, and I keep a distance even from people I don't mind. I can't even admit when I do care for people. I know exactly who I am, and I'm fine with it. I like myself just as I am. Have any of you ever accepted me for the way I am, and not tried to turn me into someone I'm not, just so you could pretend to like me? Silence. Not a word for once. There was simply nothing to say. They didn't know anything about him. Crocodile knew that they knew that. How could they ever have liked him for even a moment? I like you. Luffy's voice broke the silence, the little boy running up to clutch at his father's knees. Daddy's my favorite person I know, he declared with a bright smile. Turning away from the three Whitebeard pirates, he gave the child his full attention. A soft huff left Crocodile on a weary chuckle. I was the only person you knew until recently, and you're still my favorite, Luffy said with a reaffirming nod of his head. Though, Crocodile grew just a bit lighter as he plucked Luffy up in his arms. He was content to completely abandon the previous conversation in favor of speaking to his adorable child. He had made his point anyway. Why's that? 'Cause I'm Daddy's favorite back. Luffy grinned and Crocodile couldn't help but laugh, squeezing the child close to give him a very quick snuggle. That's true, you are undoubtedly my favorite person. Crocodile looked around to see if few had stopped to overhear the latest confrontation, and the three pirate brothers were still standing by looking stalled out. Even Whitebeard was watching, and Crocodile didn't know how long he'd been listening in. Somehow that caused Crocodile massive discomfort. Last but not least in the arena of things that Crocodile disliked, Teach was standing on the upper deck, eyes tracking him maliciously. Luffy let off a little growl moments after Crocodile noticed the man. This made the father decide to retreat before Marco, Aizu, or Thatch could say anything more. Wait. Thatch tried to call him back once he realized he hadn't argued his love for Crocodile at all. The man did not stop and was soon out of sight. They had gotten no closer to mending the rift in their family. Thatch was beginning to believe there was no fixing it. Doflamingo couldn't believe it when he saw his crush again. It had been years, but he'd never forgotten the beautiful man. It could have been called love at first strike. He had his breath stolen and his legs swept out from under him. Truly he had fallen hard, but he, unfortunately, lost his new obsession in the crowds of Logtown. Doflamingo never would have expected to see him again on Sabaody. He turned on a dime, following the Ravenet closely. The man left a motel near the main shopping center, his head swiveling around as if looking for something or someone. Doflamingo couldn't help but wonder who'd ever leave such a prize behind. With a little smirk, he moved to approach and planned his opening line carefully. He was going to say something smooth, maybe refer to their first meeting back when Doflamingo was just 17. maybe a teasing line about not being a kid anymore and if the beauty would mess with him now. Doflamingo opened his mouth to speak, only to snap his teeth together with an audible click when those golden eyes turned to him. Who knew angels were real? He lost his voice, breathing in a sharp breath at the slightest glitter of a single tear sliding down his pale cheek. His cheeks had just the slightest blush, and his eyes red-rimmed, making the gold stand out. His wild black locks rustled in the wind, all of it painted an ethereal picture, but it was the sheer misery in those eyes that caught Doflamingo's attention. He remembered during their first meeting that they'd been full of fire and spite, proud and strong as he towered over the fallen blonde. Now they swirled with abandonment and heartbreak. There was so much of it, too. The weight of his sheer sadness hung off him with the grace of angels' broken and bloody wings. He seemed so small, the lack of fur coat only highlighting how tiny his shaking shoulders were. All Doflamingo wanted at that moment was to make this man smile, hear him laugh, give him some happiness. Doflamingo started when he realized the man was staring at him because he'd unintentionally taken him by the arm. Whoever he is, he's an idiot, he finally stated. What? The angel spoke, voice soft and yet still strong under all that heavy sadness. Whoever left you, I'd never leave you. Doflamingo explained hastily, voice love-struck, and yet he couldn't care. I'd never make you cry. Are you an idiot? His angel asked, ripping his arm away and curling a lip at him in disgust. And I am not crying, it's just the early morning air. Doflamingo grinned, falling over himself to follow as the Ravenet turned to start marching back to the motel. Whatever you say. Can I buy you a drink? The man paused, gracing him with those lovely eyes again as he spoke. Seriously, are you an idiot? His voice was full of disdain. I can be anything you want me to be. Doflamingo happily promised. He'd be a friend, a confidante, anything his angel wanted. While he'd prefer to be a lover, he'd take what he could get for now. To Doflamingo's surprise, the Ravenet gave a little snort, not quite a laugh but in the same ballpark. He'd definitely heard some amusement in the sound. The slightest tilt up of his petal-pink lips caused the blonde's heart to flutter. One drink? Doflamingo boldly asked again. The Ravenet gave him a stink eye before relaxing his shoulders, stopping in his march to escape. Fine, but I don't drink alcohol and you are paying. Doflamingo bounced in glee. Coffee, coming right up. He began to lead the man towards the nearest cafe. Hopefully, he'd learn his angel's name this time. He came out of the memory with a heavy sigh. He wished he could go back to that time knowing what he did now. If he'd known his so-called family would try to ruin the hard work it took to gain Crocodile's trust, he would have done away with him then. Doflamingo didn't suffer fools, and betrayal was a fool's game. While with time his fury at Rocinante had eased, that was because he understood his brother had been brainwashed, but Treble had acted purely in greed. All his manipulation tactics became moot when a heartbroken Doflamingo had figured out what he'd done. The thought of how many people had betrayed him brought him back around to his present situation. Doflamingo frowned as he watched the calm seas, his mind caught in a whirlwind. Now that there was nothing to do but wait, the new information he'd learned sank in. Crocodile had a child. His chest ached just thinking about it. Crocodile had always been very aggressive when the idea of him getting pregnant came up. He'd just snap, I'm a man, if it was ever suggested. Doflamingo had no issue with that, but it made him feel uncertain and lost to find out the man had apparently changed his mind. Doflamingo had thought he knew Crocodile better than anyone else, and it turns out he was wrong. He wasn't sure how to feel about that, mostly because having children around had been a major reason Crocodile refused to grow close to or even meet the family. There were other reasons, but the kids seemed to make the raven-haired beauty uncomfortable. He'd asked about it once. I just don't think it's fair, Crocodile snarled when Doflamingo pushed the issue of visiting his ship. What? It's not fair. Bringing kids into this life, they should get to choose. I don't want to be around children forced to be pirates. Crocodile folded his arms and turned away stubbornly. Doflamingo grew angry for a moment, about to start a fight about how the children's choices were piracy or death. Many of them wouldn't have made it much longer after the day he first met and took them in. But he stopped himself. While Doflamingo was upset about the assumption, he knew Crocodile sometimes needed a bit more understanding. Most often his hurtful words weren't meant the way they sounded. You know, most of the kids I take in approach me, and I don't take them in unless they have no other options, right? Doflamingo asked far more kindly than he was feeling. Crocodile looked up at Doflamingo slightly startled, as if forgetting that he'd been talking to the blonde. Of course, I know that. Not everyone can be like you though. Doflamingo nodded his head as he realized that, like with everything, Crocodile had lapsed into complaining about his stupid boyfriend. He really hated Crocodile's boyfriend. The horrible man somehow snatched an angel and he didn't even appreciate how blessed he was. If Crocodile was his, Doflamingo wouldn't abandon him at a motel every month. He'd treat the gorgeous man like the catch he was. Instead of being upset that Crocodile had managed to turn another conversation into a vent about his tribulation relationship, Doflamingo took yet another opportunity to undermine said relationship. What'd he do this time? Doflamingo asked slyly. Crocodile sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was talking about that devil child girl. He almost seemed happy about the tragedy, since if he finds the girl, she'll be a great recruit. Though, that bastard uses kids. Not surprising, since he uses you too, Doflamingo answered nonchalantly, grinning when his crocodile gave a little huff, the sound bemused. He means well, he's trying to help the whole world. After all, Crocodile quickly made an excuse for the neglectful asshole he dated. How could he be helping the world if you're right here? Doflamingo asked, wrapping a coy arm around Crocodile's shoulder. The Ravenet looked up at him suspiciously before snorting, "Real smooth Doffy." Crocodile rolled his eyes at him, and Doflamingo fell more in love. Doflamingo knew he'd love any piece of his love. It didn't matter who the other parent was. This child is a part of Crocodile, plain and simple. That fact made this child a perfect creation, just like his father. The blonde would treat him as such. Now if only Crocodile would rely on him. He knew that was difficult for the man to do. It didn't go over Doflamingo's head the effects of his past had on the Ravenet. It was the kind of past that needed to be overcome. The kind that surviving earned a person certain respect, especially from someone that also endured trauma in their childhood. Crocodile, he whispered into the open air, looking out to the horizon and counting clouds. He couldn't see the ship his love was held on, but he made sure to keep the ship near a trail of clouds, just in case. Please be all right. His angel was the strongest person he knew. He'd been forged in fire and crafted like steel, but that didn't mean he was unbreakable. Crocodile, Aizu knocked on the door to the hall. He knew the man was upset with them, but it had been 2 days, and no one had seen hide nor hair of the man or his child. They were all beginning to get worried. If Aizu wasn't sure Thatch had been bringing the 2 food, he'd be breaking down the door instead of knocking. Aizu knew Crocodile had a point during the last time they spoke. While he loved his brother, he had to admit that he didn't know very much about him. He could not deny that accusation, which left the geisha feeling less than stellar. In fact, he hoped that maybe he could get to know his brother now if he'd allow it. He wanted to be a better brother to Crocodile if he could. After several minutes of silence, Aizu gave a heavy sigh, looking down at the peace offerings he'd brought with him. There was to be a banquet tonight, celebrating Teach coming home safely, and of course the return of Crocodile and addition of Luffy to the family. So Aizu had thought to make them both new clothes. The banquet itself was meant to be something of a peace offering in itself. Pops was hoping the party could release some of the tension. Aizu also wanted it to help the situation. All he wanted was for his family to be happy together. If only Crocodile would allow them to bond. They don't know him well, but how were they supposed to rectify that if he never let them close? We are landing soon. We're gonna have a big party, so I brought you some new things to wear. Aizu tried, speaking to the wood grain of the door. There was a slight rustle from the other side, and Aizu hoped that the door would open, but it never did. I'm sure the fresh air would do us all some good. I'll leave the clothes here for you. Join us whenever you feel like it. Aizu laid the bundle of freshly sewn clothes by the door and left with a heavy sigh of disappointment. New clothes? Luffy asked as soon as Aizu's presence completely disappeared. His mind was caught on a new line of logic. Aizu was a pirate, which meant the clothing was pirate clothing. And that meant Luffy would officially be a pirate too once he wore the clothes. He couldn't contain his excitement, especially after all the boring days he'd been stuck in the hall with his father. Yeah, Crocodile mumbled, for once not really paying much attention to his toddler. His mind was stuck on what Aizu had said. They'll be landing. An island meant other people. It meant a ship Crocodile could steal. He could even take one over that already had the provisions he'd need. He could finally get out of this hellscape. Then he could focus on bringing Luffy somewhere he could begin to enjoy his childhood like other children. The way he deserved to enjoy his life, free and unbound by all this darkness. Luffy, Crocodile called when he realized the boy was yammering on about his official pirate status. It's time to go. Crocodile scooped up the child, depositing him on his shoulders without much thought. After a short hesitation, Crocodile collected the pile of clothes outside the door as well. He didn't have much time to waste. They needed to get to one of the longboats and hide. Hopefully, no one will see them and they can escape. Where are we going? Luffy asked as they began to silently move through the hallways. Despite Crocodile having left the ship in his youth, he still remembered every nook and cranny. He used that knowledge to make his way around the ship unnoticed. It was how he'd managed to get Luffy bathed and well-groomed the last 2 days. The only time he was caught was the first time he tried to sneak Luffy out for a bath. Thatch had run into him. The man had come down for the express purpose of finding out why Crocodile had missed dinner. It had surprised Crocodile, but Thatch had offered to bring him and Luffy food for all 3 meals and to not tell anyone about his trips out of his hiding place. He had found himself even allowing Thatch to stay for just a few hours here and there to play with and entertain Luffy. They didn't speak much. Thatch even stopped calling him brother, citing that he wouldn't force a relationship that they'd simply never had. It was comfortable, but that's all it was. We're going on an adventure, me and you, Crocodile hummed, feeling a little lighter at the thought of freedom. Mount Thatchy, Luffy asked with a pout. Thatch doesn't want to leave here, but if you want you can come to visit him when you're older, all right. Crocodile put forward. He'd never stop Luffy if that turned out to honestly be something he wanted in the future. Luffy leaned back as he thought about it seriously, but then nodded his head. Okay, now, let's get the hell out of here, Crocodile proclaimed as he slipped into the upper decks without being seen. Luffy cheered and Crocodile grinned. He even managed to chuckle as they moved into the early morning sunlight. Crocodile immediately looked for the island on the horizon. He expected a glorious port or even a small fishing village, but what he saw made his entire being deflate. How did he not expect this? It was a tiny speck of an island, more of a sandbar than anything else. It had a few trees, but enough to even hide in. It was only big enough to support a few hundred pirates partying it up, and it was completely deserted. Oh fuck, Crocodile snapped harshly. Hey, Croc came out. Someone Crocodile couldn't discern yelled out. In his distraction and devastation, Crocodile hadn't noticed the other pirate coming around the corner. Crocodile glared at them before turning around and making his way to one of the many bathrooms, feigning that a bath had been his goal all along. He needed to calm down. Certainly with everyone getting wasted, another opportunity to escape would come along. He just needed to wait for it. Daddy, are we not going on an adventure? Luffy asked softly, disappointment showing on his face. No, Crocodile huffed, his glare growing more intense as others began to come running at the announcement of their presence. Not yet. He slammed the bathroom door closed, holding back a scream of frustration. Damn it, he was really going to go crazy here. The smell of alcohol in the air made Crocodile want to choke. The fumes of it caused his head to spin. And combined with the crippling headache, he had become incredibly dizzy. He'd tried to just stay in his room and away from the massive party, but people kept knocking on his door to invite him out. If that wasn't enough to make his headache worse, then the walls that were vibrating because of all their dancing feet didn't help. Like many days, he grew so frustrated by it all that he began to pack a bag, declaring to himself that he was leaving and wouldn't be coming back. This time he'd escape for good. Crocodile shouldered his bag and tied his rapier to his belt next to his dagger. The dagger was a gift from one of the few times Crocodile mentioned something he'd like, and his dad got it without having to actually ask for it or wait for a special occasion. It was one of his very few prized possessions. Crocodile slipped out of his room, being careful to make sure no one was watching for him. Sometimes they did that, especially when he tried to skip specifically the September birthday party. They had a party to celebrate all the birthdays that came during each month. It was just a huge hassle in Crocodile's opinion, but that didn't matter to everyone else when, apparently, he should be enjoying his party. It didn't feel like his party. Just because his birthday was in September didn't mean that the party was for him. He didn't like parties. He'd rather spend a quiet night in and not be dragged around like a decoration. Cups were thrust together, causing alcohol to slosh onto the wooden deck. It permeated the air, oozing from every direction and causing Crocodile's head to feel woozy. Daddy, it smells like the bandage box, Luffy whined, pressing as tight against his leg as he could. I know, Luffy, Crocodile sighed, resisting the urge to pinch his nose closed. He was allergic to alcohol. The stuff caused him rashes and hives, and depending on the alcohol's purity his tongue might even swell. This also meant he couldn't have vinegar, which is distilled from alcohol and used in things like ketchup. Because of how painful the effects were, Crocodile had developed an adverse reaction to the smell of it, and so never had much around. He strictly only used alcohol for medical purposes, which probably made the smell of it adverse to Luffy too, since he was only around it when injured. Is someone hurt? Luffy asked, using Crocodile's pant leg to cover his sensitive nose. The party atmosphere, combined with a smell he associated with injury, caused the child to tilt his head in confusion. Everyone looks really happy, though. Come on, the smell won't be so noticeable on the beach, Crocodile said with a sigh, leading his child towards the gangplank. He'd learned in his youth that the deck had the strongest smell during a banquet. It was best to just avoid it. While they walked, he quickly explained to the child that everyone was drinking a different kind of alcohol. He should know that the smell didn't only come with medical supplies. Luffy might want to drink it when he's older. He wasn't allergic like Crocodile is, after all. Sounds gross. Luffy stuck out his tongue and gagged slightly. He never wanted to drink that stuff. He remembered smelling it back when Thatch and Marco invited him to the pirate party back at his home island. But he hadn't gone onto the deck, so it hadn't been this bad. Crocodile chuckled despite the situation. His child was so darn cute, it simply wasn't feasible, yet here they were. The second their feet hit the beach, Luffy was running off with a squeal of, I'm gonna make a sandcastle. Crocodile followed quickly, uncomfortable with the thought of leaving the boy alone for even a second. The sheer paranoia he felt was reminiscent of his last few months with the Revolutionary Army. Dragon had not kept him locked in that cell for the entirety of the pregnancy. Eventually, the doctor had determined his mental state had settled, especially after he stopped thinking of the baby as a curse. Once they'd concluded that Crocodile wasn't a danger to himself and the baby, they'd gradually return some freedoms to him. His hatred at his situation turned into a fierce protectiveness for the life growing inside him. It was his, this baby was his and no one else's. It was almost irrational. He stopped fearing being a father like his own and began suspecting Dragon would. The man never spoke about their child in any capacity that could be called love, which made Crocodile feel ill at ease. He didn't want history to repeat itself, and he especially didn't want to be complicit in his own child going through the same neglect he did. That's why Crocodile schemed, spied, and snuck around to sniff out Dragon's real plan for his baby. What he found out kicked off Crocodile's plan to get away from the revolutionaries. It's a party. Let's drink up. Crocodile came back to the present with sickening foamy alcohol sloshing in front of his face. Almost instantly, nausea clawed at his gut and Crocodile knew his skin probably turned a sickly green color. Get the fuck away from me. Crocodile immediately backed away. He'd just taken a bath and didn't want that horrible smelling stuff to ruin his feeling of cleanliness. The already drunk crew member wasn't someone Crocodile recognized. He must have just been one of the faceless members that Crocodile almost never interacted with. Normally they were too afraid to actually speak with him. It disgusted him that the banquet hadn't even started and already the lushes of this family were wasted. Come on, I'm just trying to take the first step here. I brought you a drink. He grinned, holding out the overfilled mug again, the contents swashing around precariously. Crocodile's lip curled and his eyes narrowed into steely daggers. He was pretty sure just a few days ago he had a very public meltdown that had been kicked off with the words, "I don't fucking drink." Why the fuck did he think a peace offering of ale would be a good idea? Did you not hear that I don't drink? Crocodile snapped weakly, the smell of alcohol making it harder to stay angry. It's hard to snarl when he's fighting the urge to throw up. The crew member blinked a few times before turning to look at Whitebeard. The man was off on the other side of the beach, watching as he gingerly drank down his own drink. Crocodile could practically hear the other pirates think, Whitebeard drinks by the gallon, why would his son be any different? You actually meant that? He asked dumbly, still holding out the drink. He gave it a little wiggle like he actually expected Crocodile to touch that nasty stuff. Why the hell would I say it if I didn't mean it? Crocodile argued, taking another step away to get more distance from the smell while casting a quick look Luffy's way. The boy was still happily playing, not having seen the situation yet. The crew member shrugged, giving the cup another wiggle. Come on, everyone just wants to get along with you, get to know you. How typical, Crocodile thought. Why was it that everything needed alcohol to become a bonding experience? Losing his inhibitions didn't sound all that fun to Crocodile, and he had never liked anyone more because they were wasted. In fact, the only reason he tolerated Mihawk was because the man only drank wine, which didn't smell as horrid and never showed signs of being drunk. The drink was shoved even closer, the crew member still trying to get Crocodile to take the damn cup. The shaking of the cup somehow reminded him of the last time someone had tried to hand him a drink. Well, what a lovely surprise. Can I buy you a drink? Doflamingo's voice caught Crocodile off guard. He didn't think he'd run into the man again. They were both sailors and the ocean was vast. The bar was loud, the sounds a mostly ignored backdrop to the immediately warm atmosphere that surrounded the two. Crocodile didn't know why, but a bit of happiness sparked up in his chest as Doflamingo's shoulder rubbed up against it. It took him a moment to realize Doflamingo's question was accompanied by a dainty glass of pink liquid being pushed in his direction. Crocodile's lip curled, the smell hitting him now that it was right under his nose. Normally, he could handle being in bars. It's where he met Dragon after all. But he found a place to keep space between himself and the drunks and never ordered an alcoholic drink for himself. It kept the terrible smell away from him, at the very least. I don't drink. Crocodile snapped harshly, upset that Doflamingo wouldn't remember that after one meeting months ago. The Ravenet deflated a bit when he realized it was silly to think the man should remember such a small detail. Doflamingo, to his credit, didn't seem very upset, merely pulled the drink away with a cautious look. Sorry, he immediately said, stepping back like he'd done something wrong. Crocodile didn't know the last time someone took one of his snarls that seriously. Most times, people just assumed that was how he always talked. With a heavy sigh, Crocodile shyly reached out and grabbed Doflamingo's sleeve, tugging him back to where he was before. Sorry, I find a lot of people don't really take me not drinking seriously. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Doflamingo gave a nod, his shoulders relaxing instantly. Understood, I'll remember that for now on, he said with a nudge to Crocodile's shoulder. The action was comforting as it restarted the feeling of warmth between them again. Crocodile bit his lip, waiting for all the questions to start. Everyone asked like it was just so weird to not drink. People never understood why he'd hang out in bars if he hated alcohol so much, and no one got the hatred for the stuff either. But Doflamingo didn't ask. He simply noted the issue and pushed the glass away from them both. After a few minutes, the bartender came around and Doflamingo ordered something non-alcoholic as well. Apparently, he wasn't going to drink around him either. The action caused Crocodile a slight flush. Bars are good places for information gathering. Crocodile muttered, looking away as his blush grew larger. I figured, it seems like the intelligent route. Exactly what I'd expect from you, Doflamingo softly replied, sipping his drink. Crocodile was practically hiding his face at that point. He wasn't sure why he felt the need to explain himself to the blonde, or why his nonchalant response caused his chest to flutter so much. I'm allergic to alcohol, Crocodile whispered, not really knowing why he kept opening up to someone he barely knew. He'd never wanted to open up like this before, not even to Dragon, and even though Doflamingo never asked, that feeling never went away. Doflamingo looked over to him, surprised for a single moment before he gave a simple nod. Thanks for trusting me to know, he replied, a soft smile overwhelming his features. Crocodile wasn't sure what was wrong with his heart, but it had never skipped a beat like it just did before. Crocodile came back to his senses when he found the drink right under his nose. He barely held back the gag that wanted to come up reflexively. He slapped a hand to his face, pinching his nose closed and half snarled, I don't want to get to know any of you. Crocodile turned around and began to march away. He moved to join his child, spotting Thatch near the boy now. He wasn't too upset about that, honestly. The cook bugged him less than he did in their childhood. Crocodile only got a few steps away when a hand grabbed at his shoulder. Come on, don't be lick. Don't touch me, Crocodile snapped, throwing the hand off of his shoulder. Unfortunately, the drunk crew member wasn't as balanced as he assumed. The man tumbled forward, tripping over his own feet. Crocodile turned when he felt the man clutch at him desperately and immediately got a splash of sharp-smelling ale in the face. There was an instant reaction to Crocodile getting soaked to the bone with alcohol. The dark-haired man let out a shrill sound that ended in dry heaving. The burning feeling began instantly, spreading over the front of his chest as the liquid soaked through his clothing. Some of the stuff even got into his mouth, the flavor shocking him since he'd never tasted it before. The gagging got worse and he couldn't breathe. He wobbled, his knees going weak as he tried to catch his breath. His skin felt itchy and painfully tight just seconds after being exposed to the amber liquid. Fuck. Crocodile cursed softly between gags and heaves. Slowly the world came back into focus and Crocodile realized the event had drawn a small crowd. A few of the onlookers even dared to chuckle a bit as the drunk that caused this tried and failed to pull himself up while laughing his intoxicated ass off. Crocodile knew tears were blurring his vision from the instant irritation to his skin and the utter uncaring everyone gave to his clear panic. Crocodile finally seemed to start catching his breath when he felt a little hand clutch at his shirt sleeve. Daddy, you okay? Luffy asked, his voice pitched in distress. Crocodile looked down to see Luffy was obviously having a hard time with the smell but was trying to push through and give comfort. Croc, what's wrong? Are you all right? Thatch asked, coming close but not touching him. He'd learned Crocodile was adverse to touch unless express permission was given. He's just being a big drama queen. It's just a little alcohol, someone called out, chuckling as they moved on from the scene like it was no big deal at all. Years of resentment welled up inside Crocodile. The build-up after all of them had continuously disrespected and devalued him. It was constant, unyielding, and it had been crushing down on him since his childhood. He was sick of it. All he wanted was for once to have people not dismiss his reactions to the world. Was it so wrong that he was different from them all? Crocodile clutched his fingers in the sand, wishing he could just turn them all into mummified corpses. They just kept laughing while Crocodile could feel his skin turning red and splitting. Croc, sorry. The man who'd spilled all over him chortled as he finally stood up. Let me get you another, he insisted as he stood over the still half-choking Ravenet. Crocodile glared up at him and he laughed again. Seriously, it was an accident. It's funny. I'm fucking allergic to alcohol. Crocodile finally just screamed at the group, shoving himself up and scrambling away from them all. He shouldn't have to reveal an allergy just to not be laughed at while he's choking. How many times do I have to say I don't drink for you people to get it? Luffy followed, the boy now glaring at the group of pirates disapprovingly. Surprisingly, even Thatch was frowning at his crewmates. He wanted to scoop up Luffy and run away, but he didn't want to hold his baby while drenched in alcohol. He also didn't want to ruin the boy's fun since he'd been stuck on that ship, bored out of his mind for so long already. Everyone had gone quiet. A small flicker of guilt washed over the group. A few others just looked curious about this previously unknown information, one, in particular, being Whiskey. His dilemma was immediately noticed by Thatch, who stepped up and, before anyone else could break out of the awkward silence, suggested, Croc, you should go wash that off. I can keep an eye on Luffy until you get back. Promise I won't leave him alone for anything. Crocodile didn't like the idea of separating from Luffy but oddly wasn't worried about the idea of Thatch being alone with him. He knew the man would keep his word and not leave Luffy to his own devices. Yeah, all right, Crocodile muttered, shaking his hands to get rid of the dripping liquid. He looked to Luffy and forced a calm look even though he knew his child didn't buy it. Be good, Luffy, I'll be back in a bit. Luffy pouted but didn't argue. He also didn't immediately go back to playing either, which just made Crocodile feel even more like a failure. He couldn't even set his own kid at ease. Feeling defeated, Crocodile just turned to skulk away back to the ship. Whiskey watched the man retreat, a new concern bubbling forth in her gut. She, the ship doctor, had not been made aware of this allergy. She could have made a critical mistake caring for him. After a short hesitation, the woman went back to the ship, deciding to forego the party in favor of trying once again to find Crocodile's medical records. Chess had left her an immaculately organized filing system. Everything was exactly where it was supposed to be, except for Crocodile's medical file. It was particularly strange considering how secretive the man had been whenever Crocodile had come in. She remembered being kicked out of her own office anytime the boy had wanted a checkup. She doubted the man took the file with him when he left. Chess simply wouldn't do that, which meant it had been hidden for some reason. And Whiskey planned to find it even if she had to tear the infirmary apart. Crocodile moved quickly, keeping his head down. He knew they were all staring. Somehow the fact that they weren't laughing anymore made it worse, mostly because he knew they were pitying him. It wasn't like he wanted to drink the nasty stuff. He didn't want their pity. A stifled chuckle that sent a dark shiver down his spine made Crocodile freeze. His gaze shot up to see Teach had made an appearance. The large man was hanging out in the shadows, his eyes making Crocodile feel sicker than he already did. The lecherous man didn't say a word to him, but he didn't have to. Crocodile feared him either way. He hated that he did feel that fear. He wished he could go back to when Teach was just an annoyance in his life. Crocodile slipped out of the lower decks, making his way through the shadows and avoiding all the moving bodies. He managed to cross the main deck without being spotted and headed right for the gangplank. His spirits were raised as he saw the light of the port town they'd docked at. He couldn't wait to explore. It was finally something new instead of the boring same old thing that came from sailing. He popped off the deck boards with a genuine smile on his lips for once, only for that smile to instantly fade when a hand grabbed at his arm. The young man turned to send a sharp glare Teach's way, yanking his arm out of the teen's hand like it burned him. "Did I say you could touch me?" Crocodile hissed at the younger teen. It was hard to believe sometimes that Teach was the younger of the two. While Crocodile was desperately hoping for a growth spurt, Teach had shot up to a massive 9 feet tall before he turned 14. Crocodile felt a little cheated to only be 6 foot at 17 when his genetics should have been geared towards a much more imposing height. "Running away again?" Teach asked, ignoring Crocodile's snarls. He was one of the few brothers that didn't seem to mind how angry Crocodile was all the time. Instead, Teach seemed to take it as a challenge. Sometimes it felt like he was trying to break him. There was a look in his eye that made Crocodile uneasy. It was the sparkle of cruel amusement a lion tamer had as he whipped the captive king. Crocodile gave a heavy huff, refusing to back down despite his nerves. "What's it to you? Gonna tell more lies about me? Or maybe you'll take after Marco and start tattling on me too?" His words were sharp, tinged with a haughtiness he knew was undeserved. Teach's smirk only grew at the obvious disdain curling his delicate lips. "Just warning you to be careful. No need to snap your little fangs at me," he mocked, raising his hands defensively. "Lot of creeps in that town. It's known for it, you get me." With a roll of his eyes, Crocodile spun around and began heading down the gangplank. "You're the only creep I'd worry about," he mocked back as he marched away. He did not notice the other boy began to follow. Like any other time that Luffy witnessed the interactions between the crew and his father, he was left upset by it all. He wasn't sure why the crew all treated his father like he'd done something wrong. But it bothered him. He might be young, but he knew his dad was just very particular. That wasn't much of an issue for Luffy. If asked, his father was always willing to explain himself, which was why he couldn't understand why it bothered everyone else. "Daddy doesn't like it here," Luffy muttered, stating the obvious to the many confused faces from the surrounding adults. They didn't know he was answering the wind's question. The element was curious about why the scarred man was so upset. Normally Luffy would ignore the wind's repetitive questions. But the boy was confused and didn't know how to approach the many problems before him. Solving such difficult issues was probably the only use of a conversation with the wind. "Why?" the wind asked promptly, voice swirling with curiosity. Luffy thought about that question seriously. There seemed to be a lot of reasons that his father hated it on this ship, from the blunt dismissiveness to the way everyone seemed to want to poke and prod at his father till he exploded. But he supposed it all boiled down to one particular issue. "They don't listen," Luffy told the wind succinctly. "Why?" the wind repeated. Luffy hummed, looking up at the adults that were either watching him curiously or guiltily whispering to each other. Thatch was frowning, his emotions far too conflicted for the child to accurately decipher when he was still trying to converse with the wind. "They don't want to," Luffy finally answered. It was odd to him that the crew professed to want to love and heal his father while also refusing to hear him. "I don't know why." He looked up to Whitebeard, the man across the beach, and not looking at all concerned. In fact, he sounded annoyed to Luffy's ear, along with a dizzying sloshing sound that he didn't know how to classify. "Where's Scarred Man?" the wind asked, seemingly forgetting the conversation they'd been having. Luffy let out a frustrated breath and tossed his hands up as he fell back in defeat. He stared up at the sky, entirely over trying to talk with the wind. Luffy, Thatch asked tentatively, not sure how he was supposed to handle the boy's wild imagination. Crocodile seemed to treat it like it was real, which Thatch found weird when dealing with a 5-year-old. But he wasn't a parent and so wasn't going to challenge it. How about we go play, huh? Luffy pouted. He did want to play. But he also wanted to help his father. He just didn't know how. No, I don't want to play. Thatch bit his lip, wondering what to do next to get the boy happier. Before Thatch could try another tactic, the boy suddenly jumped up with a great big smile stretching across his face. With an excited squeal, Luffy yelled, "Sanctuary." Huh? Thatch asked in surprise. He wouldn't have thought the little boy knew a word like that. "I'm gonna build Daddy a sanctuary, so he can enjoy the party and be happy," Luffy declared in answer. With a frown, Thatch leaned down to be at Luffy's level. He didn't know if that was a good idea since he knew Crocodile hated parties. "Luffy, are you sure?" he asked the boy, quietly mentioning his father's distaste for the boisterous events. "That's not true," Luffy snapped, putting his hands on his hips to give the cook a very stern look. "Daddy and I always have parties together, and he has fun." Thatch didn't really have an argument because he had to admit that he really didn't know Crocodile better than his own child. So, why not just go along with it? "Okay, Luffy, can I help you?" "Okay. First, we gotta make a place comfy that's far enough away so the noise isn't loud. Daddy gets headaches from loud noises," Luffy instructed, marching off to find a quiet spot for him and his father. "And it needs to be a good spot for sandcastles." And Luffy continued to ramble on as he rushed down the beach with Thatch chasing after him, both on the lookout for the perfect spot to create Crocodile a sanctuary. "It's just a call, it's just a call. It doesn't mean, would he even come?" Crocodile muttered anxiously as he paced in the empty navigation deck. The line of transponder snails seemed to be staring at him, the animals judging the way he was trying to self-soothe. "God, this is ridiculous." Crocodile crumpled, unfortunately not literally, putting his head between his knees as he crouched near the floor with his hands in his wet hair. He couldn't stay here any longer, and he only had one option left. Doflamingo. Crocodile still remembered vividly the day he'd lost faith in the first man he honestly wanted to give all his trust to. He'd told Doflamingo everything. He'd explained his every trigger, the reasons for them, and he'd cried in the blonde's arms as he grieved for himself for the first time in his life. "You can always call on me," Doflamingo would often promise. "I'll always come the moment you need me." Crocodile had felt safe in the devotion he'd see in Doflamingo's mismatched eyes. He'd become comfortable existing like that despite withholding the romantic wishes the blonde had for them. While he maintained his relationship with Dragon, he still needed someone for emotional support, and that had been the Doflamingo for Crocodile. What bullshit that turned out to be, Crocodile mentally hissed. He'd been having a panic attack, left alone on his small one-man ship. Crocodile had done something he'd never done before. He had called for help. He still knew that number by heart to this day, even though the number, like the man, turned out to be just another in a long line of disappointments. Outside of the recent example of being forced to ask others for help, Crocodile hadn't been able to open up to another the way he did with Doflamingo since. He'd been particularly broken and holding back sobs when he dialed the number, slowly and deliberately, whispering each number aloud so he didn't input it wrong. He needed someone with him. He just wanted to be held. Crocodile felt sick remembering the moment of weakness. He should have known not to trust him, since when has anyone ever proven to put Crocodile first? "He's still playing around with you." The mocking words had stopped Crocodile cold after he gave his name to the man who'd picked up the call. "Hey, what?" Crocodile had been immediately thrown off, unable to truly think past the panic attack he was dealing with at that moment. "Well, what do you want? I don't have all day." The snotty voice had harassed the man's already frayed nerves even further. Crocodile blamed many things on his inexperience now that he was older and far wiser, like how he allowed himself to be strung along by Dragon. He continued to have hope and faith in Doflamingo even as the man on the phone mocked him. He was young and dumb, desperately reaching for anyone to lean on. It was also the first time he'd spoken to any of the blonde man's family. He had been willing to naively overlook the way he was being treated. "Fine," the voice had sighed as if Crocodile was a waste of his time. "I'll let young master know you'd like him to come by." "No, I need." The call had cut off before he could explain the urgency once again. Even all these years later, Crocodile felt the betrayal and disappointment that resonated inside him when Doflamingo never showed up. It felt like a shot to his heart. And like the idiot he was, he'd run to Dragon to lick his wounds and pretend his heart wasn't broken. And the panic attack that had caused it all. Crocodile had found out he was pregnant. "Why do I torment myself like this?" Crocodile asked himself with a harsh breath. He hated to have to stoop to such weakness for a second time. But he truly did need an out. He might not even come. He didn't last time. Crocodile bitterly played with the old worn leather of his shoe, grumbling as he tried to convince himself that he wouldn't be abandoned again if he made this call. He thumbed at the loose bit of his shoe sole, surprised when he caught sight of a scrap of paper that had been sewn up inside. Curiously, Crocodile pulled it out, gasping a bit in surprise as he realized what it was. Dragon's father. To this day, he wasn't sure why he stole the number, but when hearing that was who Dragon planned to send their child away with, Crocodile took it without thinking. He figured if Dragon did take his baby, then he could find the child if he had the number. He hadn't realized he still had it. Crocodile bit his lip as he pulled out the bit of yellowed paper. The numbers now slightly faded. Dragon's father, could he be the answer? Dragon had seemed sure that his father would take Luffy with no questions asked. Maybe he'd take them both. Considering the type of person Dragon was, his father must be impressive too, maybe even brave even to face down Whitebeard. It was easier to reach out to a stranger than Doflamingo. A stranger couldn't break his heart all over again. Crocodile got up, moving to the first transponder snail. He only hesitated a second before he dialed the number. He gave a nervous look around, worried Teach would try to come to talk to him, or maybe anyone else trying to start another fight. He didn't want anyone to hear him beg for help again. He fidgeted as the line just continued to ring. Just as he was about to chalk it up to the number no longer being in service, the telltale click of the call being picked up sounded. 1 second of silence. "This is Monkey D. Garp. Who's this and how'd you get this number?" A gruff voice yelled down the line. The shock of recognition froze Crocodile solid. He knew that name very well. "Huh, speak, damn it. Is this you, my stupid son? It's not too late for you to become a Marine, Dragon." Crocodile hung up quickly, backing out of the room without a word before turning and sprinting away. Nope, Crocodile thought. No way in hell did he have the mental capacity to deal with this right now. At least now he knows what his child's last name was technically supposed to be. Thatch was surprised Crocodile still wasn't back yet, but he wasn't going to complain when he had unrestricted access to Luffy at the moment. The little boy had him running around setting up his sanctuary. The closer to being finished it got, the more the guilt grew. Luffy's sanctuary was incredibly simple, very easy to throw together on a whim, but no one in the family had ever done something like this before. Crocodile hated loud, repetitive noises. Well, the sanctuary was across the beach, close enough to be included without causing headaches. Crocodile was allergic to alcohol. A small platter of food and juices set aside just for him solved that. Thatch just felt ashamed that he'd never offered up this simple compromise before. Thatch felt so guilty about it all that he couldn't offer much sympathy to Marco when Luffy blatantly ignored his existence. "Shouldn't we try to talk to him about this?" Aizu asked, watching in concern as Marco tried to talk to Luffy, but the child wouldn't budge. Thatch understood that Aizu wanted everyone to get along, but he was quickly coming to the conclusion that they couldn't control that, and trying too hard would only push Crocodile and Luffy further and further away. If he thought Pops would listen, he'd tell the elder man this as well. Keeping Crocodile and Luffy here by force would only make the two resent everyone here. "Aizu, that's not our place," Thatch told the other man as he moved to bring Luffy the blankets he'd asked for. Apparently, the sand of this beach wasn't as soft as the beach on his home island. Luffy told him this after proclaiming he was an expert in sand-iness. "You know if we don't, Pops will," Aizu reminded him softly, looking back at the man who was becoming increasingly upset by the way Luffy was treating Marco. "He's not going to hold back much longer." Thatch felt more than a little upset at the reminder. He didn't like questioning his father figure, but he couldn't help the spark of disappointment in how he was handling this entire situation so far. "Thatchy, we need coconuts." Luffy's call made the man shake off the foul feeling. He forced a smile and left Aizu behind to follow the small child over to the small crop of palm trees. "Luffy," Whitebeard called, stopping the two of them momentarily. The boy tilted his head, looking at the old man curiously. "Come here for a moment. I need to talk to you." Thatch bit his lip, wanting to tell Luffy to just ignore the call, but the boy seemed like he wanted to talk to Pops too. With a big smile, Luffy looked up at Thatch and said, "You find the coconuts. I gotta ask old Banana Face something." Thatch was given no time to protest as Luffy ran off to Pops without another word. He'd promised Crocodile he wouldn't leave Luffy alone, but he wasn't alone. He'd be with Pops. He wouldn't let anything happen to the boy. Figuring that Luffy would be fine, Thatch turned to go find coconuts in the crop of trees. While there wasn't much flora on the little sandbar of an island, there was enough that he had to push through the weeds a bit to get right under the palm trees. There didn't seem to be any coconuts, but he believed he could see the leaves of a pineapple plant just a little further back. Thatch pushed in deeper and gasped as he came upon a dark purple fruit, the swirling patterns marking exactly what type of fruit it was. Thatch had found a devil fruit. Crocodile was grinning as he made his way through the port town. There was nothing special happening, just a regular night in a regular town. There was no loud music, shouting, or booming laughter, just a quiet street where no one looked twice at him. He was left alone. The shopkeepers didn't care to force a conversation beyond a few pleasantries. Strangers didn't call him brother, and it was peaceful. The young man could almost break out in song. He felt so at peace. He managed to do a little shopping without a gaggle of family trying to put in their 2 cents about his plain style. And he bought himself dinner, finding a private place on the beach to eat and enjoy the lovely sound of crickets. A common occurrence that Crocodile always loved was the animals that came up to beg for scraps. A stray dog or two, a feral cat that curled up near him after getting a piece of chicken, a few birds, the favorite one being a large raven. The raccoon Crocodile would have bet on coming eventually, although the honey badger did surprise him. Pulling his knees to his chest, Crocodile smiled, tossing a few more berries when he noticed the late arrival of a possum. The raven hopped on his shoulder, feathers ruffling as it nestled into his neck. Animals were so easy, and the young man wished people could be this easy to get along with. It wasn't hard to understand an animal. Showing affection and receiving it came naturally to Crocodile when it was with animals. But with humans, with his so-called brothers, it always seemed to go wrong. He didn't know what he was doing wrong. How was he supposed to have a conversation and get them to understand, to finally listen? Despite popular belief, he didn't want to hate all of them. While he had issues with his father and some others, he didn't like being isolated. He didn't want to be the outcast. Crocodile wanted to connect, but it felt like there was no avenue open for him to do that in a way that he was comfortable with. He hummed an acknowledgement when the orange, feral cat brushed against his side before sauntering off. "See ya," Crocodile murmured, sighing again at how easily he could connect with a cat, but not anyone else around him. Tossing a few more berries to the possum, Crocodile accidentally unsettled the raven on his shoulder. The bird gave a loud caw, startling both him and the possum. Flapping its wings, the giant bird flew off a bit aggressively while the little possum dropped into the sand to play dead. Crocodile laughed, the sound directed at himself as he observed the two animals, one praying its act will lessen a threat's attention, and the other simply flying away. Those were both fine ideas for how he should handle his current unhappy situation. He could either give in, stop fighting it and just be unhappy, or he could fly away like a bird, never to return to his false home. "Wonder what I'll do," Crocodile sighed. "Playing dead doesn't sound too fun." He stood, brushing sand off his pants as he left the possum to its business. It was about time he headed back to the ship anyway. At least they'd stopped coming to search for him lately. He'd needed the time alone to calm down. Just as the lights of the ship came in sight, Crocodile was suddenly pulled down an alleyway, a hand strangling his surprised gasp. Luffy hushed the wind as it kept trying to get his attention. The element was being really annoying. It had already told Luffy 3 times that a storm was just off the horizon. He didn't need to hear it again. He knew he was being a bit of a bully towards the wind, but he needed to concentrate. Luffy wanted to know why the banana-faced old man was so dead set on not listening to his father. He'd told Luffy he wanted to make the elder Ravenet happy, to heal him, so why wasn't he doing anything to actually help? He seemed to be making it worse by not telling everyone to not press on Crocodile's stated triggers. "Why don't you come up here?" Whitebeard asked rhetorically, holding out a hand for Luffy to clamber up on. Once upon the giant's palm, Luffy was lifted up and settled on the old pirate's armrest. Luffy settled himself and blinked big brown eyes up at the man that called himself his grandfather. There was a grinding noise Luffy had connected to the feeling of frustration, but despite that emotion, the large man smiled. The look was fake, a mask that didn't match the sounds Luffy could decipher. "It's been a while since we've been able to talk. You must have been bored while your father was busy brooding." Whitebeard began the conversation. Luffy's eyebrows scrunched together at the irritating way the old man commented on his father. No, Luffy shook his head hard, wanting to make it clear that he always enjoyed time spent with his father. "Daddy and I had lots of fun. We played and Daddy read me stories." He grinned as he recalled all the cuddles he'd received over the last few days. Whitebeard hummed, taking up his drink and sipping it. Luffy watched the drink. The smell seemed worse now than it was back at the last banquet. Could that be because the smell was becoming increasingly connected to bad experiences? The thought seemed correct enough for the young boy. It wasn't exactly in him to truly determine why things seemed to be getting worse and worse. He just understood it was, and the pirates seemed to be exasperating the situation. "Tell me, Luffy, how or why?" Hey. The wind tried again to get his attention, causing Luffy to miss what the banana-faced man was saying. "I already know a storm is coming." Luffy snapped at the sky in an annoyed tone. Before Whitebeard could question the child on his odd behavior, he was already turning to ask, "What did you say, Mr. Banana Stash?" "Grandfather," Whitebeard corrected lightly. "I asked how you are liking pirate life so far." Luffy shrugged. He hadn't really seen much but more ocean so far, which wasn't exactly an exciting experience. Unless banquets were what being a pirate was about. In that case, Luffy really enjoyed pirate life. "I like the pirate parties." The old man grinned at that, understanding the appeal of a party very well. He enjoyed celebrations as well. It pleased him that he and his only grandson had that in common with each other. "And how do you like being a part of a family?" Luffy frowned at that question, unsure what the old man was talking about. "But I've always been a part of a family." Luffy said with inflection, incredibly curious about why the man would ask something like that. Of course, you've always been a part of our family, but you only learned it recently, Whitebeard said with a chuckle, thinking the child was simply adorable. Daddy is my family, Luffy corrected the man immediately, disliking the way he hand-waved the small intimate connection they had together. Family, from Luffy's understanding, wasn't something someone else was allowed to dictate for him. Whitebeard sighed heavily as if Luffy had said something that made him sad and disappointed. He took another sip of his drink, enhancing that sloshing, dizzying sound that was becoming louder as the night wore on and everyone drank more. My boy, we need to discuss how family treats each other. Frowning harder, Luffy said, but I'm always nice to Daddy. Not your father. I know you're always a good boy for him, Whitebeard assured the young boy. The sound of grinding teeth and chaotic sounds made Luffy think of grumbling and scrambling echoed from the old man's chest. Why was Banana Stash jealous? Luffy asked himself internally. He struggled it off and tuned back in to hear the rest of what the man would say. I mean this family. Whitebeard gestured to the beach as a whole. Deep brown eyes blinked as he looked over the banquet, not understanding when exactly they became his family. He liked most of them just fine. And while they kept throwing around words like uncle, grandfather, and nephew, Luffy felt like family wasn't that easy. They couldn't unilaterally decide that after only a few days of knowing each other. You were very rude to your uncle, and I expect you to apologize. Whitebeard finally got to his point. Luffy tilted his head, eyes turning blank as he observed the elder with a hard look. What uncle? He asked. The old man's eyes narrowed, a low-grade rumble vibrating through the air. Your Uncle Marco. You will apologize for ignoring him. You first, Luffy stated calmly, his dark eyes shaded by his bangs and making him look far more serious than any 5-year-old had a right to appear. Pardon? Whitebeard asked with a raised eyebrow and a disapproving scowl. Apologize to Daddy for ignoring him first, Luffy growled, refusing to flinch. The ominous rumble grew, practically shaking the ground beneath the two just by how loud it was. Luffy would think there was an earthquake happening if he couldn't see that he was the only one reacting to the sound. Luffy, Whitebeard began with a warning. You have no idea what you are talking about. Why are you so mean to Daddy? Luffy asked instead of commenting how he might be the only one seeing his father's side. The question seemed to catch the elder off guard for a moment, the intense rumbling pausing for a second before coming back with an explosive boom. I thought we had an understanding, Luffy. Your uncles and I are trying to help your father. But as I told you, it would get a little uncomfortable. But this is just how you fix. Daddy doesn't need to be fixed, Luffy interrupted, his voice stern. He had endured more than enough people discussing his father like he was a broken toy. He wouldn't hear it anymore. Do not interrupt, Luffy, Whitebeard scolded, holding back a harsh tsunami if Luffy was hearing it right. The old man's voice eased back into a light chastising tone as he continued, It's rude. That's dumb. If I want to talk, I will, Mr. Banana Stash, Luffy told the man, leaving no room for an argument. Grandfather, Whitebeard corrected once again, the sound more of an irritated hiss than it was before. And you will be respectful to me. I am captain of this ship. Then I'm a captain too, cause you ain't my captain. The declaration was almost funny to Whitebeard. The childish thinking was certainly not how this worked. The important distinction was almost. The sheer disrespect simply burned the old man's blood further. Luffy, the old man began watching as Luffy straightened, a scowl overcoming his face. The small boy immediately recognized that strange power that ground the wool of others into the dirt. He didn't like that odd second voice Whitebeard could call upon. That power that had shut him up and made his strong father fall down. Inside Luffy's chest, the sound of a lock unlatching took the small boy by surprise, the vibration of it physical to the child. Whatever had been released roared to life inside him, growling and snapping like a hellish beast that would not be tamed. Banana Stash, Luffy snapped, cutting off the man once again, something powerful sparking in his voice for just a moment. Like a lion learning to roar, Luffy tried to reach for that power once again, but it was a very difficult thing to grasp. Luffy stomped a foot, and once again growled out, Why are you so mean to Daddy? I am your grandfather, Whitebeard admonished the child harshly. How? You don't act like a daddy to mine, Luffy shouted right back, his frustration growing when he couldn't quite pull that power back. It was like having a word on the tip of his tongue but couldn't quite get it. Enough, Whitebeard boomed with a resounding rumble of thunder. A shockwave ripples through the air, a crack ricocheting through the earth. Luffy stumbled, falling onto his knees as Whitebeard slammed down his cup. The drink rippled, spilling over the side as its smell wafted over them. Luffy whimpered as the old man's voice overpowered him, grinding him down until he couldn't speak anymore. You will stop this disrespect and mind your business, Luffy. You have no need to put your nose in adult manners, Whitebeard chastised the child, the dizzying feeling intensifying into a full-fledged moment of head rush like he'd gotten up too fast. His vision wavered and his consciousness got a little flighty. Luffy blinked rapidly, his shoulders shaking from the force of which they tightened. His chin trembled and his eyes felt watery as he continued to blink. He wanted to hug himself but couldn't when his arms were the only thing holding him up. Luffy was no stranger to being yelled at. His father was a gruff person and a lot of the ways he naturally communicated was shouted. He'd never felt like this before though. His father had never frightened him the way Whitebeard just had. "Don't you want your dad to be happy?" Whitebeard had asked him back on Luffy's home island. Of course, Luffy wanted his dad to be happy, but he was starting to see that this man's idea of happy was unilateral and unyielding. He wasn't willing to allow either Luffy or his father to have a say. "Just don't hurt Daddy. You gotta listen, okay? Or I won't like you anymore." That was the promise Luffy had made with the old man. That had been his only stipulation. Of course, that's what a father does. "Lair," Luffy hissed under his breath, little fingers curling into fists. He pressed his knuckles into the wood of Whitebeard's chair as he forced himself up to shaky feet. "You're a liar," he yelled at the man, teary eyes no longer filled with steel. The old man's eyes swirled with sudden guilt, looking for all the world like the wind had been snatched from his sails as he deflated. "Luffy, No, I don't like mean liars." Luffy scrambled up, terrified that the old man would try to crush him with that power once again. He jumped off the side of the giant chair, falling on his face in the harsh, sun-baked sand. The 5-year-old toddler let out a yelp and then a sob before dodging to the side to avoid Whitebeard's reaching hand. "No, leave me alone." "Wait, I didn't mean to, Luffy. Come here, please," Whitebeard called, panic and guilt filling his tone. Luffy could tell he was being genuine, that he was truly sorry for scaring him. The man tried to get to his feet while Luffy ran off in the direction of the ship. But with a swell of dizzying noise, the man lost his balance and dropped heavily back in his seat. "Stay away, liar, dumb liar," Luffy shouted as he raced across the beach, refusing to listen. The pirates turned to see what was wrong, some even trying to stop the boy for the old man. The child was too good at turning on a dime to be caught by any half-drunk pirates. He ducked and dodged, bobbed, and weaved until he was sprinting up the gangplank. He fully intended to go find his father, wanting comfort after the encounter with Whitebeard. "I just wanted to know why they are all so mean." Luffy sniffled as he looked around for his father. "Then why don't you go find out?" the wind suddenly perked up to say. Luffy opened his mouth to yell at the wind. How was he supposed to go find out? No one would talk to him if the banana stash man wouldn't. Except, maybe the walls would if he asked them. Nervous Luffy glanced to the hallway that led to the one room he never wanted a conversation with. Unfortunately, the best walls to ask would be the bad room. Luffy fidgeted, shifting from foot to foot nervously. He twisted his fingers in his hands, biting at his lip as he tried to decide if he really wanted to go talk to the walls in that scary room. Would he learn the truth if he didn't? That question was easily answered, and that answer was no. Straightening his shoulders, Luffy pulled on a brave face as he stepped forward. He was afraid, but he wasn't willing to wait any longer to understand why all this was happening. He just wanted to protect his father, and if that meant facing the bad room, then that was simply what he'd do. "Be careful," the ocean gently called from where she was lapping against the side of the ship. Her concerned tone caused Luffy to pause for just a moment. He glanced down the gangplank where he could see the ocean, tilting his head curiously. "A storm is coming." Luffy frowned, nodding his head in acknowledgement. The wind had kept telling him that, but coming from the ocean made the warning a bit more serious. There must be a really bad storm incoming. Luffy only turned away when he noticed Aizu moving up the gangplank after him. With a scoff, the child got moving, simply telling the ocean, "I know," as he disappeared into the hallways. Thatch forgot about his incredible find as he came back to the banquet to see the atmosphere had become tense. His father had his head in his hand. More than a few of his brothers surrounded the chair and tried to cheer the man up. He approached the large chair, sighing in defeat as he got ready to hear about the latest disastrous conversation with Crocodile and his kid. It was really beginning to get old to Thatch. His pops refused to back down from his stance, and Crocodile refused to fully explain his. They were at an impasse and there wasn't really anywhere to go from here. Thatch froze though when he overheard something startlingly familiar. "Don't be silly, are you a bird?" Pop's voice was soft, lacking his normal joy. "I am not a bird." Thatch finally understood why Crocodile kept saying that, but he still didn't understand what it meant to him. He observed the situation, trying to understand what had prompted Pops to say that. From what he could tell, one of his brothers had asked the man if he could climb up on his shoulder. But what would that? Now Thatch wouldn't claim to have a perfect memory, and despite what the last week would tell an outside observer, they didn't sit around thinking about Crocodile 24/7. But Thatch did remember the first 2 months he spent as Whitebeard's new son. From what the cook could tell, he had arrived when Crocodile had been trying really hard to fit in. He only remembered this because Marco had been jealous that his first meeting was a bit more positive than Marco and Crocodile's had been. It had simply been something Thatch had paid more attention to in the beginning, since apparently he'd caught Crocodile in a good mood, which hadn't lasted. If Thatch had to pick a moment that Crocodile stopped trying, trying in Crocodile's terms, it was probably at the setup for the first banquet Thatch had been there for. While the Ravenet hadn't exactly been friendly besides that one smile Thatch got when he first arrived, he hadn't been downright hostile and cold until that night. He had to rack his brain for a good few minutes, completely spacing out as he tried to figure out what those words meant to Crocodile. Then he remembered something. Crocodile, with an adorable pout, had softly asked if he could sit up on Whitebeard's shoulder with Marco. His pops and Marco had laughed because, well, it had been funny at the time. Marco was a bird. Of course, he'd perch on the giant's shoulder because there wasn't a chance of him falling and getting hurt. That's why Whitebeard always responded with the question of, "Are you a bird?" It was a genuine attempt to remind flightless crew members that it wasn't a safe spot for them. Thatch frowned, automatically putting himself in that situation. Young, trying hard just to fit in, and putting himself out there in order to ask to be included. Having to ask to be included by his own parent. Gods, no wonder Crocodile hated all of them. Like a lizard in a bird's nest, Crocodile had internalized that he didn't belong. Considering that their own father had been the first to cause that insecurity, Thatch knew there was no undoing that. With a sigh, Thatch continued forward, looking around for little Luffy. Only instead of Luffy, he found Teach, causing a certain amount of panic to squeeze his heart. He wasn't sure why he felt like that when spotting Teach, but he couldn't deconstruct that at the moment. The only thing he could care about was the absence of a particular 5-year-old. Crocodile was going to kill him. Tentatively, Luffy waved to Moby. The cloaked spirit looked about as excited as he felt about what was happening. The other stood before the black oozing door, presence seemingly holding back the voices that had scared Luffy before. "Are you sure you want to know?" Moby asked, featureless face somehow serious. Luffy didn't hesitate. He nodded his head and bravely said, "I gotta know. Daddy needs me." Moby frowned but didn't argue as they stepped aside. With a snap of their fingers, the door unlocked, creaking open slowly. Luffy stumbled back when the black ooze bubbled at him in a rapidly growing wave. As it washed over him, a hysterical laugh filled his ears along with the low-level sound of screaming from a distance. The hallway darkened as the black aura settled over him, stalking him as he slowly approached the room. The feeling of eyes on him intensified as he stepped into the room. Luffy swung his head right and left and felt very small as he kept seeing figures just in the corner of his eye but couldn't pin them down. He shivered as sharp-clawed monsters hid from his gaze, chittering and snickering mockingly at him. "Hello," Luffy called, stepping a few more timid feet into the room. "I want to ask you something." The walls were eerily silent. The way they appraised him made Luffy feel judged, and they did not judge him well. Luffy's breath started coming out fast, tears welling in his eyes as the shadows swelled at him. He was so confused. Why weren't the walls answering him? What were these shadows? They didn't seem to be a part of a visible memory, which made them even scarier. "Please," Luffy whimpered pleadingly. "I just want to know what happened to Daddy. Why won't anyone listen to him?" Click. Luffy jumped at the sound of the door opening and he turned. He was sure he'd left that open. "No," a young voice gasped, making Luffy look back at the bed. Sat atop the covers was a young version of his father. Luffy only recognized him because of the bandages over his face where his distinct scar should be. The young man was looking just above Luffy's head in a mixture of fear, rage, and utter defeat. "Get out. Get away from me." Luffy's heart raced and he wanted to calm his father, but as he opened his mouth, a scream escaped instead. A large black mass rushed past Luffy, leaping on the bed and attacking the vision of his father. With a whine and snivel, Luffy cupped his ears to block out the screaming and begging for help. He fell to his knees and closed his eyes tight as he curled up tight. "Stop," Luffy begged. "Stop it. Stop hurting us." The 5-year-old cried, sobbing into his knees as the noises continued. It sounded like he was being devoured by the demonic black mass. Shivering on the floor, Luffy determinedly didn't open his eyes until the screaming had died down. Back to that eerie silence, Luffy slowly looked up, cautiously looking for the shadowy demons that haunted the room. A soft sob broke through the silence, making Luffy look to the corner to see a huddled figure. The body was shaking, arms hugging themselves with nails digging into small shoulders. "Die. Just want to." The hiccupy cries made Luffy's chest ache. Silently, the child got up and began to approach the young version of his father. "Daddy," Luffy whispered, reaching out as he looked around for possible threats. He still needed to figure out why no one listened to him. Luffy gulped softly and restarted. "Why doesn't anyone listen?" The echo of a faded nightmare shivering before him whispered hauntingly. "They don't listen. Don't. He's lying." Another voice laughed, mocking the crying figure. "I saw him in town doing it to himself. It's all an act." The shaking form of a young crocodile flinched, nails digging deeper into his shoulders. "It's a shame he's such a drama queen." The young man gave up on digging into his shoulders and instead cupped his ears with another sob. "He's always been a liar." Luffy wiped hurriedly at the fat tears rolling down his face. With each statement, he could hear the crack of his father's heart crumbling inside his chest. He wanted to love them, he did, but he couldn't after all the pain that had been inflicted. "No, please just listen. Listen." "Pops, please help me." Luffy wanted nothing more than to give that help, despite knowing this all wasn't happening in the present. Swinging around, Luffy glared daggers at the walls, blaming them for the torment he was watching. Stop it, you big meanies. Luffy snapped at the barren walls. Leave him alone. He didn't do anything to you. He took a sharp intake of breath as a black claw came into view, curling fingers over the side of the door, followed closely by a grinning shadowy face. Luffy's eyes widened as he stared at it. By instinct, he seemed to just know that this creature was the manifestation of everything his father feared and pained him. It scared Luffy too. In fact, he wanted to run and hide, leave, and never come back to this room. But this thing was hurting his daddy, stalking his family. Nobody was allowed to do that. Gathering up all the strength left in his little chest, he puffed it out and screamed, "Get out!" Luffy ran at the door, shouting at the demon. He grabbed the door and slammed it shut as he continued to order, "Out! Get out!" The thing only resisted a moment before it left with a sinister cackle, the undertones of fury only barely distinguishable. Panting from the fear he felt and the effort he used, Luffy managed a grin and turned back to look at the young vision of his father. He had protected him. They were safe now. His smile fell when he didn't find anyone else in the room. "Dad, Croc." The voice was distorted, accompanied by a bang on the door that made him jump in fright. The room suddenly lit up in bright blue. Luffy let out a shriek when cold fire burst from below the door as the banging continued at a steady pace. "Croc, let me heal you," the distorted voice kept saying on repeat with the banging. It was like nails on a chalkboard, the wailing of a baby and circus music all blaring at once. Mingled voices all speaking as one but separate as well. It was chaos on his ears. The banging wouldn't stop. It was all growing louder and louder, all of it closing in on him. Was this how his father felt? Surrounded and constantly attacked by the clustering of noise. He hated this. His skin was crawling at the attention that was focused on him. Luffy had never felt like that before concerning attention or noise and figured this was his father's feeling. Still, knowing it wasn't his emotions didn't make it any less intense. The tears burned as they fell from his now irritated red-rimmed eyes. His chest was aching and all his limbs shaking. Slowly he backed away from the pounding door and the things being said. "Crocodile, I can heal you. I can fix you. I can make you better. Make you who we want you to be. Be who we want you to be." Luffy crumbled, a sob tearing through him as he fell limply to the floor. He did everything he could to block out the voices as they got deeper, louder, and more demanding. "Why, be," Luffy hiccuped, trying to curl up as small as possible. What we want. Luffy. The boy jolted with a hitched cry when he felt hands softly touch his back. He looked up with teary eyes to see Aizu looking down at him in concern. The voices were gone now and all was quiet. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" He gasped for breath several times, then gave a loud wail and leaped into Aizu's lap. "Izzy, this are, so scary. Daddy's feelings are so loud. He's still screaming. He's BSC hicking." Luffy cried and babbled, his voice probably not making sense through all his sniffling and sobbing. "Luffy, calm down." Aizu pulled the boy into his lap, desperately trying to soothe the child by rubbing his back erratically. "I can't understand you like this." Breath. Luffy continued to gurgle out words between sobbing breaths, his words unintelligible as he explained everything. How his father felt in this room, and the way the constant dismissal had caused him to stop trying to connect, explaining how he felt nobody ever loved him for who he naturally was. "Luffy, take a few deep breaths. I want to understand, but do you?" Luffy asked, strangely calming down in the blink of an eye. "What?" Aizu asked hesitantly. "Do you want to understand?" Aizu glanced back at the door as if someone was going to come running in any second and yell at them, most probably Crocodile. "Yeah, I want to understand." Luffy nodded, straightening up from Aizu's lap. He didn't actually know if this would work. He'd never tried to share his ability before. Reaching up, Luffy pressed his index fingers to Aizu's temples. "Close your eyes and really listen, okay?" Aizu frowned, sure that he'd misheard the judgment in Luffy's voice. He was sure he always did his best to listen to all sides when issues arose. "Listen," Luffy whispered again as he pushed the immense weight of everything he heard in this room into Aizu's head. The geisha's mouth fell open from the sudden shock as everything came crashing down around him. Years of resentment, neglect, and feelings disregarded flooded his mind. Aizu could hear it all so intensely that he could almost see it all. Every event that seemed so inconsequential to him felt incredibly different when experienced in Crocodile's shoes. Aizu gave a sharp scream when he suddenly felt a sharp knife in his face and a weight crushing his chest. Threats and the feeling of hands holding, forcing, touching all over him. It was terrifying, sickening, and heartbreaking. Then came the overwhelming feeling of being unsafe and betrayed. He could somehow feel the eyes of hundreds on him, judging him, while the sounds of Crocodile's begging replayed in his mind. Aizu remembered these words. He remembered being one of those pairs of eyes looking at him, judging him. He hadn't helped, and now he knew what it felt like to be on the other side. Aizu's eyes welled up, everything attacking him, and the sound of his brother's panicked sobbing and gasping played over his begging for help turned his stomach. He was going to be sick. All of it culminated into one word whispered into his ear. It was a simple request. Not anything too much to ask for from family. And yet Aizu now realized he'd never really accomplished that request for Crocodile. That one word was help. Luffy had no reaction as Aizu burst into tears, eyes rolling up, and passed out the instant Luffy's power was pushed into his head. He just felt so emotionally exhausted, he had nothing else to give today. At least not for people that had harmed his family, inadvertently or not. Crocodile rounded the corner, eyes tracing the edge of the banquet that was now in full swing. The young man sniffled as he limped towards the ship, eyes firmly on his last hope. The lights of the banquet were like a safe haven to the boy. Blood dripped down his face, tears having gone dry by now. His clothes were rumpled and ripped, blood staining his sleeves and the collar of his shirt. He gulped audibly, shuffling his feet as he tried to gain the courage to step out into view. He wanted to get back to Luffy, but he also felt so tired of the constant battle he'd been in. It was hard to think after this unending stress, and he couldn't help but want to just give up. Luffy should be fine in a crowd for a while. The friendly boy would probably enjoy some time being the center of attention. The child wasn't in any danger as long as he wasn't caught by a certain someone alone. Alone. He'd been all alone. Although that wasn't exactly a new development, he was always alone. He liked being alone, but at the same time, everyone needed a friend sometimes. Despite his overabundance of brothers, Crocodile had never managed to form any type of bond with even one. He sometimes regretted not working to be closer to some of them, even if he knows it was not totally his fault. It was hard to bond with anyone when his father went around explaining his feelings to anyone that would listen. And they all listened and treated it as fact without ever actually asking Crocodile for confirmation. His loneliness aside, what he needed was quite literally anyone to come help him. His legs gave out, his ankle twisting as he fell on the street. He let out a bitter sob, rubbing his face into the dirt as he tried to gather the strength to get up again. Teach had offered to help him home, but Crocodile felt he was justified in trying to attack him for even daring. After what he did, Crocodile could barely believe Teach had the gall to offer. The man had just laughed at his weak attack, shoved him away, and walked off. While his legs barely held him up, he didn't regret not taking his attacker's help. Help, Crocodile whispered hoarsely as he weakly pushed himself to his knees. He looked up to see the bright lights of the banquet, so close but still so far. Literally, it looked way too far away to the exhausted and physically weak teenager, but he knew it really wasn't that far away. A soft bump to his thigh made Crocodile jolt, followed closely by a wince when the sharp movement caused his new wound's pain. He looked down to see the stray cat had found him again. The sweet creature was rubbing against his leg, letting out a few worried mews. "No, I'm not okay, but I appreciate the concern," Crocodile muttered to the animal, pretending he could understand. It made him feel better. Some days he felt like he almost could. "If only you could help me get home." His gaze flickered up to the wild banquet that was still lightening up the night. From here Crocodile could hear the clamor of numerous voices counting up to hundreds. No wonder no one had been able to hear his screaming. Crocodile shook his head, shoving down the cowardice. He couldn't leave his child alone, no matter how distressed he personally was. No matter his exhaustion, he should know how it feels to be alone, and Luffy was alone here without him. Despite what the Whitebeard pirates wanted to claim, they were strangers to the child and didn't count as support or comfort. He stepped out into the open, glaring down at the banquet of partying pirates. There was a large group surrounding Whitebeard, and the general energy seemed low, but Crocodile didn't see a difference in the gathering. One party looked indistinguishable from another to Crocodile's eye. As he walked down the gangplank, he began to notice the way everyone would mutter and look put off when they saw him. While Crocodile was used to making things uncomfortable with his presence, this was a little over the top. The way groups parted for him and went silent as they noticed him made Crocodile nervous. He began to speedwalk, hoping he was heading in the right direction. His son was obviously going to be in the middle of the largest group, right? But the way they fidgeted as he approached made Crocodile's heart race. Crocodile fell into himself as he stepped up onto the gangplank. All the brothers were staring at him, some in horror and others in disappointment. Tears bubbled up in his eyes as he stepped up into what should be a safe place, and yet not one person had yet to ask if he was okay, despite the sheer amount of blood. Crocodile refused to crumble, actively making sure his shoulders didn't drop. The crew cleaved apart, moving quickly out of his way with downward glances and awkward shuffles. Uneasiness grew fierce by the time he stood before the old pirate. Crocodile looked around slowly, noticing immediately who was missing. "Where's Luffy?" Crocodile asked as calmly as he could, doing his best not to have another public freakout. Whitebeard looked up at him with a dismissive gaze before flicking gold irises back to the horizon. "Somewhere around here, I'm sure." Crocodile's glare didn't falter, and the man gave an annoyed huff. "He's fine. We're all family. He'll get over it." A shiver raced down Crocodile's spine, his shoulders becoming rigid. "What did you do to him?" he growled, fists clenched from the fury he felt building in his gut. Whitebeard's glare turned sharp. "Do you think I'd harm him?" he asked in offense. "Yes," Crocodile sneered. "Yes, I do. Where is my son?" "Calm down. He's around here somewhere, probably pouting that he got in trouble." Whitebeard waved his son off, annoyed when that didn't calm Crocodile at all. "Did you lecture my child? What the hell made you think you had the right?" he snapped at the man, immediately feeling silly since Whitebeard never lacked the gall to interject himself before. "I am his grandfather and he was being rude to his uncle." The man felt self-assured that he was in the right. The child needed some discipline and it appeared his father wasn't going to handle him properly. This was no way for Joy Boy to be raised. Being allowed to disrespect family too freely, it was almost a cause for concern. Surprisingly, Crocodile didn't break out into screams of rage. Instead, the color had drained from his face. The veteran pirate followed Crocodile's gaze and rolled his eyes when he found his son was staring at Teach. The sheer horror on his face was overkill. Crocodile felt dread when Teach rounded the old man's chair, a smirk pulling at the corners of his lips. There was a mocking look in his eyes that the Ravenet feared. He knew that look well. Teach always had it after doing something to mess with Crocodile. Whether that was just a simple lie that got him sent to his room without dinner, or Crocodile became frantic the moment he saw that smirk. Rage, fear, and disgust filled his chest until he felt like he was being smothered. The wicked look in Teach's eye clogged up Crocodile's throat. "Oh, Crocodile, your brother told me everything," his father said, a sad tisk to his voice. He shook his head, looking down at Crocodile like he was a child he didn't have the energy to deal with anymore. "He told me what you did." Crocodile's head swung around to look at Teach in abject horror. The other teen just schooled his face with a look of pity and mock care. His gaze fell to the floorboards while his fists clenched. He just felt cold as he already knew no one would believe him. They'd all already decided what had happened and who was at fault. But still, he had to try. "Right," with clenched fists. And through gritted teeth, Crocodile growled, "Where's Luffy?" The question was more frantic than it had been before, and yet the man looked far smaller than any other time he'd confronted anyone. "I'm not sure what you mean," Teach responded, looking clueless to why Crocodile would accuse him like this. The Ravenet growled low in his throat at the man, true hatred chasing away his cowardice. "Everybody loves that little ankle biter. Maybe someone else held him up." Crocodile's eyes narrowed. Apparently, he was the only one that took issue with the way Teach said that. His tone held undertones of bloodlust. "Croc, maybe cool it," Vista suggested, hesitating to speak up since he didn't want to get screamed at, especially not at what should be a celebration. Vista's addition seemed to encourage the others to get involved. Before Crocodile could do anything, he was surrounded by the group of commanders. The feeling of being closed in made the air in his lungs thin. He gasped in large breaths and yet still felt dizzy and faint. Around him, three faces got his immediate attention: Vista, Kingdu, and Rakuyo. They were the last three of the 7 brothers most prevalent from his childhood. They looked at him with such pity, concern, and that same stinging disappointment he remembered from the worst night of his life. Somehow that look still hurt. The emotional scar tissue was old enough to be called a part of his personality, yet reliving it wasn't any easier than the first time. Unbeknownst to him, he'd begun to tremble. The tremor started in his fingertips until it became a raging chill that swallowed up his torso. "Croc, we're so tired of this," Rakuyo told him, wanting to reach out and pull his brother close. He desperately wanted to make Crocodile feel all the love he held for him, to embrace him and never let go. "Aren't you tired? Being so constantly angry. It's not healthy," Kingdu added, also stepping closer. Crocodile flinched away, looking at Kingdu like he was a threat. "It's not. Being so angry and aggressive all the time. We're worried about the stress this causes you." Despite the heavy feeling that made Crocodile fear he might swallow his tongue, he laughed. He couldn't help it, not after those tone-deaf comments. His laughter was bitter and forced out, the sound barely more than panicked heaving to the outside ear. He had to get himself under control. He knew that distantly, but it was getting so hard to think. He had to find his baby. It was the only thought in his mind as he did his best not to be cowed. He did his best not to lose Teach to the crowd gathering around him. He kept looking for signs of a struggle, blood on his collar, or any sign that he might have hurt Luffy. This was about his baby and he wouldn't allow anyone to change the damn topic. "Where is my son?" he snarled out, the sound slightly muffled by the constriction of his throat. His eyes were glued to the man and vice versa. Teach seemed to love having Crocodile's undivided attention on him. He was smug with it. "God damn it." Vista stepped into Crocodile's line of sight, blocking track from view as he reached out and took Crocodile by the shoulders. "Just stop it." Like a punch to the gut, Crocodile lost his breath and his knees buckled. For a moment his vision went black. "Stop it. Why would you say that?" "No, please just listen." Crocodile screamed and screamed his pleas, begging to be heard and understood. His waving, clawing arms were caught and held close to his chest like an improvised straitjacket. He immediately began to shriek frantically. his mind unable to deal with touch after what happened. Why can't you just talk to us? Just explain your problems. We want to be there for you. Crocodile came back to stark reality, feeling dizzy and quickly realizing that he'd stopped breathing. Why won't you let us love you? Vista cried out, pulling Crocodile into a hug without his consent. He weakly tried to struggle, but Vista just held him tighter. Panic raced through him, but without air. He couldn't coordinate himself with any strength. Black eyes caught his attention, like a black hole that sucked in all the light and warmth. Those eyes made him shiver. They were the eyes of a beast, hungry and focused. They were the eyes of a shark the split second before an attack that wasn't seen till then. They were a nightmare filled with cold amusement and cruel satisfaction. He was loving this, enjoying watching Crocodile struggle. Get off, Crocodile demanded, thrashing like a fish on a line to get out of Vista's arms. His skin was crawling and his stomach was revolting. Luckily there wasn't much in his stomach to begin with. Get the fuck off me. Panic filled his tone when instead of being released more hands began to touch him, holding his arms back from lashing out at Vista. Breath was coming so fast now that he was sure it wasn't reaching his lungs before being forcibly exhaled. Crocodile, Whitebeard pushed back into the conversation. But the man wasn't listening. He didn't care what Whitebeard had to say. He desperately tried to keep his eyes on Teach, afraid of what he'd do if he lost track of him. This is ridiculous. All because you won't just explain your issues to us. He wasn't listening. He couldn't listen. His breath was coming and going so rapidly that he'd begun to gag. His thrashing didn't gain him the freedom he was looking for, and the longer he was being touched, the more it felt like chains. He felt like he was being dragged down into an abyss, and there wasn't anything he could do about it while anchored by their unwanted touch. Crocodile's vision swam, unknowingly pleading that he just wanted his son, nothing else. Blue light fell over the area, causing Crocodile to freeze for a moment. Blue flames, hands holding him down. The eyes of a mock sibling that was happy to be used and wanted Crocodile to accept that fate as well. Before he began to struggle harder, Marco transformed into his human form as he settled on Whitebeard's shoulder. He looked as exhausted as everyone else claimed to be. To all of them, Crocodile would always be the problem. Just because they were happy didn't mean he had to just accept it. He wasn't their sibling, and he clearly wasn't a child in Whitebeard's eyes. This wasn't how a father treated a child. No, this was how someone treated a prop. A decoration that wasn't behaving for the picture-perfect image it had been made for. It wasn't like Crocodile cared. Doing so was just harmful to him. He had to let them all go for his own health. But still, it irked him that they didn't see how fake their family was. At least it was for Crocodile, since family was a two-way street. In the simplest terms, he refused to be a decoration. His eyes spat fire at Marco before he turned his eyes away, searching again for Teach. He was alarmed to see his brothers moving the man closer. It's about time you both made up. We're family, you need to hug and talk this out. That broke through his panic. His golden eyes snapped up to meet their match, seeing quickly that Whitebeard was serious and wasn't going to back down this time. Immediately, Crocodile tried to throw his entire weight backward. The move only surprised those holding him into tightening their grip in an effort to catch him. It stole his sanity away, his vision flickering and his knees wobbling. What the hell are you all doing? A new voice shouted, sounding downright vicious. He'd never heard Thatch like that before. Let him go. Crocodile could feel a few hands hesitantly pull away. But it wasn't enough to clear his head. The world was swaying, and he was sure he'd collapse to the floor should they all let go. Still, he wanted them all far away from him. Vista, get your hands off him. You too, all of you. Thatch continued to shout, his voice closer now. Crocodile kept expecting Thatch to touch him too, rip him away from the others, but he didn't. How many times have I told you all you can't force this? Croc made his boundaries clear with touch. With Teach. Thatch, you can't expect. Crocodile stopped listening as the last of the chains it was hands let go of him. From the sounds of it, someone tried to catch him when he immediately crumbled to his knees, but Thatch seemingly waved them off. He was shaking, breathing so hard it was a wonder he was still conscious. Slowly he reached up to hug himself, his cheeks feeling cold from the tears he hadn't known he was shedding. That man almost touched him. A sob rattled him as for a moment he was dragged back down into the darkness. It was a terrible place without light or hope. It was cold and left nothing in its wake. He couldn't hear anything besides a loud shrill whine and the rushing of blood in his head. Crocodile. He caught the tail end of a distant call, but he could barely hear it. He was far too focused on trying to breathe to hear much of anything. He slowly came back to himself, his lungs burning. No one was touching him anymore, but still, he could barely think. Crocodile. He heard again. He looked up, for once quite docile as he came out of his latest panic. Thatch was crouched down in front of him, his brown eyes filled with concern. Those eyes made Crocodile remember the reason he was here, his son. Where was his son? What had happened to him? Why wasn't he here? Crocodile hands flexed as he began to panic again. He was supposed to be the protector. Thatch's gaze flickered over to Crocodile's shoulder, biting his lip as he held himself back from grabbing the ravenette. Please, stop hurting yourself. It took Crocodile longer than it should have to decipher what that meant. His nails had been digging into his shoulders. Blood had been drawn, causing the tension to spike. You see, Marco's voice made Crocodile visibly flinch as he instinctively dug into his shoulders again. This is exactly what we're talking about. Move aside. I'll heal his shoulders, then we can talk this out. Marco, just stop. I'm not going to let you touch him. Son, I understand you want to help, but that's what we're trying to do. This isn't helping. We just want to help. Teach, please back up. Crocodile can't handle you right now. Now you're accusing him too. No, back and forth, a confounding cacophony, taking over the quiet night and causing Crocodile's head to feel full. They all argued, each feeling like they were in the right, while Crocodile fell apart, torn up. His years of repression ripped open his scars. They all fought for their opinion on how to fix him. Crocodile didn't care. He just wanted his child. He didn't know if he was safe, if someone had hurt him, or if he'd even been fed yet. Was he alone somewhere? Why had he wandered off? That wasn't like him. Not when he'd made a promise to stay close and be good. You can't make them hug it out. Thatch's voice raged. He'd never heard the man quite so fed up before. No matter what we believe, clearly Crocodile has issues with Teach that he doesn't want to deal with. We don't have a right to make him. This'll only push him further away from us. For a split second, Crocodile glanced up, catching eyes with that of a predator. Teach had a dark look on his face for that single moment, glaring at Thatch. Then it was gone, no longer looking like he was planning to viciously murder the man. Crocodile instantly forgot about it. That is enough. Meanwhile, just a few minutes before, Luffy wandered up onto the deck. Lethargic in his movements, he looked around to try and find his father. He'd been looking since he left Aizu. The wind was starting to pick up. The sky began to darken into night and the temperature dropped a bit. The smell of rain was in the air, and off in the distance was the drum roll of ominous thunder, although only Luffy could hear that. The storm was still hours off, although the signs were all there for a doozy of a storm. Even the wind was becoming snappish and harsh already. Luffy disregarded most of this, only caring that he didn't see his father immediately. The small boy had been sure his father was on the ship, but he hadn't found him. Luffy just wanted to curl up and sleep after what he'd heard and learned. But mostly he wanted to hug his father. After what he experienced, he got the impression his father needed more hugs in his life, although only from those he wanted them from. That was very important. Luffy frowned as he caught the sound of shouting as he approached the gangplank. After his conversation with the room, Luffy was absolutely drained. He could barely walk with so little energy. Yet as he curiously looked over the situation, something intense hit him and reinvigorated him so fast it left his heart banging rapidly against his little chest. He wouldn't know until years later, but it was called adrenaline. Those fake uncles were surrounding his father, the man laying crumpled on the ground as the very bad man grinned on the sidelines. If he couldn't hear the panic and misery, he'd still worry because it was written all across the man's face. He was so scared. Screams so faded they were like a whimper traversing with the wind called upon a fury Luffy thought he was too tired to still feel. Luffy felt something powerful in his chest, like the building growl of a speaker. It was aggressive and deep, teasing at an ancient power hidden within. Luffy began to shake from the rage as he felt that old man's power pulsate over the chaos. That's enough. Luffy's teeth made a shrill squeak as he grit them. He started towards them, only thinking of protecting his father even if he didn't know how. But what happened next made him begin to run. The bad man was being urged toward his father, many people encouraging them to hug it out. Thatch was arguing against it but was quickly being overwhelmed by the group. Luffy raced in like a bullet. Before anyone could stop him, he leaped onto his father's back. He stomped his little foot down on his father's prone shoulder as he unleashed a feral growl at the gathered crowd. The man twitched but didn't do more than that. Luffy, multiple in the gathered crowd gasped. The look on the boy's face was dark. All affection he once showed them gone. Stay away. Luffy snapped at them. He was so angry. He just wanted them all to leave his dad alone. Hadn't they hurt him enough? Luffy, we're just... Shut up. Luffy shouted at them, something powerful bubbling just below the surface. He felt as if he might explode from how tightly all his muscles were coiled. You all don't care. You don't care what daddy wants. Go away. Go away. Luffy heard it before it happened. The barely repressed irritation that normally accompanied Whitebeard's strange power. The man's golden eyes filled with irrational fury, and the crack of thunder from his chest told Luffy it was coming. You will stop this, Whitebeard yelled, his voice causing many of his sons to fall. It must have been instinctual as Luffy didn't falter. Instead, power surged up inside him as all his will exploded from his chest. Leave us alone. Whitebeard's power crashed down around him and crashed against his own with the sound of dueling swords clashing. The world seemed to come to a standstill. A few people near Luffy fell over while everyone else just stared at the child in shock. No longer did anyone care about what had been so pressing before. It didn't seem important when they just learned the boy had such power. Luffy, you have... Marco began. Conqueror's haki. Whitebeard finished, tentative pride lighting up his eyes. Crocodile managed to ground himself the moment he felt little feet land on his back, but when he felt that power come from his child, he felt like he was thrown back into sanity. His head snapped up, and one last time he found himself looking right at Teach. This time the man wasn't looking at him. No, Teach was staring at his son. Crocodile didn't like that man looking at his child like a threat. Before anything else could be said, he surged up, twisting around to catch the 5-year-old in his arms. He fled the crowd, shoulder-checking Vista on his way. Not for the first time, he cursed the sea prism stone cuff around his left wrist. "Wait for me." Thatch ran after the two, and for once Crocodile didn't complain. "Oh yeah," Thatch spoke up hours after the latest confrontation. "I think I have something to cheer you both up." He grinned as he began to rummage through his coat. Crocodile didn't pay much attention, while Luffy seemed excited for the distraction. Things had been awkward, to say the least, since the surprise ending of the fight. Crocodile didn't even want to think how hard it would be to leave now that they discovered Luffy has Conqueror's hack. Already people kept trying to approach him to discuss training Luffy on how to use it. Crocodile himself had never been very good with haki, and it seemed everyone remembered, since they all knew he wouldn't be able to teach the boy. Crocodile knew it too. That didn't mean he was going to allow any of them to teach his son. He'd find someone else with the ability to show him the ropes. The power may be rare, but Crocodile was sure he could find someone that hadn't abused him personally. It was at the very least something to distract him from the heavy emotions left after his panic attack. Crocodile took another glance around and could instantly tell that another confrontation was incoming. It may not be that night, but definitely the next few days. They wouldn't wait long, especially now. At present, Crocodile was fine staying at the private little picnic blanket Luffy and Thatch had set up. It pained him to admit it, but he appreciated the effort Thatch had made. The placement of the area was perfect, evidenced by the family of sea turtles crawling over the sand to say hello. They never would have approached if they'd been closer to the party. "Whoa," Luffy gave an intrigued gasp, gaining his father's immediate attention. "That's a really weird fruit." Crocodile looked at the fruit that Thatch was showing off and was surprised to see it was a devil fruit. The thing was a dark purple color, curved spikes holding the telltale swirls of the rare fruit. "Huh, is it super tasty?" Luffy asked, reaching for the fruit with the intent to bite into it. Thatch laughed and held the fruit out of Luffy's reach. "Sorry, Luffy, but I haven't decided what I want to do with it yet, and I'm sure your dad doesn't want you eating one of these either." Luffy pouted and looked up to Crocodile as if to ask for permission to eat the fruit. "No." Crocodile flicked the boy on the forehead lightly for the entitlement of trying to eat something that was not his. Luffy just frowned harder, looking curiously to the fruit again. The slow beat of a drum was coming from it, which wasn't a sound Luffy had heard from good before. In fact, food normally didn't say or do anything. "What's he looking at?" Crocodile grumbled, glaring at Teach when he noticed the man was staring. It took the Ravenet a minute of glaring to realize Teach was, for once, not focused on him. Instead, he was looking at Thatch. "That's odd." Distractedly, Crocodile began to feed the sea turtles that had joined them as he kept a close eye on the dark man. "He's probably just surprised by the treasure I found," Thatch said happily before trying to change the subject. Something not about Teach, since Thatch knew that wasn't a topic Crocodile was willing to engage in. "Look, we got some little animal friends. How rare for wild animals to approach. Lucky." Luffy gave the man a look as if he thought him stupid. "Animals always come up to Daddy and I." Thatch looked a little startled, meeting Crocodile's eyes as he asked, "Always?" The man placed the fruit down as he leaned closer to pet the turtle while keeping his eyes on Crocodile. Luffy became very focused on the fruit, whispering to it and flickering his eyes up at the party. The adults didn't notice his odd behavior. Crocodile took this to mean Thatch was asking if animals came up to him when he was a kid too. He nodded. This was a pretty typical event for him. Sometimes aggressive animals took a minute to warm up, but this always happened in the end. Though, he puffed out. In a flash, Thatch went from looking sad that he hadn't known that before to delighted that he'd learned something new about someone he cares about. Without warning, Crocodile felt a droplet of water hit his left hand. Looking up, he noticed the storm that had been building all night was finally going to break. "You should get inside the ship," Thatch quickly spoke up as he stood up from the peaceful little area. He grabbed the fruit off the ground and tucked it back into his jacket. "I should help get everyone back on deck. Looks like this'll be pretty bad." Crocodile nodded, scooping a strangely quiet Luffy up and turning to the ship. The child in his arms didn't speak again until Crocodile stepped onto the gangplank. "Thatchy's gonna die tonight," Luffy whispered, eyes completely serious as he met his father's surprised look. Crocodile had no idea what to do with that information. "The fruit said so," Luffy finished softly. "Well, fuck." Crocodile paced back and forth as outside the storm raged on. The child bounced around, not used to the rapid shifting movement, but his father was a veteran and had long earned his sea legs and didn't falter when the floor swayed beneath his feet. He was biting at his thumbnail as he tried to decide what to do. Luffy was probably right. He normally was. Thatch would die tonight. Crocodile just didn't know what to do about it. On one hand, he thought it served everyone here right to lose a brother. It was almost karma, especially since it would be the man Crocodile had warned everyone about to end his life. Who else would be the threat on this damn ship? But, on the other, Crocodile didn't think Thatch deserved to die. But would anyone even believe me? You could at least try. Luffy answered Crocodile's insecure thought. The man sighed, sagging in defeat. The things he did for this child. Stay here and don't go anywhere, okay? Crocodile ordered his child, as he pulled on a simple black jacket. Luffy gave a serious nod and Crocodile frowned. He didn't feel right leaving the boy, but it wasn't like he was going to be throwing himself into danger. He'd warn Thatch and leave it at that. With nothing else to do, Crocodile left the room that had been provided for him and his child. Thunder rolled overhead as he began his journey down the hall, seeking the only Whitebeard pirate that had bothered to listen. Hopefully, Thatch would continue that trend. Not even an hour had passed for Luffy when Moby showed up in his little room. The boy had been sitting and worrying for his father. He wasn't ready for the spirit to show themselves. Luffy gave a strained smile, raising his hand in greeting. Hi Moby. Get help. The ship spirit demanded, its frantic energy washing over Luffy like a nasty chill. He took them. Get help. Wild-eyed and suddenly very afraid, Luffy jumped to his feet and raced out of the room. He had no idea who he should get help from, but Moby seemed to know. Luffy followed the spirit without question. It didn't matter what he had to do. Luffy would save his father. Crocodile was grumbling softly as he made his way to Thatch's room. Belatedly, he hoped the cook hadn't switched rooms in the last decade, since he'd hate to knock on anyone else's door. Nothing would be more awkward than having to explain to a sleepy Marco that he was looking for Thatch before Teach tried to murder him. Although that might not be a bad way to go about this. Crocodile didn't want to go against Teach. He didn't think he'd win, especially with his powers still locked away. But if he stirred up enough trouble, he could keep Thatch safe by keeping a witness close to him at all times. Teach definitely wouldn't try anything if someone was around to see him do it. He's a coward at the end of the day, preferring to sneak around in the shadows, a slimy snake. Maybe I should. Crocodile paused and sighed softly as he leaned against the wall. What the hell was he doing? He didn't know anymore. Going off alone was ridiculous when his known abuser was apparently finally done pretending to be a good child, since Teach was ready to show his dark side. Then Crocodile knew he was the one in true danger. Biting his lip, Crocodile paced right. Then he paced left, counting the number of steps he took as he tried to figure out what he was supposed to do. He already knew that if he just went back to his room to hole up until it was all over, his son would throw a fit and probably cry all night. And once again, the thought of Thatch dying because of that bastard wasn't something Crocodile could live with. Fuck, Crocodile whispered as he snapped around and continued his solitary march towards Thatch's room. Crocodile came to a halt just before turning the corner when he heard a voice he should have expected but still managed to stop him cold. Thatch, buddy, I just wanted to talk to you about that fruit you teach. His voice was cut off when the door closed. It is happening now. Crocodile hadn't expected this. He had expected to warn Thatch and then go find a place to hide out until all this was over and Teach was either killed by Whitebeard or far, far away from here and on the run after murdering Thatch. Something unexpected was the overwhelming concern that shot down Crocodile's spine and forced him to move. Before he even knew what he was doing, he was at the door, hand reaching for the doorknob. And then he paused. He could just walk away. No one would ever know that he could have intervened. Thatch would die, but Crocodile would have time to make sure he and his child were safe. No one would know. No, Luffy would know. Everything after happened faster than Crocodile would have ever liked. He turned the doorknob and forced the door open with a heavy shove of his shoulder. What followed was a grunt, a pained gasp of surprise, and a hissing curse. The door had knocked into Teach's back, knocking him forward. The knife Teach had been raising to stab the other occupant of the room in the back slices through Thatch's side instead. Thatch gasped and then yelped when with a hissing curse Teach grabbed onto the chef in order to balance himself, barely missing being concussed and unconscious. Thatch's head landed just a few inches away from the corner of the chest his devil fruit had been kept in. Crocodile hadn't expected the floor to be wet. His feet slipped out from under him and he went tumbling into the room, 1 foot out the door, literally. Fuck, Teach cursed as he shoved himself up and quickly analyzed this new situation he was in. Crocodile tried to get up, Brain screaming at him that he had to be ready to fight, but Teach slammed the door shut on Crocodile's leg. The snap of Crocodile's ankle breaking was echoed by a crack of thunder, the rumbling sound drowning out the Ravenet's pained scream. Croc, Thatch yelled, trying to get up to help but was partially pinned by Crocodile's now writhing body. Teach stomped on Thatch's back, keeping him down while he decided what to do. He'd expected to just kill Thatch, swing around and grab Crocodile, and then leave, but this was much more complicated now, and yet somehow much simpler. What, no gift wrapping? Teach asked with a mocking grin, eyes eating up the look of Crocodile at his feet where he belonged. Crocodile wasn't able to respond, far too focused on the pain of his now broken ankle. By the time he was even behind to formulate thoughts outside of the searing pain shooting up his leg, it was too late. He looked up just in time for the butt of a dagger's hilt to slam into the side of his head, knocking him out. Whiskey groaned as she slammed the last file drawer closed. 15 drawers of files, and she had not been able to find Crocodile's medical file. This was ridiculous. Chess wouldn't have taken the file. He wouldn't have any reason to, since he wouldn't need it. Chess had been a pragmatic man. He would have known there was a chance Crocodile could end up back on this ship one way or another, meaning they would need his medical files. This was a matter of safe medical practices. The ship lurched to the side, and the old rickety bookcase in the corner made a banging sound as it rocked. Whiskey forced out an irritated sigh as she sunk into her heavy oak chair, ignoring the heavy sound of the bookcase since it had become normal. She couldn't believe that file was so conveniently missing. She'd even missed the entire banquet to find the dumb thing. With disappointment, Whiskey laid her head on her desk as she grumbled. I found files for members I didn't even know existed, but I can't find his. Exhaustion hit her and she closed her eyes to rest a moment while the storm outside raged on. She jerked up when the ship jerked to the side, and instead of a bang, the bookcase made a clattering crash as it tumbled utterly over. Oh hell, Whiskey sighed tiredly. Getting up, the woman approached the fallen bookcase. The thing should have been bolted down, but everyone knew its bolt had gotten loose in the last few years. That had never been a problem. It just banged against the wall whenever they hit rough waters. It happened that the harsh treatment had finally been that old bolt's last straw. Whiskey leaned down to start collecting the fallen medical books, only to pause in slight surprise. The bookcase did have a bolt, but it was far from broken. Instead, a short hook and chain connected to the bolt had truly been the thing to break. But why would a stationary piece of furniture need a hook and chain? Whiskey had no idea that the bookcase had the function to be unhooked from its spot and move. Curious, Whiskey looked to the wall to try and see if there was any reason for the bookcase to ever be moved, and to her surprise, she saw a seam in the wood. Huh, Whiskey hummed and moved to the wall to run her fingers down the dusty seam. Part of the wood easily pressed in and revealed a small cubby in the wall. What in the world? She pushed the secret little door open and found a few dusty trinkets. The file. As if she had triggered fate, there was the file she had been searching for. The relabeled file that proudly said Crocodile Newgate underneath the blacked-out bit hiding the man's dead name. It had been here this whole time. Whiskey grabbed the file with a triumphant laugh and headed back to her desk. She tossed the thick stack of papers onto her desk and fell into her seat. She didn't waste any time flipping open the manila material. She found exactly what she was expecting. The first few papers were notes and details from what must have been Crocodile's first checkup with Chess. There was his height, weight, and an outdated mental health questionnaire. Nothing too surprising. The next set of papers was details about Crocodile's gender identity, his growing awareness of it, and apparent feelings of isolation. Whiskey hadn't realized how concerned Chess had been for the man, but these reports made it clear that he had been very worried for Crocodile. Finally, Whiskey plucked up a detailed report about an allergy to alcohol. There was the severity of the allergy, the types of alcohol that had better or worse reactions. Suddenly Pop's stories about the disgusted faces Crocodile made at ketchup as a child weren't so funny. It seemed even distilled alcohol, like the vinegar in ketchup, caused a reaction that left Crocodile uncomfortable in his own skin. She made note of the listed ways Chess had found to help with Crocodile's medical needs without the use of alcohol as she shifted through the rest of the stack. All of it was exactly as she expected to find. Crocodile had been a child, so he got yearly checkups along with visits when sick or injured. There was a paper detailing an infection he got at 9 and a broken arm at 14. She raised a brow at the few notes made about how his injury made it seem like Crocodile had broken the arm after being pushed. Nothing too interesting beyond his height and weight recordings from each year. Apparently, Crocodile had been a late bloomer in the height department. She was about to close the file when something strange caught her eye. Termination. Whiskey mumbled as she read the word from a piece of crumpled paper that had been haphazardly shoved into the back of the file. She pulled the paper out and found a written report for an abortion. Crocodile got pregnant. She asked aloud. She certainly had no idea the man had been pregnant back then. And what's more concerning, patient showed signs of extreme stress, resulting in a panic attack. High chance of further self-harm. For the birthing person's safety, I decided to end what would have certainly been a high-risk pregnancy. Chess notes spoke of emotions and issues that she had no idea Crocodile suffered with. This didn't match what she had been told. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts, and she continued looking through the file with a renewed sense of urgency. Something wasn't right. She began to bite her lip from building stress as she continued to read. Accounts of injuries, both self-inflicted and not. There were notes disparaging the horrible neglect Crocodile was being put through and how it was harming his mental state, and multiple writings about bullying from an unknown member of the crew that caused many injuries. She's never heard of any of this before. She had only joined the crew a little less than a year before Crocodile left, but she still felt as if she would have noticed such extreme treatment. She had never seen any such bullying. although that would explain Crocodile's deep hatred for some of the crew members. No, that couldn't be. It simply couldn't be true. After all, she'd never seen any neglect either. But she did recall Pops never paid much attention to Crocodile, but certainly that wasn't counted as neglect. Oh God. Everything was slowly being recontextualized, and it wasn't nearly as inconsequential as it had seemed before. Whiskey gasped as she read over one of the last papers in the file. She knew what it meant the moment she saw it, but that didn't make her feel any less sick to her stomach. Trauma and tearing, deep bruising, blood loss, potential scarring to the thighs, confirmed sexual assault. Whiskey dropped the file as she slapped her hands over her gaping mouth. She threw her chair back, standing as it clattered behind her. She had to tell someone. Everyone needed to know that Crocodile hadn't been lying that day. Whiskey snatched all the papers, shoving them into a file as she rushed out to find the man she accepted as her father. She did not see Crocodile being dragged out to the storming dangers of the deck or the blood on the ground as she rushed toward the captain's quarters. Luffy was frantic as he ran down the hallway. The ship's constant tipping and violent swaying made it so he couldn't run in a straight line, and little shoulders kept knocking into the walls as he went. Thunder was booming overhead, the storm only seeming to be getting worse. What was he doing in here anyway? Crocodile's old room is just plain depressing. There's no reason to come in here. Even less reason to faint here. Let's hurry and get Aizu to Whiskey. Relief flooded the boy when not too far away he came across a group just outside the doorway he knew to now be his father's old room. It was a group of 3 that had apparently been sent out to find Aizu. Vaguely, Luffy understood that it was his fault that Aizu had fainted, but he wasn't about to feel bad about it either. More so when he'd learned his father was in danger. Luffy didn't pause, for once not worried about the bad room as he rushed in to get an adult's attention. "Help!" Luffy cried, his warbling voice the only indication that he was near a full breakdown. The men in the room were men Luffy hadn't remembered meeting before. There were so many uncles that the 5-year-old couldn't hope to remember them all. They all seemed startled to see him, and not nearly as ready to jump into action as Luffy would have expected. "Whoa, where's the fire?" Little guy," one of the 2 men said. He was large like most of the crew. His shoulders were bulging, which made his stick-thin legs all the more apparent. Luffy gasped out an explanation, telling them with panic that the bad man had taken his father and Thatch and they all needed to go rescue them from that terrible man. Unfortunately, his words were choked and babbled gibberish between all his crying, gasping, and panting. The only words they could decipher were Crocodile, Thatch, and bad man. The 2 men exchanged eye rolls the moment they heard Crocodile's name. Sure, they'd never been directly a part of the drama before, but they were already over just how frequent it had all become. Privately, they disagreed with their pops about how to deal with it. They thought they should all just stop feeding into the attention-seeking behavior by ignoring it completely. The second man, he was chubby with really shiny pretty brown hair, gently ushered Luffy out of the way as the first man carried a knocked-out Aizu into the hallway. "Sorry fella, but we don't have time for these little games. Aizu could be seriously hurt." Luffy didn't even get time to muster up a protest before the 2 speed walked away, Aizu bundled in the first man's arms. The room's dark corners snickered at him, finding humor in his failure. Luffy sent a glare its way before running back out into the empty halls, determined to find someone that would listen and save his father. Babies were a lie. Crocodile was told to expect cute innocent giggling, reaching and grasping hands that were softer than a kitten's paw, and large eyes looking up at him in awe. What he got was a houseplant that shrieked every 2 hours on the dot, wanting to be changed, fed, and then immediately fell back asleep. He barely opened his eyes to do anything other than scream at a high-pitch octave that nearly burst Crocodile's eardrum every day. The baby hated to be swaddled, but wanted to be held tight or else he'd get cold and begin shrieking again. He seemingly was always going through one issue or another. Colic was the worst, and nothing really fixed it. The name of the game was simply making little Luffy as comfortable as possible until he eventually passed out from sheer exhaustion. Luffy also seemed to hate when Crocodile sat down. He demanded to be held, and he wanted to be walked around, bounced, and rocked. If Crocodile dared to sit down, Luffy would again begin to bawl his little eyes out. He'd begun to cry real tears now, and yet he hadn't yet smiled or laughed. At around 2 months old, Luffy got sick, and for 2 weeks Crocodile lost even more sleep. He ended up just watching Luffy doze, listening close to be sure Luffy didn't start having difficulty breathing. He constantly had to clear out the phlegm and mucus from the baby's little nose, feeling horrible since Luffy sounded like he was choking on it every few hours. All this led to Luffy becoming overtired, which fed into an entire week of the worst fussiness Crocodile had experienced from his baby yet. This baby didn't know what true exhaustion was, though. In truth, it was Crocodile that deserved to faint and be knocked out for an entire day. God, he wished someone would bash him in the head if only so he could get some sleep. Crocodile simply felt miserable. He felt like he blinked and materialized 3 months in, sitting outside and blankly staring while Luffy screamed from his crib. It just never stopped, which didn't help the violent, intrusive thoughts, sudden bursts of anger, an intense feeling of guilt for ever having a reaction like that to his innocent baby. This baby was going to be the end of him. After a quick cry, Crocodile picked himself back up, took a few calming breaths, and then headed back into his temporary home. He planned to at some point relocate to an uninhabited island he knew of, but for now, it was easier to live in a quiet corner of a heavily populated city. Here he could have the required doctor's visits and pick up the baby formula Luffy needed since Crocodile couldn't breastfeed. Every day was the same, and it was slowly breaking Crocodile down. At least 3 times he questioned why he ran away with this baby in the first place. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Parenthood sounded like it could be his calling, could give him a reason to carry on. But now he was struggling just to wrap his mind around his own chaotic feelings. And what was worse was because Luffy was perpetually crying, Crocodile couldn't really find any reason to feel content, let alone happy. Sometimes when Luffy was sleeping, Crocodile thought he might have felt happy. But then the little fuss machine woke up. Then, out of the blue and on a seemingly inordinate day, Crocodile woke up to babbling instead of crying. Luffy had been behind on all of his milestones, so this was the first time Crocodile could say he'd heard anything close to a coo or sweet sigh. Normally the baby woke up shrieking, so this was a surprising change. Crocodile ripped the blanket off and stumbled his way to the crib, blinking rapidly as if to try and wake from this lovely dream. Luffy spotted him and for the very first time seemed to recognize him as his parent. His brown eyes grew wide, his entire expression opening up to show happiness. His feet did a cute little bunny hop, arms waving as he wriggled around as if asking to be picked up. "You're smiling," Crocodile groaned as he woke up, his eyelids heavy and his shoulders stiff. "Where?" he grumbled, squinting as the dim light hurt his head. Or maybe that was the already pounding, splitting headache. Just in time, Sleeping Beauty awakens. A slimy coo wormed its way into his ear. "Leave him alone," Thatch snarled, the sound undercut by the wheezing quality of his voice. A slap echoed through what had to be a small room. Then a thud of a body being knocked to the floor followed. His vision finally focused to see he was in a dingy little room on a ship he didn't recognize. Not like he knew every room in the Moby, but he was fairly certain this was not the ship he'd grown up on. It was dark and the wood looked damp, as if it hadn't been properly treated before being made into a ship. The smell of wet and rotting wood accompanied it all. That observation sent a chill down his spine. Teach was bringing him somewhere. Where? What the hell could Teach want with him? Crocodile had always assumed he'd receive a parting message whenever Teach did decide to leave. One last goodbye in the form of a violation. Although he never would have fathomed that Teach would want to take him captive. He didn't understand why anyone would, but that was neither here nor there. Wah, Crocodile coughed, his throat disapproving of his aggressive growl that rubbed against his throat like sandpaper. Teach's attention immediately moved from the down and out Thatch to Crocodile once again. "What the hell is your problem? What more could you want from me?" "You don't know," Teach crooned, a grin stretching over his lips. Crocodile shuddered, familiar fear making his entire body go numb even with the flood of adrenaline racing through him. Unconsciously he began to scoot back, shoulder hunching as he tried to make himself as small as possible. He smothered a scream when he tried to move his left leg and ended up feeling his snapped pieces of bone grinding together. "Fuck, it's broken. I said leave him alone," Thatch barked, forcing himself out of the puddle of blood that was slowly accumulating around him. With shaken limbs and harsh, hard-drawn breaths, the cook put himself between Teach and Crocodile. The aggression coming from Thatch made the Ravenet wonder what exactly had happened while he'd been passed out. In truth, Thatch hadn't realized the depth of the darkness that existed between Teach and Crocodile yet. His mind was still whirling, not able to fully comprehend what was going on. One minute he'd been turned away, searching for his fruit to show his brother, and the next he'd been stabbed in the side, Crocodile screaming above him. It was only when Teach ordered him at knife point to drag Crocodile outside and over the side of the ship that he'd even begun to feel an inkling of fear. The ship that was barely more than a refurbished raft moored to the side of the Moby had shocked the man. But nothing hit harder than Teach suddenly calling Crocodile his throughout the horrible ordeal. Even if Thatch hadn't worked out why it upset him so much, it didn't change the feeling between the panic, confusion, and blood loss. Teach glowered at Thatch, not hesitating to grab him by the hair and throw him against the opposite wall. Thatch grunted, blood spurting from his now broken nose. Crocodile managed to push himself back, pressing up against the wall. Unfortunately, his muscle memory couldn't remember his ankle was broken. His heel knocked into the floor and made him yelp. Teach's focus was instantly back on Crocodile again, his grin shaking from the pleased shivers raking down his every nerve. "Oh baby, does it hurt?" he asked, his voice far too satisfied to have any genuine concern. "I'm sorry, why do I always end up hurting you?" he cooed, crouching down to get closer. "Must be because you're just so damn pretty when you get all worked up. Dare I say beautiful when you cry." Crocodile turned away, hating the tears in his eyes for existing when they gave this monster pleasure. He wanted to be nowhere close to being desirable to him. "Tisk," Teach clicked his tongue with a smug look. Don't be like that. This is our first proper meeting in 2 decades. I still remember our alley, don't you? He continued to twist the knife. He was enjoying seeing all the levels of pain he could inflict. All Crocodile had ever wanted from his so-called family was for them to believe him about the horrible act committed against him. But seeing the realization on Thatch's face only made him feel shame. What happened was an ugly wound, something that made him feel ruined and stained. If no one knowing would make it all not real, then maybe he would have lied. But that wasn't reality. Either way, the torment would remain. Unwilling to be ignored by the object of his affections, Teach loosely tapped on Crocodile's now broken ankle. The Ravenet flinched, moving to yank his leg away only for Teach to grab him by the back of his knee to keep his leg where it was. I'm not finished admiring you, baby, don't move. Teach jerked his leg closer, forcing a bitten-off whimper to escape his captive as he dragged him a few inches to close the gap. Crocodile shuddered when Teach placed a second hand on him, gently running his fingers up and down his broken ankle. It was just enough pressure to feel the touch. But any more and he'd be in excruciating pain. He felt as if he'd vomit if this went on any longer. Crocodile swallowed, his tongue feeling thick. He'd have rather eaten the appendage than ever talked to Teach again. Not in the mood to talk. Come on, where's my feisty reptile? Teach asked, deliberately mocking with the affection in his tone. I'm not your anything, Crocodile hissed, trying again to rip his leg away from the man. Teach allowed his leg to drop from his grip. The weight was unexpected and caused his break to knock against the ground again. The sudden spike in agony was jarring. His eyes closed on instinct and he knocked his head into the wall in an effort to escape it. You poor thing, Teach snickered. If you'd obey you wouldn't get so hurt. He grabbed Crocodile's leg again, stroking the grotesquely purple swollen skin and eating up every slight twinge of pain that caused his prey. You know I'd treat you nice, but here you are trying to run from me again. He clicked his tongue again and reached behind him before revealing a small 3-inch dagger. Should I just cut this off? The break's pretty bad and it'll keep you from running away, won't it? He tapped the edge of the knife against Crocodile's ankle, considering the idea with a hum. The scar on his face burned at the sight of glinting steel. Crocodile went completely stiff, heart thundering as his tears finally began to fall. That's the same knife. The idea of Teach mutilating him again made every cell in his body tremble. Teach burst out laughing, stabbing the knife down into the wood next to Crocodile's leg. You're adorable, I'm just kidding. Crocodile didn't believe he was. The threat to mutilate him was always there. Teach was just reminding him of it. Teach, what the hell do you think? Why? Thatch, shut up. Crocodile snapped, panicking. A sheer growl overwhelmed his voice. Crocodile's eyes were focused squarely on the knife that Teach had gripped with murderous intent the moment Thatch had begun to interrupt again. Teach raised a brow at Crocodile's interference, then threw his head back and laughed. Are you seriously protecting him right now? He asked, letting go of the knife handle and leaving it embedded in the wood. He reached forward, trying to take Crocodile by the chin, but he immediately pulled his face away. Crocodile did not want this man touching him. What do you care if I kill him or not? He doesn't know anything about you, not like me. Teach lashed out and grabbed him by the hair, jerking his head back so he was looking up at his black, shark-like eyes. I've missed this, missed those golden eyes looking at me in hatred, my little trophies. And how much have I missed being able to touch you? He closed his eyes, savoring the moment, the fingers clutched in his hair moving to rub lovingly at his scalp. Crocodile glanced down at the knife stuck in the wood, then looked away with a gulp. He jolted when his eyes immediately connected with Teach's. The grin on his face dared Crocodile to go for the knife. He knew Teach would love for him to try so that he could fail. Crocodile closed his eyes, turning as much as he could away so he wouldn't be tempted to attack. He knew if he did, he'd just rile Teach up. Come on, my Crocodile, talk to me, he softly begged as if they were lovers. Crocodile supposed that in Teach's deranged mind, they were. Why? He asked, voice softer than he would have liked. Despite how many things Crocodile could mean, Teach seemingly knew exactly what he meant. Why take them with him when he could have just left? Why take the risk? But even more than that, the question was simply, why me? Teach's look softened, Crocodile's stomach turning queasy at the sight of it. The first time wasn't about you, he murmured quietly, surprisingly not sounding mocking or cruel for once. I'd noticed you were a bit of a black sheep. I'd done something, can't remember what anymore, and I thought it might work to say it was you. Teach snickered, shaking his head in long-held disbelief. And they all just believed me. It still astonishes me. They really didn't know a thing about you. Not even that old fool. You do not know anything about me, Crocodile growled, offended by the insinuation that this monster was the only one that knew him. His voice was still subdued, afraid of making Teach too upset in this situation. Of course I do. I know everything about you, Teach told him, being completely serious. Every time they believed me over you proved that. How else could I lie so well that they always took my word for it if I didn't know you so well? Crocodile looked away, not wanting to see the telltale signs of affection in his eyes. He caught Thatch's eyes and turned away from him too. He didn't want to see Thatch realize how much he'd let Crocodile down through the years, just how effortlessly Teach had targeted him. "I hate you," he hissed, directing years' worth of ire and torment at the man. Teach smirked. "I know that, and that's fine with me. Humans conform as wanted when enough force is used, so you can hate me all you want for now. It won't last. The mind's funny like that." A shiver raced down Crocodile's spine, a tremble overtaking his fingers. He clenched his hands, forcing himself to steady even through his fear. He was terrified and nothing would change that, but his son was expecting him back and Crocodile refused to let him down again. "You sick bastard," Thatch yelled, barely seeming to be able to sit up straight from the massive blood loss. He seemed to be running on pure aggression now. With a click of his tongue, Teach gave a slight shake of his head and sighed. "Annoying little pest," he hissed under his breath. Crocodile's eyes widened, breath stalling as Teach got up and turned to the chef. "Wait, no," he called, desperate not to allow this man to take anything else from him. Teach just laughed as he sauntered towards the chef. Yeah, you want to keep him, but for now I'm gonna need him to shut the hell up." He grabbed Thatch by the hair and kneed him in the face. Thatch gave a grunt, head bouncing off the floor when Teach dropped him. Crocodile let out a slightly shaky, relieved breath when Teach didn't continue to attack Thatch. He turned back, giving Crocodile a grin as he returned to crowding him up against a wall. "There, now we can talk properly." Crocodile pressed himself backward, being careful of his broken ankle as he tried to get even one more inch of space. Teach looked like he was gearing up to reach across the distance and touch him again, so Crocodile quickly growled out, "You haven't answered my question." With a smirk, Teach snorted at him, clearly finding amusement in his hostility. "All right then, where was I?" He pretended to think about it before going on. "As I said, it wasn't about you. At first, at least. Then what was it about? Why the fuck did to make it your mission to torment me?" He snapped, sick of the mind games, sick of being used. "You were convenient," he stated without hesitation. "I told you, it wasn't about you, it was about not getting in trouble. But I can't lie that it was fun whenever they believed me over you. It confirmed that none of them really knew you. So I began to pay attention. I didn't plan it," he assured Crocodile, as if that somehow made it better. "These secondary emotions grew while I watched you, truly took you in, and learned who you were. You're mine. You always have been since the day I realized how I felt about you." With a jerk and a snap, Teach leaped forward, covering Crocodile's lips with his. Crocodile tried to jolt backward, but he was already as close to the wall as he could get. He shuddered as he felt Teach's tongue poking and prodding at the seam of his lips. Crocodile refused to allow him entry. A distressed whimper left Crocodile's lips, hands held up because he didn't know what to do with them. He wanted to fight and push and shove, but from past experience, he knew that would only excite Teach. He didn't want to touch the man anyway, so ultimately his hands ended up flapping uselessly, his one good foot digging into the floor to try to get away. Not for the first time, he cursed the sea prism stone cuff keeping him from turning to sand and escaping. Thatch gave a groan in the background, the only other sound in the room besides Teach's sick sounds of pleasure. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Teach pulled away. "We can work on that. We have all the time in the world now." Teach gave a pat to Crocodile's cheek, grinning at the growing panic his words wrought. "As I said, you'll bend under enough force eventually, and it's all gravy to me," he snickered, clearly finding any torment and time with Crocodile amusing. "I'm a patient man, after all." He closed back in for another forced kiss. Crocodile lashed out with teeth and spite, small incisors clamping over his abuser's lip. Teach immediately grabbed Crocodile by the cheeks, digging his fat fingers into flesh, pushing insistently to remove the man. But Crocodile wouldn't be fought off so easily. Teeth tearing, blood dripping down his chin, the furious Ravenet jerked his head forward with a crack. The forceful headbutt caused Teach to grunt, falling back with a shout when he was only freed by the tearing of his lip, holding back a disgusted gag. Crocodile sneered at his would-be capturer and hissed, "What? I thought you wanted a kiss." His words were fueled by his sheer vitriol, but his body felt numb as he waited for the recompense Teach was sure to reap. Without any prompting, Teach pulled away. Crocodile flinched, but all the larger man did was stand. "You'll regret that," he spat, wiping the blood from his chin. His lip was profusely bleeding, coloring his teeth and making him look feral. "This'll be a lesson to you about what'll happen when you fight me." His chest felt heavy, each breath requiring concentrated effort. Crocodile refused to back down either way. He waited for Teach to beat him, maybe scar him again. This time he wouldn't let this monster enjoy it. "What are you waiting for then?" he snarled, body curling tight like a cornered animal waiting for the strike. "This time I'll be the one to scar you." Teach narrowed his eyes, then snorted. He chuckled low, shaking his head slowly like he found Crocodile ridiculous. With one mean smirk, Teach turned and began to head for the door. "Hey, where the hell are you? This'll be a lesson to you." A chill fell over the Ravenet. He had assumed that whatever ship Teach had brought him to had been unmoored from the Moby. He believed they were now far away from the ship that held his precious child. But what if he was wrong? What if he'd fought, bitten, and cursed out a dangerous man that was still in the vicinity of Luffy? Teach did not look back as he opened the door, pausing to show a glimpse of the outside. Rain was pouring still, and when lightning lit up the sky, Crocodile gasped when he saw the unmistakable figurehead of the Moby. Wide-eyed, Crocodile felt his heart stop when Teach sent back one last grin. The door slammed closed, a lock clicking, keeping him locked away while Teach left to hunt down and gut his child. Oh God, no, you sure? Luffy asked, following the ship's spirit into the navigation deck. He hadn't been able to find anyone to help him on the way there, so all he could do was hope where Moby had led him would be for the better. The room was filled with the sound of static, buzzing like bees all around the room. The sound traveled, picked up in places, and then turned low, come from only one corner and then from everywhere. Within the buzzing were the hints of debate and conversation. It was like standing in the middle of a party, people yelling, laughing, and chattering everywhere, but all in a language he didn't understand. It would have probably given his father a headache. Moby only nodded, giving him a nudge towards the row of large snails wired up to circuitry. "Excuse me, can anyone help in here?" Luffy asked the room, anxiously shifting his weight as he kept turning his head looking for a threat. "Can't he see no one's in here? No one but us." "But no one means us. They can't hear us." "I can hear you," Luffy griped, pouting since much of the conversations he could hear but could not understand. Only some of it was clear enough to respond to. "What? Now that's weird. What a little freak." Luffy pouted, still looking for the source of the many voices. It took him longer than it should have to realize the snails were talking. Normally animals talk in feelings and vibes more than words. Some animals knew a few words here and there, but they didn't really use them for effective conversation. Once locked onto the snails, Luffy stepped closer, found a stool, and climbed up to get closer. "I don't like you guys. You're mean, but Moby says you can help. I need to find a way to help Daddy." Luffy engaged with the rude snails, willing to do anything to get his father's help. "What are we supposed to do? All we do is connect. It's why humans use us. No one actually talks to us." "Seriously? What a strange boy. Maybe there's someone you can call." "Yeah, we can call someone. Who can we call for you?" Luffy was used to the world being constantly on, everything shouting at him and having to manage that, but even he felt dizzy from the buzzing going on around his head. The snails spoke all at once, speaking over each other and sounding like cymbals clashing overhead. Luffy muttered, trying to stop his head from spinning. "I don't know." He didn't know anyone. Everyone he knew was on this ship and none of them were going to help. He'd never really met. Luffy slapped his hands down on the table and gasped, "The Mingo. Call the Mingo." "Who?" All the voices spoke at once, that one word question booming in Luffy's ear. He winced and rubbed at his ear with a grumble. "The Mingo, the guy that makes Daddy make a pretty sound. You gotta know." The snails didn't respond with anything more than the general sound of shrugging, so Luffy turned to the room. "Come on, someone's gotta know how to call the Mingo." After a stern look from the ship's spirit, the walls hesitantly spoke up with a memory they had of his father thinking about the Mingo and the number to reach him. Luffy happily relayed this information to the snails, who in turn began to dial. The ring of the snail had an odd echo effect that Luffy didn't question. It rang for only a second before it was quickly picked up. "Hello?" The call was immediately picked up with a desperate and out-of-breath shout. It was as if the person on the other end had fallen all over themselves in order to reach the snail. The snail itself took on a new look, its eyes shaping like sunglasses and gaining a handful of pink feathers on its back. This prompted Luffy to treat this particular snail as the person he was speaking to. "Mingo?" Luffy asked, slightly disappointed since he expected the Mingo to sound more impressive. "Is this Daddy's Mingo?" There was a beat of silence before the man on the other end of the call sighed. "Listen, kid, I don't have time for pranks." Luffy frowned at the snail and tried again. "Hey, Daddy needs help. I need the Mingo to help Daddy and save him from the bad man." "Gods, kid, I'm hanging up. This is ridiculous." "No, the banana stash man doesn't listen and Daddy needs help," Luffy cried out, stomping his foot. He was sick of being disregarded when who knows what is happening to his father. "Banana, Whitebeard, wait a minute, are you?" The man paused, the sound of gears turning filtering through the snail. Would this be Crocodile's kid? The way Mingo's voice softened, opening up and becoming far more welcoming, made a wave of relief wash over the young boy. He felt reassured that he'd be listened to now that Mingo's voice had opened up to him. "Yeah, my daddy's in trouble and the bad man got him," Luffy summarized again. "He needs you. Slow down, tell me what happened." Mingo tried to get more details. Luffy opened his mouth to explain only to yelp when the ship made a drastic tilt to the right, thunder and lightning booming and cracking overhead. The sudden shift in gravity caused the small child to go flying across the room, shoulder banging into the wall and head conking against the floor. The little boy let out a cry, arms flying up to wrap around his head as he immediately curled up into himself. "Kid, hey, kid, are you okay? What happened?" Mingo called, the snail showing off a fairly freaked out expression. Luffy had to breathe through the pain radiating through his head. He couldn't respond right away. The man kept squawking, calling out for Luffy to respond. It took a moment for Luffy to regather himself to stand, find his footing on the still rocking ship, and begin to make his way back to the snail. Luffy run. Moby very suddenly shrieked in Luffy's ear, causing the child to lose his balance and fall over. What? Luffy asked his friend, still eyeing the snail, begging him for a response. He waited for Moby to give him an explanation, but the spirit was gone. No sign of them anywhere in the room. Forgetting the snail call for a moment, Luffy wandered over to the large bay window opposite the snails. Luffy looked out on the deck, all coloring his vision for just a moment. He'd used the door that connected to the inside of the ship, so had not seen the storm going on outside. Surely he'd been feeling it, but this was beyond his expectations. Sailing so far had proven to be fairly boring in Luffy's opinion, but this looked exciting. It took Luffy a minute to remember all the things he should be concerned about, and when he did remember, all the panic came back. He looked out onto the deck again with the knowledge that a threat was out there kept in mind. There were a few crewmates here and there, doing what Luffy would assume was regular ship work during a storm. But with the raging weather and how large the ship was, it wasn't enough to make Luffy feel safe. Even he as a 5-year-old could tell that no one would notice the danger when focused on the storm. Luffy kept looking around, trying not to be so impressed by how high the waves were, or how the wind was so strong the rain was coming in sideways. Lightning cracked overhead, and Luffy's subconscious mind immediately pinpointed the most wrong thing on the deck. Just to the port side, crawling over the railing like a demon, was the highlighted silhouette of Teach. Light flickered and the world lit up once again. It was just for one moment, but in that split second, their eyes met and Teach shot the child a smile. Luffy sucked in a terrified breath and ducked down. Hide! Moby's voice echoed through the room. Luffy quickly pivoted and ran to the still rambling snail. Hurry! The bad man found me. He's gonna take Daddy away. You gotta hurry. Please, please hurry and save us. Luffy cried out to the man he was pinning all his hopes on. Wait, what are you? I gotta hide now. I'll try to beat him up some before you get here. But Moby says to hide now, Luffy explained after cutting the man off. He wasn't sure how to hang up the call, so he simply ran over to a table overflowing with maps and hid under it. He hurried back until his shoulders touched the wall, and felt self-assured by the darkness that now surrounded him. The snail stopped yelling for him to return at some point, going silent as Luffy waited for the bad man to come looking for him. He was sure he wouldn't have to wait long. Shit. Crocodile cursed, forcing himself up on his one good foot to hop over to the door and pound on it desperately. This couldn't be happening. Hadn't his life been a misery enough? Was this really what all his hardship had been leading up to? His child hunted down and killed, then taken to be that monster's little toy for the rest of his life. This can't be real. See, Crocodile. Don't. Crocodile snapped, furiously wiping at his tear-strewn cheeks as he continued to try to break down the door. I don't care anymore. I really don't. I just want to keep my baby safe. But we never. I'm so sorry. Thatch sobbed, pushing himself off the floor woozily, barely able to keep himself stable after the abuse Teach had put him through. Crocodile's shoulders shook, his breath trying to hitch as all the pain tried to consume him. He forced down the crying and screaming he wanted to do and hissed, as I said, I don't care anymore. But, no, that bastard is out there hunting my child. He's going to kill Luffy. Do you not get that? Crocodile shouted, barely keeping balance on his one foot when he turned to snap at the man. He did not have time to wallow. He had to think of his child. He was a parent. He could not break down here. I have to get out of here. The reality of the situation finally seemed to dawn on Thatch, horror and dread showing on his face. It was a hard pill to swallow, and he could choke on it for all Crocodile cares. Teach was a bastard, a liar, and a snake. It was bound to happen that he'd stab them all in the back eventually. What are we gonna do? Thatch asked, trying to keep his focus on getting out and helping Luffy. Crocodile clicked his tongue, looking at the door again. If only he had access to his powers, he could turn the locked door to sand and get to Luffy before anything bad happened. And then, icy, sharp fear gripped his heart at the thought of facing Teach again. Just the little bit of fighting took nearly everything out of him. Teach was the monster in his head, keeping him down even when the stakes were this high. They'd hide. Of course, they would hide. They wouldn't have to fight him. Thatch could go get Marco, or that old fool Whitebeard, and then Teach would either be killed or have to flee. Either way, Crocodile and Luffy would be safe. All this was possible if Crocodile could just make it through this door. He fingered the sea prism stone cuff, tugging it down and feeling exactly where his knuckle kept the metal from sliding any farther. Crocodile suddenly began to think about how he'd had to cook dinner these last few years. He'd learned a lot by simply trying. And because he'd had to keep and kill his own chickens, he'd also learned how to fabricate a chicken. It had taken a lot of trial and error, figuring out how to cut along the fat lines and following that towards the softer cartilage to chop through, cutting through joints and separating meat and bones in the most efficient way possible. Crocodile found it quite easy after doing it a few times. His eyes wandered over to the dagger still stabbed into the floor. Come on, baby, you can do it. Say Dada, Crocodile playfully pleaded to his baby, happily eating mashed peas and carrots. Dada, Luffy said with a little precious giggle, throwing up his messy hands to reach and grasp at his father. Okay, he whispered, hobbling over to the knife. He fell to his knees, barely caring about the sharp stabbing pain of his broken ankle. He grabbed the dagger and began to cut through his pant leg. He needed a good long piece that was strong. He'd have to tie off his arm so he didn't pass out immediately. What are you doing? Thatch asked, anxiously eyeing the way Crocodile was dutifully collecting scraps. Crocodile didn't answer as he coldly wrapped the scarps around his forearm and tightened it until his skin tinged blue under the constriction. Emotionless, he tied it off and paused, steel to his wrist, asking himself if he could really do this. The steel bit at him, digging into his soft, unblemished cheeks. Sobs shook his chest, barely able to pull in gasps of air from the heavy weight of Teach keeping his wrists pinned to his chest. Be still, we want it to be straight, baby, Teach whispered as he continued a low miserable whine from the back of his throat. Everyone will know you're mine someday. I'll mark all of mine like this, but yours will always be special. You're my first. This was the very same knife. Croc. Oh God, don't, Thatch begged, beginning to understand Crocodile's plan. It's easy, he whispered, his voice quivering slightly as he pressed the blade down, a hair's breadth from breaking skin. He gave a battle cry as he steeled himself for what he must do. He roared, just like chicken, and then he began to slice. My God, Whitebeard was shaking, his vision turning red in total rage. The papers he was reading proved a fact too horrible to even fathom. Why would Chess keep this from me? Someone did this to my son. I'll hunt them down, To think Teach has been living among us. Whiskey hissed hatefully. Whitebeard took a double take at the woman, surprised by her words. What? Why would you blame Teach? Whiskey's face twisted, suddenly feeling far less sure of where she'd placed her ire. I thought, isn't he the one? Crocodile said. The giant sighed, shook his head, and explained what seemed obvious to him. Crocodile had been in shock, understandably so. He must have been confused. One of my sons wouldn't have done this. He waved the thick file around to indicate many injuries listed and well categorized, but the evidence of extreme bullying. Whiskey tried again. That, Whitebeard stopped himself, glancing down at the file again with hesitation. Along with those accounts of bullying were many claims of neglect. Surely Chess had to have been inflating the problem if he'd been writing notes about Whitebeard being a neglectful father. That was just an impossibility, something a teenager would claim to in an act of normal rebellion. That had to be a mistake. Whiskey opened her mouth to respond but instead jolted in surprise when rapid and urgent banging sounded from the door. Hell, that scared me, she muttered. The storm must have gotten worse, which was strange because she thought they were almost to the eye. She opened the door and softly gasped, Thatch. The door to the navigation deck opened slowly, and a soft chuckle that slowly rose in boisterous triumph trickled in. Luffy gulped, pulling his knees in closer. He was his father's protector, of that he was quite proud. But at this moment he suddenly felt very afraid. He'd bitten this terrible man before, scared him off with his wolfish snarls, and yet doubt told him now that Teach had been holding back before. He'd told the Mingo he was going to try to beat up the stupid man, but now he wasn't so sure. Teach stepped into the room, his presence so daunting when realizing just how alone he was in this little room. Okay, you little brat, come out so I can gut you, Teach sneered as he looked around, searching for the young child he was sure was hiding in here. Come on now, I'll make it quick. He could see the glint of 3 hooked blades protruding from the man's knuckles. He was holding some kind of tool in order to keep a grip on the blades, but to the mind's eye of a 5-year-old, it looked like he had long, frightening claws. Luffy whimpered, scooting back close to the wall. His voice sounded even worse now, like something from the abyss, void of any warmth or dare. It was the embodiment of damnation and cruelty. He hated and feared it. It shook him down to his soul. The man's heavy footfalls got closer to the table he was hiding under. You, what have you done to my Crocky? Mingo shouted, his voice sounding like a raging storm far more violent than the one outside. The footfalls paused, turning to the snails with a curious tap. Luffy shuffled close to the edge of the table, peeking out to see Teach glaring at the snail he'd called the Mingo on. You're Crocky. Amusement brought the man closer to the snail, fully turning his back to the table full of maps. Luffy didn't need to be told that this was his chance. He burst out from under the table, running at a full sprint towards the door. The sound of a snail being thrown after him, the heavy utility animal barely missed him. The sound of Mingo's calls for retribution were immediately cut off with the dying screams of the snail. Hey, you little brat, Teach snarled, footstep banging with an earth-shaking might as he began to chase after the child. A yelp left Luffy's lips when his shirt got caught, and his feet almost slipped out from under him when he was jerked to a sudden stop. Luffy looked back and paled. Teach had slashed at him. The hook of it had caught on his shirt. The vicious grin on the man's face caused the child to scream. Luffy lunged forward, shirt ripping as he went careening into the railing of the upper deck. He rolled, leaping to the left the moment his feet touched the wet deck. He felt the blades sweep past his hair, barely escaping the bite of steel. Little past, stay still. Teach roared and kicked out a foot and got the 5-year-old in the gut. Luffy's tiny body went flying over the railing and down to the deck below. The wind was knocked from his body, stealing the breath from his lungs. He only managed to twitch when he tried to jump up to run. Luffy, one of the members on the deck, turned when he heard an uncharacteristic thud. He was surprised to see the child lying curled up in no doubt in pain. "What the hell are you doing out here?" he asked, thinking the boy had slipped and fallen in this storm. The child didn't respond. The crew member motioned to another to take the rope he was securing and headed over to check on the boy, so focused on the child that he was none the wiser of certain death lurking above him. Teach's manic laughter was all his first victim heard before everything went dark for him. Luffy forced himself up with a renewed surge of urgency to get away. The crew member had been swallowed up by pure, unforgiving darkness. It rang with dread and bloodthirst. With a cry, Luffy called upon the deck boards to assist him. There had to be a loose floorboard or a crawl space. "Something over here." The storm hatch answered his call. Luffy made a run for it, barely managing to keep his feet under him. The violent rocking of the ship threatened to toss the toddler around like a rag doll. "Not so fast," Teach yelled as he slashed out at the child. Luffy screamed, floorboards breaking and splinters stabbing his face. He skittered to a stop, but it was too late. His heart stalled painfully when he registered Teach, now looming above him. Zahaha! Blades were raised high, the light from the strikes of lightning glinting off them. Teach slashed at him, aiming to kill him. At that moment the ship hit a particularly charged wave. The ship bounced, the deck rising dramatically and then falling fast. The child's light body stayed in the air longer than the ship and Teach. The blades missed Luffy by a hair after he was launched into the air. He went flying into the mast, 15 feet forward, the moment his feet left the soaked deck boards. "Ack!" Luffy cried out, a bitter sob leaving his lips as he slid down the mast. He knew he had to get up, had to run, but his whole body ached and all he wanted to do was cry. "What the hell are you doing?" someone yelled. Rushing footsteps met Luffy's ears, and the men on deck realized what was going on. Many of them were essential to the ship not sinking in the storm, and couldn't run to the aid of the child. "Someone stop him." "Teach, what the hell?" Luffy looked up just in time to see a shock of red splattering across the deck. A thud followed right after and Luffy couldn't bring himself to look. Instead, he pushed himself up and began to clamber up the many ropes lining the mast. He could hear a one-sided battle happening behind him. The sound of screams and grunts of pain chased the child up the mast. "Get back down here!" Luffy shouted, a surprised shriek when he felt fingers brush past his shoe. Luffy panicked when he got to the end of the rope ladder. 20 feet up in the air, the boy finally looked back to see Teach climbing up after him at a frightening pace. "Rough!" Luffy barked at the man, falling back onto behaviors that had worked before in his growing panic. "Rough, rough, GRR." He growled and snapped, little fingers barely holding onto the ropes as they moved erratically in the turbulent winds. "Let's get this over with. No one to protect you anymore." Teach laughed, certainly enjoying the fear he was instilling in the child. Luffy kept growling and barking, doing all he could not to slip and fall 20 feet. Suddenly the ropes began to jerk left, right, up, and down. Luffy wailed, gripping the ropes for dear life. Looking down, he began to cry in earnest when he only saw Teach grinning up at him. That smile was like a shark, eyes black and soulless. "I'm only gonna kill ya. Zahaha!" Luffy bawled loudly, sniffling and looking around for an escape while Teach tried to make him plummet. All while the ship was tossed around by the waves. Everything turned sideways, the ship hitting a veritable wall of a wave head-on. Luffy's eye caught on a loose rope hanging from the mast. It was wildly flapping in the wind, but Luffy thought he could get to it. He readied himself. Getting his feet under him was difficult, but he did it. "Don't you?" Luffy jumped. His right foot slipped oddly off the rope, but Teach had scared him and made him jump prematurely. "Damn it!" Teach cursed. Luffy flailed in the air, wailing loudly as he dropped like a stone. At the last second, by pure luck, his grip managed to latch onto the rope. He came to a stop in midair before violently being swung across the deck. The rope burned his palms as it slipped through his fingers until his butt hit the deck. Then he began to roll. Luffy only stopped when his body banged against the wall leading up to the second deck. Luffy curled up tight, hugging himself as he moaned softly, sniffles and whimpers leaving his lips. Moonlight suddenly lit up the deck, the storm seeming to cut off in a snap. Shocking and unexpected, it made the little boy jolt. The rain stopped, and the wind ceased howling. The deck was finally still. Luffy could still see the storm raging just a bit outside the small area of calm the ship had entered. The eye of the storm. Eerily everything went quiet. Luffy had never really known quiet before. It was like the world was holding its breath. Luffy flinched when he heard and felt Teach's approach. It wasn't in him to run anymore. Even if he could physically, all he wanted to do was cry. He looked up and sobbed when he saw the empty, bloodied deck surrounding him. There was no one left on the deck. Luffy let out a caterwaul, simply wanting his father as Teach finally cornered him. "Duh, Daddy," Teach cackled. "He ain't gonna protect you. He never has before." All Luffy could do was look up hopelessly as the man raised his weapon. A shriek ripped through the air, but it was not the child. From out of nowhere, Crocodile attacked like a mad animal. He, ignoring all the pain, leaped onto Teach's back. His legs wrapped around Teach's body as his one hand repeatedly stabbed the monster in an erratic act of desperation. Stay, stab, away, stab, from, stab, my, stab, child. Crocodile shrieked with each strike of the dagger. Teach roared, immediately trying to get the man attacking off his back. His hooked blades slashed at Crocodile, uncaring if he hurt or even killed the man. Get off me. But Crocodile was a man possessed. His vision was red and all he could process was that there was a threat to his baby. He couldn't feel his broken ankle, he didn't care about his missing hand, and he certainly didn't care about his back and arms being ripped to shreds. He kept stabbing and stabbing. If he'd been more in his right mind, maybe he would have aimed for the man's vulnerable neck. Instead, his mind was entirely focused on one single goal: protect Luffy. Finally, Teach managed to get a grip on Crocodile's arm and throw him off his back. Fuck, Teach snarled, slapping a hand over one of the worst of the wounds. He glared down at the bloodied man, fighting against his initial response to kill Crocodile right then and there for having the gall. Crocodile landed hard, but that didn't stop him. Woozy from blood loss, Crocodile still managed to push himself back up, protectively putting himself in front of his child and growling like a beast at Teach. How did you? Teach began but stopped after seeing the gory mess of a left arm missing a hand he was sure Crocodile still had when he had left him. I see. Crocodile only increased his growl. He could feel Luffy curling his hands into his shirt, sniffling loudly as he pressed close. He knew this was a fight he'd lose. Broken ankle, sans a hand, and bleeding profusely, there was simply no way he'd win against Teach. He would probably lose in a fair fight. Not to mention, he probably ate that devil fruit too. They simply stared. The standoff between them took years off Crocodile's life purely from the stress. Then Teach took a step forward and a floodgate opened. Crocodile would not allow this man to take anything else from him. He'd been targeted, defamed, assaulted, and mutilated. He would not be allowed to cause even one more scar. Come at me, Crocodile snarled, baring his teeth at him. Come on, you'll be the one losing this time. Teach paused, honestly surprised Crocodile had gathered the guts to face him head on. And how am I gonna lose? Huh. He chuckled. Chillingly, a smile crept over Crocodile's lips at the question. Did you forget about Thatch? Teach's look of victory fell. He's probably at Whitebeard's door right now. How long do you think it'll take him to make it out here? What'll you think he'll do once he sees what you've done to his precious children? Crocodile cackled, never taking his eyes off Teach in case he tried to jump him. You got away with it all because I wasn't a favorite, but now there's no way to talk your way out of it. He'll finally see you for you, Teach. Lucky you. Better run now, huh? He mocked. Of course, Teach didn't immediately run. His pale face began to sweat nervously when he realized Whitebeard would be alerted to what he was doing far earlier than he'd planned. He looked at Crocodile, realized he wouldn't have time to take him. Kicking and screaming, no doubt, if he wanted to live, cursed darkly, then turned to flee. Crocodile kept himself on his feet, watching Teach closely as he ran for the ship railing. Before jumping over the ledge, he turned back, catching Crocodile's eye with his demented stare one last time, and promised, "Don't think I'm done with you, remember you are one of mine." He jerked his thumb across his face, indicating the scar he gave Crocodile years ago, and with nothing else to say, he leaped over the railing and left. Whatever fragile, adrenaline fuel, bravery had kept Crocodile standing crumbled as he did. He absolutely shattered, everything just crashing down on him now that he could feel slightly safe again. "Daddy," Luffy whispered, tugging on his arm and making Crocodile flinch. Sorry, Daddy, are you?" He couldn't answer. He was gasping and gagging, the last hour of his life feeling far too heavy for him to ever pick himself up again. But his priorities should always put Luffy first, so Crocodile opened up his arms and pulled Luffy close, holding the child to his chest as he openly sobbed. He wasn't sure how long it took, but eventually he heard the battle cry. The ship rocked with the feeling of a great weight leaping to action. Crocodile didn't even flinch, holding his child tight as running, shouts, and calls to battle rose up around him. They surrounded him, chattering anxiously and gasping in horror, exclaims of disbelief as they took in the massacre lying about the deck. Their proximity immediately set Crocodile on edge, his teeth stinging and a shudder running down his spine. All he could taste was blood, and he thought that with a single touch he'd crumble to sand, maybe be swept away by the storm, scatter about the ocean, and just be gone. Luffy butted his head against his chest, grounding him for just a moment, and then his thoughts turned to his precious child and how everyone kept trying to steal him away from him. He gnarled a low sound at the threats assembling about him. They can't have his boy, they can't. Daddy. Luffy choked out a cry when he began to sink into Crocodile's chest sand, the man subconsciously trying to store him away in a place where he'd be safe. Crocodile coughed, managing to loosen his grip by gritting his teeth and forcing himself to do so. Whitebeard clenched his naginata so tight it could have snapped in two, his teeth grinding as he felt the remorse hit him along with the guilt. He couldn't even say who was dead yet, as many of the bodies scattered around were unrecognizable. His eyes slid to his son, his baby, fallen on the deck like he'd been truly broken. With one glance around he could tell the threat had left. The bastard could run, but his end wouldn't come quickly. Thatch hobbled out as quickly as he could, ignoring the sound of whiskey far behind telling him to stop. He might be dripping blood from his side, but that wasn't going to stop him from getting to Crocodile after what they'd just been through. Thatch bit his lip, his heart breaking as he looked down at Crocodile. Looking at the gory end of his left limb made him cringe. He knew it needed to be looked at by whiskey, but seeing it again made him freeze. He had watched Crocodile cut off his hand. He felt a little green around the gills remembering it. Oh, thank God, Croc, you're still here, Thatch sighed in relief. He'd honestly feared that Teach would drag the man back to his ship. He'd wanted to stay with Crocodile after he had destroyed the locked door, but the Ravenet had made a point. It was far safer for someone to get to the screaming child, and the other to get Whitebeard. He pushed past the gathering crowd and stepped up to who he thought of as a friend. He reached out to take Crocodile's shoulder, to give him some comfort after their ordeal. I worried Teach might stay away from me, Crocodile snarled, sand whipping up around him to keep these people from getting closer. His hand slapped Thatch's away, forcing him back with a forceful snap. He couldn't handle anyone else touching him today. The water on deck and the droplets of rain still falling from the dying storm were the only things keeping him from mummifying everyone on deck. Whitebeard shifted forward, wanting to scoop his child up and hold him. Crocodile, my son. No, Crocodile sobbed, squeezing Luffy so close grains of sand were pouring out around him. He curled in as tight as he could, trying to protect himself. No, stay away from me. All of you please just stay away from me. Hey, Crocodile, you need to. Thatch yelped when he had to quickly dodge a blade of sand being thrown at him. All he wanted was for Crocodile to get medical aid, but the man was attacking anyone that stepped close or even spoke. Crocodile just kept sobbing, desperately trying to catch his breath. He knew he had to gather up all these horrible memories, experiences, and feelings, new and old, that had to be shoved down. Put Pandora back into the box, or face the consequences of finally dealing with it all. He simply did not have the mental capacity at this time. Croc, calm down. Your Marco's voice only made everything worse. The traumatized Ravenet began to hyperventilate. The reaction was so visceral that it made Marco flinch, taking a step back. Even after it all, Crocodile still treated him like the worst threat around. Marco was hurt, but the concern trumped anything else at that moment. Oh my God, your hand is gone. Whiskey's shout brought the entire deck's attention to the missing limb. Many hadn't noticed the gory mess yet, seeming to not feel the pain, likely because of the panic and adrenaline. Crocodile had pressed the open wound against Luffy's back, using it to press Luffy close. The boy's red shirt had hidden the massive amount of blood leaking from the amputation. The flesh above the gaping wound was tinged blue, looking like a corpse's limb from the improvised tourniquet down. Whiskey ran forward, ordering someone carry him to the infirmary right now. The moment she got within striking distance, she was blasted with a wave of sand. Two vicious, animalistic eyes glared up at her, human understanding, the changing situation, and his own injury repressed as he relied on his base instincts. Croc, Whiskey whispered, realizing that the man was going through a major crisis. But none of them had the kind of connection with him to actually help him through it. All Crocodile could manage was to harshly pant through his gritted teeth, backing up until he was against a wall. Bumping into the wall made him tense, pushing up against the wood and snapping his teeth at anyone that looked like they might approach. All right, you need medical attention, Whitebeard finally stated definitively. He could tell Crocodile was in a fragile state, but like times before, his health needed to be the first priority. He took a great step forward, not intending to be stopped this time. A terrified cry ripped from Crocodile's throat the moment he saw the massive form of Whitebeard descending upon him. The sound caught Whitebeard off guard. He stuttered to a halt, feeling a stab to the heart when Crocodile looked up at him like he was a monster. Marco inched forward. It's okay, he's gone. Teach, that bastard, he's... No. Crocodile shook his head, gasping in despair as he tried to push himself as far from them all as he could. His body contorted as he tried to guard himself and hide his child from view. Luffy had gone limp, having gone into shock from everything that had happened, and was just numbly allowing Crocodile to hold him tight, crying silently and trying to breathe through all the noise. You still don't get it, Crocodile shouted as soon as he'd caught his breath. Get? Marco asked softly as Whitebeard kneeled down to get closer to his child. Crocodile, you are hurt. Let's discuss this later. Whitebeard tried to reach forward again, flinching back. The Ravenet swiped at the air with his bleeding stump. He lost his balance as he defensively tried to keep his distance. His head swam, vision going fuzzy before he regained himself. So you can brush it all under the rug. Blame it on Teach and move on. Crocodile snarled, furious tears dripping down to the deck below him. They came faster than the rain above. Whitebeard froze, feeling something cold curling over him the longer this went on. Crocodile ground his teeth, trying to grasp back any strength he'd had just a few minutes ago. He felt as if he'd tip over any minute, and it was only getting worse by the second. A low murmur fumbled through the crowd, many of his so-called brothers probably exchanging confused expressions. They'd thought Teach was the problem, and now that he had shown his true colors, Crocodile should be able to live happily here. Right, Crocodile figured that's what they were assuming, and he would not allow it. It was because of you, Crocodile hissed, his fearful eyes hardening into unbridled hatred focused entirely on his father. He withheld so much love my whole life, treated me like there was something wrong. Well, how do you like the results, father? Whitebeard's hurt expression did nothing to soothe Crocodile's seething rage. In fact, it stoked it. You did it. It took my whole life, but you did it. You destroyed me. Crocodile. Whitebeard gulped, then steeled himself. Come now, that's not exactly fair. He tricked us. No, I told you. Again and again and again. Crocodile yelled, his words ending in a bitter sob, kicking out his legs to aid in trying to stand, to look bigger like a cornered animal might. The action made him shudder, the pain like fire up his leg, faltered for a moment, head rushing, and then forced a sneer. You know what Teach said to me? He explained that he targeted me because he found it funny that he could lie about me, and you'd just believe it. Because you'd believe anything negative about me, your first child. Crocodile shook his head, furrowed brow softening as the misery overtook rage. He hiccuped softly as he tried to catch his breath again. I didn't. Whitebeard started and then stopped, already knowing he didn't have a defense. In the end, he knew there wasn't time to argue. Crocodile was bleeding out, so they could deal with talking this out later. The man was swaying, his already weakening balance fading faster since he had to do it on one leg. They could face all their mistakes when the victim was healthy again. You need a doctor, please, calm down now. Crocodile hissed. No. This time you are going to listen to me, god damn it. He hugged Luffy to his chest, protecting him as he opened up every wound, and laid it all bare upon the deck before him while his head began to spin. The searing pain of his stump pressed against Luffy spiked when the boy moved suddenly. It was just a hitch in his breath, but it caused Crocodile to gasp. His broken ankle knocked against the wall when he jerked from the pain. Crocodile fell hard onto his knees, gritting his teeth as more sand poured out around his now dry chest. His body didn't want to stay solid, but the rain and blood kept him from fully turning. It was a strange scene to see a man on his knees, chest caving in as the sand built up around him. Marco tried to rush forward, but Crocodile forced out a sound halfway between a scream and a grunt, glaring at the man until he backed down. Crocodile dragged back every last bit of hatred and anger he could muster. His dizzy thoughts focused back on his father. Why? You left me alone when Mom died. I was 6 years old, and all I wanted was for you to hold me, tell me I wouldn't be alone. But you just left me. The slight widening of Whitebeard's eyes told Crocodile that he'd never seen anything wrong with leaving his child after the death of their mother. Not until that moment, at least. Crocodile wanted to be so upset. He wanted to rage, scream, and demand answers. Did he really never see an issue with leaving his child alone in that empty house? Or had he simply never considered Crocodile at all? Had his child just simply not existed in his mind once he sailed away? With Crocodile, he just felt empty at the confirmation of how little his own father cared. He'd shake his head if he wasn't sure the action would make him throw up and then completely collapse. He couldn't even be as angry anymore. He just felt used and downhearted. You ripped me away from my only home, the friends I'd made, the little family I created, and then you dismissed it. You dismissed my grief for the life I made where you'd abandoned me. Crocodile forced his head up, red watery eyes looking up at Whitebeard in misery. He sniffled, shifting slightly to take pressure off his broken ankle, but that minuscule movement almost made him topple over. The effort to stay up on his knees had him heaving while he continued. Do you even realize how lonely that was? Taken from the people I grew up with, all I had was you. But you wanted nothing to do with me. You ignored me, dictated who I was for me. And you shoved sibling bonds at me so hard they might as well have been spears to impale me. Because of you, I was so desperate for love I did everything Dragon wanted to the point of harming myself. Because of you, I didn't think I was worth anything. How could I be when my own father treated me like my value was inherently lower than your other children? Because of your neglect. Crocodile screamed, letting his head fall and thunk against the deck. His vision went black and the world was snapped up in a high-pitched wail, and then it all raced back with startling clarity. He sucked in a gasping, hoarse-throated sob and whimpered, I became the perfect victim for him. Because of you. A heavy silence fell as overhead the rain slowed to nothing and Crocodile's cries grew heavier. Each one was filled with more horrible memories and remorse for the childhood he'd lost. More than Dragon, more than even Teach, it's you. Crocodile looked up at his father. You are the villain of my story. I fear you more than anyone else. The hollow ache in his chest that came with finally stating his feelings didn't make him feel any better. In fact, it was depressing. There was nothing left to say. Crocodile. A chorus of his unwitting abusers gasped when finally the world went quiet and he fell to the deck, unconscious. Crocodile groaned as he woke, pain rearing up to greet him the moment he became aware. There was no confusion, not a single moment of peace of believing he was home and it was all a horrid dream. No, he knew exactly where he was and what had happened. He puffed, twitching and squirming to take stock of his injuries. His ankle had been anchored and wrapped so he didn't move it. The break felt older than it should have, but he'd pretend he didn't know Marco used his Phoenix fire on him for the sake of his sanity. He could feel bumps and bruises all over and, Crocodile cried out a shrill sound. Pain had raced up his arm when he'd tried to move his hand without thought. The appendage had been wrapped tightly to his chest, but still it throbbed. "Daddy?" Luffy asked, head popping up from the infirmary bed he was laying on. I'm fine, Crocodile assured the boy. He hadn't realized the boy was even in the room, mostly because he hadn't been cuddled up in the same bed as usual. "Luffy, what are you doing over there?" The child rubbed his eye, looking downtrodden and overtired. "The nurses said Daddy was really hurt, and that I should be careful." "Nonsense. Come here," Crocodile said, waving off any reason that his child would have to be careful of him. He nodded to Luffy, indicating for him to come on over. Luffy grinned, his expression immediately brightening with the appearance of his sunshine smile. The child jumped from his bed to Crocodile's, the man preparing himself so he didn't wince when Luffy landed on his lap. His child happily giggled and cuddled close, face pressing against his side. Despite the happy reunion, a somber air came over the room as soon as Luffy relaxed and fell asleep against his father's side. "I thought it would feel different," Crocodile whispered to the empty room. He had thought this would feel far more satisfying. He had been able to see the reckoning come over his father's face the night before. Sure, it cost him his hand and a few pieces of his soul, but Whitebeard finally knew what horrors he had allowed to happen. When Crocodile was in his early 20s, he'd imagined this moment. Had assumed Teach would show his true colors eventually, after all. He always pictured Whitebeard sailing to meet him and his crew, and Crocodile would laugh at his attempts to apologize. It was going to feel so good to tell Whitebeard it was too late to make up for what he'd done. Now, he just wanted to get away from here. He didn't care if they felt the weight of all their mistakes anymore. He just wanted to get away from them so they could stop causing him harm, not to even mention whatever damage they'd done to his Luffy. "I can't do this anymore," Crocodile hissed, remaining hand clenched in a tight fist. He didn't want to cry yet again, but he didn't think he could make it even one more day in this hell. But he knew exactly what would happen next despite how he might feel. Now that Whitebeard and the crew knew the truth, they would be coming for him. They'd want to talk, have heart-to-hearts, and really try to make it up to him. Disgusting. Crocodile clicked his tongue in faux annoyance. The tremble of his remaining hand would tell anyone looking in that he was petrified of his future. Whitebeard was never going to leave him alone now. He would insist on making up for his mistakes forever. They'd be on guard for escape attempts too, since they would all convince themselves it was for Crocodile's own good. Maybe he really should call. "Where is he?" A voice he immediately recognized made Crocodile jump a foot in the air, and his heart skips a beat. Luffy woke, head snapping up as if searching out a threat. "You bastards, where's my Croccy?" The irritating, charming voice rang through the ship again. "It's Mingo. He came," Luffy gasped, scrambling off the bed. "Wait, Luffy, don't," Crocodile yelled in vain. The boy was already throwing open the infirmary doors. He was down the hall before Crocodile would say anything more. "Oh hell," he hissed. Hadn't he earned a bit of a rest? Luckily there was a crutch placed near the bed, so Crocodile began to move. It was slow-going and painful, but he did manage to grab the crutch, get it under his armpit, and precariously balanced his weight onto his one good foot. Luffy was certainly going to beat him out onto the deck. The excitement Luffy felt as he raced toward the deck was only comparable to how he felt waking up on his birthday. Finally, someone that would be on his father's side. Somebody to listen and offer the help his father seems to need. He ran out into the light of day with a large grin on his face. What Luffy found did not diminish his enthusiasm in the slightest. Whitebeard, Marco, and most of the crew were facing down a pink-coated man. This man sounded like a storm. It was more than a little frightening to hear after the events of the night before. Howling wind and raging pounds of thunder echoed from his furrowed brow and cracking knuckles. But this was Mingo. Surely he'd be nice. "Right, Mingo." Luffy called the attention of the entire deck to him. The big blonde man snapped around, glasses-covered eyes focusing on Luffy. The boy tensed for a moment before the sound of this man's rage eased into loving protection. The eye of the storm, where his father had protected him. It was a very soothing sound. Luffy was instantly attached to the man. "Mingo," he cried out, running to hug the man around one of his legs. "Oh." Mingo cleared his throat, looking around at the hostile crew and its monstrous captain. He was in the middle of an argument with them all, demanding Crocodile be brought to him, but he didn't want to threaten any more in front of his love's child. He'd hate to scare the boy. "Luffy, get away from that man. He is not welcome here," Marco ordered. "Yes, he is. I called him. Luffy grumbled, still clutching onto Doflamingo's leg. Why would you? How? When? Marco did not know how this small child managed to call one of the 7 warlords. Not to mention when he found the time. The tension on deck was growing loud again, the crew becoming hostile towards the man that was trying to take away their family before they could make things right. Whitebeard was having a hard time keeping himself from just smacking the man into the ocean and being done with it. I'll go get Crocodile, Aizu suddenly said. Most of the crew sent the man an aghast expression. Aizu had been cold and distant with his family since waking up, dark bags under his eyes still. He'd been incredibly upset to hear Teach had revealed his true nature, but had calmed when learning Crocodile was still on the ship and mostly whole. Now it seemed he couldn't wait for his injured brother to leave. Good, Doflamingo growled, then softened as he looked down at the child holding on to him. Once your father gets here we will be leaving this ship. Run along and gather anything you don't want to leave behind. Okay. Luffy grinned, nodded, and ran off to grab his blanket. I'll help you, Luffy, Thatch spoke up, saddened but knowing this was for the best. Now, hold on a minute. Whitebeard tried to stop what was happening. No, I won't hold on. Doflamingo turned a sneer at the giant once he was sure no one was going to stop the child. Unlike your little cult, I don't take orders from you. The giant's eyes narrowed, a low-grade rumble resonating from his chest. And what is that supposed to mean? You rat bastard. Doflamingo did not back down, back straight. And standing at his full height for once, he used a domineering aura. It means I'll be getting Crocky out of here, no matter what you have to say about it. You won't be taking my son anywhere, Whitebeard said definitively. He refused to lose his child before the two of them could talk and begin to mend their relationship. Things couldn't end like this. You do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Doflamingo snapped, frown dipping down as he bared his teeth, forehead vein pulsing. He clenched his fists, wishing to shred all these fools into bits. You must know what you've allowed to happen, how much you've harmed him. How dare you even think to try and keep him here? Haven't you done enough? A chilly wind swept over the deck, the two captains murdering each other with their eyes. Meanwhile, a full-eyed Aizu walked with a steadfast pace towards the infirmary to collect Crocodile. Waking to learn Teach had tried to do what he had only confirmed what Luffy had shown him. Aizu still loved his family, but he felt sickened by the atrocities that had happened to someone they claimed to love right under their noses. It was disgusting how much they had failed their brother. It was no wonder he wanted nothing to do with any of them. Aizu didn't make it to the infirmary before running into Crocodile. The man was leaning against a wall, panting heavily from the exertion. Can I give you a hand? Aizu asked softly, hoping to at least do that for his brother. Is that a joke? Crocodile said with a narrowed-eyed glare. Aizu glanced at Crocodile's stump, wrapped tightly up against his chest. No. Then all right, Crocodile grumbled, allowing Aizu to replace his crutch and taking his weight. Is who I think is out there? The Ravenet asked after a few heavy steps. Yeah, it's exactly who you think, Aizu told him succinctly, feeling like he couldn't say anything more. What do you say to the person you unwittingly helped torture? The answer was nothing. Crocodile didn't truly believe Doflamingo had come. Or possibly he didn't want to get his hopes up. He hated the idea of the man coming in clutch like Crocodile was some kind of damsel in distress. He was still upset at the man too, frustrated too that he had come now but not all those years ago. He certainly hadn't called him this time. The Ravenet squinted as he stepped out into the sunny day and laid eyes on Doflamingo for the first time in years. As if Doflamingo had sensed him, the man swung around to stare right at him. Crocodile sucked in a gasp, straightening up under the man's already burning gaze. His throat suddenly felt quite dry. Crocky, Doflamingo called out, voice now far softer than it had been even movements before. Despite his covered eyes, Crocodile could tell the man's gaze was dipping down, calculating the depth of his injuries and becoming angrier by the second. Doflamingo rounded back on Whitebeard and snarled, where is his hand? You couldn't even keep him whole. That's, Marco attempted to speak. You shut your mouth, Doflamingo said, nearly cutting off the man's head for his interruption. The golden child doesn't have a place in this discussion. Marco sucked in his lips like a lemon, chest tightening at his sudden irritation. Yet another argument was about to begin when Whitebeard defended his favorite son. But Crocodile was far too tired to wait for that to end. So instead he cut in with a sigh. What are you doing here? Crocodile didn't even have to raise his voice to get Doflamingo's full and complete attention. Under normal circumstances, he'd have had to call out multiple times to be heard, but Doflamingo was not normal. I'm here to pick you up, Doflamingo responded, smiling genuinely just for Crocodile's benefit. Crocodile huffed in annoyance. I didn't call for you. Doflamingo hesitated, visibly deflating a bit. Your son did. That made sense, Crocodile supposed. Why? He asked, looking down instead of watching the blindingly pink man. With very little prompting, Crocodile got Aizu to help him further onto the deck, closer to where Doflamingo was standing. The blonde tilted his head, brow twisting as he slowly explained, because your son said you were in trouble. No, no, that isn't what I mean. Crocodile waved away the man's first attempt to answer his question. I mean, why here, when you didn't come then? Doflamingo blinked in surprise, looking around at all the pirates watching. He always knew Crocodile to be very secretive, and so wasn't sure about speaking up plainly so publicly. Crocodile quickly grew impatient and clicked his tongue. Forget it, he sighed in disappointment. He interpreted Doflamingo's silence as guilt. I'm alive, you can go now. But, didn't you hear him? Go, Kingdu yelled at the warlord. The warlord flipped the pirate off and grouched. This is not your affair. Doflamingo turned back to Crocodile, frowning as he saw the man trying to lamely retreat. Crocodile, I'm here for you. I really meant it all. I'd always come when you need me. Doflamingo reassured Crocodile, his voice soft and pleading. I love you. The injured man froze, one hand clenching and digging his nails into his palm. You love me, Crocodile tisked. No, you don't. You don't even know what you're talking about. No one really wants me, not the real me. The man had already proven that once before. The crew collectively felt shame that they made Crocodile feel so worthless. Doflamingo seemed taken aback by the response, shaking his head slightly as he murmured, I know what I want, and that's you. You're everything. Crocodile bristled and fell back into what was safe and comfortable, anger. You'd want to deal with me forever. Huh. He laughed snidely. You haven't talked to me in years and I've only gotten worse. I'm guarded and prickly, and I make getting to know me into a Herculean challenge. As sad as it was, not many on the ship could disagree with what the Ravenet had said. Crocodile was a challenge that was unequivocally true. He was hard to love. The large man shrugged casually. Is that all? What worthwhile treasure isn't hard to get. I'll gladly fight for your heart, Crocky. I'll earn the right to be by your side every day if that's what you want. Crocodile turned red, whether from anger or embarrassment, no one knew. The man didn't know why, but it felt important to be sure Doflamingo knew exactly what he was signing up for. I'm stubborn. I do not compromise. I simply have to get my way. Once again the surrounding crew agreed. Crocodile did make everything difficult unnecessarily. The blonde let out a short chuckle, stepping forward to close the distance as he grinned at Crocodile in a love-struck way. Why would I ever want to go any way but your way? Crocodile sucked in a harsh breath, having to shudder his breath so as not to sob. Suddenly Crocodile remembered the one thing he'd always wanted, someone to love him as he was. Oh, I'm sorry. I made you cry again. Doflamingo rushed forward, stopping short of embracing the smaller pirate. Do you need a hug? Would it be all right if I touched you? Can you handle that? He did want a hug, but Crocodile wouldn't just forget his past heartache because of a few flowery words. Don't touch me. You still haven't explained why you didn't come. Back then, I needed you. None of this would have happened if you'd just come when I called. Crocodile sniffled back his tears, refusing to cry anymore even if the dams in his eyes were beginning to crack. He prepared for the worst, keeping his eyes shut tight. Doflamingo surely had second thoughts back then, or possibly had realized Crocodile was far too much effort to deal with. No idea why he was back now, but that was surely the reason for the incident 6 years ago. I'm so sorry. It was my fault. Doflamingo began with a clearly practiced speech. The emotion underlining his voice made it clear that he'd been thinking of how to explain himself for years. Treball, my old third in command, hated you. He saw you as a threat to his control over me. When you called that day he didn't tell me, even went as far as to guard the phones in case you tried to call again. I'm sorry. If I could have been there for you that day I'd do anything. Crocodile's eyes shifted back and forth, taking in this new perspective until he picked out one particular detail. Old third in command, he asked slowly. Well, Doflamingo huffed. Of course, I got rid of him when I figured out what he'd done to you. You'll always be my priority. The dam burst. Crocodile let out a sobbing cry, falling forward and trusting Doflamingo to catch him. Warm arms wrapped around him, a large hand cupping his head and guiding him close as if he was precious. Everything else fell away, as Crocodile cried. He cried like he had it 6 years old, silently in his bed after his mother's funeral. His father drinking himself into unconsciousness in the room next door. He wailed like he wanted to when dragged away from his home and friends. He sucked in great heaving sobs and clutched at this comforting chest as he'd begged for after being attacked in an alleyway. Doflamingo held him so tight it felt like he was the only thing holding Crocodile together anymore. It felt like hours passed, but it was probably only a few minutes at most. When Crocodile pulled away, Doflamingo let him uncontested. He looked up to see the blonde glaring sharply at the gathered crew members around the deck. Losing his eyes to the deck, Crocodile suddenly felt awkward. But at the very least, he looked up at Doflamingo and felt the smallest tug upward on his lips. Yeah, at the very least something good had come from this all. Now though he had to deal with all this, he looked up to see why they'd all gone so quiet. They looked so blank, ashamed, seemingly keeping their lips shut. Daddy, you sound so nice right now. Luffy came running out from the inner workings of the ship, unknowingly saving his father from having to deal with his so-called family. Do I? Crocodile hummed, looking down at the little boy. He'd used the blanket that used to be Crocodile's to wrap up a few books and toys he had wanted to keep and was apparently ready to go. As was Crocodile. Luffy simply giggled. Are we going? The ocean says she can show me a cool map. My map? Can we go there next? Ew. Crocodile glanced at Doflamingo, unsure of what the man expected now. I'll take you wherever you want. If that's staying with me, I would be ecstatic. But you don't have to do anything, all right? Doflamingo informed him the moment he caught his eyes. That's a pretty sound, Luffy said dreamily, closing his eyes as he leaned in close to a very nice sound. He hadn't realized how tense his son had been until he saw the way Luffy relaxed. Now, please, everyone hold on. Whitebeard finally managed to get a grip and command. Crocodile, you aren't going anywhere. Now's the time to come together and deal. Whitebeard. Crocodile's voice was firm and unyielding. We had a deal. If someone was willing to come to get me, you'd allow me to go without a fight. Doffy is here. Now please, let me go. Whitebeard looked at his child, seeing every bruise and injury and feeling the shame tenfold. He had made mistakes. He knew that now. But did that really mean he'd lost all chance to fix those mistakes now? Son, please, stop it. For once put me first, instead of you or anyone else. Just let me go. Crocodile pleaded softly, his voice tired and hoarse after all that crying. You are all allowed to be a loving, happy family. Just don't force me to be here for your comfort. You are all slowly killing me. You know that, don't you? Whitebeard had nothing to say. He hung his head, silently backing down. Crocodile took a slow, easing breath through his nose and then turned, hobbling towards the pink ship moored next to the Moby. It only took a step before Doflamingo was sweeping him up into his arms. Crocodile didn't argue about being carried bridal style simply because he was in unspeakable pain. The pink-coated man snuggled Crocodile close and then kneeled down to offer his shoulder to an enamored Luffy. So tall, Luffy happily cried as he climbed Doflamingo like a tree and sat on the man's shoulders. Doflamingo didn't seem to mind. Crocodile looked back as Luffy began to wave goodbye to all the people he'd met during this journey. Bye, Mango, Luffy called. Marco had his fists clenched, shaking but unsurprisingly standing firm by Whitebeard's side. Maybe they could have been friends, but that simply isn't how it happened. In the end, Crocodile didn't blame him for sticking by the loving parent that had chosen him. Crocodile would have done the same thing. Bye, Izzy. Luffy waved enthusiastically. Crocodile and Izu shared a solemn nod. He didn't know why, but there was now a sparkle of understanding in his eyes now. That was enough for Crocodile. Bye-bye, Thatchy. Crocodile raised his hand to wave, feeling a tinge of sadness to leave Thatch behind. They had endured a trauma together, and that bond would bind them for years to come. But this was his home, this was his family, and that was okay. Goodbye, Mr. Banana Stash. His father watched him go. The agony on his face as they walked away didn't stir any emotion in Crocodile. After all these years, Crocodile finally felt as if he could move on. His father truly had no power over him anymore. He turned away. It wasn't like I was ever a bird anyway. So where to? Doflamingo asked as he got Luffy and Crocodile comfortable in his bed. He fluffed the pillows and happily hovered over his injured love. Mihawk invited me to stay for a while, and I think I have to have a chat with a certain Vice Admiral too, Crocodile said, carefully making plans in his head. And I gotta go find my map. The ocean says she's east. Luffy spoke up. Your map is a girl? Doflamingo asked, teasing the child slightly. Uh-huh. Luffy nodded, not even noticing he'd been made fun of. And my eyes, Cook, and right hand are there too. The ocean said so. Crocodile chuckled. Wow, think the ocean can find me a new left hand. Luffy thought about it seriously. I'll ask her. The little boy ran off, most likely heading toward the figurehead. Want me to go make sure he doesn't fall in? I could introduce him to Baby Dillinger and Baby 5 too, Doflamingo offered, obviously feeling anxious and wanting to make Crocodile as comfortable as possible. Thank you. I'll decide what I want to do in the meantime, Crocodile promised. No, you just rest. You have all the time in the world to make decisions for your future. Doflamingo held his hand, squeezing for just a moment before standing. Crocodile smiled and nodded. He fell asleep feeling safe for the first time in a very long time. Finally, it was over. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.